On the burial Emperor star in the eastern wasteland, turbulent clouds swept across the sky. The desolate mountain ridge, like the spine of a slumbering dragon, lay sprawled over the barren wilds. At the mountain's summit the wind howled fiercely. Yinan sat cross-legged upon a slab of blue stone, his figure like a withered trunk, his hair like dead grass. He was far too old. 9,000 years of time had been like an invisible chisel carving away his youthful vigor until only this tottering, decaying husk remained. Cough, cough. Yinan hacked up a mouthful of dark red blood that splattered onto the stone. To his astonishment, the hardened azurite was corroded into a deep, gaping pit. It was quasi-emperor's blood. Even in decay, it still contained a killing intent beyond mortal imagination. So in the end, it still won't work. He lowered his gaze to his shriveled arms, the skin clinging tightly to bone like a layer of wind-dried orange peel. These hands had once torn apart stars, had once suppressed chaos. Yet now even clenching his fists felt laborious. Yinan had never truly belonged to this world. Over 9,000 years ago, he had been an ordinary food delivery youth on a blue planet. During a delivery run on his little electric scooter, he stumbled upon great fortune, opened the gate to another realm, and crossed into this place. This world was both cruel and resplendent. In this realm, each lifetime birthed a single emperor revered by all races. He had once believed himself the protagonist of fate. To achieve quasi-emperor in merely 800 years, what astonishing, peerless talent that had been. Yet who could have foreseen that the mandate of heaven of this world would be so miserly? The imprint left behind by the previous great emperor was too overpowering, like an untoppled mountain pressing upon the heads of all later generations. He had tried 2,000 years after that emperor dissolved his Tao to forcibly assault the imperial throne. He had wished to stand above all Tao. In the end he failed. In that battle his Tao foundation had been nearly shattered. Though he survived by sheer luck, he severed entirely any chance of living through another lifetime. My heart soared higher than the heavens, yet my fate proved thinner than paper. Yinan let out a self-mocking smile, a flicker of weariness passing through his clouded eyes. Over these 9,000 years he had scoured forbidden zones, consumed countless life-prolonging spiritual medicines, and even risked his life to seize the fruit of an undying divine herb. Yet the wound from his failed ascent was like a torn, drafty pouch. No matter how much vitality he poured in it would all leak away. Now he had only a few hundred years of lifespan left. For mortals, such a span would be immortality. For a quasi-emperor, it was but a fleeting instant. Sensing the soul lamp within him gradually dimming, he slowly closed his eyes. To die upon a mountaintop was at least a kind of resting place. Ding! A crisp mechanical chime suddenly detonated within Yinan's desolate sea of consciousness. Detected host is steeped in hopelessness. The Myriad world system is now binding. 10, 50, 100. Yinan's eyes snapped open in that instant. It was as though his gaze pierced the very void. An auditory hallucination. He gave a bitter smile. To have lived to such an age, and yet still conjure such unrealistic fantasies. In this world there were no such things as systems. Only the cold, indisputable heavenly Tao. Newbie gift pack is being generated. Generation complete. Rewarding host great emperor level fleshly body. Boom. Without any forewarning, a terrifying power surged out of the void, pouring into Yinan's limbs and bones in an instant. His previously withered blood vessels were in a single breath flooded with roaring golden radiance like thunder. That was Emperor's blood. His once rotten bones erupted in a dense cascade of detonations like 10,000 bolts of lightning firing at once. Every single bone became crystal clear, etched all over with the patterns of the great Tao. Yinan was stunned. Before he could even react, the transformation of his body had already completed. He lowered his head. That feeling was indescribably wondrous. His skin remained aged, exuding a faint, almost imperceptible stench of decay, making him seem like a decrepit elder who might topple over at any moment. Yet beneath that layer of old skin lurked a berserk power capable of annihilating star systems. Now with just a gentle breath, he could likely blow apart clouds 1,000 li away. The barrier between quasi-emperor and great emperor, a wall that had shackled him for 9,000 years, had on the level of fleshly body simply shattered. System. Yinan tested a call within his mind, his voice tinged with a tremor even he did not notice. Having lived 9,000 years for the first time, he felt like a helpless child. Ding. The Myriad world system is at your service. This system possesses vast capabilities and will periodically trigger missions. Upon completion, corresponding rewards will be granted. A great emperor's fleshly body, it's real. Yinan tightened his fist. As his fingertips brushed the void, they tore open fine black fissures. Though his lifespan had not increased, and his primordial spirit remained in a state of decay, this body had already become in truth a supreme vessel. When will the missions be issued? Yinan drew in a deep breath, forcing his mood to steady. 9,000 years of cultivation had taught him one thing: every boon carries its price already written in the fine print. But now he feared no cost, he feared only waiting for death. Upon contact with external objects, system missions will automatically generate. Contact with things. Yinan lifted his head, gazing toward the distant horizon. In the northern region lay a crimson wasteland home to endless source stones and countless unresolved grudges. Since the heavens refused to let me die, this tattered body must at least stir up some trouble once more. He laughed. On his wrinkle-covered face that smile appeared somewhat ferocious, yet it carried a freedom he had never before possessed. For 9,000 years he had hidden deep in the mountains, nursing his remaining life like a rat skulking in the dark. Today he would step back into the world. As he rose to his feet, the azurite slab beneath his soles instantly crumbled into fine powder. He did not employ divine power, relying solely on the instinctive strength of his fleshly body. He took a single step forward. The void beneath his foot collapsed like a thin sheet of paper being effortlessly pierced. When he appeared again, he was already 1,000 li away. Source City. An ancient city in the northern region of the eastern wasteland, named for the abundant source it produced. Here fish and dragons mingled together, stewards from sacred lands, desperate bandits on the run, and countless seekers of source stones, all chasing dreams of fortune. Inside the city, a cacophony of voices rose, the clamor of life surged toward him. Yinan walked along the streets of Source City. He had changed into a somewhat worn gray robe, hands clasped behind his back, his spine slightly hunched. To the eye he was no more than a commonplace destitute cultivator whose lifespan was nearly spent. The faint stench of decay clinging to him made passing youths involuntarily knit their brows and step aside. Hey, stay away from that old man, he reeks of coffinwood. Tisk tisk, judging by that look, he probably won't survive this winter. A few young scions in brocade robes brushed past, their tones laced with undisguised revulsion. Yinan's expression did not change, he did not even lift his eyelids. In his eyes, these so-called promising youths were but drops in the ocean, not even worthy of being called specks of dust. He simply walked in silence, his clouded gaze taking measure of everything around him. The flavor of mortal dust, this worldly bustle, was something he had not breathed in for thousands of years. It was somewhat noisy yet brimming with life. Just then, from a massive stone workshop at the city's center, a sudden uproar erupted. It's opened. It's actually a piece of variant source. This is Ziwei crystal. Far too rare. They say it was cut out by an outer disciple of the Yaoguang sacred land. His luck is simply defying the heavens. Following the crowd's gaze, Yinan looked over. At the entrance of a magnificent stone workshop, a throng of people clustered around a newly opened boulder. At its core, a plume of violet radiance surged skyward, illuminating half the street. A spirited young man stood there, basking in the envious gazes of those around him. Yet just as everyone was immersed in the frenzy and awe of stone gambling, a thunderous boom erupted. Several terrifying auras like pitch-black meteors streaked domineeringly across the edge of the heavens, tearing the clouds asunder. Carrying an archaic and vicious pressure, those auras descended with a roar above Source City. The entire ancient city fell silent in an instant. All clamor, hawking, and quarrels were abruptly cut off. Everyone, whether seasoned source seekers in the stone workshops or humble peddlers on the streets, felt their hearts sink. It was as if an invisible boulder crushed down upon them, making even breathing difficult. Yinan was mixed within the crowd. He lifted his head slightly, his turbid eyes reflecting the figures suspended high in the sky. They were 3 living beings. The one in the center stood over 10 feet tall. His skin was a dark cyan, densely covered in fine scales. A single spiral horn rose from his forehead, and his golden vertical pupils flashed with icy lightning whenever they opened and closed. He wore battle armor tanned from the hide of some unknown beast, and his aura was the fiercest of the 3, actually radiating fluctuations of the Saint King realm. To his left stood a figure with a pair of mutilated flesh wings sprouting from his back, the wing membranes a dull gray-brown. His face was sharp and gaunt, tongue split in two, and each hissed breath carried a reeking wind. On the right was a woman whose figure was alluringly curved, yet her skin bore a bizarre chalky stone-gray hue. Her long hair writhed like countless tiny venomous serpents, and deep within her eye sockets soul flames flickered. This is... Yinan's brow twitched almost imperceptibly as sealed memories were stirred. Across 9,000 years of time, he had trodden countless ancient ruins and read innumerable shattered jade slips. The primordial Myriad races. Qinglin clan, Wing Demon clan, Stone Spirit clan. On Burial Emperor Star in the distant archaic age, these beings had once found paradise. The human race was merely a latecomer, once regarded as blood, food, and slaves. Yet as ages shifted, humans rose in strength, while most of the primordial lineages hid away within forbidden zones of life, or sealed themselves within divine sources long vanished from the world's sight. They vanished for countless tens of thousands of years, yet now they reappear, and in such a brazen manner. Thoughts flickered through Yunan's heart, though outwardly he still looked like a man on the verge of the grave, merely narrowing his eyes slightly. Humans. The Qinglin clan powerhouse in the center spoke. His voice was like grinding metal carrying a bone-chilling cold that spread through the entire city in an instant. His gaze swept over the ant-like crowd below with a condescending arrogance. Source City, a key stronghold of the human race in the northern region. That is all it amounts to. As his words fell, the winged demon clan powerhouse on the left let out a cackling, grotesque laugh. His mutilated flesh wings trembled, and a gust of fetid wind pressed down. Several cultivators standing closest instantly turned ashen, foaming at the mouth as they collapsed, their bodies invaded by poison. How dare you! Deep within Source City, someone finally lost patience. 3 rainbow streaks shot skyward. Human powerhouses who sat in town hailing from different sacred lands and great clans, all of the Saint Realm. An elder with hair and beard both white shouted sternly, "What fiends dare run rampant in a human city?" Fiends. A cold gleam flashed in the golden vertical pupils of the Qinglin powerhouse. You lowly humans deem us fiends as well. Remember this: my name is Qin Yin of the great Qinglin royal clan. I have come today to deliver a battle challenge to you two-legged sheep. He stretched out a scaled hand and grasped at the air. A black battle challenge woven from the hide of some unknown beast emerged in his palm. Twisted archaic characters were written upon it in fresh blood, exuding a thick stench of gore and battle intent. The primordial Myriad races are about to return to the earth. This northern region is one of our ancestral lands. Qin Yan's voice was like solid ice. I grant you humans a mere 10 days to completely withdraw from the northern region. Any who remain will be slaughtered without mercy and turned into blood, food, and fodder. Arrogant. The 3 human saints seethed with fury. Withdraw from the northern region. That was tantamount to digging out the roots of the human race. The northern region's source mines were among the vital cultivation resource grounds of humanity. How could they possibly hand them over? Just a few skulking remnants of ancient clans, yet you dare to spew such madness. Seize them. Another saint, a middle-aged man with a fiery temper, directly summoned a purple gold gourd. Radiant light sprayed from its mouth, transforming into chains of divine order that coiled toward Qin Yin. Ants shaking a tree. Qin Yin did not even bother to move. At his right, the stone spirit clan woman lifted her eyes with cold indifference, her gray-white pupils locking onto the purple gold gourd. Petrified. She softly spoke 2 words. There was no earth-shattering surge of divine power, only a strange and unfathomable law spreading outward. With a series of brittle crackling sounds, the swiftly flying purple gold gourd and the radiant chains spewing from its mouth froze midair in an instant. Before the naked eye, a layer of gray-white spread rapidly across their surfaces. All treasure, light, and spiritual vitality vanished, and in a single heartbeat, they turned into mere ordinary stone. The middle-aged saint who had wielded the gourd felt as though struck by lightning as his treasure was destroyed, his mind bound to it. He spat a mouthful of fresh blood, his aura withering in an instant. Die! The winged demon clan powerhouse grinned viciously, his figure vanishing like a specter. In the next instant, he appeared behind the wounded middle-aged saint. His withered bird-claw-like hand, shrouded in pitch-black toxic light, easily pierced through the saint's protective divine radiance, stabbing into his back and bursting out through his chest. Up! The middle-aged saint looked down in disbelief at the talon protruding from his chest, dripping blackened blood as the light in his eyes rapidly dimmed. Li Daoyu. The other 2 human saints' eyes reddened, almost splitting with grief. The winged demon powerhouse withdrew his hand, then licked the fresh blood from the tip of his talon, wearing an expression of intoxicated cruelty. Human saint blood is still so delicious, though it does carry somewhat more impurities now. In the span of a breath, a human saint had fallen, instantly slain. The entire city plunged into dead silence. Cold sweat trickled down the temples of every human cultivator who witnessed the scene. Fear coiled around every heart like a cold serpent. That was a saint, usually lofty and inviolable, able to guard an entire region, yet he had been slaughtered like a chick. The remaining 2 human saints were deathly pale, their bodies chilled, no longer daring to advance a single step. They could tell that any one of those 3 ancient clan beings possessed the power to easily kill them. Especially that Qinglin leader. His unfathomable aura made even their souls quiver. Utterly feeble. Qin Yin looked down upon the humans below, who were as silent as cicadas in winter, the contempt in his golden vertical pupils almost tangible. So this is the human race of today. You have truly lived backward. The era of the 2 human emperors of Tyne and sun seems long since washed away by storm and rain. He stepped forward upon empty air, releasing the pressure of a Saint King without restraint, like a collapsing firmament pressing down upon the entire Source City. Remember, 10 days. Only 10 days. 10 days from now, if any human dares still appear in the northern region, he will be your example. The winged demon powerhouse casually tossed the corpse of the fallen saint down from the sky. With a dull thud, it crashed onto the central street, splattering a pool of blood and flesh. That shattered corpse, those eyes that would not close in death, formed the cruelest of warnings. Countless people lowered their heads and shrank back. Some even lost strength in their legs and collapsed onto the ground. No one dared to show anger, let alone speak out. Before absolute power and bloodshed, courage appeared pitifully pale. "Ha!" The powerful member of the winged demon clan laughed maniacally, the sound piercing to the ears. "Look, Lord Xingyan, these human Tuleg sheep are trembling. They are afraid." A cold smile curled at the corner of the lips of the Stone Spirit clan woman, her snake-like hair swaying slightly. Xingyan stood with his hands behind his back, reveling in the feeling of controlling life and death, and looking down on the ants below. This is the authority that power brings. The glory of the ancient times will once again be rekindled in his generation. The human race, merely obstacles to be swept aside on their path to return. At this moment, when the world was silent and the dignity of the human race was trampled into the dirt. Cough. Cough. An old, feeble, even somewhat dismal cough echoed through the desolate street. The sound was not loud, but due to the surrounding absolute silence, it sounded exceptionally clear. Countless gazes instinctively turned towards the source of the sound. At the edge of the crowd, an old man dressed in a tattered gray robe, hunched over with a bent back and sparse white hair, was gently coughing into his hand. He looked extremely old, his face a maze of ravines, his eye sockets deep set, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. A faint, unpleasant aura of decay emanated from his body. It was Yinan. He coughed a couple of times, seeming to regain his breath, and slowly lowered his hand. Then he lifted his head and looked up at the three imposing ancient beings in the sky, especially at the leader. His gaze was calm, devoid of anger or fear. There was even a lack of any emotional fluctuations, as if he was merely observing a few oddly shaped stones by the roadside. "It's so noisy." Yinan spoke, his voice hoarse and dry like an old windbox. "You've disturbed my peace, you should die." As his voice fell, the entire street became terrifyingly silent. Even the wind had stopped. All eyes were fixed on the hunched old man, their expressions first bewildered, then incredulous, and finally transformed into a kind of pity, as if they were looking at a madman. What is he saying? Does he even know who he is talking to? In the sky, Qingyan slowly turned his head, his golden vertical pupils locking onto Yinan, as if he had finally noticed this ant for the first time. A cruel, mocking smile spread across his lips, revealing sharp teeth. "Old dog of the human race, what did you..." The powerful member of the winged demon clan burst into a fit of maniacal laughter. "Gagaga. Lord Xingyan, what did I just hear? An old thing about to be buried dares to say we should die." The Stone Spirit clan woman's snake-like hair swayed slightly, her gray-white eyes coldly scanning Yinan, as if regarding a dead object. The aura of decay, the fire of life, is about to extinguish. Such a person does not even have the qualification to be food. Yinan ignored them. He did not even spare the ancient clan a second glance. He simply walked forward slowly, step by step. His movements were slow and laborious, as if every step took all his strength. His back hunched even more. The tattered gray robe swayed gently in the breeze, revealing his thin, bony ankles. He walked through the path that the crowd automatically parted, heading towards the center of the street. There the corpse of the human saint still lay in a pool of blood, eyes wide open in death. "Old thing, I am asking you a question." Qingyan's voice suddenly turned cold, the pressure of the Saint King descending like a tangible force. The cobblestones on the street cracked, surrounding houses trembled, and a few nearby cultivators directly knelt on the ground, blood seeping from their 7 orifices. Yet Yinan seemed completely oblivious. He walked to the side of the corpse, stopped, and looked down at it. In his murky eyes, the bright red pool of blood was reflected. He observed for 2 breaths. Then he slowly bent down. This action seemed very difficult for him, the bones creaking slightly. He extended a hand as thin as a chicken's claw, gently covering the saint's eyes, helping him close his eyelids. "Rest in peace," Yinan whispered, his voice so soft that only he could hear it. After completing this action, he straightened up, still hunched over. Then he lifted his head and gazed at the sky. This time his gaze finally fell upon the 3 ancient clans. "I said," Yinan's voice remained hoarse, but there was an indescribable meaning in it, "you have disturbed me." Seeking death. The powerful member of the winged demon clan was the first to erupt in fury. His figure flickered and transformed into a streak of black light, charging straight at Yinan. The full force of a saint-level strike, poisonous mist enveloping the sky, claw shadows tearing through the void. This claw strike was enough to reduce a mountain to dust. The crowd on the street gasped, many closing their eyes, unable to bear to witness the scene of the old man being torn apart. The few young clan members who had mocked Yinan moments ago turned pale, instinctively retreating. However, Yinan did not dodge. He didn't even move. He simply stood there, still hunched over, looking up at the attacking winged demon. That black claw, enveloped in foul-smelling, poisonous mist, struck fiercely towards his head. Die, old. The mocking laughter of the winged demon clan member abruptly stopped. His claw had halted just 3 inches from Yinan's forehead. It could advance no further. It was not blocked by any protective divine light, but simply stopped, as if it had collided with an invisible wall that was harder than the stars. The pupil of the winged demon clan member constricted sharply. He felt his claw trembling. No, his entire arm was shaking. That feeling was as if he was using mundane iron to strike against divine gold, the rebound force almost tearing his muscles and bones apart. You. He had barely uttered a word. Yinan moved. He raised his right hand, the motion still very slow enough for everyone to see each detail of that thin, emaciated hand being raised. Then he gently brushed it aside, like sweeping dust off his shoulder. Slap. A light sound. The body of the winged demon clan member froze in midair. The next moment, boom. His body, starting from the claw, shattered inch by inch. It didn't explode, but was pulverized, turning into the finest black dust scattering in the sunlight. Not a drop of blood was spilled. Not a single scream was uttered. A powerful being of the Saint realm from the ancient clan simply ceased to exist. Silence. An eerie stillness. The mocking expression on Kinjian's face froze. The stone spirit clan woman's snake hair was suspended in midair. All the human cultivators gaped, eyes wide open. The young clan members, their legs going weak, collapsed onto the ground, soaking their pants. Had they just mocked such a being? Yinan retracted his hand and coughed a couple more times. Cough, cough. It was as if he had done something trivial, even too lazy to look at the dissipating black dust. He simply continued to look up at the remaining 2 ancient clans. Now Yinan said, it's quieter. Kinjian's golden vertical pupils shrank to needle points. He stared hard at Yinan, scanning him from head to toe, inch by inch. The divine sense of the Saint King was probing frantically. But what he sensed was still the thick, unresolvable aura of decay, still the dying state of the fire of life about to extinguish. There were no fluctuations of divine power. No manifestation of Tao principles, just like an ordinary human elder on the verge of death. But what he had just seen was not a divine ability, not a Tao technique, not even the use of any rule power. It was purely physical strength. With a single sweep, the winged demon at the saint level had his body and nascent soul instantly annihilated. What does this mean? The heart of Qin Yin sank. Great sage. His throat moved, voice dry. No, not just. At least above the great sage realm. It might even be a quasi-emperor. As soon as this thought emerged, Qin Yan's scales stood on end. The ancient 10,000 clans were about to emerge. This vanguard had thought that the human race was in decline and could be trampled at will. But this was just the first stop, and they encountered such a being. Senior. Qin Yan forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart, lowering his posture, yet the arrogance ingrained in him prevented him from completely bowing his head. We are the envoys of the ancient Qinglin royal family and the Shirling royal family. This time we have emerged to announce the return of the 10,000 clans. He gritted his teeth and said, Senior, your cultivation is heaven-reaching. You must know the foundation of our ancient 10,000 clans. Now all the ancestral kings of various clans have awakened, and among them are many at the peak of quasi-emperor. Moreover, ancient emperors are in slumber if they fully awaken the human race. Noisy. Yinan interrupted him. 2 words, plain and calm. Yet they caused Qin Yan's words to choke in his throat, his face alternating between green and white. The ancient 10,000 clans, are they impressive? Yinan slightly tilted his head, and a glimmer of emotion finally flashed in his murky eyes. It was a kind of weariness. He slowly raised his foot and took a step forward. The void beneath his feet automatically solidified, forming an invisible staircase. Step by step he ascended. He walked towards Qin Yan and the Shirling clan woman. Each step was slow, yet Qin Yan felt his heart, with each step growing heavier and heavier. You, the Shirling clan woman shouted sharply, her gray-white eyes bursting with dazzling light, petrifying divine light. She formed seals with her hands, and her serpent-like hair danced wildly. A gray-white beam shot from her eyes, solidifying the void wherever it passed, halting laws, turning all things to stone. This was the Shirling clan's innate divine ability, cultivated to the sage level. Even sacred weapons could be briefly petrified. The beam instantly enveloped Yinan. It succeeded. A flicker of joy passed through the Shirling clan woman's eyes. However, in the next second her joy froze on her face. Because Yinan was still walking. The gray-white divine light capable of petrifying sacred weapons fell upon him like sunlight on stubborn stone without any reaction. Even his tattered gray robe showed no change. Impossible. The Shirling clan woman screeched, her serpent hair transforming into countless poisonous snakes swarming towards Yinan. Each snake contained the law of petrification. A sage would die upon contact. Yet Yinan still did not dodge. He didn't even look at those serpent hairs. He simply continued to walk. The snakes bit into him, producing a crisp sound like striking against immortal gold, leaving not even a tooth mark. Then, Yinan raised his withered hand and gently grasped. All the serpent hair was clasped in his palm. The Shirling clan woman's face changed dramatically. She tried to break free, but found her innate divine ability had vanished without a trace. Too noisy, Yinan said. Then he gently flicked his wrist. Puff! The Shirling clan woman's body, like a fragile porcelain, instantly cracked all over. She widened her gray-white eyes, opened her mouth, but could not emit a sound. In the next second, her entire being, along with the serpent hair, turned into a cloud of gray stone powder drifting down. Another sage extinguished, casually, as if squashing an ant. Qing Yan felt icy all over. He looked at Yinan at those murky eyes and finally felt complete terror. Senior, please show mercy. He retreated frantically, his voice trembling. My clan has a quasi-emperor level ancestor guarding us. If you kill me, retribution will surely follow. At that time, the human race. What will the human race do? It's not for you to judge. Yinan had already walked up to him. The two were no more than 3 zhang apart. This distance for a sage king was almost face-to-face. Yet Qing Yan felt as if facing an ancient giant beast. Even breathing became difficult. The ancient 10,000 clans, since you have chosen to emerge in this era. Yinan slowly raised his right hand. Be prepared to be buried by this era. His hand pressed gently against Qing Yan. No brilliance. No fluctuation. Just like an ordinary person making a downward motion. But Qing Yan felt an indescribable colossal force pressing down from all directions. It was not divine power. It was not the way. It was pure, brutal, and crushing power. No. Qing Yan roared, erupting with all his strength. The cultivation of the Sage King was fully unleashed. The Qinglin battle armor radiated brilliant divine light, and the horn on his forehead erupted with a beam of destruction, trying to tear apart this invisible suppression. However, crack. The armor on his body shattered. Crack. His horn broke. Puff. Qing Yan spat out a large mouthful of blue blood, his body crushed, as if by millions of divine mountains, his bones fracturing inch by inch. He stared wide-eyed with his golden vertical pupils fixating on Yi and using his last bit of strength to roar, my clan. The ancient emperor will not let this go. His words were left unfinished. Yinan's hand pressed down completely. Bang! Qing Yan's body exploded in midair into a cloud of blue blood mist. Along with his primordial spirit, he was annihilated. A gust of wind blew, dispersing the blood mist. The sky returned to clarity. Sunlight fell upon the streets of Source City, illuminating the corpse of that human sage and countless dazed faces. Yinan withdrew his hand, hunching over, slowly descending. He still walked very slowly, stumbling slightly when he landed, as if he might fall at any moment. He walked to the corpse, glanced at it again. Then he turned and walked towards the city gate. Throughout, he did not look at anyone around him. As if the annihilation of 3 ancient clan powerhouses was merely swatting a few flies. The street, everyone stared blankly at that hunched figure, watching him stagger step by step towards the city gate, disappearing at the end of the street. 10 breaths passed. Boom! The entire Source City erupted. Dead. Dead. 3 ancient clan powerhouses. All dead. That old man. Who is he? What is his cultivation level? Great sage? No, at least a quasi-emperor. Only a quasi-emperor could so casually wipe out a sage king. My heavens! Does our human race have such existences? Just now I cursed him for his coffin scent. A young cultivator's face turned pale, legs weak. Will he? You're overthinking it. Those kinds of existences wouldn't care about the barking of an ant. Shock, ecstasy, fear. Countless emotions spread among the crowd. The few young family members sitting on the ground turned red and pale, ashamed, to the point of wanting to find a hole to crawl into. They actually mocked a being, at least a great sage, perhaps even a quasi-emperor. It was like dancing on the brink of the abyss. While more people trembled with excitement, the ancient 10,000 clans emerged. Overwhelming pressure. The human sage was killed in seconds, and everyone was shrouded in despair. Yet in the blink of an eye, 3 ancient clan powerhouses were subdued by a mysterious old man with a wave of his hand. What is this? This is hope. The human race still has powerhouses. There is still a foundation to counter the ancient 10,000 clans. The news spread like a hurricane, instantly reaching every corner of Source City. Then, through messaging jade symbols, flying swords, and secret realm passages, it furiously spread throughout the entire northern region, towards the eastern wilderness, towards the entire Emperor's burial star. In northern region Source City, an unnamed old man appeared, suspected to be a quasi-emperor, who subdued 3 ancient ancestral kings with a wave of his hand. The hidden strong of the human race emerged to counter the ancient clans. The return of the ancient 10,000 clans has been obstructed. The human race still has foundation. One piece of news after another exploded in the ears of countless human forces like thunder. The celestial profound sacred land, the Yaoqi sacred land, the Leaf family of the imperial clan, the Lei family, the Feng clan, and other top human forces, as well as the major factions of the demon race. Each immortal legacy was stirred, the higher-ups shaken, and emergency meetings convened. Yinan had already stepped out of Yuan City and arrived at a desolate mountain 100 miles outside the city. He found a piece of green stone to sit on and coughed a few times. This time he coughed up blood. The dark red blood fell onto the stone, corroding a small pit. Indeed, the primordial spirit is still too weak. Yinan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and murmured to himself. Using physical strength imposes a considerable burden on the primordial spirit. Just now in those 3 strikes, he had indeed only used physical strength. Even a body at the Emperor level, even when merely moving casually, harbors the power to destroy heaven and earth. Erasing a few saints and saint kings is no more difficult than breathing. However, his primordial spirit is still at the quasi-emperor level and is in a decayed state due to the injuries from the Tao. The mismatch between his body and primordial spirit causes the latter to suffer backlash when he uses power. However, it is worth it. Yinan gazed toward the distant skyline, a glint of sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. The ancient races have finally been unable to contain themselves. 9,000 years ago, after his failure to ascend to the throne, he had sensed that there were movements in certain life-forbidden zones. That was the awakening of the ancient clans. He just didn't expect that they would choose to fully return in this era. This life is destined to be anything but peaceful. Yinan slowly closed his eyes, introspecting within himself. His body was still filled with boundless power, like a slumbering behemoth of the wilderness. Yet his primordial spirit was like a candle flickering in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing. Only 300 years of lifespan left. 300 years for mortals is several reincarnations, but for a quasi-emperor, it is merely a brief retreat. He must find a way to extend his life within these 300 years, or clear some obstacles for future generations before his lifespan ends. Just as he was pondering, ding, the familiar mechanical voice echoed again in his sea of consciousness. Detected that the pattern of the burial emperor star is about to change, and the opposing stance between the ancient races and the human race has begun to form. Detected that the host has slain 3 ancient ancestral kings: Qinglin clan, Saint King 1, Wing Demon clan, Saint 1, Stone Spirit clan, Saint 1. Task completion, evaluation perfect. Generating rewards. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the secret of the 9 mysteries. Buzz. An incredibly profound stream of information surged into Yinan's sea of consciousness in an instant. It was a supreme secret technique concerning life, healing, and resurrection. The secret of the Zhe character, one of the 9 mysteries, is known as the sacred method of healing that grants immortality. Cultivated to the extreme, it can allow one to be reborn from a drop of blood with the primordial spirit unextinguished. As long as a trace of true spirit remains, one can reshape their body and live again. Yinan suddenly opened his eyes. A terrifying brilliance erupted from his murky eyes. The secret of the Zhe. His voice trembled. Not fear but excitement. The 9 mysteries which he had pursued for thousands of years had only yielded the incomplete Xing character secret and Dou character secret. And the secret of the Zhe was precisely what he needed. Because the secret of the Zhe could not only heal, but also extend life. Nourishing himself with the laws of life, repairing Dao injuries, and reigniting the flame of life. The system is quite insightful. Yinan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He knew that the appearance of the secret of the Zhe would completely change his fate. 300 years of lifespan. If he could cultivate the secret of the Zhe, he could at least live another 500, perhaps even 1,000 years. If he could completely repair his Dao injuries and reignite the flame of life, he might even be able to challenge the throne once more. Cultivation. Yinan did not hesitate at all, directly sitting cross-legged, to begin comprehending the secret of the Zhe in his sea of consciousness. The desolate mountain was silent with the wind howling. In the distance, the noise of Yuan City faintly echoed. The human race was celebrating and cheering. Meanwhile, Yinan had completely immersed himself in the profound laws of life. A faint green halo began to emerge around him. The halo was weak, but contained an overwhelming light. The surrounding withered wild grass began to visibly turn green, sprouting and blooming. The desolate mountain was coming to life. and Yinan's decayed aura was gradually fading. Meanwhile, in various places on the Burial Emperor star, dark currents surged. In the depths of a crimson wasteland in the north region, under 10,000 feet underground, an ancient altar slowly lit up. Surrounding the altar stood dozens of figures sealed by divine sources. Among them, one was evidently a powerful figure of the Qinglin clan, exuding an aura 100 times stronger than Qin Yan. That was a great sage. Qin Yan's soul lamp has been extinguished. A wave of divine thought echoed in the altar. The human race, indeed, still has hidden powerhouses. Investigate. The 10-day deadline remains unchanged, but postpone advancement. Wait until the ancestral kings have completely awakened. In this life, the human race shall perish. The divine thought dissipated and the altar returned to silence. Only the auras of those figures sealed by divine sources slowly recovered. In the eastern wilderness at the sacred land of shaking light, several elderly men with white hair and beards sat facing each other atop a floating celestial mountain, raising a hand to erase a saint king, at least at the peak of the great sage level, and might even be a quasi-emperor. I've searched through ancient texts, but there is no record of this person. Could it be a self-proclaimed old monster awakening in this life? Regardless, this is a good thing. The ancient races are coming in full force, and with this senior around, our human race has at least a fighting chance. Send word down to fully search for the whereabouts of this senior, but remember, do not disturb, only show respect. Understood. In the depths of the palace of the ancient Hua dynasty in central continent, a middle-aged man in a dragon robe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the north region. Quasi-emperor. He muttered, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. This life is indeed not simple. Proclaim my decree, open the national treasury, take out that 3-year-old dragon blood ginseng, and send it to the north region as a gift to that senior. Your Majesty, the dragon blood ginseng is a sacred medicine for extending life. We do as I say. The middle-aged man turned around, his gaze stern. Compared to a sacred medicine, the goodwill of a quasi-emperor is more important. Understood. In the western desert at Mount Shumi, the Buddha light shone brightly and chants echoed. An old monk opened his eyes, gazed toward the east, and sighed deeply. A great calamity is approaching, and my Buddha is compassionate. Send word to all temples starting today, all monks shall enter closed-door meditation and chant scriptures only emerging during the calamity. Understood. In the southern ridge at the Demon Emperor's palace, in an ancient bronze hall, several figures concealed in darkness discussed. The human race has produced a quasi-emperor, and the ancient clans are awakening. This life is becoming increasingly interesting. How should our demon race position ourselves? Watch and wait. Wait for the return of the Demon Emperor. Yinan was still on that desolate mountain, quietly comprehending the secret of the Jia. The green halo around him grew denser. The surroundings had transformed into an oasis. Flowers bloomed everywhere, and grass and trees grew wildly. And the wrinkles on his face seemed to have faded a bit. Though it was just a bit, it marked the beginning of reversing life and death. As the setting sun sank in the west, the remnants of sunlight were like blood. Yinan slowly opened his eyes. He extended his hand, looking at his still emaciated palm. Then, with a thought, a faint green glow emerged from his palm. The glow was gentle, yet contained overwhelming vitality. The scar on his palm, a mark left from his attempt to ascend to the throne 9,000 years ago, had not healed for nearly 9,000 years. At this moment, under the illumination of that green light, the scar was gradually fading. Upon the desolate mountain, verdant vitality gradually swelled. Yinan sat cross-legged upon a moss-covered boulder, enveloped in a faint emerald aura. The characters of the Jia character secret flowed ceaselessly within his consciousness, each glyph resonating with the profound essence of life itself. 9,000 years had passed, and for the first time he sensed the faintest stirring in that Tao wound, which had nearly shattered him utterly. Minute as it was real, but it was enough. Using the law of life as catalyst, reconstructing primordial essence to mend the Tao wound. Yinan silently recited the core tenet of the Jia character's secret, his withered hands weaving a sacred mudra before his chest. Emerald light spilled from his fingertips, coursing along his meridians and pervading his entire body. Where it flowed, long-dried and severed channels began ever so slowly to reknit themselves. The sensation resembled parched earth meeting spring rain, gentle yet undeniably life-giving. Cough, cough. Yinan spat another mouthful of blood. This time its hue was no longer dull crimson, but carried a glimmer of vivid vitality. A favorable omen. Wiping the blood from his lips, he closed his eyes once more and resumed cultivation. Time slipped away in profound silence. Day after day, then 3 days passed. Around the desolate mountain flora burgeoned with astonishing vigor. Wild grasses that once reached only to the knee now towered over a man. flowers blooming out of season unfurled in vibrant competition. An overwhelming aura of life radiated outward from yin and pulsing like a sovereign heartbeat across the land. 100 li, 1,000 li. Across the entire northern wastelands, even the most barren reaches seemed to breathe anew, imbued with subtle, undeniable vitality. Meanwhile, across the emperor-bearing star sects and clans stirred with unprecedented unrest. News of the Source City battle ignited like wildfire across the eastern wastelands, and swiftly spread to central continent western deserts and southern ridges. An unnamed elder, possibly a sovereign emperor-level cultivator, subdued 3 ancient patriarchs with a single gesture. This report set human cultivators' blood aflame, and plunged great sects into sleepless anxiety. At Yaoguang Holy Land, atop a floating immortal peak, the Grand Assembly Hall hung heavy with solemnity. 7 venerable elders, their beards and hair snow-white, sat in silent symmetry. Upon the central dais sat a middle-aged man clad in a star-embroidered Taoist robe, Yaoguang's Holy Lord Ji Wuya. At the apex of Saint King cultivation, merely half a step shy of the great Saint realm, Ji Wuya lowered his gaze and asked, voice low and resonant, still no word. An intelligence elder rose, offering a wry, helpless smile. Holy Lord, after that day the elder vanished beyond Source City's outskirts. We deployed every informant at our command, even summoned senior elders from the Heavens Mechanism Pavilion to divine his whereabouts, yet found nothing. Even the Heavens Mechanism Pavilion failed to divine him, another elder frowned. They could not, the intelligence elder shook his head. Elder Liu of the pavilion said the elder seemed shrouded in an impenetrable mist. Any divination art cast upon him simply vanishes without trace. Silence descended upon the hall. After a long pause, the eldest among them, the one whose breath carried the weight of primordial antiquity, spoke slowly. Only 2 possibilities exist. All eyes turned toward him. First, his cultivation is peerless, reaching the zenith of sovereign emperor attainment, his Tao principles perfectly harmonized, thus shielding him from all celestial reckoning. Second, the elder paused, and a flash of sharp insight lit his clouded eyes. He possesses a supreme artifact capable of veiling celestial fate. Whichever is true, Ji Wuya declared, voice like tempered steel, this elder is no ordinary being. He rose and strode to the hall's edge, gazing into the endless sea of clouds. The ancient Myriad clans have emerged, and their intent is hostile. The Azure Scale clan, Winged Demon clan, Stone Spirit clan, they are but vanguards. According to ancient records, during the primordial age, dozens of mighty royal lineages flourished, each boasting sovereign emperors, and some even harboring slumbering ancient emperors. That they choose this era to return signals a grand design. Yaoguang Holy Land traces its lineage to the wild ancient age. Through generation after generation, our holy lords have sworn to protect humanity. Now, as cataclysm looms, this elder's emergence is humanity's last best hope. Issue my decree, open the Holy Land's treasury, retrieve the 3 immortality-prolonging sacred herbs, and that vial of stellar essence, and dispatch them immediately to the northern wastelands. Holy Lord, cried an elder in alarm. Stellar essence is the distilled quintessence of generations of holy lords at the moment of transcendence. It is our final legacy. Issue my decree, open the Holy Land's treasury, retrieve the 3 immortality-prolonging sacred herbs, and that vial of stellar essence, and dispatch them immediately to the northern wastelands. There is no but. Ji Wuya cut him off. When catastrophe descends, humanity must stand united, or be crushed clan by clan. That this elder struck down ancient clans proves his heart holds humanity dear. This grace, we must meet it with grace. Yes. The elders bowed in unison. At Yaoqi Holy Land, beside the mist-shrouded Yaoqi Lake, several white-robed women stood in quiet reverence. Foremost among them was a woman of transcendent beauty and ethereal grace, like a celestial maiden descended from the 9th heaven. Yaoqi's holy matriarch Shiwangmu. Holy matriarch, Yaoguang Holy Land has already acted, murmured a female elder voice, hushed. Shiwangmu gave a slight nod, her gaze resting upon the lotus blossoms blooming upon the lake's surface. That elder cultivates the law of life, she murmured softly. Our peaches of immortality may serve him well. Holy matriarch, the peach tree blooms once every 3,000 years, and bears fruit only after another 3 millennia. Only 9 fruits remain upon its boughs, the very keystone anchoring Yaoqi's celestial fortune. Hesitated an aged matriarch. Fortune? Shiwangmu smiled, a smile tinged with quiet sorrow. If humanity falls, what fortune remains for Yaoqi? Turning to the assembly, she commanded, take 3 peaches of immortality, and also the branch of tear green gold, and send them northward. Tear green gold, gasped the others. That was a divine material fit for forging supreme emperor weapons. Yaoqi had guarded but a single fragment for 1,000,000 years. If it saves humanity, what is one divine fragment? Shi Mu waved her hand. Go. The Ji clan, the Jiang clan, the Feng clan. One immortal lineage after another stirred into motion. Immortality prolonging herbs, divine spirit sources, ancient scriptures, divine materials. Countless treasures so rare they would make saints envious were drawn from treasuries and dispatched northward. Their sole purpose to locate the nameless elder and extend sincere goodwill. Even reclusive ageless masters were roused from seclusion. In central continent upon a barren solitary peak an old Taoist, his robes tattered, his hair wild as a startled crow's nest, awoke from slumber. He calculated with finger and thumb, a spark of keen awareness flickered in his cloudy eyes. A sovereign emperor rises, the ancient clans return. Ha ha, this era promises intrigue. He rose, brushed dust from his robes, and stepped forward, vanishing into the void. Deep within the demon sovereign palace in southern ridges a pair of colossal golden eyes opened in the darkness. A human sovereign emperor. It appears the contest for emperorship this era shall not lack worthy contenders. At the summit of Mount Shumi in the western deserts an aged monk gazed eastward and sighed deeply. Catastrophe arises, catastrophe subsides, karma is born, karma dissolves. Amitabha Buddha. However, just as the various human forces were actively searching for Yi and attempting to latch onto this great power deep within the northern region beneath the crimson wasteland lay a depth of 10,000 zhang. The divine source on the altar shattered piece by piece. Crack, crack. The sounds of shattering echoed one after another. 2 figures, 3 figures. A total of 18 silhouettes emerged from the divine source. They were diverse in form. Some bore wings, some had singular horns, while others were covered in armored scales. But without exception, they all emanated a terrifying aura. The weakest among them was a saint king. Among them 3 figures possessed an aura as profound as the abyss, unfathomable. Great saints. 3 great saints. Qing Yan is dead, spoke a figure from an ancient clan adorned with golden wings and a crown, his voice icy. He was Jin Peng Wang's great saint Jin Lingxiao. Not only is he dead, but the last image sent before his soul lamp extinguished showed that his killer was an elder from the human race. Another figure covered in black carapace resembling a humanoid beetle spoke. He was He Jiachang's great saint Heisha. To wipe out a saint king with a mere gesture requires at least a peak great saint, or even a quasi-emperor. The 3rd great saint spoke. This was a woman clad in rainbow feathers, her beauty striking, yet her eyes were cold like those of a serpent. The great saint of the feathered serpent clan, Kai Lin. Quasi-emperor. Jin Lingxiao sneered. The vanguard has confirmed that it is impossible for the human race to possess a quasi-emperor. Do not underestimate them, He Sha said solemnly. That human elder is no simple character. No matter how formidable, he is merely one person. Kai Lin's serpent-like eyes flickered. In our ancient times, 36 royal clans have awakened in this era, each with a great saint in command. And among the most powerful clans, some even have quasi-emperor ancestors in slumber. She gazed towards the deepest part of the altar. There 3 of the largest divine sources remained. Each one stood 10 zhang tall, the figure sealed within, exuding an aura so terrifying it made even the great saint's hearts tremble. That is, a quasi-emperor. The ancestor of the Qinglin clan is awakening swiftly, Kai Lin whispered. As if to validate her words, one of the divine sources suddenly trembled. Crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of the divine source. Following that, a second, a third. Boom, the divine source exploded. A blue figure emerged from the divine source. He stood 9 feet tall, covered in azure golden scales, each scale etched with ancient runes. He bore 2 horns curving skyward akin to the true dragon's horns. As his eyes opened, golden pupils revealed the illusions of the sun, moon, and stars. A quasi-emperor. A living quasi-emperor. I pay my respects to the ancestor. On the altar, all the ancient clans knelt in unison, even the 3 great saints bowed their proud heads. The ancestor of the Qinglin clan, Qing Ming. He had stepped into the realm of quasi-emperor during the ancient era, slumbering for 1,000,000 years, and now, awakened. Qing Ming slowly raised his head, gazing into the void. His gaze seemed to penetrate through layers of earth across the wasteland, viewing the entire northern region and the entire burial emperor star. This era has arrived. He spoke, his voice resonating as if echoing from ancient times, carrying the weight of the ages. The human race remains as weak as ever. He extended his hand, gently grasping. Boom. The entire northern region shifted color. A terrifyingly extreme pressure erupted from deep within the wasteland, shooting skyward. The sky turned azure. The clouds shattered. The laws wailed. Countless human cultivators at this moment felt as if they were being crushed by an ancient divine mountain struggling to breathe. Quasi-emperor. It is the aura of a quasi-emperor, an ancient being. A quasi-emperor has awakened. It's over. The human race is finished. Panic spread like a plague. Yuan City. The human cultivators who had just been invigorated by Yinan's arrival now wore expressions of despair. The pressure was too terrifying. It was more than 100 times stronger than the Saint King's pressure from Qingyan that day. It was a crushing level of life. It was the fear of an ant facing a dragon. Elder. Where is that elder? Quickly find him. Only he can save us. Yes. Find the elder. Countless people rushed out of the city, frantically searching for Yinan's trace. However, Yinan seemed to have evaporated from the world with no news at all. On the desolate mountain, Yinan slowly opened his eyes. He sensed the aura of the quasi-emperor. It was strong. Quasi-emperor's second heaven. Or perhaps third heaven. Yinan assessed the opponent's cultivation. If it were in peak condition, he could easily obliterate such an opponent with a mere gesture. But now, he looked down at his own palm. The character secret had been practiced for 3 days, yet the Tao injuries had only healed less than 1/10 a santh. His lifespan had increased by about 10 years. A drop in the ocean. Not enough, Yinan murmured to himself. He needed time. At least 3 months to bring the character secret to minor success, to heal 1% of the Tao injuries, and to extend his lifespan by 100 years. But the opponent clearly would not give him this time. Cough, cough. He coughed again. The blood he coughed up was now completely red. The character secret was working, but it wasn't fast enough. I must find a place to enter seclusion. Yinan stood up, looking toward the direction from which the pressure emanated. There a blue beam of light shot into the sky, piercing through heaven and earth. That was the quasi-emperor declaring his return, announcing to the entire burial emperor star the ancient clans have returned. I will observe the changes. His current state was too poor, if forcing a confrontation, even if victorious, would worsen his Tao injuries, a loss outweighing the gain. Let's see what tasks and rewards the system will provide. Yinan turned and stepped forward, vanishing into the void. In the northern region, deep within the wasteland, Qingming stood on the altar, sensing the laws of heaven and earth. This era's heaven and earth are very suitable for cultivation, he spoke softly. Perhaps in this era, I can take that step, achieving the Tao and becoming emperor. Congratulations, ancestor. The ancient clans below congratulated in unison. Qingming waved his hand, gazing southward. That was the heartland of the human race. Has that human elder been found? Replying to the ancestor, he has not yet been located. Jin Lingxiao bowed. The major human factions are also searching for him, but there have been no results. Qingming chuckled coldly. Those who hide their heads and show their tails are not worth worrying about. He looked up at the sky, a hint of killing intent flashing in his golden pupils. Deliver my orders. The Tindui deadline remains unchanged. If the human race does not withdraw from the northern region in 10 days, kill without mercy. Understood. A terrifying killing intent swept across heaven and earth. In the entire northern region, all beings felt a bone-chilling cold. The human race faced a grave crisis. In Zhongzhou, the ancient Hua dynasty. Deep within the imperial palace, Ji Wuyo and the ancient Hua emperor sat facing each other. Both wore grim expressions. The quasi-emperor of the Qinglin clan has awakened, the ancient Hua emperor said in a deep voice. It is a true quasi-emperor, not one of the newly initiated kind. I know. Ji Wuyo nodded. Is there still no news of that elder? None. The ancient Hua emperor shook his head. It's as if he has evaporated from the world. The two fell silent. After a while, Ji Wuyo slowly spoke. If that elder does not appear, what will happen to the human race? The ancient Hua emperor looked at him, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Then we shall fight. Our human race, inheriting from the ancients, has survived countless calamities, never truly perishing. If the ancient clans wish to annihilate our human race, let them see how hot-blooded the human race is. Ji Wuyo nodded firmly. The sacred land of Yaoguang is willing to advance and retreat with the ancient Hua dynasty. Good. In the west desert on Mount Shumi, an old monk gazed northward and sighed deeply. Calamity, calamity, indeed. He turned and looked at the 3,000 monks behind him. From today onward, Mount Shumi is to be sealed. Seal the mountain. A monk questioned, Master, with the great calamity approaching the human race, shouldn't our Buddhist sect emerge to help them through the tribulation? Help them through the tribulation. The old monk chuckled bitterly. This tribulation cannot be passed. That quasi-emperor is Qingming of the Qinglin clan. During the ancient era, he achieved the Tao through slaughter, with countless human souls perishing under his command. In this era, upon his awakening, the first to perish will be the human race. Though our Buddhist sect is strong, facing a quasi-emperor. The old monk did not finish his sentence. But everyone understood. The Buddhist sect chose to retreat. In the south ridge at the demon emperor's palace, the master of the golden eyes let out a low laugh. The human race is doomed. Send word down, the demon race shall remain still. Wait. Wait for the human race and the ancient clans to suffer mutual destruction. At the bottom of Zongshan Abyss, chaotic miasma swirled, and time itself warped. Yinan sat cross-legged beside a twisted rift in the void, verdant life energy, suffusing his body as the laws of life flowed through him like tangible substance. Within his emaciated frame, a subtle, yet resolute transformation was taking place. The Tao wound, a festering fissure that had clung to his bones for 9,000 years, was being coaxed closed by the nourishment of the Zhizi's secret healing at an agonizingly slow pace. 1 day here equaled 100 days outside. Such was the nature of Zongshan Abyss. Time ran askew. Yinan had been secluded for 7 days, the equivalent of nearly 2 years in the outer world. He exhaled a ragged breath. The vapor was tainted with dark red streaks of blood, the impurities congealed from his Tao wound. When he opened his eyes, a sliver of clarity shone within their murk. The Tao wound has healed by 10% lifespan, has been extended by 100 years. Yinan lowered his gaze to his palm. The skin remained withered, yet a faint flush of life had returned beneath the surface. 100 years was still fleeting for a quasi-emperor. At least he had room to breathe. Not enough yet. He stared into the abyss where the mist grew thicker and the fabric of time more unruly. Their time flowed even faster. Deeper. Yinan rose and took a step, vanishing into the chaotic air. Meanwhile, the world beyond was already convulsing. It was the 7th day since Qingming, the quasi-emperor of the Qinglin clan, had awakened. In Beiyu, at the edge of the Qihong wasteland, a makeshift bronze palace hovered in the sky, 18 terrifying silhouettes standing sentinel around it. They were the 18 Taigu ancestor kings, 7 sages, 8 sage kings, 3 great sages. Within the palace, Qingming sat high upon his throne, his golden vertical pupils sweeping the world below. 7 days have passed. His voice was flat, yet it carried across all of Beiyu. The human race has not evacuated. Below, Jinping great sage Jin Lingxiao bowed and reported, Ancestor, the major human powers are gathering forces. It seems they intend to resist. Resist? Qingming laughed, cold and dismissive. With what? Those few sage kings. According to scouts, intoned He Jiachong great sage Haisha in a grave voice, the human race has marshaled reserves from various sacred lands and noble houses. They appear to be summoning Ji Dao Di weapons. Qingming's eyes flickered at the words, then congealed into scorn. Weapons left by human emperors? It was troublesome, but he did not seem truly worried. He raised a hand, and a cyan talisman appeared in his palm. At its emergence, the entire palace trembled. Our Qinglin clan's ancient imperial weapon, the Qinglong Ji, is awakening as well. An ancient imperial weapon, an extremal D weapon of the old emperors. Qingming issued his decree, his voice turning ice cold. At sunrise tomorrow, if the human race has not withdrawn, begin at Yuanqing and slaughter the city. Slaughter the human settlements of Beiyu, and with their blood offer tribute to my clan's ancient imperial weapon. Yes, 18 ancestor kings answered in unison, murder blazing in their eyes. News crashed like thunder through the halls of the human powers. Slaughter the city. Offer blood to the weapon. They sought the total annihilation of the human race. At Yaowang's sanctum, in its council hall, representatives of nearly every top power in Dongwang had Yaowang Saint Lord Ji Ya Yaoqi Holy Mother, Shi Wangmu Ji family head, Ji Haoyue Jiang family head, Jiang Hung Feng, Clan Shi Feng Wuhan. Each was a figure whose mere step could shake Dongwang. Yet each face was grave. Ji Ya's voice hoarse. Qingming intends to butcher a city. Sunrise tomorrow is the deadline. Jiang Heng asked, has that senior been found? No, Shi Wangmu shook her head. Zongshan Abyss, forbidden zones of life, ancient ruins. Every place we could search. No trace. Silence fell. After a long moment, Feng Wuhan ground his teeth. Are we to simply sit and await extermination? Ji Haoyue snorted, sit and die. My Ji clan descends from the Void Emperor. We will not allow the ancient clans to butcher us. He rose, eyes like lightning, and cried, bring forth the D weapons. At those 3 words the hall rocked. Ji family head, do not be rash, an elder warned. Extremal D weapons control fate. Once used, the consequences are unpredictable. If we do not use them, the human race will be slaughtered tomorrow. Ji Haoyue roared. What consequence could be worse than the extinction of our people, eh? Shi Wangmu, who had spoken little, rose slowly. Clad in snow-white robes, her tone calm, but resolute, she said, Yaoqi will summon forth the Shihuang Tower. Yaowang's sanctum present the Yaowang mirror, Ji Ya intoned. Jiang family bring forth the Hengyu furnace, Jiang Heng stood. Feng clan present the Fengshan fan. Feng Wuhan ground his teeth. 4 extremal D weapons, almost all of Dongwang's known might. Not enough. A hoary voice came from outside the hall. They turned to see a shabby Taoist in threadbare robes, hair wild as a nest, shuffling into the chamber. Senior Tianji Zi. Gya exclaimed and hurried to bow. Tianjizi, a reclusive great sage of the human race, had lived nearly 10,000 years and mastered the divination of heavenly secrets. He long ago renounced worldly affairs. For D weapons will not frighten Qingming, Tianjizi said, scratching his ear. That old mud skipper has an ancient imperial weapon of his own. Faces drained of color. However, Tianjizi chuckled. Our human inheritance is not limited. He glanced toward Zhongzhou. The Guhua dynasty's Runhuang seal should be coaxed awake. Then he looked toward Shimo. Those monks of Mount Xumi may be cowardly, but their Xiangma Zhu can be borrowed. Finally his gaze fell to Nanling. As for the demon clans, how I have my methods. You mean we should? Shi Wang's eyes brightened. Bring forth every D weapon that can be summoned. Tianjizi's jest vanished. His face grew unusually grave. Place them on display and tell those ancient clans plainly. The human race is not devoid of heritage. If you wish to wage war, then be prepared for D weapons to clash and to risk shattering half of Zombie Star. At dawn the next day, above the border between Beiyu and Zhongzhou, 7 figures stood shoulder to shoulder: Gya, Shi Wang, Liao Wang, Saint Lord Jiang Yuan, Feng Wuhan, Tianjizi, and a middle-aged man in dragon robes, the Guhua Emperor. Before them hovered 7 artifacts: an ancient mirror whose surface was chaos itself reflecting the heavens, a stone tower of 9 tiers, each seeming to house a seated immortal spirit. A divine furnace roared with flames that could sear heaven and boil seas. A jade fan whose beating summoned roaring vortices that rent the void. A great seal bearing the characters Renhuang, exuding the majesty of a sovereign. A Xiangma Zhu bathed in Buddha light and accompanied by endless chants. And finally, a rust-streaked iron sword, its blade fissured and pitted, yet radiating a killing intent that made all the other D weapons tremble. The Zhuxian sword. Tianjizi regarded the iron blade with a complex look. Who would have thought the Tongtian sword sex madman actually dug this thing up? A cold voice drifted through the void. A flash of sword light coalesced into a white-haired swordsman who materialized by the iron sword. He was Dugu, by current sword master of the Tongtian sword sect at the peak of great sage. 7 figures, 7 D weapons. 6 were intact extremal D weapons. Only the Zhuxian sword was broken, yet its murderous will was the strongest of them all. Let us begin. The ancient Emperor Gu Hua took a deep breath, forming a seal with his hands. Buzz. The Emperor's seal trembled first. A golden light surged into the sky, transforming into a pillar of light that pierced through heaven and earth. Immediately, the mirror of the shaking light reversed chaos energy spread, reflecting the stars of the heavens. The 9 layers of the Western Emperor Tower lit up. Ethereal figures of immortals appeared, chanting ancient scriptures. Jiang Yulu's flames erupted, morphing into a fiery dragon spiraling into the 9 heavens. The wind god fan waved gently, and the fierce wind swept across thousands of miles, dispersing the clouds. The demon-subduing pestle radiated Buddha light, and a golden-bodied Arhat's ethereal figure appeared, hands clasped in prayer. Finally, clang! The extermination sword emitted a ringing sound. Though worn, the sword's intent soared to the heavens. The auras of the 7 imperial weapons were unleashed without reservation at this moment. Boom! The heavens and earth changed color. The entire Burial Emperor star, all living beings felt that destructive pressure. It was not the pressure of a quasi-emperor. It was the aura of a great emperor. The extreme laws were awakening. The power that once suppressed an era was declaring to the world. The human race still has heritage. In the northern region, the Bronze Palace. Qingming suddenly opened his eyes, a hint of shock flashing in his golden vertical pupils. 7 imperial weapons. He sensed them. 7 strands of extreme aura came from the direction of the human race, unabashed, even carrying provocation. Ancestor, is the human race about to? Jean Lingxiu's voice trembled slightly. When the imperial weapons clashed, that was a war that could truly shatter stars. Even a quasi-emperor must retreat in the face of awakened imperial weapons. They are demonstrating. Qingming slowly stood up, walked to the edge of the palace, gazing southward. 7 pillars of light soared into the sky, like 7 towering pillars standing between heaven and earth. Do they want to force me to concede with imperial weapons? He remained silent for a long time. Below, the 18 ancestors fell silent. Although they were strong, they were still insignificant in front of the awakened imperial weapons. Unless the ancient emperor's weapons fully awaken. Send the orders, Qingming finally spoke. Suspend the city slaughter plan. The ancestors breathed a sigh of relief. But Qingming turned his tone. Tell them that in 10 days at the northern regions, Yaoqi, sacred land, a conference of all races will be held. The human race and the ancient race will sit down and talk. What to talk about? Kailin asked. Talk about. A hint of mockery flashed in Qingming's golden vertical pupils. How to allocate the resources of the Burial Emperor star. If they do not come, he paused. The azure runes in his palm reappeared. Then we shall go to war. Yaoqi's sacred land. When the news arrived, the 7 imperial weapons had just retracted their auras. Conference of all races. Ji Wuyo frowned. This is a stalling tactic. Tianjizi sneered. That old mudfish is buying time, waiting for the ancient emperor's weapons to fully awaken. We know, but we have no choice. The Western Queen Mother sighed. Though the imperial weapons are strong, their awakening consumes too much. If a war truly breaks out, the human race cannot afford it. So, we can only talk. Jiang Heng's expression was grim. Talk. The ancient Emperor Gu Hua said in a deep voice. At the very least, it will buy us time. Time. Ji Haoyue looked at him. To find that senior's time. The ancient Emperor Gu Hua gazed towards the northern region. If he can appear with 1 quasi-emperor and 7 imperial weapons, we will have real bargaining chips for negotiation. What if we cannot find him? Feng Wuhan asked. Inside the great hall there was a silence. After a long time, Tianjizi slowly spoke. If we cannot find him, then we can only fight to the bitter end. Send the orders. The Western Queen Mother stood up, her voice weary. Promised them that in 10 days Yaoqi will hold the conference of all races. The news spread, and the human race was in an uproar. Conference of all races. Is this to divide our human territory? Why should we? The Burial Emperor's star has been the ancestral land of the human race since ancient times. Just because they have a quasi-emperor and the ancient emperor's weapons. Just because we cannot defeat them. Anger, humiliation, and unwillingness. But more than that, there was helplessness. With strength inferior to others, one can only bow down. This is the cruelest rule of the cultivation world. At the deepest part of the burial god abyss, time lost its meaning here, and space shattered into mirror-like cracks. Yinan sat cross-legged in a distorted space-time, surrounded by a rich green aura. After 15 days of closed-door cultivation, nearly 5 years had passed in the outside world. He slowly exhaled. The breath released, carrying faint golden-green light, spots, a manifestation of the life laws refined to their peak. Looking within himself, the Tao injuries were repaired by 2.5 points. Lifespan increased by 230 years. Still a little short of the target of 3 points. But Yinan had no more time. He sensed that the heavens and Earth's aura in the outside world were undergoing drastic changes. Powerful auras, rising from various places on the Burial Emperor's star, converging towards the northern region's Yaoqi. The conference of all races was to be held tomorrow. It's time to go out. Yinan opened his eyes. Those eyes, once murky, were now much clearer, though still aged, but a divine light was beginning to emerge within. He stood up. Inside his emaciated body, the bones emitted a series of faint cracking sounds. A body of imperial level, under the nourishment of the character secret, had its compatibility with the primordial spirit enhanced by a point. Though it was only a point, it was enough for him to unleash 30% of this Bodhi's power. 30% was sufficient. Yinan raised his hand, gently slicing through the temporal chaos before him. Sizzle, like the sound of fabric being torn. The temporal chaos, capable of slaughtering great saints, parted obediently under his hands, revealing a passage. At the end of the passage was the light of the outside world. He stepped out. In the northern region, at the edge of the wasteland, the atmosphere was suffocating. In the sky, divine rainbows occasionally flashed across, all heading towards Yaoqi. There were war chariots of the human race's sacred lands, ancient races' bronze ships, and alien beasts of the demon race soaring through the clouds. The conference of all races attracted the attention of the entire Burial Emperor star. 300 miles outside the Yaoqi's sacred land, in a temporarily set up tent, Ji Wuyo, the Western Queen Mother Tianjizi, and others gathered. The demon race has arrived. Tianjizi calculated with his fingers, chuckling. From the southern ridges, Demon Emperor Palace, 3 great saints have come, bearing the Demon Emperor's ruler. What about the bald donkey from the western desert? Feng Wuhan asked. The demon-subduing Pestle has arrived, but only one Arhut from the Shumi mountain came, saying, he is only here to guard, not to participate in the battle. Tianjizi curled his lips. A fence-sitter. Jiang Heng snorted coldly. That's not fair to say. The Western Queen Mother said softly, at such a time, being able to come is already showing kindness. Everyone fell silent. Indeed, in the face of a great calamity, those who could step forward were worthy of respect. That senior. Ji Haoyue looked at Tianjizi, still no news. Tianjizi shook his head. Rare for him to sigh. I have deduced 365 times, each time shrouded in mist. Either he is no longer on the Burial Emperor star, or what? Or his cultivation has reached a level that is beyond the scope of the heavenly machine. A serious look flashed in Tianjizi's eyes. If it's the latter, then perhaps we still have hope. Hope. Everyone looked towards the direction of Yaoqi, where the aura of the ancient race had already soared into the sky. Saints were like clouds, and saint kings like rain. The aura of the great saints was no less than 10. And in the very center, that green quasi-emperor's pressure, seemed to collapse the heavens, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Where is hope? The holy land of Yaoqi shrouded in ethereal mist. A place once serene and tranquil now bristled with palpable tension, as if swords were drawn and arrows knocked. Aloft in the ninth heaven floated the celestial palace, the Yaowang Hall, the sacred assembly hall of Yaoqi. Before the hall stretched a vast plaza paved with white jade, spacious enough to accommodate 10,000 souls. At this moment the plaza was sharply divided into two halves, the eastern side occupied by the human and demon clans. Yaoguang sect, Yaoqi sect, Ji clan, Jiang clan, Feng clan, Guhua, Imperial Dynasty, Tontian sword sect. Banners of humanity's immortal legacies snapped fiercely in the wind. At the forefront 7 phantom images of emperor-level weapons hovered midair, not yet fully awakened, yet their sovereign Tao aura still oppressed all directions. To the west stood the ranks of the primordial 10,000 clans. Qinglin clan, Jinping clan, Heijiachong clan, Yushin clan, Shiling clan, Yimo clan. Dozens of ancient royal lineages raised their banners in dense formation. Beneath each banner stood at least one saint-level ancestral king. And at their vanguard stood 3 towering figures, Jin Lingxiao, Heisha, and Kai Lin, 3 great sages. Behind them a verdant jade throne hovered in midair, upon which Qing Ming sat, motionless, eyes closed in quiet cultivation. The oppressive aura of a quasi-emperor weighed upon every heart like an invisible mountain. Around the plaza's periphery gathered countless minor sects and wandering cultivators from across Zongdi Star. So numerous, they formed a sea of figures numbering in the tens of thousands. They held their breath, dared not utter a loud word. This assembly would determine the future order of Zongdi Star, one misstep away from rivers of blood. In an unremarkable corner of the crowd stood Yi Nan, hunched clad in a tattered gray robe, utterly still. He had concealed all his aura, appearing no more than a frail, aging cultivator on the verge of life's end, come merely to witness the spectacle. Whispers rose nearby. Look, that is a quasi-emperor of the primordial clans. Merely sitting there makes it hard to draw breath. Though humanity wields 7 emperor-level weapons, such artifacts are lifeless things, no match for a living quasi-emperor. Will that elder who acted in Yuan City appear today? Who can say? Perhaps he has already fled into hiding. Yinan's expression remained impassive. His clouded gaze swept slowly across the assembly, lingering briefly upon the 7 emperor-level weapons, then pausing just so upon Qing Ming. Third realm of quasi-emperor. Yinan assessed inwardly. The ancient emperor-level weapon remains dormant, but its resonance is stirring. He withdrew his gaze, resuming the guise of an ordinary elder. The moment had not yet arrived. The hour is upon us, intoned a Yaoqi elder voice, ringing clear. Instantly silence descended like a shroud. The gates of Yaowang Hall swung open. Shi Wangmu and Ji Wuya emerged side by side, followed by representatives of humanity and the demon clans. All took their appointed seats. As hostess, Shi Wangmu spoke first. Her voice cool, calm, and crystalline. Today's grand assembly of 10,000 clans convenes to deliberate the future order of Zongdi Star. Let all bear the welfare of all living beings in mind, and uphold harmony above all. No sooner had her words faded than Jin Lingxiao scoffed from the primordial ranks, golden wings trembling faintly. No need for empty rhetoric, Shi Wangmo. He rose, surveying the assembly with imperial disdain, his voice thick with undisguised arrogance. We, the primordial 10,000 clans, have slumbered for 1,000,000 years, and now awaken only to reclaim what is ours by right. What is yours? Ji Wuya countered coldly. Zongdi Star has long been shared ground. No race holds sole claim. Long ago, Heisha laughed, a low, chilling sound. In epochs older still, this land was our ancestral domain. Humanity, merely latecomers, interlopers, livestock. At the word livestock, the human ranks erupted. Outrageous, arrogant, the primordial clan's overreach. Several human elders slammed their fists upon their seats, eyes blazing with fury. Even Shi Wangmu, ever composed, now wore a face of glacial severity. Brother Heisha, Shi Wangmu's voice turned arctic. Choose your words with care. Words. Kai Lin's serpentine pupils gleamed. Her voice honeyed, yet edged with frost. Did I speak falsely? In primordial times were humans not indeed our livestock. The law of the strong devouring the weak is the celestial principle itself. Now we return, to reclaim our ancestral lands. What injustice lies therein? She paused, her gaze sweeping across the human ranks, a mocking curl lifting at her lips. Or do you truly believe those lifeless emperor-level weapons suffice to stand against us? A resonant hum. 7 emperor-level weapons vibrated in unison, their sovereign Tao aura flickering like distant stars. From the primordial ranks, 18 ancestral kings stepped forward as one, their saintly auras merging into a vast, unbroken wall, clashing heated with the weapon's sovereign pressure. Tension coiled tighter than drawn bowstrings. Among the crowd, Yinan lifted his eyes, just slightly. He saw the rage burning in human eyes, and beneath it the quiet, suffocating weight of helplessness. Emperor-level weapons were mighty, but activating them consumed immense divine energy and demanded masters of supreme strength to anchor them. Humanity's strongest was Tianjizi, great sage peak realm. Yet across the way sat Qingming, quasi-emperor third realm. The gulf was too vast. This is the sorrow of inferior strength, Yi Nin mused inwardly. 9,000 years ago he too had known this despair. When his ascension to emperorhood failed, his Tao foundation shattered, and he hid deep in mountains licking his wounds while enemies reveled unpunished. Thus he understood humanity's anguish, now fury, humiliation, and utter paralyzing impotence. Upon the dais, Tianjizi slowly rose. The old Taoist, usually jesting and irreverent, now wore solemn gravity. Esteemed primordial elders, he declared, his voice carrying across the entire plaza, Zongdi star has endured myriad eons. Ages rise and fall, no race rules forever. An age of calamity. Qingming finally opened his eyes. His golden vertical pupils blazed like twin miniature suns. Wherever his gaze fell, space itself warped and trembled. Tianjizi, you who have lived millennia, surely grasp one immutable truth. His voice descended from the ninth heaven, resonant with absolute, unquestionable authority. Eras are written by the strong. We possess a quasi-emperor, an ancient emperor-level weapon, and scores of ancestral kings. And you, humanity, what do you possess? His gaze swept dismissively over the 7 emperor-level weapons, mere lifeless relics. You, Ji Haoyue, clenched his fists until nails bit deep into his palms. Defiant, Qingming looked down upon him, as one might regard an ant. Then prove your strength. Should humanity boast even one quasi-emperor, I shall treat you as equals. If not, he paused, enunciating each word with icy finality, then yield the north, nay, yield the east wasteland. This land was ours before time remembered names. The eastern wastelands. Null, the human cultivators, turned ashen-faced. In the northern region was already one of humanity's core resource zones. The eastern wastelands, however, were the cradle of humankind, home to countless sacred sects and ancient aristocratic clans. To cede the eastern wastelands was tantamount to uprooting humanity itself. Impossible, roared Emperor Gu Hua, his voice sharp with fury. The eastern wastelands are our ancestral land. Never shall we surrender them. Then let us fight, Qingming said calmly, as though speaking of a trivial matter. Fight until you submit. Fight until your entire race is extinguished. Bare, unadulterated killing intent surged forth. Na's sovereign emperor's aura erupted like a collapsing heavens bearing down upon the human formation. 7 emperor-level weapons blazed simultaneously, their primordial laws reawakening, barely holding back that crushing pressure. Yet all knew it was only temporary. Should true war erupt, emperor-level weapons clashing, the first to perish would be ordinary cultivators, then billions of mortals. Silence. Na, deathly silence. The humans' faces hardened into ashen masks, yet no one dared refute him. For Qingming spoke only truth. When strength falls short, so too does voice. What? Kailin laughed, a sound like silver bells, yet piercing and cruel. Have not humans always boasted of their backbone? Why then have you all fallen mute today? Nor are you waiting for something? Jin Lingxiao swept his gaze across the assembly, voice dripping with mockery. Waiting for that old master who intervened in Yuan City. That coward who hides his face and dares not reveal himself. Silence. Feng Wuheng bellowed, enraged. How dare you insult such a venerable elder? An insult. Jin Lingxiao burst into thunderous laughter. What if I do insult him? If he truly possessed power, why does he not appear today? Is he afraid? Or already dead? Among the human ranks, clenched teeth betrayed fury, but no rebuttal came. For Yinan had indeed not appeared. Tianjizi had secretly divined countless times, yet each attempt dissolved into impenetrable mist. That elder had vanished, as if erased from the mortal realm. Could it be? He truly would not come. Despair, cold and inexorable, began to spread like floodwater. At that moment Qingming spoke once more. I grant you one chance. He rose slowly, his 9-foot frame casting a colossal shadow. Since you refuse to yield, we shall abide by the ancient law: strength decides all. From this day forth a martial arena shall be erected outside the Jade Pool. 3 matches each for immortals, immortal kings, and great saints. He paused, golden vertical pupils glinting with faint amusement. And finally, a sovereign emperor match. Should humanity win even a single bout, I shall never again raise the matter of the eastern wastelands. If not, Ni's voice turned glacial, from this day onward humanity shall withdraw from the eastern wastelands. Violators will be executed without mercy. Sovereign emperor match. And those 3 words struck every heart like a hammer blow. And the humans exchanged stricken glances, faces drained of color. Immortals, immortal kings, great saints. Humanity might still muster formidable champions for those tiers. And but a sovereign emperor, and across all humanity the sole known sovereign emperor, openly acknowledged, was that mysterious elder who had acted in Yuan City. Yet he had vanished. And what? Afraid to accept? He Sha sneered. Or does humanity possess no sovereign emperor at all? Mockery, blunt, unrestrained mockery. And the ancient clans erupted in jeering laughter, harsh and grating. And within the human ranks fists tightened, nails biting deep into palms, blood welling crimson. Humiliation. An unbearable humiliation. Yet what could they do? And accept? And where would they find a sovereign emperor? And refuse, and concede the eastern wastelands outright. An impossible dilemma. And, among the crowd, Yinan's eyes narrowed slightly. And he sensed humanity's despair, and the ancient clan's arrogance. Sovereign emperor match. And he murmured softly. Ni's Dao Wound had healed 2.5 tenths, his lifespan extended by 230 years. And with full exertion, he could likely channel roughly 4 tenths of this emperorbity's latent power. Enough to subdue a third-tier sovereign emperor. And but the cost would be severe. His Dao wound might worsen, his lifespan would plummet precipitously. And was it worth it? Yinan gazed upon the elders on the high platform. Some young, some aged, some burning with fury, others hollow with despair. Yet without exception, each pair of eyes held an ember of defiance. Defiance born of racial survival. And defiance anchored in dignity's last line. And like himself 9,000 years ago, knowing full well that ascending to emperorhood might mean annihilation, yet charging forward without hesitation. For some things outweigh life itself. And enough, Nine sighed softly. And slowly he straightened his spine. And though still bent, that instant saw the stench of imminent decay, of a body nearing its end, fade just slightly. His gaze lifted, to the high platform, to the figure seated upon the azure jade throne. And the echo of Qing Ming's "execute without mercy" still trembled in the air. The ancient clan's mocking laughter had yet to fully subside. And VRRM. A faint ripple in space unfurled across the white jade plaza between the human and ancient clan formations. And so subtle, and so delicate that even the Shi Huang pagoda floating above the jade pool, its celestial radiance undisturbed, did not flicker. Yet precisely at the ripple's center, Na hunched ash-gray-robed figure materialized without warning. And as if he had stood there all along, unseen. Yinan. And he wore the same tattered gray robe, his back-bowed hair thin, and snow-white face etched with crevices deeper than ravines. And to all appearances he was indistinguishable from any ordinary destitute elder cultivator, on the very brink of extinction. He even coughed softly. And cough, and the sound shattered the silence. And countless gazes converged upon him, bewildered, uncertain. In the ancient clan ranks Jin Lingxiao blinked. Then, as if witnessing the greatest absurdity imaginable, his lips stretched into a grin. Where did this doddering old? Ni's voice died mid-sentence. For Yinan had raised his head. Ni's clouded gaze traversed hundreds of zhang, calm, unwavering, landing squarely upon the azure jade throne. And landing upon Qing Ming. In that instant, Qing Ming's golden vertical pupils contracted into needle-thin slits. And ancient primal terror, unfelt for 1,000,000 years, flooded him like icy water, seizing his entire being. Flee. And he must flee. And that thought detonated within his consciousness. And Yinan moved. And he took a single step forward. One step. And no divine light. No Tao principles. No thunderous rupture of space. And like an ordinary man walking on flat ground. Yet the moment his foot settled, his figure stood before the azure jade throne. Face to face with Qing Ming. And within arm's reach. And Qing Ming could trace every wrinkle upon Yinan's face, could smell the faint earthy scent of decay. Yet this seemingly withered frame made every scale upon his body bristle backward. And you. And Qing Ming managed only that single syllable. Yinan raised his hand. Na skeletal claw-like hand, slow, deliberate, reaching for Qing Ming's throat. And excruciatingly slow. So slow that every observer, from immortals to immortal kings, even great saints, could trace the precise path of that hand through the air. Yet Qing Ming felt his surrounding space-time, even the fundamental laws of heaven and earth, frozen utterly still. Ni's sovereign emperor's spiritual energy raged within him, straining desperately to break free. His forehead's dragon horn blazed with azure gold light capable of rending stars. And ancient emperor weapon fragments long cultivated within his body shrieked in protest. Yet it availed him nothing. In that withered hand pierced effortlessly through all his protective auras, through his vaunted azure dragon battle armor, through his immortal indestructible body, refined over 1,000,000 years. effortlessly, as if passing through empty air. And then, crack, not crisp clean sound, not a bone snapping. It was the anguished cry of space itself, forcibly compressed, folded inward. Ninan's hand closed around Qingming's throat, as easily as grasping a chick's neck. The entire scene was silent. The sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone, whether it was the 18 ancestral kings of the ancient clan, the 3 great saints, or the 7 guardians of the imperial weapons from the human race, along with tens of thousands of observing cultivators, were all frozen in place. Their eyes were wide open, mouths agape, as if they could swallow a fist. Their minds were blank. What just happened? Qingming, that ancient clan ancestor of the 3rd tier of quasi-emperorship, was being grasped by the neck. By someone. Was it still under the shadow of the Western Emperor Tower? Under the gaze of dozens of ancestral kings? In the center of his own quasi-emperor domain? How could this be possible? Illusion. It must be an illusion. A raspy sound came from Qingming's throat, his golden vertical pupils filled with disbelief and confusion. He tried to struggle, but from that withered hand there came a force he could not comprehend, a terrifying power that was utterly unreasonable. That was not the power of a quasi-emperor. That was something of a higher level. Silence. Yinan spoke, his voice still hoarse and dry. He lifted Qingming, as if carrying a trivial object, slowly turning around. His gaze swept across the stunned ancient clan camp. It passed over the equally petrified human camp. Then he lightly tugged at the void in front of him. Shoo! The space was torn open like a piece of rag. He stepped into the tear while holding Qingming. The opening closed instantly. Their figures vanished. From the moment Yinan appeared, to capturing Qingming, to tearing the space to leave, the entire process took less than 3 breaths. Fast. Too fast. So fast that the vast majority of people present didn't even grasp what had just happened. Until, outside the Yaoqi sacred land in the sky, 100 miles away. Boom. A wave of indescribable, terrifying energy surged forth like an apocalyptic tsunami, erupting explosively. Even with 100 miles distance and the barrier of the Yaoqi formation, everyone still felt the white jade plaza beneath their feet tremble violently. The clouds in the sky were instantaneously cleared. Blinding light erupted from that direction, dyeing half the sky in a chaotic blend of gold and azure. Until this moment, Senior, Tianjizi was the first to react, exclaiming in astonishment. His voice was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly igniting the entire scene. It's that Senior. He has come. He really has come. My heavens. He took the ancient clan's quasi-emperor away. One hand. Just one hand. What kind of cultivation is this? What kind of strength is this? The human faction erupted into complete chaos. Despair, humiliation, and suppressed emotions that had built up throughout the day erupted like a volcano at this moment. Countless individuals trembled with excitement, tears welling in their eyes. Ji Wuya tightly clenched his fists, his nails embedding into his flesh, without him noticing, as unprecedented brilliance erupted in his eyes. Even the usually serene and beautiful face of the Western Queen Mother showed a hint of excited flush. Hope. This was true hope. But for the ancient clan camp, it was deathly silent. Even more silent than before. The mocking smile on Jean Lingxiu's face had long since frozen, replaced by boundless terror. The black armor of Haisha trembled slightly. The snake eyes of Kai Lin narrowed into thin lines, their face pale. The 18 ancestral kings appeared as if their spines had been pulled out, feeling cold, all over, forgetting even to breathe. Their strongest reliance, their omnipotent ancestor, was taken away like a chick. No, it's impossible. Jean Lingxiu's lips trembled as he murmured, the ancestor is a quasi-emperor. The 3rd tier of quasi-emperor. How could he not even resist? That gray-robed old man. Who exactly was he? Could it be? A terrifying guess that made their souls tremble surfaced in the minds of all the ancient clan. Could it be the human emperor? No, that's impossible. There is no emperor in this generation. Then what exactly is he? Fear, like the coldest of snakes, entwined around the heart of every ancient clan member. They finally realized, this time the human race had not brought a savior, but a dread deity they might not be able to provoke. At this moment, 100 miles outside the Yaoqi sacred land, in the sky, Yinan released his grip. Qingming's body hung limply in the air, 5 distinct finger marks on his neck, like a brand. He raised his head to look at Yinan. In his golden vertical pupils, there was fear, confusion, and a hint of collapse. Who exactly are you? Yinan did not respond. He merely raised his withered hand and gently pressed it against Qingming. This palm is to repay the debt of that human sage from Source City. The voice was calm. Above the 100-mile sky, Yinan's palm pressed down. There was no earth-shattering roar, no tearing of the void. It was like an ordinary person swatting a fly. But Qingming knew that this palm could not be avoided. The trajectory of that withered hand seemingly slow locked down all his escape routes. The vast divine power of the third tier of quasi-emperor within him melted away like snow in spring before this hand. He wanted to summon the fragments of the ancient imperial weapon. He wanted to burn his blood essence. He wanted to perform forbidden secret techniques. But it was too late. The palm imprint landed on his chest. Puff. A soft sound. Qingming looked down. He saw the blue-gold protective scales inherited from the ancient ancestral dragon bloodline on his chest shatter like decayed wood. Then came the ribs, the heart, the spine that pierced through his entire torso. Each inch turned to ash. There was no pain. Only a cold, irresistible sense of obliteration spread from his chest to his limbs and bones. No. He opened his mouth, the last image in his golden vertical pupils being Yinan's murky and calm eyes. Then consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Bang! Qingming's body transformed into a spray of blue-gold light in midair, scattering with the wind. Not a drop of blood was left behind. Not a trace of his soul escaped. Thoroughly, both form and spirit annihilated. An ancient clan ancestor of the third tier of quasi-emperor, once invincible during the ancient times, had returned to the world after 1,000,000 years of slumber, just like that perished. Killed with a single palm. Lightly dismissed. Yinan retracted his hand and gently shook it, as if he had merely brushed away the dust from his fingertips. In the palm of his hand, there was a slight crack. That was the manifestation of the injury caused by the exertion of force at the physical level. Using 40% of my strength has aggravated the injury by half a point. Was it worth it? He looked toward the Yaoqi direction. There the human race had already begun to cheer. Well then, he took a step forward, his figure disappearing into the void. Yaoqi Plaza. An absolute stillness. A profound silence. Although the terrifying quasi-emperor aura from 100 miles away had dissipated and everyone could guess what had transpired. Yet no one dared to believe it. Until a figure in a gray robe like a phantom reappeared at the center of the plaza. Yinan. He still stooped forward, still wore that tattered gray robe, still coughed lightly. Cough. Cough, cough. His cough became the sole sound echoing through the world at this moment. He lifted his head, his murky gaze sweeping over the ancient clan formation. Wherever his eyes landed. Thud. A saint-level winged demon ancestral king's legs buckled, and he collapsed to his knees. Then the second, the third followed. Among the 18 ancestral kings, except for 3 great saints barely holding on, the other 15 all kneeled down. It was not their will to kneel. Their legs refused to obey. Their souls trembled. Their very life level utterly crushed, evoking the most primal terror. The old ancestor. Jin Lingxiao's lips trembled, his voice quivering. Dead. Yinan answered calmly. 2 words. Like twin heavy hammers, they struck the hearts of all the ancient clan. Dead. Truly dead. A quasi-emperor was struck down with a single palm. Impossible. Heisha's carapace trembled violently. The old ancestor was shielded by fragments of the ancient emperor's weapon. How could this be? Ancient emperor's weapon. Yinan tilted his head slightly as if hearing something amusing. Are you referring to this? He stretched out his hand. Within his withered palm floated a palm-sized fragment of aquamarina gold. The fragment was irregularly shaped, its edges razor-sharp like blades, surface flowing with ancient runes emanating a chilling imperial aura. It was a fragment of the ancient emperor's weapon nurtured within Qingming's body, the blade of the azure dragon halberd. At this moment, this fragment capable of easily slaying a great saint lay obedient in Yinan's palm like ordinary iron, not daring to emit even the slightest ripple. Jin Lingxiao, Heisha, and Kai Lin, the 3 great saints, pupils contracted sharply. The ancient emperor's weapon fragment was stripped away. Moreover, it appeared forcibly suppressed, all markings erased. How could this be possible? The ancient emperor's weapon was forged by the primordial sovereigns using their own imperial laws. Even a fragment contained part of the sovereign's will. Unless one was of equal level, it was impossible to suppress it so easily. Could it be? A chilling thought froze their souls. This seemingly decrepit elder before them is a great emperor. No, this life has no great emperor. The laws of heaven and earth forbid it. So who exactly is he? Senior. Jin Lingxiao's voice was as dry as sandpaper. My clan. He wished to plead. He wanted to utter soft words, but the words stuck in his throat. Fear had already clenched his heart. Yinan, that gaze was indifferent, yet Jin Lingxiao felt as if a primal beast from ancient times had locked onto him, causing his golden feathers to bristle instantly. I will give you 2 choices. Yinan spoke, his hoarse voice carrying an undeniable authority. 1, leave the northern domain and the eastern wilderness, now retreat to your forbidden zone and remain asleep. Do not emerge again in this lifetime. 2. He paused, a cold, murderous intent flickering in his mirror. I will send you to join Qingming right now. As his words fell, an indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from Yinan. It was not the pressure of a quasi-emperor. It was something far beyond. Though fleeting, lasting, in that moment everyone in Yaoqi Plaza, all present, including the spirits of the 7 imperial weapons, the 3 ancient clan great saints, and even the reclusive great Saint Tianjizi, all felt it. It was a complete crushing of life levels. The despair of an ant before the vast heavens. The insignificance of mortals gazing upon deities. Great Emperor, someone exclaimed in shock. No, not a great emperor, but definitely beyond the peak of quasi-emperor. Tianjizi trembled all over, his eyes bursting with unprecedented fervor. He was right. This senior was indeed a being surpassing the quasi-emperor. The human race has hope. Meanwhile, within the ancient clan formation, the 3 great saints simultaneously spat blood. Even that fleeting pressure had shaken their Tao hearts, causing their energies to reverse. Not to mention the saints and saint kings. Now 15 ancestral kings kneeling had already collapsed their resistance. Don't be ridiculous. Even the old ancestor at the 3rd level of quasi-emperor was struck down with a palm. Even the fragment of the ancient emperor's weapon was casually suppressed. What power do they have to resist? We. Jin Lingxiao gritted his teeth, a flash of struggle in his eyes. Retreat to the forbidden zone. Continue to slumber. Then what was the meaning of their awakening this lifetime? The ancient clan waited 1,000,000 years just to return to the world in this life, reclaiming their ancestral land. But now, we will choose. He was about to speak when suddenly, vibrating from the depths of the northern domain beneath the crimson wasteland, an ancient, vast, and terrifying imperial aura erupted violently. That aura was more than 10 times stronger than Qingming's quasi-emperor pressure, like a primordial beast that had slept for billions of years, awakening and opening its eyes. That is, Tianjizi's complexion changed drastically. The ancient emperor's weapon, Zhuangmu exclaimed, the complete ancient emperor's weapon has awakened. Rumble. The earth trembled, the sky lamented. A pillar of aquamarine golden light shot up from the depths of the wasteland, piercing the heavens and earth. Within the pillar, the phantom of a war halberd slowly emerged. 9 zhang in length, entirely aquamarine gold, the blade like a dragon's fang, the shaft entwined with a spectral azure dragon, whose eyes opened, gazing down upon the world. The azure dragon halberd, the ancient clan's ancient emperor's weapon, fully revived. The old ancestor's fall has awakened the spirit of the ancient emperor's weapon. Jin Lingxiao was momentarily stunned, then overwhelmed with joy. The ancient emperor's weapon had fully awakened. With it they might still stand a chance in battle. After all, it was the ultimate weapon left by the primordial sovereigns, containing a trace of imperial law. Even if the opponent surpassed the quasi-emperor, they would still fear this fully restored ancient emperor's weapon. Humans. Jin Lingxiao suddenly lifted his head, fierce light rekindled in his eyes. The ancient emperor's weapon has awakened. Today's events will never end here. Yes. Heisha also straightened his back, his carapace ringing with a metallic sound. With the ancient emperor's weapon here, if you dare to utterly annihilate us, prepare for a clash of imperial weapons that will shatter half of Zhang Emperor's star. A threat. A blatant threat. Wagering the lives of all beings on Zhang Emperor's star. The human faction's expressions changed drastically. The complete revival of the ancient emperor's weapon had exceeded their expectations. A clash of imperial weapons would indeed be an apocalyptic catastrophe. Senior. Ji Weiyao looked at Yi Nin, a glimmer of worry flashing in his eyes. Yi Nin remained silent. He raised his head to gaze at the azure gold pillar of light, looking at the phantom of the azure dragon halberd. In his murky eyes the flow of the imperial path's laws was reflected. Ancient imperial weapon. He murmured softly to himself. It certainly posed a bit of trouble. Given his current state with injuries not healed and lifespan limited, forcibly confronting a fully revived ancient imperial weapon would come at a significant cost. But it was merely a bit of trouble. He slowly raised his hand. In his palm the fragment of the ancient imperial weapon trembled gently, seemingly wanting to fly toward its main body. Yinan's 5 fingers slightly gathered. Crack. A crack appeared on the surface of the fragment. 100 miles away, deep in the wilderness, the phantom of the azure dragon halberd suddenly trembled, emitting an enraged dragon's roar. The sound of the dragon's roar spread throughout the heavens and the earth, causing the eardrums of countless cultivators to rupture, blood flowing from their 7 orifices. Do you dare to harm my main body fragment? An ancient, dignified, and wrathful voice resonated from the halberd. That was the spirit of the ancient imperial weapon. Harm you? Yinan chuckled. The smile on his wrinkled face appeared somewhat eerie. I not only want to harm it. He suddenly clenched his 5 fingers tightly. Bang! The fragment of the ancient imperial weapon in his palm completely exploded. It transformed into a spray of azure gold dust cascading down through his fingers. I also want to shatter your main body. As his voice fell, buzz. The Shuangwang mirror, the Western Queen Mother Pagoda, the Hungyu furnace, the Wind God fan, the Human Emperor seal, the demon-suppressing pestle, the Excalibur. 7 imperial weapons erupted simultaneously with an exquisite brilliance. The extreme paths laws fully revived. 7 beams of light pierced through the heavens, and the earth soaring upwards to confront that azure gold pillar of light. The imperial weapons were about to fully revive. Senior, the Western Queen Mother exclaimed no. If the imperial weapons fully revive and collide, the mountains and rivers of the northern region will turn to scorched earth. Then what of it? Yinan looked at her calmly. Should we leave this halberd to massacre the human race in the future? The Western Queen Mother was at a loss for words. Moreover, Yinan turned his head to gaze at the azure dragon halberd, a glint of cold sharpness flashing deep within his murky eyes. Who told you that I need the imperial weapons to shatter it? He stepped forward. His figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already before that azure gold pillar, in opposition to the phantom of the azure dragon halberd. In a gray robe hunched over, the halberd's might was overwhelming. Today I shall let you know. Yinan slowly raised his withered right hand, gently grasping at that Ninjong war halberd. The so-called ancient imperial weapon is merely a piece of relatively hard iron. Nothing. Crack. The void shattered. A colossal golden hand appeared out of thin air. On the palm, the patterns of the Tao flowed, surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars. It descended toward the azure dragon halberd and struck down fiercely. The moment that colossal golden hand appeared, time seemed to freeze. In the Yaoqi square, tens of thousands of cultivators looked up, mouths agape, their eyes wide as sockets. They saw the hand with 5 fingers spread apart, each finger as thick as a mountain, the palm's patterns clear as the veins of the Milky Way, with the phantoms of the sun, moon, and stars swirling, appearing, and disappearing between the fingers. This was not the manifestation of a divine power. It was not the law aspect of heaven and earth. This was a real hand. A hand so large that it overshadowed half of the sky. This is... Tianjai's beard trembled, his old eyes fixed on that hand, his pupils constricted to pinpoints. He had lived for nearly 10,000 years, witnessed the revival of imperial weapons, seen quasi-emperors contend for supremacy, and encountered many earth-shattering grand spectacles. But he had never seen such a scene. To manifest such a law aspect with a physical body. No, that's not right. Tianjai shook his head sharply. That was not a law aspect. That was his hand. It was merely enlarged. Like an ordinary person reaching out to grasp something, the hand remained the same, just magnified billions of times. Simple, direct, and overbearing. Unreasonable. Boom. The azure dragon halberd was enraged. As an extreme weapon forged by an ancient emperor, it had its own pride. Even if the emperor had long since passed, even if it had been silent for 1,000,000 years, it was still an imperial weapon. How could a mere hand so desecrate it? Roar. The azure dragon phantom entwined around the halberd suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive azure dragon, stretching 1,000 zhang, its mouth wide open, exhaling a devastating azure gold breath. Wherever the breath passed, the void melted, the laws shattered, and a long black crack appeared in the heavens and the earth, extending for hundreds of miles. That was a scar left after the space was completely burned away. This strike could easily dry up an entire sea, flatten thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. However, that golden hand did not dodge or evade. It continued to grab downward. The azure gold breath violently collided with the palm. Shoo! A piercing, corrosive sound erupted. The palm's surface where it was struck by the breath emitted azure smoke. But that was all. Not even a scratch appeared. In fact, the speed of the downward grab didn't decrease in the slightest. Impossible. The spirit of the ancient imperial weapon let out an incredulous roar. Its breath contained a hint of imperial path laws capable of scorching even quasi-emperor's physical body. How could it not even break the skin of a hand? What on earth was this hand? Nothing is impossible. Yinan's voice calmly resonated through the heavens and the earth. He remained hunched over in front of the pillar of light, gazing at that giant hand, looking at that war halberd, as if watching a play that had nothing to do with him. Your emperor is already dead, and you are merely a weapon. As his voice fell, the golden hand closed its fingers. Crack. The first to shatter was the 1,000 zhang azure dragon phantom. At the moment the hand closed, the azure dragon let out a mournful wail, its body breaking apart inch by inch, transforming into countless specks of light. Next was the halberd. That 9 zhang long azure gold war halberd trembled violently in the palm, the blade erupting with a tearing sharpness, trying to cut through the hand and escape. However, clang, 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 clang. The dense sound of metal clashing rang out. The halberd blade struck against the palm, sending sparks flying. Each spark that fell burned deep, bottomless pits into the ground below. Yet the palm remained unscathed. Not even a white imprint was left. No, no, and the sentient spirit of the ancient sovereign's artifact was seized by utter terror. Nit sensed it, and sheer magnitude of that palm transcended all comprehension. This was no quasi-emperor's flesh body, and not even an ordinary emperor's corporeal form. And this was a body refined to absolute perfection, unyielding across 10,000 calamities, imperishable through eternity, and the emperor body. And the spirit's voice twisted in sheer paralyzing shock. And you are an emperor. How could an emperor exist in this age? The heavens forbid it. The Tao itself forbids it. And I am not an emperor, Ninen replied calmly. But my flesh body is. And 3 words fell like thunderclaps. And the entire arena froze into absolute silence. Ni's flesh body was at the emperor level. And what did that mean? And did his cultivation remain below emperor tier? Perhaps only quasi-emperor, or even lower, while his physical frame alone had ascended to emperor grade. Was such a thing possible? And since time immemorial, cultivation and corporeal refinement had always progressed in tandem, never before had anyone achieved emperor-level flesh, while remaining mired far beneath in cultivation, neither emperor nor even quasi-emperor. It defied the fundamental laws of cultivation. And what monstrous being are you? The spirit shrieked, its voice fracturing into despair. In a monster, Ninen smiled, a smile laced with an ineffable ancient sorrow. And perhaps, and having lived 9,000 years seeking the emperor path in vain, all that remains is this broken shell, truly a monster indeed. And he spoke no further. And with but a thought, and golden palm clenched, fully irrevocably. And boom. Na cataclysmic detonation shook heaven and earth, not the shattering of the ancient sovereign's weapon, but the explosive roar of air collapsing, and space itself crumbling beneath the palm's crushing grip. Before the stunned gazes of all present, the azure dragon halberd, the symbol of primordial imperial authority slumbering for 1,000,000 years only just fully awakened, was crushed into a mangled lump of scrap metal by that single golden hand. Its once majestic, streamlined warblade form was now warped into an irregular sphere of azure golden metal, and the blade curled inward, and the shaft bent grotesquely. The imperial Tao scriptures etched upon its surface dimmed into utter obscurity, then cracked and flaked away in great swathes. And the supreme sovereign aura vanished entirely. In spurt, not 100 li away deep within the wastelands inside an underground sacrificial altar. Every ancestral monarch of the ancient clans, those channeling secret arts to empower the sovereign weapon, spat blood in unison. And their vitality instantly withered. Inbound by bloodline to the weapon, their backlash was inevitable upon its destruction. It is over. An aged azure-scale clan Saint Sovereign collapsed onto the ground, eyes hollow with despair. And the ancient sovereign weapon had been destroyed. Destroyed by a single person, with a single hand, and crushed into scrap. And this was no battle. It was annihilation, and total, absolute, merciless annihilation. Yaoqi Plaza fell into profound silence. And even the wind ceased to stir. Naviri soul, human or ancient clan Saint Sovereign or mortal, stood utterly paralyzed. Minds blank. And thought suspended. And what had they just witnessed? Na living ancient sovereign weapon, reduced to scrap by bare hands. And this was 100-fold more staggering than Yinan's earlier strike that obliterated Qingming. 1,000-fold. And for an ancient sovereign weapon embodied in essence the will and power of a primordial sovereign, and shattering it was tantamount to striking the sovereign's own face. Even if that sovereign had long since passed into oblivion, this act pierced the heavens themselves. And Senior. Ji Wuya's throat tightened, his voice emerged hoarse and raw. He knew not what to say. Ingratitude. All. Terror. And all 3 surged within him. Yet above all rose a disorienting sense of unreality. As though a drowning man grasping for salvation suddenly found himself rescued, not by a vessel, but by a primordial beast capable of drinking dry the entire ocean. Joy, yet overwhelmingly dread. Just how unfathomably powerful was this senior? And cough. Ninen coughed twice. A trickle of dark crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. And he raised a hand and wiped it away. Na gesture utterly natural in as if merely overexertion had strained his throat. Yet only he knew that single motion had drawn upon half his flesh body's might. Ni's Tao wound deepened by 1/10. Ni's lifespan diminished by 50 years. A slight loss, Yinan sighed inwardly. Yet there was no choice. In the fully awakened sovereign weapon's might was too overwhelming. If not suppressed instantly, its full eruption would reduce the entire northern realm spanning countless thousands of li to scorched wasteland. He cared not how many ancient clans perished. But he did care for those human mortals, the innocent lives caught in the crossfire. In 9,000 years, and still I cannot shed this soft-heartedness. Yinan chuckled wryly. And he lifted his gaze toward the ancient clan ranks. Nan fixed it upon Jin Lingxiao Heisha and Kai Lin. At that moment these three great saints stood ashen-faced, and not a trace of ferocity remained in their eyes. Only desolation. In absolute, irreversible desolation. The ancient sovereign weapon had been crushed to ruin. And what hope remained for them to fight? And, now, Yinan spoke, voice serene, may you choose. Jin Lingxiao trembled violently, and he opened his mouth to speak, but only managed a bitter swallow. And he lowered his head. We choose the first option, and retreat to the forbidden zones, and resume our slumber. And as those words left his lips, the great saint of the Golden Pung clan seemed utterly drained. His spine bowed, his spirit extinguished. Humiliation, not disgrace unseen in a million years. Yet he had no alternative. And to live, even in shame, was preferable to death. And very well, Nainan nodded. He turned facing the human ranks, meeting the gaze of Shi Wangmuji Wiatianjizi and the human cultivators whose eyes brimmed with tears. The rest is yours to handle. And he said, and stepped forward once. Ni's figure vanished without trace as abruptly as he had appeared, leaving no lingering trace behind. And 10 breaths after Yinan's departure, and we won. And someone murmured, voice trembling. Then, and we won. And humans have triumphed. And the senior is invincible. A tidal wave of jubilation erupted, like a volcano suppressed for eons, now bursting forth with unstoppable force. Countless human cultivators embraced each other, weeping uncontrollably, tears streaming down their faces. In salvation from the brink of extinction. In true miraculous salvation. Nji Wuya slammed his fist onto the table, eyes burning red. Shi Wangmu tilted her head skyward, gently closed her eyes, and 2 clear tears traced silent paths down her cheeks. Tianjizi laughed aloud. Then Midlaw wept openly, tears flowing like rain. Meanwhile the ancient clan ranks lay in utter silence. Jin Lingxiao Heisha and Kai Lin turned wordlessly, leading the surviving ancestral monarchs, bearing infinite shame and terror, vanishing as streaks of light toward the heart of the northern realm. They would awaken every slumbering kinsman, and then retreat into the forbidden zones, and resuming their eternal slumber. In this age, ancient clans had fallen, defeated by a single man, subjugated beneath the weight of an emperor-grade flesh body. And at that very moment Necross, the tomb emperor star within each of its primordial forbidden zones. Countless beings, slumbering for untold millions of years, opened their eyes. The aura of an emperor-grade flesh body. And fascinating. And such an anomaly has emerged in this age. And our plans must be revised. And whispers echoed deep within the forbidden realms, carrying astonishment and amusement, and a subtle, barely perceptible undercurrent of wariness. A cold mechanical voice echoed in Yinan's consciousness at the moment he tore through the void and departed. Detection host has slain a powerful being at the 3rd level of quasi-emperor. Detection host has crushed the ancient imperial weapon Qinglong halberd. Task completion status perfect. Rewards being distributed. Congratulations host, you have received 9 turns immortal pill 1. Yinan's figure traversing through the void suddenly came to a halt. Even his ancient calm mind, honed over 9,000 years, was stirred up like a tempest at this moment. It's not a longevity elixir. It's not a healing divine object. It's an immortal pill. And in the ancient texts of the buried Emperor Star, there were sporadic records on the stone tablets of the oldest forbidden zones. The pill divides into 9 turns, each turn representing a heavenly layer. Above the 9 turns it can be called an immortal pill. That is a treasure that could only exist in the mythic era. It is said that a single 9 turns immortal pill can resurrect the dead, heal Tao injuries, and continue the path to immortality, or even allow an emperor to live again. A pill infinitely close to the true immortal essence. System. This gift is too extravagant. Yinan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the ecstasy in his heart. He looked down at the pill that materialized in his palm. It was the size of a dragon's eye, perfectly round, presenting a chaotic gray hue. There was no fragrance of medicine, dispersing no radiance flowing, just like an ordinary pebble. But Yinan could sense it. Beneath that chaotic shell lay an unimaginably vast source of life. That is, the aura of the immortal Tao. Though faint, its essence is extremely high. With this pill, Tao injuries can be healed. The path of the Emperor can be continued. Yinan's fingertips trembled slightly from excitement. 9,000 years. He waited for 9,000 years. From the arrogant quasi-emperor genius to the decrepit old man lingering on the brink of death. From the failure to ascend to the imperial throne to hiding in the deep mountains licking his wounds, watching his enemies revel, witnessing the passage of time, and seeing his life slowly approach its end. He had despaired. He had been unwilling. He even contemplated self-termination. But ultimately he waited for this glimmer of hope. Who? He exhaled a long breath and a sharp light reignited in his eyes. That was the light belonging to Yi Nan from 9,000 years ago, the one who dared to challenge the imperial throne as a quasi-emperor. He carefully stored the 9 turns immortal pill, keeping it close. Then he turned around and gazed towards the direction of the jade pool. His divine sense swept over. He saw the celebration of the human race, the embarrassing retreat of the ancient clan's patriarchs, and also saw those hidden in the shadows stirring restlessly from the forbidden zones, from those ancient existences that had slept for countless eons. The aura of the emperor's corporeal body has ultimately stirred some old fellows. Yi Nan understood in his heart. His current state was not suitable for battle. With injuries to his Tao and diminished lifespan, he must quickly consume the 9 turns immortal pill to heal. But before leaving, he needed to add one more fire. Yi Nan raised his hand, pointing towards the direction of the jade pool, and made a gesture in the air. His voice, clear and resonant, echoed in the ears of every ancient clan patriarch. Today's events end here. The ancient clan retreats to the forbidden zones and continues to slumber, and the human race shall not disturb them. But his tone suddenly turned cold, carrying a piercing chill. If you dare to encroach upon the territory of the human race again, if you dare to slaughter the beings of the human race, I will personally descend upon your lair. At that time, not a single soul shall remain. The last 4 words struck like 1,000 years of ice, freezing their very souls. The fleeing Jin Lingxiao Heisha and Kai Lin all froze in their tracks. They could feel that gaze penetrating the void, locking onto them. Like a sword hanging overhead, it could fall. Jin Lingxiao gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palm, blood flowing freely. Shame. But he dared not retort. He didn't even have the courage to look back. Go. He growled, transforming into a beam of golden light, accelerating his escape. Heisha and Kai Lin quickly followed. The other patriarchs fled like frightened hounds, not daring to look back. They were afraid. Truly afraid. A single strike could slay a quasi-emperor, a single hand could crush an ancient imperial weapon. Such a being was no longer something they could contend with. Unless... Wait. Jin Lingxiao's heart hardened. Wait until the great royal families are fully awakened. Wait until the offspring of the ancient emperors are born. Wait until the peak quasi-emperors arrive with complete ancient imperial weapons. At that time, the humiliation of today shall be repaid 100-fold. He believed that no matter how strong Yi Nan was, he was merely physically robust. His cultivation had certainly not reached the level of an emperor. Otherwise there would be signs in the heavens, and the Tao would impose restrictions. As long as he was not a true emperor, the ancient clan still had hope for a comeback. After all, the foundation of the myriad ancient races lying dormant is far beyond what the human race can imagine. At the Jade Pool Square, Yi Nan's voice reverberated across the heavens. The people of the human race were initially taken aback, but then erupted into even more fervent cheers. Senior is mighty. Ancient clan roll out of the eastern wilderness. Human race, 10,000 victories. The roar shook the heavens. Ji Waya, Shi Wangmu and others exchanged glances, seeing excitement and a hint of concern in each other's eyes. They knew that Yi Nan was buying time for the human race, using absolute force to intimidate the ancient clan, forcing them to retreat. But how long could this intimidation last? Would the ancient clan really be willing to concede? At least, we have gained a breather. Tian Jizi stroked his beard, a glint of brilliance in his eyes. Next, it depends on whether we can seize this opportunity. Exactly. The ancient emperor nodded firmly. Send the orders down, open all secret realms, utilize all resources, and cultivate the younger generation with full strength. In this era, the human race cannot rely solely on one senior. We must have our own strong ones. The crowd grew solemn. Indeed. Relying on mountains may collapse, relying on people may run away. Only by being strong ourselves can we have true confidence. In the void, Yi Nan retracted his gaze. He had done all he could do. Next it was time to enter seclusion to heal. I need an absolutely safe place. His divine sense swept over the buried Emperor Star. Ultimately he locked onto a location, far north of the northern region beneath the endless ice plains. There lay a dilapidated cave left from the ancient era, deeply buried beneath 10,000 fathoms of profound ice, naturally isolating all auras. Even the supreme beings of the forbidden zones could hardly probe. That's the place. Yi Nan stepped forward. His figure melded into the void, disappearing from sight. 3 hours later, far north of the northern region beneath the endless ice plains, the cold wind sliced like a blade and snow covered billions of miles. This was a forbidden zone of life, where even the hardiest of exotic beasts feared to tread. Yinan's figure appeared atop a glacier. He looked down at the 10,000-foot-thick ice layer beneath his feet. Open. With his fingers aligned like a sword, he gently traced the surface of the ice. Shoo! The ice, harder than refined gold, was sliced open like tofu. A bottomless fissure extended downward. Yinan leaped into it. The fissure slowly closed behind him, restoring to its original state, as if no one had ever come before. Beneath the ice, in the depths of unfathomable darkness, stood a dilapidated stone chamber, quiet and solitary. The chamber was small, merely 3 zhang in size. The walls were covered in ancient runes, most of which had faded into obscurity, with only a few still emanating a faint spiritual light. This place once served as a retreat for an ancient sage. Now it had long been abandoned. Yinan entered the stone chamber, and with a wave of his hand he set up 3 layers of formations. The first layer, the heavenly deception formation, severed all heavenly calculations and concealed all fluctuations of aura. The second layer, the time and space maze, distorted time and space, trapping anyone who intruded in an endless loop. The third layer, the killing sword formation, used his imperial blood as a guide to condense 3 strands of holy sword qi, suspended at the entrance of the stone chamber. Anyone below the great sage would die upon intrusion. Even a great sage would be severely injured. The formations were complete. Yinan sat cross-legged in the center of the stone chamber. He took a deep breath and produced the 9 turns immortal pill. The chaotic-colored pill floated quietly in his palm. Success or failure hinges on this one act. Without hesitation, Yinan opened his mouth and swallowed it. The pill dissolved upon entering without the overwhelming potency he had imagined. Only a gentle warmth flowed down his throat, merging into his limbs and bones. It was very gentle, so gentle that it felt unlike an immortal pill. Yet Yinan knew this was merely the beginning. He closed his eyes and activated the secret art. He mobilized all his qi and blood, preparing to welcome the impending earth-shattering transformation. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. On the 10th breath, boom! A thunderous roar erupted within the stone chamber. It was not true thunder, but the lament of his Tao injury that had lain dormant for 9,000 years, stirred by the power of the immortal pill. Who? Yinan abruptly spat out a mouthful of black blood. Within the blood were countless tiny, dimly glowing fragments of laws. These were the remnants of the Tao injury imprinted within him after failing to ascend to the Emperor's throne, being countered by the heavenly laws. Now, under the medicinal power of the 9 turns immortal pill, these tumors that had rooted for 9,000 years began to be forcibly stripped away. An indescribable agony swept through his entire being. It was 100 times more painful than the failure of his imperial ascent. It was a tearing and reshaping at the very essence of life. Yinan trembled, veins bulging on his forehead as countless cracks appeared on his emaciated body, like fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Yet he gritted his teeth and uttered not a sound. He had endured for 9,000 years. What was this refined for me? He roared, channeling the secret art with all his strength. The laws of life surged wildly, merging with the medicinal power of the immortal pill, transforming into torrents of emerald green, flooding every crack, every acupoint, every inch of flesh. Shatter, reforge, shatter again, reforge again. It was a cycle like the phoenix rising from the ashes. Within the stone chamber, time seemed to lose all meaning. Only the continuous sounds of cracking and rebirth echoed within Yinan's body amidst the silence. Outside, 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. The 9th day, the Yaoqi Grand Assembly had long since concluded. The major factions of the human race returned to their respective sects, filled with a sense of urgency and excitement, beginning to cultivate their successors and tap into their foundations. The ancient clans had fallen completely silent, retreating into the depths of the northern territory without a sound. Everything seemed to have returned to calm, yet everyone knew beneath that calm, turbulent currents were surging. The ancient clans were waiting. The human race was accumulating strength. And that mysterious elder who had once suppressed the entire ancient clan, where was he? No one knew. Beneath the ice within the stone chamber, on the 9th day at the hour of the rat, crack! A crisp sound akin to the breaking of an eggshell emanated from within Yinan. Immediately after, boom! An overwhelming aura beyond imagination erupted from his body. The stone chamber trembled. The 3 layers of formations lit up simultaneously, firmly locking that aura within the stone chamber, not allowing a single trace to leak out. Yinan slowly opened his eyes. In his gaze, golden light swirled, resembling 2 small suns. He looked down at his hands. His skin remained aged, the wrinkles still deep. But inside, the Tao injury was healed. His lifespan had increased by a full 3,000 years. And his cultivation, quasi-emperor, 6 heavens, Yinan clenched his fists, feeling the vast power within him like a sea of stars. It was the long-lost power belonging to a peak quasi-emperor. Though still a distance from the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor's 9 heavens, it was sufficient. The 9 turns immortal pill truly lives up to its reputation. Yinan's lips curled into a smile, a blend of sentiment, relief, and a hint of cold sharpness. The 9 turns immortal pill could allow a peak quasi-emperor to disregard all barriers to becoming an emperor. It could also grant an emperor a second life, yet his Tao injury was too severe. It was the remnant of his attempt to transcend the Tao and reverse the heavens to become an emperor rooted for 9,000 years. To recover to this extent showcased the extraordinary nature of the 9 turns immortal pill. Of course, he did not reveal his complete healing, but presented a semblance of recovery at 70%. He intended to fish. The ancient clans. The forbidden zone. The path of the emperor in this life. I, Yinan, have returned. Let's see how effective my fishing is. He stood up, retracting his aura, transforming back into that seemingly decrepit old man in gray robes. Yet his eyes were even more brilliant than the stars in the 9 heavens. Under the ice within the stone chamber, Yinan sat cross-legged, his aura slowly retracting like the tide. His cultivation at the 6 heavens of quasi-emperor was as solid as a mountain, and the clarity brought by the healing of his Tao injury made him feel for the first time in 9,000 years the tangible sensation of being alive. 3,000 years of lifespan was sufficient for him to accomplish many things. It's time to go out. He opened his eyes, ready to rise. Suddenly, buzz. A subtle yet immense wave of terrifying energy akin to a sea of stars emanated from the infinitely distant south, piercing through the 10,000 zhang thick ice, penetrating the 3-layered heavenly deception formation, which he keenly sensed. It was not a wave of battle. It was the wave of awakening. An ancient existence that had been asleep was returning from the depths of utter annihilation. Moreover, it was stronger than the previous Qingming. Quasi-emperor, 7 heavens. Yinan's brow furrowed slightly. This realm had already brushed against the threshold of late quasi-emperor, and though it was only 1 level away from the 6 heavens, it represented a qualitative change. If the other party held a complete ancient imperial weapon, even if he had restored most of his strength, it would still be a fierce battle. The ancient clans truly will not let this go easily. He rose, brushing off non-existent dust from his body. The door of the stone chamber opened silently. The chilling wind from the outside world rushed in, but automatically melted 3 feet in front of him. He stepped out. Behind him, the stone chamber slowly closed. The light of the 3 formations faded, returning to eternal darkness and ice. Almost at the same moment that Yinan stepped out onto the ice. In the southern region, one of the 7 life forbidden zones of the burial emperor's star, deep within the falling god ridge. An ancient altar entirely black was emitting a low rumble like the beating of a heart. Surrounding the altar knelt hundreds of figures. They varied in appearance, some with bat wings, some with bone horns, and others covered in lava-like patterns. Yet without exception their auras were overwhelmingly powerful. The weakest among them were all Saint Kings, and the 3 figures at the forefront exuded a terrifying aura at the peak of the great sage. At this moment, all the ancient clans held their breath, their eyes fervently fixed on the center of the altar. There a blood-red divine source, 3 zhang long, was shattering inch by inch. Crack, crack. Splintering sounds grew ever denser. Then with a deafening roar, boom, the divine ore exploded completely. A tyrannical blood-red, sovereign ascended aura surged skyward like an erupting primordial volcano. The sky above Yinshan Ridge turned crimson in an instant. Clouds ignited, space itself warped. Within a 10th Thusanli radius, the world's spiritual energy rushed inward, violently coalescing into a colossal vortex of scarlet light. At the vortex's heart, a figure slowly rose to his feet. 8 chi tall, not exceptionally broad, yet every sinew and muscle was chiseled as if by celestial blade and divine axe radiating raw explosive power. His skin bore a deep ancient bronze hue etched with pulsating blood-red mystic sigils that writhed like living things. But what seized attention most were his eyes. Vertical pupils blazing crimson as fresh blood. Each blink stirred visions of mountains of corpses and seas of gore, of stars collapsing and rebirthing in eternal cycles. Even a fleeting glance from those eyes froze the souls of hundreds of ancient clan elders kneeling below. Hail the emergence of Patriarch Qishao. 3 sovereign saints standing at the apex of their cultivation bowed deeply, their voices trembling with fervent awe. Qishao, current patriarch of the Blood Demon clan, sovereign ascendant, 7th heaven. He had sealed himself within divine or 30,000 years ago, and now at last awakened in this age. So this age has arrived. Qishao spoke, his voice hoarse and low like rusted iron grinding against iron. He raised his gaze toward the northern region. Those blood-red vertical pupils pierced through infinite voids, fixing upon a land still trembling from recent upheaval. Qingming is dead. Report Patriarch. One blood demon sovereign saint hastened to reply. Qinglin clan's patriarch Qingming was slain 9 days ago at the Jade Pool, crushed in a single palm strike by a mysterious human cultivator. Even the ancient emperor's weapon we lent him, Azure Dragon Halberd, was crushed barehanded by that being. Oh! A flicker of surprise passed across Qi Xiao's blood-red eyes. Humans still harbor such strength. Beyond doubt, another sovereign saint gritted his teeth. That being's power is unfathomable, possibly possessing a primordial emperor-level physical body. Primordial emperor physique. Qi Xiao paused, then let out a low, inscrutable chuckle. How intriguing. He descended from the altar step by step. With each footfall, a lotus blossom of crimson flame bloomed beneath him, lifting him aloft as he walked upon empty air. A million years, and yet humanity still births such anomalies. Yet, murderous intent thickened in his blood-red gaze. No matter how mighty the flesh, it remains no true primordial emperor. This age belongs to our ancient clans, the age of dominion reborn. Any who stand in our path shall die. At that final word, Yunshan Ridge's temperature plummeted instantly. Countless ancient clan cultivators trembled uncontrollably, too terrified even to lift their heads. Issue the decree. Qi Xiao stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, his voice resonating across the forbidden zone. Within 3 days, muster every awakened royal bloodline. I shall journey personally to the northern region. Let us see whether this so-called primordial emperor physique of humanity can withstand my seventh heaven blood prison devil art. Yes. A thunderous chorus of assent shook the mountains to their foundations. News spread like plague across on. Patriarch Qi Xiao of the Blood Demon clan has emerged, sovereign ascendant, seventh heaven. Ancient clans stir once more, eyes fixed on the northern region. Humanity stands on the brink of ruin. Panic once again engulfed humanity, and this time deeper, darker than before. For Qi Xiao's name alone had silenced infants' cries throughout the primordial era. Legends say he cultivated the blood prison devil art, using the blood of countless sentient beings as catalyst, and had sacrificed not one but several life-bearing ancient stars. A true demon forged in seas of blood and mountains of corpses. In the grand assembly hall of Yaoguang Holy Land, the air hung thick and suffocating. Qi Xiao, it's truly him. Tianjizi's face darkened. That old fiend still lives. Elder, is Qi Xiao truly formidable? Ji Wuya asked gravely. Formidable. Tianjizi gave a bitter smile. Far beyond mere strength. 30,000 years ago he already stood at sovereign ascendant sixth heaven. Alone he exterminated 3 ancient clan royal bloodlines that defied blood demon hegemony, staining the starry firmament crimson with slaughter. Now, after 30,000 years of slumber, having broken through to seventh heaven, likely, he left the rest unspoken. Yet all understood. Seventh heaven Qi Xiao dwarfed Qingming, not by degree but by cosmic gulf. And behind him stood the entire blood demon clan and other awakened royal bloodlines of the ancient clans. Can we locate that elder? Shi Wangmu looked at Tianjizi, hope flickering in her eyes. Tianjizi fell silent for a moment, then drew forth an ancient weathered tortoise shell, pricked his fingertip, and began divining with his own blood. This time he held nothing back. His lifespan burned. His vital essence burned. Spurt. A mouthful of heart blood sprayed onto the shell. The shell convulsed violently, its surface fracturing into countless fine cracks, forming a hazy, shifting pattern. North Pole. Ice plains. Tianjizi's breath grew shallow, his face pale as parchment, yet his eyes blazed with fierce illumination. That elder resides upon the North Pole ice plains. Hurry, send envoys immediately. No. Tianjizi shook his head. Ordinary cultivators would perish. Those plains devour even saints. Only a sovereign saint may venture there. All exchanged glances. Finally 3 figures stepped forward. Dugubai, the lord of Tontian's sword, a reclusive royal uncle of the Guhua imperial dynasty, and a recently awakened supreme elder from the Yaoqi sect. 3 sovereign saints. We entrust them to you. Ji Wuya bowed deeply. For humanity, it is our sacred duty. Dugubai remained expressionless, then transformed into a streak of swordlight cleaving the heavens as he vanished. The other 2 sovereign saints followed without hesitation. Yet, as humanity scrambled desperately to find Yinan, the ancient clan's blades had already fallen. On the fringes of the northern region, Qingxia sect, a modest human sect of millennium-old lineage led by a Tao-cutting king with thousands of disciples. Its mountain-protecting formation lay shattered. Corpses littered both gate and peak. Blood dyed the entire mountain crimson. Above, 3 blood demon saints hovered, bat-like wings unfurled, fangs bared. They surveyed the hellscape below, smiling cruelly. The taste of human blood remains as exquisite as ever. Pity, mere low-tier cultivators. Their blood energy is thin, better than nothing. Perfect for consecrating patriarchs' 10,000-soul banner. They raised their hands. A vast crimson banner unfurled, its surface writhing with countless distorted, agonized faces emitting silent wails. Every soul of Qingxia sect's fallen disciples and elders was wrenched from their bodies, sucked screaming into the banner, condemned to eternal torment without release. Next, the Luoyuan sect. 3 streaks of bloodlight shot toward their next target. The same scene unfolded across various locations in the northern region. The ancient clans did not launch a large-scale assault on the core territory of the human race, but selectively targeted smaller factions. Slaughter sect, annihilation, soul extraction, and refining banners. They were gathering strength, paving the way for the arrival of Qi Shao with blood and souls. The news returned to the sacred land of Yaoguang. Ji Wuya smashed the jade table before him with a fist, his eyes bloodshot. Beasts, they are provoking us. They are forcing us to act. Feng Wuhan shouted angrily. If this continues, the human race in the northern region will be exterminated. What can we do, Oi? Tian Jizi said bitterly. Though Qi Shao has not yet arrived, the 3 great saints of the Blood Demon clan are already prowling the northern region with over a dozen ancestor kings. If we send great saints, we will fall right into their trap and be picked off one by one. If we do not act, we can only watch our compatriots be killed. A dilemma. An absolute deadlock. Wait, Zhuangmu said through gritted teeth, each word deliberate. Wait for that senior to emerge. As long as the senior appears, everything will have a chance. But if, Zhang Heng's voice was strained, what if the senior cannot withstand Qi Shao? The great hall fell silent once more. Indeed, what if even that senior cannot withstand Qi Shao? Then the human race would truly be finished. Despair surged like cold tides, once again drowning everyone. In the Arctic ice field, Dugu Bai and his companions hovered above the vast icy sea, their divine senses sweeping below like spilled mercury. Yet they found nothing. The position deduced by Senior Tianjizi is right here. The old emperor frowned. But why can we sense nothing? There are 2 possibilities, Elder of the Yaoqi said solemnly. Either the senior has already left, or he has set up a concealment array that even we cannot detect. Keep searching, Dugu Bai said succinctly. Search inch by inch. They were unaware that beneath their feet, deep within the ice layers, Yinan had just stepped out of the stone chamber. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the ice layer. He saw 3 figures in the outside world, as well as a more distant presence in the south, a crimson aura of imperial pressure rapidly approaching. Qi Shao, Blood Demon Clan. Yinan murmured the 2 names softly, his expression growing colder bit by bit. He sensed it. He sensed the slaughter occurring in the northern region. He felt the pain and wails of the weak souls being forcibly extracted. He sensed the near-desperate fear rising once again in the hearts of the human race. It seems that the lesson from 9 days ago was not enough. Yinan took a step forward, merging into the void. When he reappeared, he was already above the ice field in front of Dugu Bai and his companions. Senior. The 3 were first startled, then overjoyed. They found him. They finally found him. Yinan glanced at them and nodded. Then he looked southward. There at the end of the sky, a streak of blood red had appeared. Qi Shao was coming. Go back, Yinan said, his voice calm. Tell all the human race. There is no need to hide, no need to conceal. This battle, I will take on it. As his voice fell, he took a step forward. The void beneath his feet collapsed. His figure transformed into a gray streak of light rushing southward, toward that blood red, toward that ancient clan ancestor of the 7th layer of the quasi-imperial realm. His back was hunched, yet it seemed as if he could shoulder the entire heavens. In the northern region, on the edge of the crimson wasteland, the sky above was thick with blood clouds. Qi Shao stood with his hands behind his back atop the summit of the blood clouds, his red vertical pupils gazing down upon the earth as if inspecting his hunting ground. Behind him stood 3 great saints of the Blood Demon clan and 18 ancestor kings exuding a chilling, killing intent. Below, the ranks of the human cultivators appeared somewhat chaotic. 7 imperial weapons still hovered high, but those controlling them, including Tianjizi and Ji Wuya, wore extremely grave expressions. The gap was too great. The pressure of the 7th layer of the quasi-imperial realm felt like a substantial sea of blood weighing heavily on everyone's hearts. Those with slightly weaker cultivation even felt their blood reverse flow, their souls trembling. Human race. Qi Shao spoke, his voice hoarse, yet clearly heard by everyone. I give you one last chance. Hand over that old thing who destroyed the ancient imperial weapon of my clan, and offer up 100,000 boys and girls as blood food. I might consider allowing you to die a little more painlessly. Naked humiliation. Dream on. Ji Haoyue shouted angrily. Moi. Qi Xiao's blood-red pupils narrowed slightly, locking onto Ji Haoyue. Just a glance. Pooh. Ji Haoyue, it felt as if struck hard, spitting out a mouthful of blood, staggering back, his face pale. Just a single gaze had injured a peak holy king. This was the terror of the 7th layer of the quasi-imperial realm. Ants, how dare you make noise? Qi Xiao withdrew his gaze, as if merely brushing away a speck of dust. He looked deep into the ranks of the human race, seemingly trying to find that figure he felt a hint of apprehension towards. But he found nothing. It seems that old thing is hiding. Qi Xiao's corner of his mouth curled into a cruel arc. Good, I will first slaughter you, and then draw him out. Before he could finish. Cough, cough. A familiar coughing sound suddenly echoed through the heavens and earth. Very soft, but everyone present heard it clearly. The human ranks shook violently. Countless gazes turned toward the source of the sound. At the end of the wasteland, a hunched figure in a gray robe was slowly walking forward, step by step. He walked slowly, even somewhat unsteady, as if he might fall at any moment. Yet each step seemed to resonate with some strange rhythm, causing the entire world to resonate in response. Yinan. He finally arrived. Senior. The human crowd erupted in joy. Qi Xiao's blood-red pupils narrowed, fixating on that figure. At that moment, he sensed the aura emanating from Yinan, the 6th layer of the quasi-imperial realm, and the traces of a Dao injury that could not be completely concealed despite being deliberately suppressed. Indeed, there is a Dao injury. Qi Xiao's heart sank swiftly, rising in overwhelming excitement, and only at the 6th layer. One layer weaker than me. The gap was even larger than he had anticipated. You are the one who destroyed the Qinglong spear. Qi Xiao spoke, his tone laced with unabashed mockery. Doesn't seem like much, huh? Yinan did not respond to him. He did not even look at him. He simply continued walking, arriving at the front of the human ranks, and stopping. He raised his head, his murky gaze sweeping over everyone. You have worked hard, he said softly. 3 words that caused many human cultivators to tear up instantly. In these 9 days they had endured too much pressure and witnessed too many deaths. Hearing these words now stirred a desire to cry within them. Senior. Be careful, he is Qi Xiao at the 7th layer of the quasi-imperial realm. Tianjizi transmitted a warning, his voice strained. I know. Yinan nodded. Then he finally turned around to face Qi Xiao, his gaze calm. You are the one who threatened to slaughter the entire human race, the blood demon. Yinan spoke, his voice still hoarse. Indeed, it is I. A cruel glint flashed in Qi Xiao's blood-red eyes. Old man, you have destroyed my clan's ancient royal weapon and killed our allies. Today I shall use your blood to honor the spirit of the Qinglong spear. Oh, Yinan responded as if he had heard something trivial. Then he asked, are you finished? Qi Xiao was taken aback. Once you are finished, then I can make my move. Yinan replied coolly. Is the ancient clan only capable of boasting? You. Qi Xiao's blood-red pupils instantly filled with rage. A tremendous fury mixed with violent killing intent erupted explosively. He had lived for hundreds of thousands of years. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Old man, you are seeking death. Qi Xiao stopped wasting words. His figure flickered and transformed into a blood shadow, instantly crossing 1,000 miles to appear before Yinan. He threw a punch. As his fist struck, a sea of blood surged. Countless wails of vengeful souls echoed in the wind of his punch, turning the entire sky blood-red. This was the most powerful secret technique of the Blood Demon clan, Blood Prison Divine Fist. With a single punch, it could manifest an endless blood prison, devouring lives and refining souls. Be careful, senior, the humans shouted in alarm. Yet Yinan remained standing still. He didn't even move. He simply raised his emaciated right hand, fingers spread wide towards the incoming blood-colored fist, and gently blocked it. Bang! The dull impact sounded like 2 stars colliding. The violent energy ripples exploded around the two of them. The earth instantly collapsed into a massive pit with a radius of 1,000 miles. The blood clouds in the sky were torn apart. What a... Qi Xiao's pupils constricted. He felt as if his punch had struck an ancient, unyielding divine mountain. The recoil made his entire arm feel slightly numb. Yet Yinan remained completely still. Not even the corners of his clothes fluttered. Is that all? Yinan withdrew his hand, shaking his wrist as if dusting off something. The 7th heaven of the semi-emperor is nothing more than this. His tone was calm, yet it drove Qi Xiao into a frenzy more than the most venomous mockery. You. Qi Xiao, furious, was about to strike again. But Yinan moved first. He took a step forward, disappearing from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky, thousands of feet high. He looked down, gazing at Qi Xiao. This place is too small. I cannot unleash my full power here. If we are to fight, let us go to the stars. Dare you? Each word was like a blade striking Qi Xiao's face. What is there to fear? Qi Shao roared, transforming into a streak of blood light that soared into the sky. The two figures, one in front of the other, resembled two meteors moving in reverse, breaking through the atmosphere of the burial Emperor star, flying into the boundless depths of the universe. Quick! Use the heavenly observation mirror. Tian-Gz shouted anxiously. The West Queen Mother nodded and waved her jade hand. The supreme treasure of the Yaoqi, the heavenly observation mirror, floated into the air, its surface rippling like water, revealing the images of the cosmic starry sky. All the human cultivators, as well as the ancient clan faction, held their breath, raising their heads to look at the sky. Although they could not witness it in person through the heavenly observation mirror, they could barely see the impending battle of the semi-emperors. Outside the burial Emperor star, in the boundless starry sky, stars scattered like sand, cold and silent. Yinan and Qi Shao were separated by thousands of miles, facing each other from afar. Here they no longer needed to hold back anything. They could unleash their full power. Old man, I will let you know just how vast the gap is between the sixth heaven and the seventh heaven. Qi Shao grinned sinisterly, forming hand seals. Blood sea. Devour heaven. Boom. Behind him, a vast and boundless blood sea phantom emerged from thin air. Within the blood sea, countless vengeful souls floated, emitting sorrowful wails. These were the countless lives he had slaughtered over hundreds of thousands of years, collected into billions of souls. At this moment, the blood sea surged, transforming into a monstrous wave that spanned the starry river, sweeping towards Yinan. Where it passed, even the radiance of the stars was devoured, and the laws of space were tainted. This was a true imperial secret technique, originating from the ancient royal lineage of the Blood Demon clan. The ancestor is invincible. Below, the Blood Demon clan members watching the battle shouted in excitement. On the human side, however, faces turned pale. With such terrifying might could that senior withstand it? Yet in the starry sky, Yinan remained calm. He looked at the approaching blood sea and shook his head. It's just flashy. He raised his right hand, pointing his finger like a sword. At the fingertip, a faint green light flickered. It was very weak, but in this blood-colored starry sky, it stood out remarkably. The secret of the character, the sword of life. With a gentle swipe, shoo, a streak of emerald sword light burst forth from his fingertip. At first, the sword light was small, only 3 feet long, but in the moment it flew out, it swelled in the wind, transforming into a green river that spanned tens of thousands of miles. Within the river, the majestic laws of life surged, and wherever it passed, lotus flowers bloomed in the void and desolate stars welcomed spring. It collided violently with that blood-colored ocean. Boom! An explosion beyond description erupted in the starry sky. Blood light and green radiance intertwined, the laws colliding with each other. Countless stars extinguished and shattered in the aftermath of the collision, like candles flickering in the wind. That is the law of life, Tian-Gz exclaimed in shock. Moreover, it is an extremely profound law of life. It can actually manifest such magnificent sword energy. Who exactly is this senior? At this moment, a vague guess began to take shape in his heart. In the starry sky, the first round of collision ended. The blood sea was cut open with a massive gap, but did not dissipate. Qi Shao's expression darkened. He had not expected that the opponent could master such profound laws of life, precisely countering his blood prison demon technique. No wonder he dares to be so arrogant. It turns out he came prepared. The killing intent in Qi Shao's blood-red eyes intensified. However, if you think that with just this little trick you can defeat me, then you are too naive. He formed his hands into seals once again. This time the seal technique was even more ancient and complex. Imperial secret technique. Blood Emperor. Descends. Buzz. The blood sea behind him churned violently. A blood-colored demon shadow towering 10,000 feet slowly rose from the blood sea. The demon shadow wore a crown and a blood robe, its face hazy, yet the aura it emitted made the entire starry sky moan in despair. That was a trace of the Tao of the ancient Blood Emperor manifested. Though it was just a trace, it contained the true majesty of the imperial way. This is the true imperial secret technique. A patriarch in the ancient clan faction trembled with excitement. The ancestor is serious now. That old man of the human race is doomed. On the human side, everyone felt their hearts leap to their throats. The imperial secret technique. That was a terrifying killing move that touched upon the level of imperial Tao. Could the senior withstand it? Yet in the starry sky, Yinan looked at the blood-colored demon shadow. His gaze remained calm. He even felt somewhat disappointed. Is this all there is, eh? He murmured to himself. Then he made a move that left everyone dumbfounded. He retracted the green radiance from his fingertip. He dispersed the life sword chi. Just like that, he stood with his hands behind his back in the starry sky. It was as if he had given up resisting. Senior. The human crowd gasped. Qi Shao was also taken aback, then burst into wild laughter. Old man, are you scared? It's too late. The Blood Emperor Demon Shadow raised its gigantic palm and ruthlessly slammed down towards Yi Nan. As the palm descended, the starry sky shattered. However, just as the blood-red giant hand was about to descend upon Yi Nan's head, Yi Nan raised his head. He gazed at that shadow of a demon. Looking at the demon's shadow, Qi Shao then slowly spoke. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly resonated across the starry sky, reaching the Zong Di star, entering the ears of every individual. 8,000 years ago, I as a quasi-emperor surged towards the throne, wishing to transcend all paths. Though I failed, yet I am not someone like you, a waste who survives by devouring blood and flesh. Able to compare. As his words fell, the aura belonging to the 6th level of the quasi-emperor that Yi Nan had been deliberately suppressing erupted violently. It was not an ordinary eruption. Rather, it was as if it sought to tear apart the heavens, to disrupt the ancient and the modern, with resolute and overwhelming force. What is this? Tian Jai's pupils shrank suddenly. This aura, this Tao rhythm. The Western Queen Mother widened her beautiful eyes. I remember now. 8,000 years ago, that most hopeful figure to attain the Tao, yet ultimately vanished. Quasi-Emperor Yi Nan. Yi Nanoi. Is he the legendary anti-Taoist? Did he not transform into the Tao? How could he? The human camp was thrown into chaos. Yi Nan. This name illuminated an era 8,000 years ago. He was the most stunning quasi-emperor of that time, hailed as the one with the greatest hope of attaining the Tao. The path he walked was unlike anyone else's. He refused to tread the path of his predecessors, unwilling to be suppressed by the Tao fruit of the former great emperor. He sought to rise above all paths and carve out his own imperial road. In the end, he surged towards the throne, provoking the backlash of myriad paths, leading everyone to believe he had transformed into the Tao. Little did they expect. He was still alive. Moreover, the Tao injuries on him were left from his failed attempt to attain the throne back then. Tian Jai's voice trembled. No wonder. No wonder his life principles are so profound. He is using the laws of life to heal his Tao injuries. And his physical body. Ji Wuyo stared intently at the observation mirror. It is rumored that Quasi-Emperor Yi Nan had once acquired a fragment of a suspected ancient immortal body from the immortal era to temper his own body. Could it be that he truly refined his body to the imperial level? Indeed, there were such rumors back then, though they were merely tales. In truth, after being severely injured, Yi Nan concealed himself, barely surviving until now. A physical body that has become an emperor. Tao injuries unhealed. Returning after 8,000 years. All clues interlinked. A shocking truth surfaced. Yi Nan, the legendary quasi-emperor from 8,000 years ago, had not perished. He lived in a nearly tragic manner for 8,000 years, burdened by Tao injuries, with his lifespan nearing its end. But now, he has returned. With a body at the imperial level. With some of his Tao injuries healed. With the unfulfilled ambition of the imperial path from 8,000 years ago. Senior. It is actually Quasi-Emperor Yi Nan. Countless human cultivators were moved to tears. We are saved. Quasi-Emperor Yi Nan has returned. Hope ignited like a wildfire in the hearts of the human race. Meanwhile, the ancient clan camp fell into a dead silence. Yi Nan. This name was also recorded in their ancient clan. 8,000 years ago, that madman of the human race nearly broke the shackles of heaven and earth, taking that step. Although he ultimately failed, yet his power was unquestionable. No wonder he was able to destroy the Qinglong spear. Jean Lingxiu's face turned pale. If it was him, everything makes sense. Qi Shao also heard the discussions below. Yi Nan, that madman from 8,000 years ago. A trace of fear flashed in his blood-red eyes, but it was soon replaced by a more violent, killing intent. So what if you are Yi Nan? You failed 8,000 years ago. 8,000 years later, you will still fail. Today I shall ensure your complete annihilation of both body and spirit. The giant hand of the Blood Emperor's shadow crashed down. This time Yi Nan did not remain still. He moved. A very simple action. He raised his hand, clenched his fist. Then, he struck that blood-red giant hand. A punch was thrown. No splendid light or shadow. No profound loss. It was simply an ordinary punch. Yet at the moment it was thrown, crack. The giant hand of the Blood Emperor's shadow shattered. It was not pushed away. It was not neutralized. It was shattered from the very essence of the laws by the terrifying power contained in this punch, which was so brutal, it defied reason. What a... Qi Shao's blood-red pupils widened. Yet Yi Nan's fist did not stop. It passed through the shattered giant hand, through the dissipating blood light, through the vast starry sky, and firmly struck Qi Shao's chest. Bang! Qi Shao's body, like a kite with a broken string, flew backward, crushing dozens of stars along the way. Ultimately, he smashed deep into a desolate ancient star. In the starry sky, Yinan slowly withdrew his fist, shaking his wrist. He lowered his head, looking at the few drops of dark red demonic blood from Qi Shao that stained his fist. Then he raised his head, gazing at that ancient star. He looked at the bottomless pit created by the impact. A calm voice echoed in the starry space. The seventh level is nothing more than this. From deep within the desolate ancient star, a desperate roar erupted. Yinan. The voice was mixed with rage, humiliation, and a hint of unbelievable fear. Qi Shao never imagined that he, a dignified quasi-emperor at the seventh level, would be knocked away by an old man with Dao injuries whose cultivation was even lower by one level. Even if the opponent's physical body was formidable, even if the opponent was a legend from 8,000 years ago, this outcome was still unacceptable to him. Boom! The ancient star exploded. Qi Shao's figure shot up from the ruins. The blood-red armor on his chest shattered significantly, revealing a bloody wound beneath, left by Yinan's earlier punch. At the wound, green life principles intertwined and eroded with dark red blood magic power, emitting a sizzling sound. You dare to injure my treasure body. Qi Shao's blood-red eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted like a demon. Having lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he had never endured such humiliation. Injure you? Yinan stood in the starry sky, his gray robe fluttering under the starlight, calmly looking at him. If you only have this little ability today, it will not be injuring you, but taking your life. His calm tone was more piercing to the soul than the sharpest knife. Good. Qi Shao laughed in anger, repeating 3 goods. He no longer wasted words. His hands shot up sharply, fingers curling like claws, and he fiercely clawed at the hideous wound on his chest. Shred. He actually tore off a large piece of dark red scale armor along with flesh. As the scales left his body, they ignited instantly. Transforming into a blood-red beam of light, it soared into the sky, disappearing into the depths of the universe. With my blood body as the guide, with my demonic soul as the offering, I respectfully summon the ancient royal weapon of our clan, Blood Emperor Spear. Descend. Ancient incantations resonated in the starry sky. In an instant, the entire deep space of the universe seemed to fall silent. Following that, a presence even more terrifying, more violent, and more vibrant than that when the Qinglong spear awakened erupted violently from a certain position deep in the universe. Wherever that presence passed, the stars dimmed and the laws mourned. It was as if an ancient blood emperor that had been asleep for billions of years opened its eyes at this moment. That is, on the burial emperor star, Tianjai's face changed drastically. Blood Emperor Spear, the ancestral weapon of the Blood Demon clan. The voice of the West Queen Mother trembled. It is said that this spear has drunk the blood of more than one quasi-emperor. It is a truly ferocious weapon of slaughter. Not good. How can the elder barehanded withstand an ancient emperor weapon? Ji Wuya exclaimed urgently. In the human camp, the hope that had just arisen was once again shrouded in shadow. The ancient emperor weapon has completely awakened, wielded by a quasi-emperor. This has surpassed the realm of battle. This is world-destroying power. In the starry sky, Yinan frowned slightly. He sensed the rapidly approaching imperial killing intent. It was strong, stronger than the previous Azure Dragon halberd. In the starry sky, Yinan frowned slightly. He sensed the rapidly approaching imperial killing intent. But now, with his injuries healed by 70%, his cultivation restored to the peak of the 6th layer, the Zhe character secret technique nearly perfected, and the effects of the 9 transformations immortal pill still lingering. Just right. A glint of sharpness flashed in Yinan's eyes. Let me test my current limits with you. He did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward. With his hands behind his back, he quietly awaited. Boom! In the depths of the universe, a beam of blood light tore through the star river, arriving in an instant. It was a spear, dark red all over, as if forged from congealed blood. The spear was covered in twisted runes, each writhing like the faces of people in pain and anguish. The spear tip gleamed with a cold light piercing through the void, and where it passed, even the darkness of the cosmic background was stained blood red. The Blood Emperor Spear, a true ancient emperor weapon of slaughter. Ha ha! Qi Shao laughed maniacally, grabbing the long spear. As he took hold of the spear, his aura surged instantly. The dark red power of the blood demon intertwined with the imperial killing intent, coalescing behind him into a blood-colored phantom of a demon emperor towering over 100,000 feet. The phantom wore a crown and held the blood spear, looking down upon the Star River as if the ancient blood monarch had come in person. Yinan. The blood spear pointed directly, and his voice shook the Star River. Beneath this spear, 3 quasi-emperors have fallen. Today, you will be the 4th. Die. He held nothing back anymore. The full power of the seventh layer of the quasi-emperor erupted, pouring into the Blood Emperor's spear. Buzz! The Blood Emperor's spear fully awakened. The twisted runes on the spear came to life, transforming into blood-colored chains that entwined toward Yi Nan. Each chain contained imperial principles capable of easily strangling a great saint. Elder. On the Burial Emperor's star, the humans were wide-eyed with horror. However, at that moment, Buzz! Another extreme aura rose from the Burial Emperor's star. It was not the kind of violence and bloodiness associated with an ancient emperor weapon, but rather a majestic, grand, and overwhelming imperial might. That is, Tianjizi turned his head sharply. In the human camp, the ancient Hua emperor stepped forward, raising a golden imperial seal with both hands. The human emperor's seal. Elder, receive the seal. The ancient Hua emperor roared, throwing the human emperor seal with all his strength into the starry sky. The seal transformed into a beam of golden light, breaking through the atmosphere, flying towards Yi Nan. Almost simultaneously, buzz, buzz, buzz. Three more extreme auras rose. The shaking light mirrored the West Emperor Tower and the Hanyu Furnace. Three imperial weapons flew toward the starry sky at the same time. Elder, we are willing to assist with imperial weapons. Ji Wuya, the West Queen Mother, and Zhang Heng shouted in unison. For imperial weapons, plus the previously appeared execution, sword wind god fan, and demon subduing staff. 4 of the 7 imperial weapons of the human race were flying toward Yi Nan at this moment. What a trust this is. What a determination this is. Yi Nan looked at the 4 beams of light from the imperial weapons, and a flicker of emotion flashed in his eyes. He reached out. He did not go to receive the human emperor's seal. He did not touch the shaking light mirror. He did not take the West Emperor Tower or the Hanyu Furnace. His gaze fell upon the last of the 4 beams of light. That was a rusted iron sword. The execution sword. Sword come. Yi Nan said softly. Clang. The execution sword emitted a joyful ringing, as if it had encountered its true master. It broke free from the restraints of the other 3 imperial weapons, transforming into a gray sword light, instantly crossing thousands of miles of starry sky, landing in Yi Nan's palm. Holding the sword, it was cold, heavy. The rust on the sword body began to flake off at that moment, revealing the true sword body, cold and sharp with murderous intent. Old friend. Yi Nan gently caressed the sword body, a flicker of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. 8,000 years ago, when he was striving for the imperial throne, he had borrowed this sword. Though he had failed, but the sword intent. He remembered. Today accompany me for another battle. Clang. The execution sword rang out again. On the sword body, a stream of gray murderous sword energy erupted, completely shattering the blood-colored chains that were entangling around the execution sword. Qi Xiao's pupils constricted. I didn't expect that those madmen from the Tongtian sword sect would actually give you this ferocious weapon. The execution sword is a treasured weapon of slaughter passed down from the mythological era. Although it is incomplete, its murderous intent is not the least bit inferior to a complete ancient emperor weapon. Perfect. Qi Xiao sneered. Today let's see how these 2 weapons of slaughter compare. Let's see if your execution sword is sharper, or my Blood Emperor spear is more ferocious. He no longer wasted words. He raised the Blood Emperor spear, and the towering phantom of the Demon Emperor behind him moved in sync, thrusting toward Yi Nan. A spear thrust out. Blood Emperor. Heaven-piercing strike. As the spear was thrust, the Star River rolled back. This strike was no longer a simple clash of principles. Instead, it contained Qi Xiao's lifelong cultivation, the full power of the Blood Emperor's spear, and a trace of the ancient Blood Emperor's Dao mark. A kill shot. The spear tip's direction caused the void to vanish inch by inch, forming a dark rift stretching millions of miles. Within the rift, countless stars were swallowed and shattered. This strike was enough to pierce through a life-ancient star. Enough to severely wound a supreme being. Well said. A flicker of battle intent finally flashed in Yi Nan's eyes. He held the sword in one hand, the sword tip pointed toward the starry sky. At that moment, his aura no longer concealed itself. The full power of the 6th layer of the quasi-emperor erupted. The character secret technique was operated to the extreme, the laws of life, transforming into a green halo, enveloping his body, repairing the Dao injuries that had reopened from using all his strength. And then, he moved. There were no elaborate sword moves. No complex sword techniques. Just a simple sword thrust. A direct stab. Execution. One sword. The sword was drawn. Soundlessly. Yet where the sword tip passed, time and space froze, principles shattered, and the murderous sword energy transformed into a gray river, colliding thunderously with the blood-colored spear light. Boom! This explosion was 100 times more terrifying than any previous one. The collision of two extreme forces of slaughter generated an energy storm that instantly swept through a starry sky spanning billions of miles. Countless stars turned to dust in this storm. Even the darkness of the cosmic background was torn open, leaving behind snarling wounds. Puff! Qi Shao spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his arm holding the spear shattered inch by inch. He was horrified to discover that his full-force strike had actually been blocked. No, it wasn't blocked. It was suppressed. The gray killing sword energy was gradually eroding and tearing apart his crimson spear light. Impossible! Qi Shao roared frantically, urging the Blood Emperor spear. The distorted runes on the spear burst forth with dazzling blood light, attempting to counterattack. But, crack! A light sound came from the spear tip. Qi Shao looked down, his pupils constricting. He saw that the indestructible tip of the Blood Emperor's spear had appeared. A faint crack. No. Qi Shao completely went mad. The ancient imperial weapon had actually been shipped. What kind of monster is this Zhuro sword? Your spear is not hard enough. Yinan's voice resonated calmly. He held the Zhuro sword, and the gray killing sword energy became increasingly fierce. Next, it's my turn. He stepped forward. His figure vanished from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Qi Shao. With a single sword strike. Swish! The sword light was like a thread tearing through the starry sky. Qi Shao raised his spear in terror to block. Clang! The resounding clash of metal shattered a large expanse of the star domain. The Blood Emperor's spear trembled violently, and 3 more cracks appeared on its body. And Qi Shao himself was sent flying by the sword strike, a deep wound visible to the bone added to his chest. Ah! Qi Shao went insane. He couldn't accept it. Absolutely could not accept it. Yinan, you forced me to this. He suddenly bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of vital blood onto the Blood Emperor's spear. With my blood soul, awaken my Emperor. Blood Emperor. True form. Descends. A forbidden technique. He was burning his own life essence, forcibly awakening the sleeping fragment of the ancient Blood Emperor's true spirit within the Blood Emperor's spear. Buzz! The Blood Emperor's spear trembled violently. The distorted runes on the spear began to merge and reorganize, ultimately transforming into a pair of slowly opening blood-red eyes. The eyes opened. Wherever they looked, the entire starry sky transformed into a blood-colored hell. Emperor. Ancestral true spirit. Qi Shao trembled with excitement. However, those blood-red eyes did not look at him. Instead, they gazed at Yinan. They stared at the Zhuro sword in Yinan's hand. An ancient hoarse voice, as if it came from the end of time, echoed through the starry sky. Zhu. Xian. Sword. The voice carried a hint of apprehension. The moment those blood-red eyes opened, time in the entire star domain seemed to freeze. That was not the phantom summoned by Qi Shao. That was a fragment of the undying true spirit that truly belonged to the ancient Blood Emperor. Though it was only a fragment, and despite the passage of 1,000,000 years, an emperor is still an emperor. Its might could suppress the starry river. Its power could overshadow the ages. Emperor ancestor. Qi Shao trembled with excitement, kneeling in the starry sky, his voice filled with an almost mad devotion. Please, Emperor ancestor, slay this wretch, and uphold the reputation of our blood demon clan. The blood-red eyes did not pay him any mind. Those eyes only fixed firmly on Yinan, staring at the long sword in his hand, which was gray and rusted, yet emanated a chilling light. Zhu Xian. The ancient voice echoed again, carrying a hint of apprehension that even time could not completely erase. I never expected. This sword is still in the world. Yinan's hand holding the sword was as steady as a rock. He looked at those eyes, seeing within them the indifference of an ancient sovereign who looked down upon all beings. Just a remnant spirit. He spoke, his voice calm to a terrifying degree. How dare it call itself emperor? Impudent. Qi Shao roared, but those blood-red eyes showed no sign of disturbance. It simply gazed quietly at Yinan, watching this person who dared to confront imperial might, even to speak arrogantly. And, after a long while, it slowly uttered 2 words. Dare to blaspheme imperial might. With that voice falling, the blood-red eyes suddenly lit up. 2 condensed blood lights, as if divine spears that opened up the heavens, tore through the starry sky and shot towards Yinan. Wherever the blood light passed, stars were extinguished, laws wailed, and even the most fundamental space-time structure of the universe began to collapse. This was the true imperial killing technique. Even if it was just a remnant spirit manifesting, it was enough to easily annihilate a quasi-emperor. Senior. Countless humans on the burial emperor star cried out in shock. However, in the starry sky, Yinan still did not retreat. He even closed his eyes. 8,000 years ago, I sought to transcend all paths, but ultimately, I failed. He murmured softly, as if speaking to himself, yet also as if speaking to the myriad stars. But that defeat taught me one thing. He opened his eyes. In his gaze there was no longer any murkiness, no fatigue. Only a kind of decisive sword intent that cuts through everything and obliterates all. The so-called imperial path, the so-called emperor's road, are merely the old paths walked by those before. He raised his sword. The tip of the sword pointed far at those blood-red eyes. And I, Yinan, shall walk my own path. Buzz. At that moment the Juro sword erupted with an unprecedented brilliant sword light. This was not the gray killing sword energy, but rather a kind of chaotic energy as if encompassing all paths yet transcending all paths. The reverse path, sword intent. 8,000 years ago Yinan sought the imperial throne with this reverse heart to transcend all paths. Although he failed, this will of reverse had never truly extinguished. It had lain dormant for 8,000 years. In the torment of the wounds of the Tao, in the erosion of time, in repeated despair and reluctance. Today, finally, it sees the light of day. Cut. A single word was uttered. Yinan swung his sword. The sword light did not strike at the two bloodlights. Instead it slashed at the very blood-red eyes. It slashed at that fragment of the ancient blood emperor's remnant spirit. Arrogant. A hint of anger finally flashed in the blood-red eyes. The two bloodlights redirected, colliding with that chaotic sword light. With a thunderous crash. Boom. This time the explosion made no sound, because the propagation of sound had been completely extinguished. Only light. A blinding light interwoven with blood and chaos. That light, like the first ray of light when the universe was born, instantly illuminated this starry sky that had been dead for billions of years. Wherever the light reached, dozens of stars were instantly vaporized. Even space itself was burned with permanent, unhealable cracks. Puff! Qi Shao was at the forefront, and even with the protection of the Blood Emperor spear, he was still shaken by the terrifying aftermath, blood streaming from his 7 orifices, his body flying out like a rag smashing through a series of small asteroid belts. And that pair of blood-red eyes. As the light faded, crack, a faint sound like the shattering of the surface of those eyes, appeared. A crack, following that there was a second, a third, densely packed like a spider web. No, impossible. For the first time a flicker of sheer horror showed in those blood-red eyes. It was only a remnant of a spirit. It should not have harbored emotion. Yet in that instant it felt one thing unmistakably: fear. Fear of that chaotic sword light. Fear of that will that ran counter to the Tao. Fear of this being before it. A human who, though only a quasi-emperor of the 6th heaven, dared to swing a sword at an emperor. Who are you? The ancient voice began to tremble. Me. Yinan stood with his sword, the gray robe snapping in the storm of energy. He lifted his gaze to those eyes fissured with cracks and blood. He enunciated each word. Zongdi Star Yinan. One who will cut down every enemy in his path. A seeker of the way. The words fell. He lifted his sword again. This time the light was no longer chaotic. It concentrated to the utmost, becoming a filament as fine as hair, yet seeming able to sever even time itself. A gray hair-like thread. This strike. I send you this remnant. Back to the void. The sword fell. The thread emerged. Hiss. The filament sliced through the starry sky. Silent as death, yet in the instant that thread passed, those blood-red eyes utterly petrified. With a detonating crack like the shattering of exquisite glass, they burst. They shattered into countless blood-red motes that scattered into the cold depths of the cosmos. A remnant of the Taigu Blood Emperor was thus utterly annihilated. Imperial ancestor. No. Far away Qi Shao, who had just forced himself upright, let out a despairing howl at the sight. His faith, his crutch, the greatest foundation of his blood demon lineage, all severed by a single sword. Next, Yinan turned and regarded Qi Shao, his gaze ice-cold as eternal black ice. It is your turn. Qi Shao trembled through his whole body. He snatched up the Shuohuang spear, desperate to stir it once more. But the spear let out a mournful hum. Where the eyes on its shaft had been, there was only a hollow gaping hole. With the imperial spirit severed, this ancient imperial weapon was half ruined. No. No. Qi Shao collapsed wholly. He turned and fled. He became a streak of bloodlight hurtling crazily into the abyss of space. Dignity, ambition, ancestral honor, none of it mattered now. All he wanted was to live. Yet a voice like a phantom whispered in his ear, "Do you think you can escape?" Qi Shao spun in terror. Yinan had somehow already materialized behind him, the Zhuxian sword in hand, its tip pressing against the hollow behind his heart. Qi Shao opened his mouth to beg, but Yinan gave no chance. The sword tip pressed forward gently. PFT. The blade entered. It did not pierce, so much as strangle. The killing sword Qi of the Zhuxian sword erupted with a roar the moment it sank into Qi Shao. Qi Shao screamed a sound that was no longer human. His flesh, his primordial spirit, his Tao foundation. Everything he had cultivated across hundreds of thousands of years was gnawed away inch by that gray sword, Qi dissolving into oblivion. Yinan, my clan will not let you live. The ancient imperial bloodline will avenge me. His last voice carried boundless malice as it dissolved into the void. Qi Shao's body turned utterly to ash. Only the dull, lifeless Shuahuang's spear hovered where he had stood. A quasi-emperor of the seventh heaven of the Gu clan, his form and spirit erased. Silence fell. The starry expanse was as dead as a tomb. Shattered celestial debris drifted without sound. Yin unsheathed the Zhuxian sword. Rust reappeared along the blade, restoring its unassuming look. He reached out and seized the Shuahuang spear. It was bone-chilling in his hand. Though the imperial spirit was gone and its power diminished, the material was extraordinary. Still a divine material fit for forging supreme weapons. Better than nothing. Yinan stored it away and turned, looking toward Zhongdi Star. His gaze seemed to pierce the endless firmament, finding the countless humans on that world who craned their necks in hope. He inhaled deeply. His voice carried across the stars to Zhongdi Star. The Gu clan quasi-emperor Qi Shao has been executed. With those 3 words came a thunderous roar. On Zhongdi Star, an outburst of jubilation rose like an earthquake. We won. Senior has prevailed. Long live the human race. Countless cultivators wept in each other's arms. Gya cried a long triumphant howl to the sky. Shi Wangmu wept for joy. Tian Jai's old eyes streamed. Fear, despair, and humiliation long stifled were unleashed in that moment. Counterattack. Emperor Gu Hua raised his arm and cried, with me. Cut down the remnants of the Gu clan. Kill. The human forces surged with boundless morale. 7 imperial weapons awakened at once, their imperial might sweeping the northern domain. The Gu clan forces were already en route. 3 great sages stood pale, staring at that stooped yet divine demonic figure in the sky, who all will to fight had gone. Flee. Jin Lingxiao roared and turned to run first. He Sha and Kai Lin followed. 18 ancestral kings scattered like birds. Defeat crashed like an avalanche. Human cultivators pressed the advantage, their shouts shaking the heavens. That day the northern realm flowed red with blood, though it was the blood of the Gu clan. Yinan watched all of it in quiet stillness. He did not act further. The remaining Gu remnants posed no real threat. Yet he coughed, suddenly spitting. The blood contained tiny fragments of golden law. Though the battle had seemed effortless, he had in truth expended his full strength. The reverse Dao sword intent was potent, but it taxed his Dao wounds severely. Even if his Dao wound had healed, employing means far beyond his current realm made that wound flare strange once more. His lifespan was also depleted by nearly a century. The price is heavy. Yinan wiped the blood from his mouth, a weariness flickering in his eyes. At that moment a system tone sounded. A chime from the system arrived as promised. System detected host has slain 1 quasi-emperor of the 7th heaven. System detected host has suppressed an ancient imperial weapon, Shuahuang spear. Task evaluation perfect. Generating rewards. Congratulations, host receives Busi Yao Immortality Elixir X1. Yinan's pupils constricted. Though not as world-defying as a 9-turn immortal pill, of Busi Yao was a life-preserving marvel that could make even an emperor envious. Legend said a complete Busi Yao could let an emperor live another era. Though he was not an emperor now, the elixir's potency could mend most of his Dao wound and greatly restore his lifespan. System, you are truly astounding. Yinan whispered in heartfelt exhilaration. The reward had arrived at the perfect moment. He flipped his palm, and a tiny sapling crystalline like carved jade appeared in his hand. The seedling stood only 3 inches tall and bore 9 leaves, each veined with a different pattern. One curling like a true dragon, another like a phoenix in flight, another like a Qilin treading clouds. The 9 wondrous immortality tree. One of the immortality herbs of the age of myth, a relic long vanished from the world. With this medicine, the injuries to my Dao can be healed by 80%, and my lifespan will increase by at least 5,000 years. That is enough for him to accomplish many things. Enough for him to push his cultivation back to the peak of the 9th layer of the quasi-emperor realm. Even to once again strive for the supreme imperial throne. However, now is not the time to consume it. He raised his head, gazing into the depths of the universe towards those gazes from other ancient stars stirred by the recent battle. He could feel it. Waves of powerful divine consciousness swept in from all corners of the universe. Some came from ancient star domains. Others originated from mysterious, forbidden zones of life. Some even came from unknown existences that made him feel apprehensive. It seems that this battle has made quite a stir, he murmured to himself. However, he did not care. On the contrary, this was the effect he desired. This lifetime is destined not to be tranquil. The supreme beings of the forbidden zones will gradually awaken, the ancient royal descendants will descend upon the world, and even some ancient races that have long vanished from history will return. If the human race wishes to establish itself in this lifetime, it must possess sufficient deterrent power, and today's battle of his, a single sword strike severing the royal shadow, a sword that slays the quasi-emperor, is the best deterrent from today onwards. His voice once again echoed throughout the starry sky. This time it would no longer be confined to the burial emperor star, but would spread throughout the vast cosmos. Yin shall preside over the burial emperor star. If the ancient races dare to invade the territory of humanity again, then shall be next. His tone was calm, yet it resonated like thunder across the heavens, striking fear into the hearts of every being that heard it. Domineering, unparalleled dominance. Yet, no one dared to question it, because he had the power to back it up. In various corners of the universe, those powerful beings observing in the shadows fell silent. On many ancient stars, gasps of cold air echoed. The burial emperor star has produced such a formidable individual. A quasi-emperor at the 6th layer who defies the 7th layers, slashing the royal spirit. This child must not be provoked. The imperial competition of this lifetime has become interesting. Discussions arose in every corner of the universe. The name Yinan, from this day forth, would spread across all realms. Having accomplished all this, Yinan did not linger. He stepped forward, merging into the void, returning towards the burial emperor star. Yinan's words, shall be next, rippled through the cold, desolate depths of the universe, piercing through the barriers of ancient star domains, awakening certain consciousnesses that had been sleeping within the cracks of time and space. It also reached the deepest parts of the forbidden zones of life, where even the light of the stars could not penetrate. Reincarnation C, one of the 7 forbidden zones of life at the burial emperor star, located in the void crack at the junction of the eastern wilderness and central continent, shrouded year-round in a gray mist, having swallowed countless intruders since ancient times, none knowing its depth. At this moment, deep within the mist, in the center of an endless ocean formed by black, demonic water, hovered an island built from piled white bones. Upon the island, a skeletal figure, crystalline like jade, yet exuding an endless aura of decay, slowly opened its eyes. There were no eyeballs in the eye sockets, only 2 clusters of flickering pale soul flames. Nan. The jaw of the skeleton opened and closed, emitting dry, rasping waves of divine consciousness that echoed across the silent demonic sea. That little fellow who attempted to defy the Tao 8,000 years ago, surprisingly, is still alive. Not only alive, but also slayed the Shao of the Blood Demon clan. Extinguished a wisp of the Blood Emperor's remnant spirit. The soul flames flickered, revealing a hint of intrigue. Interesting. Back then, when he failed to ascend to the imperial throne and his Tao foundation shattered, he should have perished, yet he managed to survive for 8,000 years and even regained some of his cultivation. Even suspected of possessing an emperor-level physical body, he holds great secrets. Perhaps he harbors something that transcends the limits of this era. The skeleton slowly raised a bony hand, lightly pointing in the void. A circle of gray-white ripples spread out, manifesting in the cosmic starry sky. The blurry image of Yin and slaying the remnant spirit of the Blood Emperor, and then leaving calmly. The body becoming an emperor. The injuries to his Tao not healed. The intent of the defiant sword. This child may well become a fine pawn in this lifetime. Or, the soul flames suddenly flared intensely for a moment. Become a stepping stone for us to reach the other shore of the immortal path. The skeleton fell silent once more. Yet deep within the reincarnation sea, that ancient, unchanging silence seemed to be stirred by something. The fallen god ridge, the ancestral land of the Blood Demon clan. Beside the altar where Shao once awakened, at this moment knelt many trembling descendants of the Blood Demon clan. At the forefront of the altar, 3 figures, even older and more decayed than Shao, surrounded a completely extinguished soul lamp, remaining silent. They were the other 3 sleeping quasi-emperor ancestors of the Blood Demon clan, their cultivation ranging from the 5th layer to the 6th layer, now forced to awaken prematurely. Shao has died, rasped the skeletal elder in the center, whose body was nothing but skin and bones with deep-set eyes. He was the 2nd ancestor of the Blood Demon clan Shueku. He died at the hands of a human named Yinan. Even a wisp of the true spirit of our royal ancestor has been severed. The elder woman on the left spoke sharply. She was the 3rd ancestor Shui Yan. This enmity cannot be forgiven, roared the one-eyed ferocious elder on the right. He was the 4th ancestor Shui Kuang. But we are not his opponents now. Xueku spoke slowly, his voice filled with weakness and unwillingness. They were too old, having sealed themselves for too long, their vitality waning. Even upon awakening, their strength was less than 70% of their peak. Perhaps together they could contend with the 7th-layer quasi-emperor, but facing Yi Nan, who could slay the royal spirit, and whose physical body was suspected to be imperial, they had no chance of victory. We wait, Xueku said, closing his eyes. We wait for our elder brother to emerge from seclusion, for him to take that step, or for the ancient royal descendants of other royal clans to descend. This lifetime is still long. Yi Nan must die. The chilling and bone-deep oath echoed around the altar. All the descendants of the Blood Demon clan ignited with flames of hatred in their eyes. The ancient mine of Taichu, the immortal ridge, the divine ruins, the upper sky island, the undying mountain. In the depths of the other 5 forbidden zones of life, ancient existences were also stirred, casting indifferent glances. To them, the life and death of a quasi-emperor, the destruction of royal weapons, even the obliteration of royal spirits, were merely a small ripple in the long river of time. At this moment, Yi Nan had quietly returned to the burial emperor star. He did not go to the Yao pool, nor did he accept the cheers and worship of the human race. He did not even meet with Tianjizi or Ji Wuyan. He merely transmitted a brief thought. The ancient clans have retreated, and the human race must strengthen itself. I need to enter seclusion for a period. Oh, do not seek me. Then he completely vanished from everyone's perception. This time he chose a place even more hidden. In the south region of the eastern wilderness, there lies a desolate area known as the Falling Dragon Ridge. It is said that in ancient times a true dragon fell here, its blood soaking the earth, forming a natural cursed domain. Even a sage entering could be inexplicably eroded by the Tao rules, turning into a pile of bones. Yi Nan delved deep into the core valley of Falling Dragon Ridge. This place is shrouded in crimson mist all year round, the ground a dark blood color, and the air filled with a faint dragon's might and the aura of death. He waved his hand to set up a 9-layer formation. It was more complex and tighter than the arrangement he had set up beneath the ice plains. It even contained a hint of the killing intent he had comprehended from the Zhuxian sword, as well as life restrictions from the secret of the Zhe character. A great sage entering would face certain death. A quasi-emperor stepping in would also shed layers of skin. After completing all this, he sat cross-legged at the very center of the valley on the blood-colored jade, said to be transformed from the heart of a true dragon. He took out the 9 wonderful immortal tree. The 3-inch-tall emerald tree radiated a soft and vibrant green glow amidst the blood-colored environment. 9 leaves gently swayed, as if surrounded by the phantoms of true dragons, divine phoenixes, and cheelants dancing in the air, resonating with the rhythm of the Tao. The immortal medicine. Yi Nan took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He did not consume the entire tree. Such waste would cause most of its medicinal potency to dissipate. Instead, he extended his index finger and gently tapped the trunk. He activated the secret of the Zhe character. Using the laws of life as a guide, like the most precise carving knife, he meticulously peeled away and guided the immense life essence and Tao fragments from the immortal medicine to merge into himself. Buzz, the emerald tree's light surged. Vast life essence, as boundless as a sea of stars, mixed with the fragmented Tao rules of the mythical era, transformed into 9 streams of varied colors flowing through Yi Nan's fingers and into his limbs and bones. Ugh! Yi Nan groaned softly. Countless fine cracks instantly appeared on the surface of his body. He was not injured. Rather, the old decayed flesh and Tao foundation that had been eroded by the Tao wounds for 8,000 years were being forcefully crushed and peeled away by this overwhelming medicinal power. Breaking, and then establishing anew. This was a more thorough and painful rebirth than when he had consumed the 9 turns immortal pill. Although the Tao wounds had healed before, it was not perfect. Now it had reached perfection. Crack. Crack. The bones shattered, then reassembled by the life essence, becoming more crystal clear and resilient, imprinted with ancient Tao patterns. The meridians broke and then were widened and reshaped like rivers of stars, capable of accommodating even greater divine power. At the core were the primordial spirit and the Tao wounds. The Tao wound, akin to a festering sore that had entangled the primordial spirit for 8,000 years under the almost heaven-defying power of the immortal medicine, began to dissolve and heal bit by bit, like snow melting under the sun. Excruciating pain. Pain beyond imagination. Yet Yi Nan's heart burned with heat. He could feel it. He felt that the chasm lying before the imperial path, which had nearly severed all his hopes, was slowly being filled. He felt that the emperor's body, which had always been unable to perfectly merge with the primordial spirit due to the Tao wounds, was finally exuding the true, invincible power that belonged to it. He felt that door sealed for 8,000 years leading to the supreme realm was slowly Outside the valley, time flowed. 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. The 10th year of Yinan's seclusion. Above falling Dragon Ridge, blood-colored tribulation clouds had once gathered with thunder roaring like dragons striking the valley for a full 81 days, finally extinguished by the 9-layer formation. That was the heavenly tribulation brought on by his Tao wounds healing significantly and his cultivation breaking through to the 7th level of quasi-emperor. In the 20th year within the valley, dragon roars and phoenix cries occasionally sounded, and the phenomenon of Qilins stepping on clouds appeared, lasting for several months. That was when he refined the fragments of the mythical era's Tao rules within the immortal medicine, elevating his realm to the 8th level of quasi-emperor, causing a leap in his life level. In the 35th year, the entire falling Dragon Ridge blossomed overnight with 1,000 flowers blooming and withered trees reviving rich life essence, transforming into green light rain that fell within a radius of 10,000 miles. However, the next day, all phenomena instantly receded as if they had never occurred. That was when his cultivation reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of quasi-emperor, perfectly attaining the laws of life, achieving a wondrous balance with the deathly desolation. In the 50th year, spring, falling Dragon Ridge, Dragonhead Valley. The 9-layer formation still operated, and the crimson mist still enveloped. But in the center of the valley, on that blood-colored jade, the figure in gray robes who had remained seated for so long slowly opened his eyes. A long breath was exhaled. The breath was like a sword tearing apart the 100-jong void ahead, which did not heal for a long time. Yinan looked down at his hands. The skin was still withered, and the wrinkles were still deep. But inside, the vital energy surged like a dragon, roaring like the sea. The primordial spirit was transparent, perfect, and flawless. The Tao wounds had been completely healed. His cultivation, at the pinnacle of the 9th level of quasi-emperor. He was also known as, about to become a Taoist. Just one last step away from the supreme realm. 50 years. Yinan murmured softly, his voice no longer hoarse, but carrying a calmness forged from the passage of time. Finally, I have returned. He felt the boundless power within him, as if with a single thought he could shatter the stars. This was a power even greater than when he had attempted to ascend to the throne 8,000 years ago, because at that time he only had the cultivation of the 9th level of quasi-emperor. Although his physical body was strong, it had not reached the emperor level. Now his cultivation had returned to its peak. His physical body was perfectly at the emperor level. The primordial spirit had endured 9,000 years of tribulations and was tempered by the immortal medicine, far more resilient than before. Furthermore, he had mastered the secret of the character, the reverse Tao sword intent, and the mysterious assistance of the system. In this life, Yinan stood up, his aura naturally retracted, transforming back into that unremarkable hunched old man. But in his eyes there was a radiance capable of illuminating the ages. Yinan will secure the position of the emperor. He stepped out of the valley. The 9-layer formation silently dissipated. The crimson mist automatically parted. Sunlight after 50 years once again fell upon him. Meanwhile, the burial emperor's star had long since changed beyond recognition. 50 years for mortals is half a lifetime. For the cultivation world, it is enough to alter an era. 50 years ago, Yinan cut through the red sky, with his sword shaking the universe and forcing back the ancient clans, giving the human race a moment to breathe. In the following decade, the major forces of the human race developed, wildly excavating relics, opening secret realms, and nurturing the younger generation. The ancient clans, on the other hand, fell into complete silence, retreating to their forbidden zones, licking their wounds, waiting for stronger ancestors to awaken or for the descendants of ancient emperors to arrive. On the surface, tranquility reigned, but the undercurrents had never ceased, especially among the younger generation. Without the oppression of quasi-emperor-level ancestors, the young talents of the ancient clans and the human race emerged like bamboo shoots after the rain, stepping onto their own paths of contention. In the northern region, the ancient Golden Cave. A young man with golden dragon horns and covered in golden scales shattered the protective array of an ancient relic with a single punch, retrieving the long-sealed dragon blood divine iron, and let out a long roar towards the sky, shaking the land for 100 miles. He is Long Hao, a descendant of the ancient royal family of the Golden Dragon clan, born amidst extraordinary phenomena, hailed as one of the leaders of the younger generation of the ancient clan, and now possesses the cultivation of a Saint King. In the southern ridge, the Demon Emperor's palace. A boy bearing a bronze ancient ruler and possessing double pupils entered the forbidden land of the demon clan, the Valley of 10,000 Demons. 3 months later, he emerged covered in blood, holding an ancient demon emperor rune, his aura surging, nearly rivaling a Saint King. He is Yao Wuyue, the heir of this generation, from the Demon Emperor's palace, bearing the bloodline of the Demon Emperor, mysterious and powerful. In the western desert on Mount Shumi, a young monk walked barefoot through the rolling yellow sand. Wherever he passed, dry wells burst forth with spring's stubborn rocks bloomed, and a faint halo of merit appeared behind his head. He is Xianku, the Buddhist son of Mount Shumi, in this generation innately close to the Buddha, cultivating at an astonishing pace. In the central continent, the ancient Hua dynasty, a prince dressed in a robe adorned with 9 dragons awakened the bloodline of his ancestor, the human emperor, within the royal tomb, resonating with the human emperor seal, enveloped in the aura of imperial might, overwhelming his peers. He is Ji Xuanyuan, the crown prince of the ancient Hua dynasty, hailed as the most promising young prodigy to revive the glory of the human emperor. In the eastern wilderness where prodigies abound, the saintess of the Yaoqi Yuchan, with a celestial physique and exquisite bones suspected to be the reincarnation of an ancient celestial body, cultivates the ancient scripture of Yaoqi, progressing astonishingly. The saint son of Yaowang Lin Shun, endowed with a celestial body, can harness the power of the stars, unmatched in combat. The scion of the Ji family, Ji, inherited part of the bloodline of the Ji emperor, possessing an innate affinity for the laws of space. Jiang Fei of the Jiang family, a descendant of the Jiang emperor, has imperial blood flowing in his veins and can manipulate replicas of the cosmic furnace with ease. But the most eye-catching is in the southern region of the eastern wilderness, a boy named Yi Fan. He hails from a declining family and unexpectedly awakened the legendary ancient saint body at the age of 16. Upon the initial formation of the saint body, it attracted the anomalies of heaven and earth with his vital energy, soaring, rendering him invincible among those of the same level. However, the saint body is also referred to as a waste body, for after the ancient times the laws of heaven and earth changed, making cultivation difficult and encountering a chasm when breaking through the 4 extremes secret realm. Yet this Yi Fan seems to have broken the curse. He has had countless fortuitous encounters, seizing opportunities, growing at a breathtaking speed, and in just over a decade, he has broken through from the Wheel Sea secret realm to the Tao Palace 4 extremes and into the dragon transformation, now standing at the first level of the immortal platform, a half-step great power. Although his cultivation is still not on par with those ancient royal scions and imperial descendants, his growth rate and combat strength have drawn the attention of all. Even some elder figures have asserted if this child does not perish prematurely, he will surely be a pillar of the human race in the future. 50 years. The winds of change swirl. Prodigies arise. The grand era has already begun. At this moment, Yi Nin, emerging from the fallen dragon ridge, appears like an ancient man who has accidentally stumbled into a new age. He hunches his back, walking along the streets of an ancient city called Qingyun City in the southern region. In his ears, the excited discussions of young cultivators in taverns and tea houses can be heard. Have you heard? Long Hao of the Golden Dragon clan recently shattered the protective sacred weapon of an ancient human saint king with a single punch on the ancient battlefield of the northern region. What does that amount to? Our human Yi Fan, just yesterday in the eastern wilderness, defeated an ancient clan's ancestor king at the first level of the immortal platform with his cultivation of the dragon transformation secret realm. Killing an enemy across a major realm now, that is true prodigy. Buff Yi Fan relies on the strength of his saint body. The road of cultivation is still long ahead. In my opinion, the Yaoqi saintess Yuchan is more impressive. It is said she has already touched the threshold of a saint and could break through at any moment. The ancient clan's royal scions are truly terrifying. They are nurtured by fragments of the imperial path from birth, nearly invincible among their peers. This generation is truly exciting. Even some ancient physiques thought to be lost have re-emerged. Yi Nin listened quietly. His murky gaze swept across the vibrant and spirited young faces on the street. They spoke of the current prodigies, debating who was stronger or weaker, dreaming of the future, their eyes filled with light. Just like himself from 8,000 years ago. Youth is truly wonderful. Yi Nin chuckled softly. Then he lifted his head to gaze at the vast sky. His gaze seemed to penetrate the clouds, looking towards the profound starry sky, towards those forbidden zones hidden in the various corners of the universe. The grand era has arrived. The old fellows in the forbidden zones should be unable to sit still now, right? The imperial path of this generation will likely be more bloody than ever before. He shook his head, no longer pondering. He turned and walked into the crowd, clad in gray robes, appearing unremarkable. Like a drop of water, he merged into the surging tide of the era. No one knew. This seemingly ordinary elder had just exited seclusion. His cultivation was already on the verge of achieving the Tao. The morning market in Qingyun City was always bustling and filled with the aroma of life. An old man selling spiritual porridge shouted, steam rising in the morning light. A rogue cultivator selling low-grade talismans squatted in the corner, eagerly watching the passers-by. A few youths in coarse cloth clothes surrounded an old blind man at the street corner, listening to him animatedly recount the legendary tale of Yinan's ascension to the imperial star and slaying the ancient emperor, though it had been twisted beyond recognition. Yinan squatted on a low stool in front of a bun shop, holding a bowl of tofu pudding sprinkled with spiritual scallions, taking small bites. The secret method of breath restraint was operating at its full extent. At this moment, he let alone those young cultivators. Even if a Saint King walked past him, would only perceive him as an ordinary old cultivator with diminished vitality and a short lifespan. Perhaps he had some fortuitous encounters in his youth, but now he had completely withered away. Not even a trace of the aura of a potential emperor leaked out. Not even a ripple of Tao laws was apparent. Returning to simplicity. "Boss, 2 more meat buns, please." Yinan put down the empty bowl and fished out a few low-grade spirit stones. "Sure thing. Old sir has quite the appetite." The boss was a stout, middle-aged man, quickly wrapping 2 steaming meat buns in oil paper and handing them over. Yinan took them leisurely, tearing one open, the aroma of meat mixed with the fragrance of spiritual wheat wafting into his nostrils. He ate very earnestly, as if what he held in his hands was not mundane food that could be bought with a few low-grade spirit stones, but some extraordinary delicacy. "Have you heard? Something big has happened with the Wang family in the northern region." At the next table, a few low-level cultivators obviously involved in trade were conversing in hushed tones, but with Yinan's hearing, he understood them clearly. What else could it be? Isn't it about that chaos body Wang Peng? The news has been spreading for half a month, now everyone in the eastern wilderness knows. The chaos body, said to be an unparalleled physique that can stand shoulder to shoulder with the innate saint body, Tao embryo, extremely rare throughout the ages. When was the last time one appeared? In the mythological era, right? The Wang family must be overjoyed. With this chaos body, as long as he doesn't perish prematurely, he is bound to become a potential emperor, and even has a chance to contest for the position of a great emperor. Hey, that's hard to say. An older cultivator shook his head. The chaos body is too defiant. Surely it will incur the wrath of heaven. Historically, how many of the recorded chaos bodies met a good end? They either attracted the attention of the supreme beings in the forbidden zones, or were besieged by contemporaneous prodigies. The Wang family this time remains to be seen if it is a blessing or a curse. The supreme beings of the forbidden zones. Several young cultivators shivered, instinctively glancing around, as if those ancient existences were lurking in the shadows watching. Yinan leisurely bit into a bun, yet his heart stirred. The chaos body. It had indeed been a long time since it last appeared. This physique is known as the harmony of 10,000 paths, allowing one to practice any technique with twice the results for half the effort, and it can inherently evolve chaotic chi, combining offense and defense, making it nearly unbeatable among peers. If he truly is a complete chaos body, he certainly qualifies to contend for the throne. However, the one from the Wang family is said to be only 18, having just awakened his physique not long ago, and his cultivation is still stuck in the 4 extremes secret realm. Another cultivator remarked, compared to him, I am more concerned about the situation in the central continent. Central continent. The Knight's Manor. Exactly. The Knight's Manor will officially commence the selection for the ancient path of humanity in 3 days. It is said that this time the scale is unprecedented, open not just to the central continent, but also to the young talents from the eastern wilderness, southern ridge, western desert, and even the northern plains, as long as they meet the conditions they can participate. The ancient path of humanity. Someone revealed a look of yearning. Legend has it that this was a trial path opened jointly by the emperors of humanity during ancient times, spanning multiple star domains, connecting various ancient life stars and relics. If one can pass through, not only can they gain unparalleled opportunities, but it also proves their imperial. More importantly, the older cultivator lowered his voice. It is said that this time the reason the Knight's Manor is restarting the ancient path is to select the true seeds capable of shouldering the banner of humanity, preparing for the great calamity to come. Great calamity. What else could it be? The ancient clan. 50 years ago, although Yin and the quasi-emperor intimidated them, everyone knows that the ancient clan won't rest easy. Especially those descendants of ancient emperors and figures of imperial lineage once they grow up. If humanity lacks corresponding young talents to counter them, the consequences would be unimaginable. A few of them fell silent, the atmosphere growing heavy. Yinan finished his last bun, wiped his hands, tossed down a few spirit stones, and slowly stood up to leave. Chaos body. Ancient path of humanity. Interesting. 3 days later, in the central continent, at the ancient emperor city. This city is said to have been built during the final period of the mythical era, once serving as the capital of a certain ancient emperor of humanity. Having endured countless years, the city walls are modeled, yet still stand towering like mountains, exuding an ancient and majestic aura of imperial authority. At this moment in the center of the ancient emperor city, that vast square of the knight's manor covering thousands of acres is already teeming with people. Banners fluttering, war chariots in formation. Almost all human forces from across the burial emperor star have sent their young disciples to attend. The sacred land of Yaoguang Yaoqi, the Ji family, the Jiang family, the Feng clan, the ancient Hua dynasty, the Tongtian sword sect. Even some hidden families and outstanding loose cultivators have made an appearance. Yinan blended into the edge of the crowd, hunched over, leaning on a nondescript wooden staff resembling an old rural cultivator come to watch the commotion. His gaze calmly swept across the square. He saw many familiar faces. The divine body from the Ji family stood at the forefront of their group, tall and upright, exuding a sharp aura with a cultivation at the 9th transformation of the dragon. The divine son of the Jiang family wore a red battle robe, a replica of the Hongyu furnace floating beside him, his aura burning fiercely like fire. The Yaoqi saintess Yuchan, veiled in white silk, exuded an ethereal quality, quietly standing among the Yaoqi group, yet attracting countless gazes. The saint son of Yaoguang Linshun was surrounded by shimmering starry phantoms like a walking star map. Moreover, Yinan's gaze landed on a modestly dressed young man in a corner of the square, his appearance plain. Yi Fan, ancient holy body. At this moment Yi Fan's aura was repressed like a sword, yet to be unsheathed. But Yinan could sense the vast ocean-like blood essence within him, as well as a tenacious and unyielding Tao heart. The holy body. Truly remarkable, Yinan assessed inwardly. Although the road ahead is fraught with difficulties, if he can break through, he will surely become a great figure. Apart from humanity, there were also some unusual figures in the square. Several young demon kings from the southern ridge had arrived, their auras fierce. Young arhats from the western desert had also come, their Buddhist light faintly visible. Moreover, Yinan keenly sensed that on several tall buildings at the square's periphery, some obscure yet powerful auras were spying. The ancient clan. They have come as well. Although they do not dare to boldly enter the knight's manor, they have sent people to observe in the shadows. Clearly they are very concerned about humanity restarting the ancient path. Dong. At this moment a melodious and ancient bell rang from deep within the knight's manor. The sound echoed throughout the entire ancient emperor city. The square instantly fell silent. Everyone looked up. They saw the ancient bronze door, sealed for thousands of years, slowly opening to both sides. Behind the door 3 elders emerged. The one in the center wore ancient-looking bronze battle armor with white hair and a stern face, his eyes sharp like those of a hawk. He stepped forward, arriving at the plaza's height, standing in midair. I am the current head of the knight's manor, Zhang Tsongtian. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like the beating of war drums, clearly reaching everyone's ears. Today the ancient path of humanity is reopening. The rules are quite simple. He raised his hand, pointing to the bronze door behind him. Behind the door there are 3 trials. The first trial is the Tao Steel. It tests aptitude, Tao heart, and potential. Those who do not qualify will be eliminated. The second trial is the Sea of Illusions. It tests will, character, and decisiveness. Those who succumb will be eliminated. The third trial is the Soul of Battle platform. One will duel against ancient battle souls, testing combat strength, adaptability, and lethality. Losers will be eliminated. Those who pass all 3 trials. Zhang Kengshin's gaze swept over the countless young faces below, and his voice suddenly rose. Will receive the ancient path order and tread upon the ancient path of humanity to wage war across the stars for our humanity, and to establish our might across myriad domains. Now, begin. As his words fell, the bronze door fully opened. A wave of desolate, ancient, and warlike energy surged forth from behind the door. Charge. Fight for humanity. Step onto the ancient path and achieve the imperial throne. Countless young cultivators surged toward the door like a tide, their blood boiling. Yinan stood at the edge of the crowd, motionless. He merely observed quietly. He watched the young faces filled with longing, determination, and ambition. He watched as they charged headlong into the unknown trials for a slim hope. Youth is truly wonderful, he softly repeated his earlier words, a trace of complex and faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. There was nostalgia. There was sentiment. There was even a hint of barely perceptible loneliness. 8,000 years ago he too had been this young, this spirited. He had once charged toward what seemed to be an insurmountable chasm for the Tao in his heart, regardless of everything. And then, he failed. A failure that lasted for 9,000 years. In this life, Yinan withdrew, his gaze turned, and with his wooden staff slowly squeezed out of the crowd, walking toward the outside of the ancient emperor city. The hunched figure stretched long in the setting sun. Let these young people go and explore. As for me, he raised his head, gazing at the last rays of twilight on the horizon. His eyes sharpened once more like a knife. It is time to meet those old friends in the forbidden zones. And by the way, to see what kind of brilliance that chaos body truly possesses. With a single step, his figure vanished into the bustling twilight of the ancient emperor city, as if he had never existed. Meanwhile, in the northern borders, in the ancestral land of the Wang family, in a valley shrouded in chaotic mist, a young man dressed in white with a handsome face, yet deep-set eyes like the starry sky, slowly opened his eyes. Before him, on an ancient stone tablet, the words Wang Peng emitted a faint chaotic glow. Has the ancient path been opened? The young man murmured to himself. Then he looked up towards the central continent, a confident smile curving at the corner of his lips. The emperor of this life. Who else but me? Chaos chi surged. In the valley, myriad paths resonated together. The cold winds of the northern realms swept across the desolate plains, carrying shards of ice that cut through the air like knives. Yinan, still wearing his thin gray robe, hobbled forward, trudging through the snow that reached up to his knees. He did not use any magical power to resist the cold, allowing the snow and wind to batter him, appearing merely as a stubborn, ordinary old man nearing the end of his life. Yet should anyone be able to see through the facade, they would discover that the icy winds, capable of freezing gold, would silently melt 3 inches before touching his skin. His steps appeared unsteady, but each footfall landed in the weakest gaps of the wind and snow, moving surprisingly quickly. Chaos body Wang Peng. Wang family. Yinan's gaze turned toward the northern horizon. There lies the ancestral land of the Wang family in the northern realm. He indeed felt a tinge of interest in this suddenly rising chaos body. Such a rare physique, destined to stir up storms and attract countless gazes, both benevolent and malevolent. I wonder if that boy can bear this heavenly mandate. Yinan murmured to himself, his steps never faltering. Meanwhile, across the burial emperor star, the competition among the younger generation was in full swing. In the 3rd year since the ancient road of the human race opened, the first batch of prodigies who passed the trials of the Knight's Manor and obtained the ancient road decree had begun to step onto the ancient path of trials that spanned the star domains. News trickled back. Holy son of the shaking light Lin Chun encountered the ancient legacy of the starry ancients in the heavenly fire star domain and broke through to the 2nd layer of the immortal platform, defeating 3 ancient clan prodigies and gaining fame in that star domain. Saintess Yaoqi Yu Chan faced an onslaught from ancient sea monsters in the illusionary sea star, breaking through in battle and manifesting the wondrous vision of the Yaoqi immortal scripture, purifying the demon mist for miles, revered by the local natives as the sea goddess. The Ji family's divine body, leveraging the void bloodline, discovered a fragment of an array map left by the void emperor in a shattered secret realm of the void, resulting in a surge in combat power. The Jiang family's divine son, the Feng clan's divine daughter, and the ancient Prince Hua, all shone brilliantly at various nodes of the ancient road. The human race was invigorated. The rise of the younger generation instilled hope for the future. However, not everyone was on the ancient road. For instance, the ancient holy body Yi Fan. He chose not to embark on the ancient road immediately, instead continuing his training on the burial emperor star, delving into perilous locations to seek opportunities to break the curse on his holy body. Similarly, the chaos body Wang Peng of the Wang family in the northern realm. He had only recently awakened, and the Wang family intended for him to solidify his foundation before hastily sending him onto the ancient road. Yet this did not hinder his reputation, which spread like wildfires in all directions. Each public appearance of the chaos body would incite a sensation. Some claimed to have witnessed him at the chaos abyss in the northern realm, drawing upon chaotic energies to temper his body with phenomena enveloping 3,000 miles. Others heard rumors that he had clashed with a young saint of an ancient clan with no clear victor. Even more so, there were whispers of mysterious gazes observing the ancestral land of the Wang family from the periphery of the forbidden zone, suggesting that ancient beings had taken an interest in the chaos body. Everything seemed to be progressing in a favorable direction. The human race's prodigies emerged while the ancient clans appeared to be in a state of calm. Until the 5th year of the ancient road opened autumn. In the eastern wilderness on the outskirts of the meteorite mountain range, a sudden ambush shattered the fragile peace like a stone thrown into a tranquil lake. The meteorite mountain range is said to have formed from the fall of meteors from ancient times, containing special star essence and peculiar laws, making it a treasure land for forging weapons and comprehending the star paths. On this day, a promising true disciple of the shaking light holy land, Zhao Xinghe, was sent by his master to gather meteorite iron. Not yet 30 years old, he had already reached the peak of the transforming dragon's secret realm, bearing a star spirit body. Among the younger generation of shaking light, he ranked just behind holy son Lin Chun and was regarded as a future core elder in the making. Accompanying him were 3 fellow disciples, all skilled practitioners of the Four Extremities secret realm. The four carefully ventured 100 miles into the mountains, having just located a vein of meteorite iron when they had not yet had the chance to rejoice. Buzz! 12 black array flags suddenly lit up in the surrounding void. The flags plunged into the ground, swiftly forming a dreadfully dark array that sealed off a 10-mile radius. Who goes there? Zhao Xinghe barked, summoning a radiant star shield to protect his companions. Dark mist surged. 3 shadowy figures cloaked in black robes, their auras obscure, slowly emerged from the fog. They did not respond. They simply raised their hands in unison. 3 beams of black light, like venomous serpents emerging from their dens, tore through the air, targeting Zhao Xing's throat, heart, and dantian. Quick, ruthless, poisonous. Saints. Zhao Xing's pupils constricted. These were clearly 3 ancient clan saints. Moreover, the precision and coordination of their strikes indicated they were not ordinary rogue cultivators, but trained assassins. Form the formation. Call for aid from the sect. Zhao Xinghe shouted, backing up against his 3 companions, forming the shaking light battle array. The starlight surged, attempting to withstand the assault. However, sizzle. The black light effortlessly tore through the starlight defense. A brother of the 4 extremities secret realm was pierced through the forehead by a beam of black light, dying on the spot, without even a scream. Junior brotherly. Zhao Xing's eyes widened with fury. Retreat. Quickly retreat. He burned his essence blood, desperately urging the shield to break through the dark array. But it was too late. Another beam of black light pierced through his side, drawing forth a spray of blood. The poison spread instantly, causing half of his body to go numb. Senior brother. The other 2 junior brothers were terrified. Go. Zhao Xinghe used his last strength to push the 2 towards the edge of the array while he turned and lunged toward the 3 black-robed figures, choosing to self-detonate the Dao Palace. Boom! The self-detonation at the peak of the transforming dragon's secret realm was formidable, momentarily blasting away a patch of black mist. The 2 junior brothers managed to escape the array, fleeing for their lives. The 3 black-robed figures were only pushed back a few steps, their robes torn, revealing the dark blue skin, covered with fine scales beneath, along with cold, merciless golden vertical pupils. Qinglin clan. Pursue, the leader rasped. However, just as they prepared to chase, clang. A clear sound of a sword echoed down from the heavens. The sword, light as white as snow, carried a grand and magnificent sword intent, instantly shattering the 3 pursuing black lights and cleaving the dark array with a single stroke. Hua. The 3 Qinglin clan saints looked up in shock and anger. A young man in a white robe, bearing an ancient sword on his back, stood poised in midair, his sword brow and starry eyes exuding a fierce aura like a divine weapon unsheathed. Tongtian sword sect Dugu Yun. The young man's voice was cold. He was the most outstanding disciple of this generation of the Tongtian sword sect, the nephew of Swordmaster Dugu, by only 28 years old, yet already on the threshold of the immortal platform, with astounding talent in the sword path. He had been training nearby, and sensed the fluctuations of battle, arriving just in time to witness this scene. Ancient clans, daring to ambush our human race's prodigies. Dugu Yun's eyes gleamed with killing intent. Who gave you the audacity? Meddling in others' affairs will kill you too. The 3 Qinglin clan saints exchanged glances, erupting simultaneously. Black light, poisonous mist, and sharp claws surged toward Dugu Yun from 3 directions. Seeking death. Dugu Yun's fingers formed into a sword, lightly slicing through the void. Tongtian sword art. A sword separates worlds. Sizzle. A gray sword line as thin as a hair silently sliced through. The movements of the 3 Qinglin clan saints froze in unison. The next moment, uft, uft, uft. 3 heads covered in scales shot up into the sky. Blood splattered, staining the ground red. With a single sword, 3 saints were slain. Dugu Yun sheathed his sword, not even glancing at the 3 corpses swiftly descending beside the severely injured Zhao Xinghe, feeding him a healing holy pill. Brother Zhao, hold on. The news spread back to the Yaoguang sacred land like it had sprouted wings, reaching the eastern wilderness and sweeping across the entire Zhongdi star. The ancient clan has ambushed our human race's talent. Zhao Xinghe of Yaoguang was gravely injured and on the brink of death, with 3 fellow disciples having perished. The Tongtian sword sect's Dugu Yun made his move, slaying 3 ancient clan saints. The ancient clan has torn apart the peace. Rage. An unparalleled fury. If the conflict 50 years ago was over territory and resources, then this time it was a blatant attempt to strangle the future hope of the human race. They are afraid. They fear our human talents rising. They fear a new emperor appearing in the future. So they want to take advantage of our talents, not yet fully developed, and strangle them in their cradles. The various factions of the human race were indignant. The Yaoguang's sacred master Ji Wuya immediately issued a proclamation demanding an explanation from the ancient clan and the handover of the mastermind behind the scenes, or they would not hesitate to go to war. The Yaoqi Ji family, Jiang family Feng clan, and the ancient Hua dynasty. Nearly all immortal legacies voiced their support. Even the usually neutral Shima Buddhist sect rarely expressed their stance condemning such actions. The pressure was instantly placed upon the ancient clan. However, the ancient clan's response sent chills down everyone's spine. The fallen god Ridge, the Blood Demon clan's ancestral land. A spokesperson from the Blood Demon clan addressing the magically manifested mirror of all heavens said expressionlessly, "This matter was the act of a few radical individuals from the Qinglin clan and has nothing to do with the overall will of our ancient clan. The three involved have been executed, and this matter ends here." A casual dismissal. Shifting responsibility. Completely insincere. Ends here. Ji Wuya laughed in anger. "You murdered 4 of our human race's talents and gravely injured 1, and you think a mere ends here can gloss it over. What does the Yaoguang's sacred master intend to do?" The Blood Demon clan spokesperson coldly retorted, "Go to war." You. Ji Wuya was left speechless. Go to war? Does the human race have the confidence to wage war now? 50 years ago, it was all thanks to Yi Nan's deterrence. Now that senior Yi Nan has gone missing, although the human race possesses several imperial weapons and a number of great saints, their high-end combat power still pales in comparison to the ancient clan. Not to mention the ancient clan's slumbering quasi-emperor ancestors and children of ancient royals have yet to truly emerge. Going to war now. The human race's chances of victory are slim. This matter our ancient clan has already provided an explanation. The tone of the Blood Demon clan spokesperson turned cold. If the human race insists on entanglement, then let it be war. The communication was cut off. The mirror of all heavens dimmed. Inside the Yaoguang Sacred Lands Council Hall, there was a dead silence. Everyone felt the palpable unmasked malice and disdain. The ancient clan simply did not care about the human race's anger. They even expected the human race to be unable to refrain from acting first. "They are testing us." Tai Anjai's voice was hoarse. "Testing our bottom line, testing whether that senior will still appear. If we endure, next time they might ambush Yuchan, ambush Lin Shan, ambush any potential talent. If we do not endure, if we go to war now, we have no chance of victory." A dilemma. Yet another dilemma. Are we to just watch as they slaughter our young people one by one? An elder of Yaoguang shouted with red eyes. No one answered. Despair and helplessness wrapped around everyone's hearts like a cold serpent once more. However, this was merely the beginning. In the following 3 months, similar events occurred one after another. In the southern mountains, a young demon king with a celestial demon body from the demon emperor's palace was ambushed by unidentified ancient clan experts during an outing. Though he narrowly escaped thanks to the demon clan's secret techniques, he was injured at his source, leaving his path incomplete. In the western desert, a reincarnated spiritual child from Shumi Mountain was cursed while comprehending Buddhist law in the Sea of Sand. He was entangled by a strange curse, damaging his Buddhist heart and causing his cultivation to regress. In the central continent, a prince from the ancient Hua dynasty was attacked in the royal hunting grounds with all his guards annihilated. The prince himself lost an arm. Although it was reattached with spirit medicine, his Tao body was no longer complete. In the eastern wilderness, a side genius from the Jiang family with a special fire spirit body perished without a trace during cultivation in a volcanic secret realm due to an accident involving a volcanic eruption. It was later discovered that there were traces of ancient clan formations before the volcanic eruption. One case after another, each with a clear target. Young talents from both the human and demon races with exceptional gifts and potential. The methods were insidious. Ambushes, curses, creating accidents, leaving no obvious evidence. The attitude was arrogant. Even if caught red-handed, the ancient clan often pinned the blame on a few radical individuals or outright denied it. The human race was enraged. They were completely enraged. The younger generation is the future of the race. They are the seeds of hope. The ancient clan's actions were digging at the roots of the human race. The conflict rapidly escalated. From initial condemnation and protests, it developed into small-scale frictions and confrontations. In the border areas where the human and ancient clans intersect, the atmosphere became extremely tense, with small-scale conflicts erupting almost daily and bloodshed occurring incessantly. The young talents were strictly ordered not to venture out alone, and many of their original training plans were forced to be cancelled. A suffocating, oppressive atmosphere of slaughter enveloped the entire Zondi star. It was as if the silence before a storm. In the northern wilderness, Yinan halted his steps. He received messages from Tianjizi through special channels, learning about everything that had happened in the past few months. The wind and snow continued. His hunched figure stood in the vast snowfield, appearing particularly small. Yet within his murky eyes a trace of bone-chilling cold light gradually gathered, hunting down talents, strangling the future. Heh, he chuckled softly. In his laughter there was no anger, no excitement, only a kind of indifference that saw through the essence. It seems that the battle over 50 years ago still didn't hurt them. They still think Yinan cannot wield a sword anymore. He slowly raised his hand, gazing at his own thin, wrinkled palm. In the palm, an almost imperceptible sword mark faintly emerged. That was the mark of the Juxian sword. Very well. He lowered his hand, leaning on his wooden staff, and continued northward. His steps remained unsteady, but the direction was no longer erratic. Straight, towards the north, towards the royal family's ancestral land. Also towards the northern forbidden zone, where the ancient clan's influence was deepest. Since you believe that hiding in the shadows and playing these underhanded tricks can drag down the human race, then let me show you what true hunting is. The wind and snow intensified. It swallowed the hunched figure. It also drowned out the light, airy whisper that fell onto the snow. The wind and snow of the northern region have blown for 3 whole months. Yinan's hunched figure stood like the most tenacious solitary stone on this desolate wasteland, finally at the outskirts of a mountain shrouded in chaotic mist. At the ancestral land of the Wang family, Chaos Mountain. He did not enter, but gazed from afar. His divine sense spread quietly like spilled mercury, penetrating the seemingly ethereal mist that actually contained chaotic laws, perceiving everything within the mountain. The Wang family was very cautious. The mountain's protective array had long been activated. The chaotic mist not only obscured the heavenly secrets, but also harbored a terrifying killing force that could shred even a holy being into chaotic energy. Inside the mountain, he saw the legendary chaos body, Wang Peng. An 18 or 19-year-old youth sat cross-legged on a chaotic stone platform surrounded by thick, grayish mist. The mist occasionally transformed into true dragons, sometimes into divine phoenixes, and at times evolved into scenes of creation. Indeed extraordinary. This physique was innately close to Myriad ways, with nearly no bottlenecks in cultivation. As long as resources were sufficient and comprehension of the Tao was adequate, one could advance with great momentum. Chaos body. Truly deserving of the name. Yinan evaluated in his heart. However, he was focused on more than just Wang Peng. His divine sense swept more secretly and profoundly across the earth veins and voids surrounding Chaos Mountain, even to dimensions that ordinary people could not perceive. There are no obvious marks of supreme, forbidden zones. But there are a few vague probing gazes coming from deeper to the north, likely hidden sentinels set up by the ancient clans. Internally, the Wang family also seems to be in unrest. There are a few auras carrying veiled jealousy and unease regarding Wang Peng's rise. Yinan retracted his divine sense and shook his head slightly. A tree that stands out will inevitably be toppled by the wind. The chaos body was too dazzling, destined to attract countless hidden arrows. With ancient clans watching covetously from outside and internal jealousy among kin, the road for the Wang family would not be easy. However, this is also a form of tempering. Yinan turned and left the confines of Chaos Mountain. He continued north, but no longer fixated on finding Wang Peng. Instead, like the most patient hunter, he began to measure the distribution of the ancient clan forces throughout the northern region. His divine sense transformed into countless invisible threads spreading from him to all directions. It seeped into the ancient mountains. It infiltrated the deep underground caverns. It swept over the ruins of ancient cities concealed by formations. He saw the newly built altar of the Qinglin clan beneath the northern ice fields. 3 holy beings were stationed using secret methods to channel a certain cold energy from the starry sky. He sensed that the black armored insect clan was cultivating a bizarre poison in a certain deep marsh, the aura nauseating. He discovered that the feathered serpent clan occupied a canyon formed by the remains of an ancient serpent deity, where the younger generation was undergoing a certain bloodline baptism. There were also the stone spirit clan, winged demon clan, golden punk clan. Dozens of ancient clan royal lines, large and small like tumors entrenched in the northern region, deeply rooted, continuously drawing the essence of this land, nourishing themselves and waiting for the moment of full revival. And deeper within, Yinan's divine sense touched a few voids that even he found unsettling. Their time and space were distorted, and the laws chaotic, as if connecting to another dimension. A life-restricted zone. The reincarnation, see the fallen god ridge, the ancient primordial mine. Extensions or outposts. Even more ancient and terrifying existences were either sleeping or observing deep within those voids. As expected, Yinan understood in his heart. The ancient clans dared to be so arrogant not only because Yinan had not appeared for 50 years, but also because their foundation was far deeper than it appeared on the surface. Those old fellows in the restricted zones, although they have not truly emerged there, can already penetrate these voids and influence the ancient clans outside. The plan to hunt the outstanding talents perhaps is directed by some ancient immortal. Yinan sneered in his heart, but still refrained from making a move. He was waiting for a suitable moment. He was also observing how the young generation of the human race would shine under such life and death pressure. Meanwhile, on the burial emperor's star, the shadows of war had thickened to an unbearable degree. The hunt for the outstanding talents of the human race by the ancient clans had shifted from the shadows to semi-public. The scale of the conflict was continuously escalating. In the eastern wilderness at the Falling Star Plains, a brutal encounter had just concluded. The human side, led by the Yaoguang Holy Land, the Jiang family, and the Feng clan, had gathered over 30 holy beings and 5 holy kings. Led by a newly promoted Great Holy from the Yaoguang Holy Land, they were originally escorting a batch of important supplies to the front lines of the northern region. On the ancient clan side, the Qinglin clan, Black Armored Insect clan, and Winged Demon clan coalition deployed 2 great holies, over a dozen holy kings, and more than 40 holy beings to set an ambush here. The great battle lasted an entire day. The Falling Star Plains was left riddled with holes, the earth sunken, and the void filled with cracks. Ultimately, the human race barely repelled the ancient clans with a few holy weapons and formations, but at a heavy cost. 8 holy beings perished, 1 holy king was severely injured and on the brink of death, and the Star Radiance Elder was also wounded by the poison sting of the Great Holy from the Black Armored Insect clan, damaging his foundation. The ancient clans suffered considerable losses, as well, with 5 holy beings falling, 2 holy kings, and 1 great holy lightly injured. But this was not an isolated incident. In the southern ridge at the outskirts of the 10,000 Monsters Valley, the young demon king of the Yaohuang Palace, Tianlong, led a team of elite demon race warriors in a bloody battle against a hunting squad from the Blood Demon clan and the Stone Spirit clan. Relying on the demon race's bravery and geographical advantage, they annihilated the invading enemies, but Tianlang was also infected by the Blood Demon's curse and needed to seclude himself to dispel the poison. In the western desert, at Liashazan, an old Arhut from Mount Shumi, in order to protect a few Buddhist spiritual children during their retreat, fought alone against 3 ancient clan holy kings. Ultimately, his golden body shattered, perishing in the yellow sand, dragging one of them down with him in death. In Zhongzhou, 300 miles outside the ancient emperor city, an elite cavalry from the ancient Hua dynasty engaged in fierce battle with the aerial forces of the Golden Peng clan and the Feathered Serpent clan, staining the sky with blood, with both sides suffering the loss of over 100 cultivators. The flames of war almost engulfed every corner of the burial emperor's star. From the clashes between outstanding talents to the battles of holy beings and holy kings, even great holies began to join the fray. Every day names fell. Every day new hatreds burgeoned. The already fragile veil of peace between the human race and the ancient clans was completely torn apart. What replaced it was naked, unending blood feud. In the Yaoguang Holy Land at the Star Palace, the atmosphere was suffocating like the sea before a storm. Seated within were not only representatives from the eastern wilderness, but also those who had come from Zhongzhou's southern ridge and western desert. The Holy Mother of Yaodai Zhuangmu, the head of the Ji family, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Heng, the patriarch of the Feng clan, Feng Wuhan, the emperor of the ancient Hua dynasty, the lord of the Tongtian sword Dugu, by the abbot of Mount Shumi Xianbei, and an old demon king from the Yaohuang Palace. The leaders of nearly all top forces of the human and demon races gathered here. Every face was etched with gravity and exhaustion. In 3 months, we lost 27 holy beings, 6 holy kings, and 1 severely injured great holy. The voice of Tianjizi was hoarse as he reported a shocking series of numbers. The casualties among the younger generation are countless. Although Zhao Xinghe of Yaoguang survived, his foundation was damaged, and his future is bleak. The genius of the Jiang family's fire spirit body was reduced to ashes. And there is also. Zhuangmu lowered her beautiful eyes and said softly, a direct female disciple of Yaodai, possessing a celestial spirit body, encountered an accident 3 days ago during her training. The temperature in the hall suddenly dropped. The celestial spirit body, a physique rarer than the star spirit body and fire spirit body, and closer to the Tao. It was one of the future hopes of Yaodai. Just like that. Gone. And the ancient clans. Emperor Gu Hua demanded in a low, grave voice. Their losses are no smaller than ours, Master Ji interjected, his eyes bloodshot. A collateral line genius of the Ji family, bearing the void bloodline, had also perished. Yet, they seem utterly indifferent. They are throwing lives away. Feng Wuheng slammed his fist upon the table, his beard and hair bristling with fury. They sacrifice ordinary sages and sage kings, expendable lives, to eliminate our race's future prodigies. For them, it is profitable. Zhang Heng's face turned ashen. Because their slumbering ancestral kings number many, they can't afford this attrition. What enrages me most is their attitude. Solitary Defeat, master of the heaven-piercing sword sect, spoke with glacial coldness. Each time an atrocity occurs, they either blame isolated elements or deny involvement outright. Just yesterday, a senior elder of our sword sect apprehended a winged demon clan sage at the border. Under soul-searching interrogation, he confessed the systematic hunting of our human prodigies is not rogue action. It is sanctioned policy orchestrated by their highest echelons. They are forcing our hand, Tianjizi murmured slowly. Forcing us into total war. Forcing us to exhaust our reserves. Or forcing that elder to reveal himself. At the mention of that elder, every soul stirred, then sank again into gloom. 50 years had passed. Elder Yi Nen had vanished entirely after the Starfield battle 50 years ago, leaving only a single sentence behind. No trace remained. The ancient clans had already begun spreading rumors. At Yinshan Ridge, a Blood Demon clan spokesperson publicly addressed humanity through the All-Heavens mirror. Do you still cling to hope for that old man? Yi Nen? Wake from your delusion. A quasi-emperor's lifespan spans merely 10,000 years. Yi Nen rose to prominence 8 millennia ago and endured grievous Dao scars. That he survives today is already a miracle. The Starfield battle 50 years ago. His apparent dominance was but a final flare, his forbidden power unleashed at terrible cost certain to rebound upon him. 50 years have passed, silence absolute. Most likely he lies long dead, unmourned, unmarked, in some forgotten corner reduced to dust and bone. Humanity, face reality. This era belongs to the ancient clan's reascendancy. Submit or perish. Arrogance, unbearable arrogance. Yet, tremors of doubt now rippled through humanity's ranks. Senior Tianjizi, truly you cannot divine Elder Yi Nan's whereabouts. A representative from an ancient lineage of Zhongzhou asked cautiously. Tianjizi remained silent. He had tried, countless times, burning his own life essence and vital blood to divine the truth. Yet the result remained absolute obscurity. Elder Yi Nen had vanished from existence itself. Not even a single thread of celestial fate lingered in his wake. Perhaps he truly meditates in seclusion, healing profound wounds. At a critical juncture, murmured the Queen Mother of the West. But uncertainty bled through her voice, unmistakable to all. Or perhaps the lineage representative lowered his voice. The ancient clans speak truth. After all, 50 years is long for mortals yet but the blink of an eye in a quasi-emperor's cultivation cycle. Why, if Elder Yi Nen lives, does he remain deaf to humanity's present suffering? Dare you speak thus? Patriarch Ji glared fiercely. Elder Yi Nan's benevolence toward our race is immeasurable. How dare you speculate so recklessly? I merely voice one possibility, the representative retorted, jaw set. Our situation teeters on annihilation. We cannot stake all hope upon a figure who may no longer exist. Instantly the hall split into two factions, one steadfast in faith that Yi Nen lived, merely awaiting his moment, the other increasingly skeptical, insisting humanity must prepare for the worst, relying solely upon its own strength. The quarrel intensified, until, report. A disciple of the Yaoguang sect burst into the hall drenched in blood, staggering forward, his voice raw with anguish, urgent dispatch from the northern front. The ancient clan coalition has launched a massive offensive. Long Hao, the Golden Dragon clan's imperial prince, has personally entered the battlefield, slaying 3 of our sage kings in succession. Wang Peng, the chaos physique of the Wang family, engaged him in combat. After 300 exchanges, Wang Peng was struck down by Long Hao's imperial dragon fist, his chaos physique grievously wounded. All leapt to their feet. The chaos physique, wounded. He was one of humanity's brightest hopes for the future. Moreover, the disciple cried, tears mingling with blood. Within the ancient clan formation, a quasi-emperor aura manifested. Though fleeting, it was unmistakable. The final transmission from Starlight Patriarch commanding the front lines, the ancient clans may have awakened a quasi-emperor ancestor. Prematurely. Boom. As if thunder cracked within every mind. Every face paled instantly. A quasi-emperor. The ancient clans truly possessed a quasi-emperor ancestor, awakened precisely at this dire hour. And Elder Yi Nan, still nowhere to be found. Despair, cold, suffocating, flooded the Starlight Hall in an instant. On the northern wastelands, Yi Nan, who had walked like a detached observer, halted. He lifted his head, gazing northward toward the front lines. In his clouded eyes reflected the distant skies, faint crimson glow and turbulent energy ripples. A quasi-emperor aura, he murmured softly. At last. You could no longer hold back. He did not move. He simply stood, still waiting. Wind and snow howled around him. His hunched silhouette swayed faintly in the gale, yet nothing could disperse the icy gathering smile hardening in his gaze. The Broken Dragon Cliff, northern frontline. Its name derived from the jagged dragon spine-like ridges shattered across its terrain, now truly a place where souls broke. Blood rain fell from the sky, the omen of fallen sages. Below, corpses piled high, human and ancient clan alike. At the battlefield's heart stood a towering figure, 3 zhang tall, covered in dark golden dragon scales crowned with vicious horns roaring triumphantly to the heavens. Jinlin, the newly awakened quasi-emperor ancestor of the Golden Dragon clan. Cultivation realm quasi-emperor 4th tier. Though inferior to Qi Shao of Yer, he was peerless in this age. In his hand hung the mangled corpse of a human sage king. He tossed it carelessly toward the ancient clan ranks, igniting a wave of bloodthirsty cheers. Humans. Insects. Jinlin's voice boomed like thunder, golden dragon pupils sweeping over the scattered remnants of humanity's forces, filled with cruel mockery. Without Yinan, you are nothing. Across the field, humanity's ranks fell into utter silence. Starlight Patriarch leaned heavily upon 2 human sage kings, his chest pierced by a bullseyed wound front to back, golden dragon energy ravaging his Dao foundation. His complexion was ashen, eyes hollow with despair. Moments earlier, this Golden Dragon clan quasi-emperor had descended without warning, shattering battlefield conventions, striking with ruthless force. One palm shattered a human sage king's sacred artifact, one fist gravely wounded Starlight Patriarch. Had several sacred artifacts not self-destructed to delay him, humanity's entire vanguard would have been annihilated. Farther aloft, 2 young figures faced each other. One was Long Hao, the Golden Dragon clan's imperial prince, radiating imperial dragon energy, fierce and overwhelming like a youthful dragon sovereign. Though drained from his duel with Wang Peng, his majesty remained undiminished. The other was Wang Peng, the chaos physique. This young prodigy stood in dire straits. His left shoulder had collapsed entirely, shattered by Long Hao's imperial dragon fist. Chaos energy and golden dragon energy writhed and corroded at the wound, hissing audibly. His face was pale, blood trickling from his lips, but his gaze remained unbroken, locked fiercely upon Long Hao. A chaos body. How underwhelming, Long Hao sneered. When my forebear has slaughtered you ants, he'll have the pleasure of preparing you. The primordial chaos essence is immensely nourishing. Wang Peng gritted his teeth and tried to gather the chaotic qi once more, but his wounds were too severe. As he tugged at his origin, he coughed up a mouthful of chaos-colored blood. Defeated. One of the brightest hopes of the human youth lay fallen at the hands of the ancient emperor's offspring. Above them, a quasi-emperor watched with predatory intent. Despair, like the coldest current, froze the hearts of every human cultivator. Is it that heaven means to undo our race? An aged sage murmured, tears streaming down his face. Senior Yinan, where are you? Someone sobbed. Jinlin heard the whispers, and his laughter grew more. Yinan. Ha ha ha. You still pin your hopes on that old relic. He stepped forward, and quasi-emperor pressure descended like an ancient mountain crashing down. Several dozen weaker human cultivators were crushed to their knees, spitting blood. Let me make this perfectly. Cruel delight flashed in Jinlin's dragon pupils. Yinan has been dead for a long time. An 8,000-year Dao wound, and 50 years ago he resorted to forbidden power. His light has long since guttered. By now even his bones have surely turned to dust. This age belongs to my Gu clan. You humans will either bow and serve, or be annihilated. He raised a massive scale-clad hand. Golden radiance pooled in his palm, and formed a dragon-shaped blade that tore through heaven and earth, aimed at the remaining human encampment below. We shall begin with you ants. Kill. The dragon blade fell with a thunderous roar, ripping the void like paper wherever it passed. Xinghui Elder's eyes strained as he tried to ignite his nascent spirit to stop it, but his injuries pinned him immobile. Wang Peng roared and tried to surge forward despite his wounds, only to be halted by Long Hao's cold sneer. Countless human cultivators closed their eyes, bracing for death. Yet at the very instant the dragon blade was about to cleave into the crowd, a soft sigh, so faint, yet it seemed to issue from the deepest well of every soul, cutting through the battlefield's clamor, the screams the dragon roars. The world-annihilating dragon blade froze in that moment, as if it had struck an invisible, immutable. It hung suspended midair, unable to advance an inch. Jinlin's face drained of color, Long Hao's pupils contracted, the snarls of the Gu clan stiffened into stunned silence. On the human side, everyone shot their eyes open, staring upward in disbelief. There were none had been a moment before a figure had appeared. A gray robe, stooped, hair thin and silver. Deep furrows carved his face like ravines, as if a gust might topple him. Yet he stood there utterly still. He stood before that world-shattering blade, extending a gaunt claw-like right hand, his index finger barely pressed out. The fingertip touched the blade's keenest edge. Crack, a crisp sound like glass shattering. The dragon blade that could slay great sages and grievously wound quasi-emperors began from that touch to break apart. Fragment by fragment it shattered into a sky of golden motes that drifted down like a shower of gold. Jinlin's dragon pupils bulged, and his scales stood on end. A primordial instinctive terror, dormant for countless ages, doused him like ice water and overwhelmed him in an instant. Flee! He must flee. The thought had barely formed when the stooped figure moved, simply stepped forward. One step that spanned 1,000 zhong, and he stood before Jinlin face to face within arm's reach. Jinlin could discern the direction of every wrinkle on the man's face and smelled a faint antiquated scent like old books. Yet this seemingly decrepit body made his soul scream. Who are you? Jinlin's voice trembled as he instinctively recoiled. Me. The gray-robed elder slowly raised his head, revealing eyes as calm as an ancient well and as fathomless as to swallow stars. Weren't you just shouting, declaring me dead? His voice was plain, yet it detonated in Jinlin's mind like thunder from the 9 heavens. Yinen. Jinlin screamed, his cry distorted. Impossible. How could he still be alive? 50 years of silence, no trace of his breath, his heavenly sign entirely concealed. Everyone had assumed his Dao wound had erupted, and he had perished. How could he possibly appear here? Jinlin stared fixedly at Yinan, at the stooped frame and the face lined with age. But no. Jinlin suddenly perceived something. Yinan did indeed bear the residue of age's Dao. But no. Jinlin suddenly perceived something. Yinan did. A majestic, unimaginable force, scorching as the birth of the cosmos, as if it could crush the ancient heavens. An appalling surge of vital blood and Dao law was slowly awakening. Like a slumbering primeval beast opening its eyes. Your Dao wound. Jinlin's voice went dry. Dao wound. Yinan looked down at his palm and gently clenched his fist. Crack, crack. A dense popping yet thunderous cascade of bones shattering sounded from within him. It was not the lament of decay. It was the sound of shackles breaking, of a divine dragon stretching, of rebirth. At the same time, an indescribable, terrifying aura erupted from Yinan without reserve. No longer the restrained, somber presence from before. It burst forth like a volcanic eruption, like a river of stars in reverse, like the universe's first opening. Quasi-emperor pressure, but not ordinary quasi-emperor pressure. This was the pinnacle of the quasi-emperor, the sovereign majesty of one about to become Dao. His chi and blood surged skyward, forming a crimson gold pillar that pierced heaven and earth, dispersing the blood clouds and tearing the firmament. Dao laws manifested, coalescing behind him into vast portents. The sun and moon, stars, mountains, and rivers, myriad spirits bowing in homage. Across the entire Duanlong cliff battlefield for 100,000 li, every living thing, human or goose sage or great sage, froze in that moment. As if suppressed by an invisible divine mountain, none could move. Even thought seemed congealed. Quasi-emperor, pinnacle. Jinlin's dragon pupils overflowed with boundless fear and incredulity. How could this be? 50 years ago, Yinan was only at the 6th heavens of the quasi-emperor. His combat prowess defied the heavens, but his realm was fixed. 50 years, only 50 years, and he leaped from the 6th heavens to the pinnacle, and he has completely healed the Dao wound that plagued him for 8,000 years. What manner of abomination is this? No, impossible. Jinlin roared, straining against the terrifying pressure bearing down upon him. You must have invoked a forbidden art. You've forcibly elevated your cultivation. Your endurance won't last long. Is that so? Yinan gazed at him, his eyes unnervingly calm. And then, he raised his right hand, and same withered claw-like hand. And slowly, deliberately, he reached for Jinlin's throat. And the motion was unhurried. So slow that every soul on the battlefield could trace the arc of that hand with perfect clarity. Yet Jinlin felt time, space, and even the fundamental laws of heaven and earth freeze solid around him. His immense dragon energy, cultivation at the quasi-emperor 4th realm, raged violently within his meridians. Ni's dark golden dragon scales blazed with radiant imperial Dao light, and he attempted to manifest his true golden dragon form, to ignite his dragon blood, and to awaken deeper ancestral legacies slumbering within his clan. But it was too late. And that withered hand had already closed around his throat. A gentle squeeze, and crack, and not the sound of a neck snapping, but the shattering of his dragon, the sound of his primordial dragon essence, cultivated over hundreds of thousands of years, being brutally crushed by an overwhelming, irrational force. And Jinlin emitted a shriek so agonized it bore no resemblance to dragon song. Ni's colossal draconic body swelled uncontrollably, contorting grotesquely, scales peeled away in flurries, and golden dragon blood gushed, like waterfalls from his 7 orifices. Ancestor. Below Long Hao's eyes bled crimson as he lunged forward. Nine did not even glance his way. And he merely gave Jean Lin's throat a slight, effortless shake. Boom! In Jean Lin's 3's hang-tall, true, draconic form detonated like an overinflated balloon. In flesh and viscera exploded outward. Dragon bones shattered into dust. And even his nascent soul failed to escape, crushed alongside his flesh beneath that palm into the finest, most absolute motes of ash. A quasi-emperor 4th realm elder of an ancient race, gone, and squeezed out of existence. As effortlessly as crushing an insect. In silence. Silence so profound it swallowed all breath. Only the golden rain falling from the heavens, and the fading mournful echo of a dragon's final cry, proved what had just transpired was no illusion. Long Hao hung frozen midair, fury, ferocity, and madness locked rigid upon his face, then slowly dissolved, leaving behind only boundless terror and pallor. His revered ancestor, the strongest awakened legacy of the Golden Dragon clan this era, gone. Just gone. And crushed by hand. What manner of power was this? In what manner of monster was this? In thump. Saint of an ancient race collapsed to his knees, trembling, his trousers soaked. Then another. Then a third. And the ancient clan's formation crumbled utterly. Naviri, ancient clan cultivator, regardless of realm, stood paralyzed, spineless, icy cold, shaking uncontrollably. Their gaze fixed upon that hunched, gray-robed figure hovering in the sky, brimmed with primal instinctive terror, the same dread one feels before an apex predator. And on the human side, stunned silence. Bewilderment. And then, Senior. Xinghui elder was the first to snap awake, tears streaming down his weathered cheeks, his voice raw with desperate, hoarse exultation. It's Senior Yinan. Senior has returned. And Senior Yinan lives. He has returned. And we are saved. Humanity is saved. A volcanic eruption of jubilant roars, suppressed for eons, shook the heavens. Countless human cultivators wept openly, trembling with ecstatic disbelief. Some even fainted outright from sheer emotional overload. Salvation from utter annihilation. True miraculous salvation. Wang Peng clutched his collapsed shoulder, staring up at that seemingly frail, hunched figure, yet one that appeared capable of shouldering the entire firmament, and his eyes blazed with unprecedented fervor. This was humanity's guardian. And this was true strength. Yinan released his grip. Influx of Jean Lin's remaining ash drifted silently from between his fingers. He shook his hand lightly, as if brushing away an irritating fly. And then he turned. Ni's gaze swept calmly across the ancient clan ranks below, now mute and petrified, across the elated, cheering human cultivators, and finally settling upon Long Hao's ashen, lifeless face. And you are not bad. Yinan spoke, voice placid. To wound a chaos body among your peers, you possess the merit to serve as whetstone for this generation's youth. And Long Hao shuddered violently, his lips trembled, but no sound emerged. Thus I shall not kill you. Ninan's words jolted Long Hao upright, hope incredulous and fragile flickering in his eyes. But Yinan's next sentence plunged him into glacial despair. I'll spare you, to stand as a rival for the young. Should you rise to the pinnacle through pure competition, that is your destiny. Should you fail to reach it, Ninan paused, his tone turning frigid. Then you are nothing more than you appear. In blatant, unadorned contempt. Yet Long Hao dared not utter a word of resentment. Only relief, raw and trembling, washed over him. As for you all. Ninan's gaze swept once more across the assembled ancient clans. His voice, though low, resonated across the battlefield, reverberating throughout Zhongdi's star, and further still into the cosmic void toward those dreaded life prohibitions. From this day forth I decree one law, and humans and ancient clans may wage war. The younger generation may compete, duel, and vie for opportunities and blessings by their own merits. But Ni's voice hardened instantly, like tint of sandier ice. Should I ever discover an immortal elder, unashamed and scrupulous, lifting a finger to crush the young, exploiting seniority to bully juniors, Ninan raised his right hand toward the northern heartland of the ancient clans, the direction of those chilling hollow voids that stirred unease within him. Nan pressed downward, empty air. Roar! In millions of li northward, an ancient mountain range shrouded in gray mist collapsed in cataclysmic ruin. Within those peaks, every formation, every restriction, every slumbering ancestral king perished without even a cry, reduced to dust alongside the mountains themselves. This is the consequence. Ninan withdrew his hand, his voice returned to quiet composure. I care not which royal bloodline you hail from, or which prohibition stands behind you. The law is set, and whoever violates it And he paused, each syllable striking like a celestial edict searing itself into the soul of every living being who heard it. I, Yinan, shall personally descend upon your ancestral lands, and eradicate your clan, extinguish your lineage. And let none say, I did not warn you. Ni's final words faded. The entire realm fell into absolute, suffocating silence. Only Yinan remained, hunched, yet godlike, demon-like, suspended high above. Ni's gray robe billowed fiercely. Ni's back alone held up the sky. In the depths of the reincarnation sea, the soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeleton on the bone island flickered violently. Peak of the quasi-emperor. The injuries from the Tao have all healed. This child has already become a force to be reckoned with. At the Godfall Ridge, the three blood demons, Blood Withering, Blood Nightmare, and Blood Frenzy, looked through the water mirror at this scene, their faces dark enough to drip water. He has indeed not died, and moreover, has become stronger. We cannot act recklessly anymore, at least until we recover our peak or before our elder brother emerges from seclusion. At the Taichu Ancient Mine, Celestial Ridge, Divine Ruins, Upper Heaven Island, Undying Mountain, ancient gazes cast down from the deepest parts of the forbidden zones filled with astonishment, with a sense of gravity, accompanied by a hint of barely perceptible greed. In such a short time from being ensnared by Tao injuries in the sixfold heaven to recovering to peak, he must possess a tremendous secret. Perhaps it is related to immortality. Observe, continue to observe. This life is becoming increasingly interesting. At the dragon-ending cliff, after Yinan finished speaking, he did not linger. He turned, taking a step forward, his figure merging into the void, vanishing without a trace, just as abruptly as he had arrived. Only a single sentence remained echoing through the heavens and resonating in the hearts of every human and ancient clan. The great contest of the world belongs to the young. Old fellows, behave yourselves. After a long time, who? It was unknown who let out a long breath of turbid air. Immediately after, long live Senior Yinan, long live the human race. The earth-shaking cheers erupted like a tsunami, sweeping across the entire dragon-ending cliff and further spreading to the entire emperor's burial star. The human race was completely stirred. Meanwhile, in the ancient clan camp, Long Hao looked towards the direction where Yinan had disappeared, then glanced at the northern ruins of the ancestral land, his expression shifting from green to pale. Finally, he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word between clenched teeth: retreat. The remnants of the Golden Dragon clan fled in panic like stray dogs. The other ancient clans had long been frightened out of their wits, scattering like birds and beasts. The battle at the dragon-ending cliff concluded with the human race making a miraculous comeback, the ancient clan's quasi-emperor falling and Yinan's name resounding across the world. The news spread across the emperor's burial star like a cosmic storm, reaching the depths of the starry sky. Yinan's name resonated once again throughout the heavens. It has been 10 years since the battle at the dragon-ending cliff. 10 years for a mundane dynasty is enough to change the ruling dynasty. For cultivators with long lifespans, it is also enough for many things to change. The ruins of the ancient clan ancestral land in the northern border, which Yinan had flattened with a single strike, had long been covered by thick layers of snow, only revealing some strange phosphorescence flickering among the broken walls on certain nights when the wind and snow temporarily abated. Occasionally there would be eerie phosphorescence flickering among the ruins, remnants of the fallen ancient clan's strong will. The dragon-ending cliff itself had become a sacred place in the hearts of the young human cultivators. Young prodigies often came here to pay their respects and gain insights. They attempted to glean bits and pieces from the remnants of the quasi-emperor's Tao rhythm, which had almost been worn away by time. And that figure in gray robes who had single-handedly created all of this after leaving behind words that shook the world had once again disappeared, completely, more thoroughly than in the previous 50 years. In the 10 years that followed, both the human race and the ancient clans had employed countless means to search. The ancient clans even sought the ancient existences skilled in heavenly machine deduction from forbidden zones like the Reincarnation Sea and the Taichu Ancient Mine, using secret methods to trace back and forbidden techniques to spy. The result was nothing. Yinan was like a drop of water evaporating in the vast universe. Not even a ripple was left behind. This child's secret breathing technique has reached perfection. In the depths of the Reincarnation Sea, the soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeleton flickered gently. If he had not actively revealed his aura, even if we scanned the heavens with imperial laws, we would find it difficult to trace his whereabouts. He possesses a treasure that can sever the heavenly machine. From within a stone coffin wrapped in chaotic energy in the Taichu Ancient Mine came a hoarse whisper, or perhaps, the path he cultivates is inherently beyond the conventional laws of this world. Those who go against the Tao are indeed troublesome. The supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones reached a certain understanding. Before they thoroughly understood Yunan's details or found a way to counter his bizarre concealment methods, it was not wise to easily touch that red line. After all, the withered hand that had crushed the quasi-emperor before the dragon-ending cliff, as well as the ancestral land ruins in the north which still emitted a sense of destruction, were still fresh in their memories. The rules have temporarily been established. The old fellows, at least on the surface, have settled down. But this does not mean peace. On the contrary, without the dimensionality reduction strike from the older generation, and without the shortcut of bullying the weak, the conflicts among the younger generation have become even more intense, cruel, and bloody. The Great Era has entered a true heroic meat grinder age. At the Emperor's burial star in the southern region of the eastern wilderness, the seventh layer of the fire domain. Here the ground fire was a pale gold color hot enough to melt ordinary holy master-level divine iron, and the void was distorted by the intense heat. At this moment, amidst the sea of flames, two figures were engaged in fierce combat. One side was enveloped entirely in dark red flames with a pair of deformed bat wings sprouting from its back and fangs bared. It was the young king of the Blood Demon clan who had gained fame in this generation, Bloodburning. He possessed the rare blood flame demon body, naturally close to the laws of fire and blood, and had reached the peak of the second layer of the immortal platform. He had previously burned to death 3 similarly ranked human prodigies, gaining a fearsome reputation. The other side was a seemingly plain-looking youth dressed in a simple blue shirt. Yi Fan. 10 years passed, and the once young boy had grown into a young man, his youthful innocence replaced by a more mature and resolute demeanor. He bore no flashy brilliance around him, relying solely on a pair of fists shimmering with a pale golden glow to clash hard against the raging blood flames. Bang! The collision of fists and claws produced a dull roar, shaking the surrounding sea of flames. Bloodburning staggered back, 3 steps, a flicker of surprise flashing in his dark red pupils. His blood flames contained a venomous attribute that could corrode blood and defile the primordial spirit. Ordinary cultivators would be injured upon contact. Yet the human's fists before him were like refined divine gold, withstanding the blood flames without harm, and the rebound force caused his chi and blood to surge. The ancient holy body truly lives up to its name. Bloodburning licked his fangs, the bloodthirst in his eyes intensifying. Your holy blood must be very nourishing. He suddenly spread his wings wide, and the raging blood flames soared into the sky, transforming into a giant blood flame demon bat phantom, shrieking sharply as it lunged towards Yi Fan. This was the Blood Demon clan's secret technique, bloodbat swallowing the heavens. It could devour the essence of the opponent's blood and nourish itself. Yi Fan's expression remained calm, advancing rather than retreating. His chi and blood roared within him, surging like the Yangtze River, the pale, golden, holy blood in his veins resonating like the roar of a river. The 5 great secret realms. Reincarnation, Sea Dao Palace, 4 extremes, transformation, dragon, immortal platform, were all glowing simultaneously. The manifestation of the holy body. Chaos seed, green lotus. Boom. A graceful green lotus shadow rose from the depths of Yi Fan's sea of suffering, taking root in chaotic energy, the lotus leaves unfurling, blocking the oncoming blood flame demon bat. The green lotus trembled gently. The chaotic energy enveloped it, rendering it invulnerable. The blood flame demon bat seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall, emitting a mournful wail as it began to disintegrate bit by bit. What a... Shui Fen's face drained of color. His secret art had once consumed the entire lifeblood of a half-step great being of the human race. How could it now be stopped by the phantom of a green lotus? My turn. Yi Fan spoke, his voice calm. He stepped forward, and the sea of flame beneath him parted by itself. His right fist clenched, pale golden chi and blood condensed to the extreme, and upon the fist a faint tableau of heaven being cleaved open seemed to emerge. 6 paths, reincarnation fist. With a single blow, 6 blurred archaic world phantoms spun within the light of his fist, bearing a supreme intent to crush all and escort the doomed to burial as they smashed toward Shui Fan. The technique was a fragmentary fist art he had obtained within an ancient ruin seemingly connected to the mythic era's 6 paths. Though incomplete, its might was earth-shattering. Shui Fan's pupils contracted. He felt a mortal threat. He roared, ignited his lifeblood, driving his blood flame demon body to its pinnacle. His twin claws crossed, attempting to withstand the blow heat in. Boom. A horrifying explosion rent open a massive breach even through the 7th layer of the fire domain. Golden and blood-red radiance braided and annihilated one another. After a moment, the light dispersed. Shui Fan was hurled backward, shattering several flaming ridges before barely coming to a halt. His arms were twisted and deformed, dark red scales broken away, a dark golden demonic blood trickled from his mouth, his breath flagging. Yi Fan remained where he stood, only a shallow scorch marred his knuckle, his chi and blood still roaring like a furnace. The difference was plain to see. Cough. Cough. Xuefan hacked blood, staring fixedly at Yi Fan. Archaic sacred body. I will remember you. He dared not continue the fight, and fled in a streak of bloody light. Yi Fan did not pursue. He slowly withdrew his fist, and regarded the scorch upon his knuckle, his brow slightly furrowed. Blood-flamed demon body. Indeed troublesome. Were it not for the sacred Buddhist chi and blood that restrained 10,000 evils, today's outcome would have been uncertain. He sat cross-legged, produced a healing pill, and swallowed it, then began to recuperate within the fire domain. 10 years of honing life and death clashes. He was no longer the boy who could advance only by fortune and chance. The sacred body curse yet remained. Breaking through the chasm at the second tier of Xiantai felt like a sword suspended above his head. But he did not fear. He would carve his way forward with fist and foot. Zhongzhou Gu Huangqing, the Knight's Mansion. In the past decade, the human ancient road had been fully opened, linking more than 30 life ancient stars and hundreds of ancient ruins. Wave after wave of human prodigies set out along the ancient road to contest the stars. Some fell buried in foreign soils. Some rose, their names spread across star regions. Among the top human prodigies still active on the ancient road, besides the already famed Lin Shen, Yuchan, the Ji family's divine physique, and the Jiang family's divine sun, several dazzling new stars had also emerged. There was Jin Shanzi from the western deserts, Buddhist order born with Buddhist bones. His recited mantras could sanctify and convert demons. On Kugu star, he alone purified 1,000,000 resentful spirits and received the blessing of a Buddha phantom. There was by Jiaoer of the southern ridge demonfolk, the nine-tailed fox blood awakened within her, her charm and made her schemes countless. She set traps to ensnare and kill ancient clan prodigies time and again, earning the epithet Demoness. There was Zhan Wuji from a secluded ancient family and Zhongzhou, bearer of the war god physique, who grew only fiercer with battle. In one ancient road engagement, he had stood alone against 3 ancient clan Saint Kings and remained undefeated. On the ancient clan side, prodigies gathered in equal measure. Long Hao of the Golden Dragon clan needs no introduction. After the Duanlong cliff battle, he took shame as fuel and advanced to the 3rd tier of Xiantai, his dragon might swelling as he routed many veteran human roadmasters. Xue Linglong of the Blood Demon clan's sister to Xuefan had reached the pinnacle of the Saint King. Ruthless and cunning, she once arrayed the 10,000 blood soul-devouring formation to slaughter a human prodigy squad of 12. Kai E of the Yusha clan, a direct scion of the feather serpent progenitor, was born with partial mastery over the petrification laws. With a single gaze, she could decide life and death. Shi Gondang of the Stone Spirit clan possessed defense unmatched by his generation. He once took a full-strength blow from Ling Chun and had only half his body shattered, yet he recovered in 3 days. Ing Wuhan of the Wing Demon clan moved with uncanny speed, coming and going like the wind. A master of assassination, many a human prodigy had died by his hidden blade. Jin Laikong of the Golden Rock clan wielded arts of blistering speed and tearing might. He had once dueled Dugu Yun of the Tongtian sword sect to a draw within 100 moves. He Sha of the Black Armored Beetle clan possessed an impenetrable shell and terrifying poison, where he passed life withered. The younger generation's rivalry had spread from the homeland of Zongdi Star out across the vast heavens. Everyday conflicts erupted at nodes along the ancient road. Every day new names rose and others fell. Blood and glory, death and opportunity braided together to form this era's most brutal and most resplendent tapestry. In the northern border within the Wang family's ancestral lands, deep inside Hundun Mountain, a sealed chamber stood constructed entirely of Hundun stone. Wang Peng sat cross-legged beside a Hundun spring eye. Around him a gray dense chi eddied, refusing to dissipate, and above his head a miniature Hundun nebula had formed. Within that nebula earth, water, fire, and wind evolved. Suns, moons, and stars were born and perished. 10 years ago at Duanlong Cliff, his shoulder bone had been crushed by Long Hao's imperial dragon fist, and his Hundun origin had been wounded. During the past decade, he had scarcely left home, sustained by the family's exhausted resources. Using the Hundun spring, he trained frenetically, restoring his root and tempering his Hundun body. Now his wounds had long since healed, and his cultivation had leapt forward to a level admired by his peers, the 3rd tier of Xiantai. One more step, and he could tread into the Saint Realm. He inhaled slowly, opening his eyes. Chaotic chi swirled within them, as if the scene of a nascent universe flashed by. 10 years, he muttered. In his mind, there involuntarily rose the image of that hunched, yet pillar-like figure who had stood above Duanlong Cliff. Senior Yinan. That day the senior had not only saved him and the human race, but with an invincible posture had set the order of the world, drawing the boundaries for the coming generations' contests. The rules the senior set are both protection and expectation. Wang Peng clenched his fist as Hundun Chi coiled between his fingers. I bear the Hundun body and am uniquely endowed. If I cannot in this life ascend to the absolute summit and sweep my peers aside, with what face can I stand in this world? Long Hao, Xueling Long, Kai, Shigande, and that archaic sacred body Yi Fan. Battle intent flared in his eyes. This life's path to the throne. I Wang Peng am coming. He rose and walked out of the sealed chamber. It was time to step out of Hundun Mountain and meet the myriad heroes of this great age. In the eastern waste, on the second floor of a tea house in an unnamed small town, by the window sat a gray-robed old man. His hair was white and sparse, deep wrinkles marking his face. He lifted a cup of the plainest coarse tea and sipped it in small mouthfuls, squinting as he watched the bustling crowd on the street below. It was Yinan. Compared to the peerless, domineering near-emperor, he had been atop Duanlong Cliff 10 years before. This man now reigned in every trace of aura, appearing as nothing more than an ordinary solitary elder idling away an afternoon at a tea house. Even the aura of years that usually clings to age had grown faint. It was not mere disguise, but a state of Tao. 10 years of wandering the mundane world, 10 years of watching the tides of fate. He had not practiced with intention. His cultivation still lingered at the peak of the near-emperor. That final opportunity to certify the Tao seemed separated by a thin, almost imperceptible membrane. Yet his control over his power, his comprehension of the Taoist laws, and his understanding of this heaven and earth had, across those seemingly tranquil years of travel, covertly reached a new height. Above all, his art of concealing breath had deepened. Now, if he did not wish to be found, even a supreme force sweeping this starfield inch by inch with imperial Tao logic would perceive emptiness. So long as he did not actively reveal himself, others would sense nothing. It was not invisibility, nor was it shielding. It was a higher form of non-existence. It was as if he had become one with the background of the world itself, wind, light, a part of time's very fabric. In the northern region, at the burial dragon abyss. This is a vast chasm of unfathomable depth where legends say a true dragon once fell. The dragon bones transformed into winding mountain ranges, and the dragon's blood soaked the earth, giving rise to a perennial scarlet miasma, as well as a peculiar field that provides unique enhancements to the dragon bloodline. At this moment, deep within the burial dragon abyss, a confrontation that should have been a battle among peers is spiraling out of control. One side is Long Hao, the ancient prince of the Golden Dragon clan, while the other is Yi Fan, the ancient sacred body. 10 years have passed, and both individuals are no longer the naive youths they once were. Long Hao has reached the pinnacle of the Saint King realm, bearing the complete royal bloodline of the Golden Dragon clan. Moreover, he has received the baptism of the ancestral dragon soul in this sacred land, exuding a magnificent dragon might, with the aura of imperial dragons accompanying his every move, as if the young dragon emperor has descended into the world. Yi Fan, on the other hand, is even more astonishing. Though the curse of the sacred body remains, he has used his unparalleled will and fortune to break through numerous barriers, also stepping into the immortal third realm, with his blood and chi burning like a furnace, and the strength of his body even faintly surpassing that of the same level dragons. The two have been engaged in fierce combat for 3 days, causing the burial dragon abyss to tremble and shaking the dragon-shaped mountain ranges, some of which have been shattered. Sacred body, today I shall use your blood to commemorate my true dragon path. Long Hao roared, and a colossal phantom of the Golden Dragon Emperor appeared behind him. His dragon claws reached out, tearing through the void, carrying the supreme imperial might that can suppress all beings, and lunged towards Yi Fan. This is the killing move he comprehended by combining the burial dragon abyss field with his own royal blood. The imperial dragon's sky-tearing claw. Its power has already brushed against the threshold of the great saint. Yi Fan's gaze was steadfast, neither flinching nor avoiding. Amidst the wheel, see the turbulent waves of the sea of suffering surged as a blue lotus swayed, taking root in chaos. Inside the Tao Palace, 5 divine beings chanted scriptures, their voices resonating like thunder. The 4 poles connect to the heavens, expanding the realms of heaven and earth. The 9 transformations of the dragon with spines like a great dragon raised high. The immortal platform shines brilliantly with the primordial spirit seated like a deity. The 5 great secret realms resonate, and the sacred Bodhis phenomenon fully manifests. The phenomenon of the sacred body. The immortal king descends upon the 9 heavens. A vague chaotic phantom of the immortal king rose from behind, Yi Fan towering into the clouds, gazing down upon the mortal realm. The immortal king raised his hand and struck down. The palms clashed. Boom! A brilliance more dazzling than the sun erupted above the burial dragon abyss. The terrifying shockwave swept across miles, clearing away most of the scarlet miasma that had accumulated at the abyss for 10,000 years. Longhouse spat out blood, flying backwards with his golden dragon scales shattered, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had merged the strongest strike of the ancestral land's field, yet it was blocked. Moreover, the rebound force inflicted serious internal injuries upon him. How is this possible? Your sacred body! Longhouse screamed. Yi Fan stood beneath the phantom of the immortal king, his complexion slightly pale, a trace of faint golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze grew ever more radiant. The sacred body is invincible among its peers. This is no empty boast. Longhouse, you have lost. Yi Fan spoke calmly, his voice firm and undeniable. Longhouse's face flushed red, a mix of shame and anger. Lose. How could he, a direct descendant of the ancient emperor, the most dazzling genius of the Golden Dragon clan, lose to a human born of a waste body? I have not lost yet. Longhouse gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. He suddenly bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of essence, blood sprinkling it on an ancient dragon-shaped jade pendant on his chest. Please, ancestor, assist me. The jade pendant suddenly radiated a blinding golden light. A terrifying dragon, might surpassing the Saint King and towering above the great saints, erupted violently. In the void, a gigantic dragon claw covered in decayed dragon scales, yet still exuding a suffocating quasi-emperor aura, slowly reached out. The moment this dragon claw appeared, time in the entire burial dragon abyss seemed to freeze. Yi Fan's pupils constricted. The quasi-emperor aura. The Golden Dragon clan actually has an undying ancestor who disregards the rules set by Senior Yi and hiding a trace of quasi-emperor power within Longhouse. You? Force my hand. Longhouse's face twisted with rage as he frantically urged the jade pendant. This strike from the ancestor is enough to annihilate an ordinary great saint. You shall die. The decayed dragon claw slowly closed towards Yi Fan. Where it passed, space froze and laws shattered. This is a true kill move. Yi Fan roared, the sacred body unleashing all its power, the phantom of the immortal king raising its hands to the heavens, trying to resist. But the gap was too vast. The power of the quasi-emperor, even if just a trace, is beyond what a Saint King can contend with. The phantom of the immortal king began to crack. Yi Fan's entire body groaned under the unbearable burden, faint golden sacred blood oozing from his pores. Ha ha ha! Die! The essence of the sacred body is mine. Longhouse laughed maniacally. However, just as that decayed dragon claw was about to close, completely crushing Yi Fan in an instant. Sigh. A light sigh echoed, as if it came from the end of ancient epics. Or perhaps it rang right in the ear. The frozen time at the moment the sigh sounded resumed its flow. That decayed dragon claw, radiating a quasi-emperor aura, was as if gripped by an invisible hand, frozen in midair. Then, bang, like a fragile soap bubble, it gently shattered, transforming into countless points of light, dispersing. Longhouse's maniacal laughter froze in an instant, turning into boundless horror and terror. The jade pendant shattered. The life-saving strike left by the ancestor was broken by a mere sigh. How is this possible? Unless... He abruptly turned his head, looking towards the entrance of the burial dragon abyss. There, without him noticing, a hunched figure in a gray robe had appeared. Yi Nan. He stood there as if he had been standing for millions of years. His murky gaze looked calmly at Longhouse, at the shattered, dissipating dragon claw, and then at the blood-soaked Yi Fan, who still stood tall. The rules I have set. Yi Nan spoke, his voice not loud, but it resonated like the decree of heaven exploding in Longhouse's soul. Do you think my words are nonsense? Longhouse's body turned cold, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He wanted to explain, to plead for mercy, to escape, but his throat felt choked, and he couldn't utter a single word. It seems that the lesson from the broken dragon cliff 10 years ago was still not enough. Yi Nan shook his head. He then raised his withered right hand and gently waved it towards Longhouse. No. Longhouse let out a desperate howl. But the next moment his body, along with the shattered jade pendant, turned into the finest dust. With a gust of wind, there was no trace left. The most outstanding direct descendant of the Golden Dragon clan. Thus, perished both form and spirit. After finishing all this, Yi Nan didn't even glance at Yi Fan. He slowly turned around, gazing northward, in the direction of the ancestral land of the Golden Dragon clan. Deep within his murky eyes, for the first time, a cold, tangible fury ignited. Once I can endure. Twice. He stepped forward, his figure vanishing from the spot. Only a single sentence remained echoing within the burial dragon abyss, and through some means it spread throughout the entire burial emperor star, reaching the ears of every being that paid attention to this place. Then, let the clan be exterminated. the ancestral land of the Golden Dragon Clan Dragon Emperor Valley. This is a colossal valley surrounded by 99 dragon-shaped mountains where the spiritual energy condenses into liquid and dragon aura rises, serving as the core nest nurtured by the Golden Dragon Clan for millions of years. At this moment, alarms blared throughout the valley. The instant the Dragon House Soul Lamp extinguished, the entire Dragon Emperor Valley entered a state of maximum combat readiness. The protective clan formation activated completely. The 99 dragon-shaped mountains shone brightly, transforming into 99 golden pillars of light that soared into the sky. In midair, they intertwined to form an unparalleled grand formation covering the entire valley, depicting the pattern of 10,000 dragons bowing in reverence. The 10,000 dragons refining heaven formation. One of the secret treasures of the Golden Dragon Clan, said to originate from the ancient Dragon Emperor, and when fully activated it could trap and kill a quasi-emperor. Deep within the valley, 3 dormant quasi-emperor auras erupted with a thunderous roar. These were the 3 sleeping ancestors of the Golden Dragon Clan, with cultivation levels ranging from the 3rd heaven to the 5th heaven, now completely awakened. Who is it? Who dares to slay my clan's royal blood? Hower, my Hower, activate the ancestral artifact. Awaken the Dragon Emperor warriors. Prepare for battle. The roar shook the Dragon Emperor Valley to its core. All members of the Golden Dragon Clan, regardless of age, revealed their true dragon forms, swirling densely in the skies above their ancestral land, their roars echoing, filled with murderous intent. They understood that a great enemy was approaching. Whoever could shatter a quasi-emperor level protective talisman with a mere sigh must at least be at the pinnacle of quasi-emperors. It was highly likely to be Yinan. But this time they were no longer afraid. For this was Dragon Emperor Valley, their ancestral land nurtured for millions of years. With the 10,000 dragons refining heaven formation, with 3 quasi-emperor ancestors, with ancestral artifacts, with Dragon Emperor warriors. Even if Yinan were to come in person, they would ensure he would not return. Yinan, if you dare to come, this place shall be your burial ground. A quasi-emperor of the Golden Dragon Clan let out a long howl, shaking the very heavens. As if to respond to his provocation, the void above Dragon Emperor Valley silently split apart. A hunched figure in a gray robe slowly stepped out. Yinan. He lowered his head, looking down at the Golden Dragon Clan, who were poised for battle with murderous intent. He gazed at the radiant 10,000 dragons formation, sensing the 3 quasi-emperor auras soaring from deep within the valley. His gaze remained calm. Then he raised his right hand. In his palm, a grayish sword light quietly emerged. The sword of celestial extermination. But this time he did not swing the sword directly. Instead, he extended his left hand towards the void and gently grasped. Buzz. Eastern wilderness, the shaking light, holy land. The suspended shaking light mirror suddenly trembled, its surface flipping over, chaos energy gushing forth, transforming into a chaotic beam of light that pierced through the heavens and the earth, breaking through the void. Senior. He has activated the imperial weapon. The shaking light, holy Lord Ji Wuyo looked up, his expression one of shock. In Yaoqi, the Western Emperor Tower's 9th layer lit up, completely ethereal figures of immortals appearing, chanting ancient scriptures, with the tower transforming into a beam of immortal light following the chaotic beam. In the Jiang family, the Hengyu furnace's flames surged into the sky, burning the heavens and boiling the seas, transforming into a fire dragon soaring upward. In the Wind clan, the wind god Fan gently stirred the fierce winds, tearing apart the skies. In the ancient Hua dynasty, the human emperor Seal unleashed the dragon aura of the imperial path, ruling over the world. The Tongtian sword Sex, sword of celestial extermination, which always hovered atop the mountain, emitted a jubilant sword cry and soared into the sky. The 6 imperial weapon phantoms traversed endless space, arriving in an instant, hovering behind Yinan, along with the sword of celestial extermination in his hand. 7 imperial weapons gathered together. The supreme imperial might, like 7 vast seas of stars, simultaneously awakened. The entire sky of the northern region was dyed in 7 colors. The laws wailed. The void trembled. The great path receded. Within Dragon Emperor Valley, the seemingly invincible 10,000 dragons refining heaven formation emitted a creaking sound under the pressure of the 7 imperial weapons, its brilliance dimming by more than half in an instant. 7 imperial weapons. A quasi-emperor of the Golden Dragon Clan's voice trembled. How did he accomplish this? Summoning 7 imperial weapons simultaneously and all able to invoke aspects of the supreme laws. Another quasi-emperor gasped in shock. This completely exceeded their understanding. Imperial weapons have spirits, and it is difficult for anyone other than their master to wield them. Even if Yi Nan's cultivation was unparalleled, being able to wield one or two at the same time was already against the heavens. Having all seven appear was simply mythical, unless his path has resonated with the great paths of these imperial weapons. The quasi-emperor of the fifth heaven considered a terrifying possibility, but at this moment they had no time for further thoughts, because Yi Nan was already raising the sword of celestial extermination in his hand. The sword tip pointed towards Dragon Emperor Valley. It also pointed towards the three quasi-emperor auras deep within the valley. I did not wish to create more killings. Yi Nan spoke, his voice penetrating through the might of the imperial weapons resonating across the heavens and earth. But once the rules are established, they cannot be broken. Today, with the blood of the Golden Dragon clan, I will enforce my words as the law. With his words falling, the sword descended. It was not a single strike. It was 7 swords falling together. The sword of celestial extermination unleashed a grayish killing aura that tore through the sky. The shaking light mirror locked time and space, freezing the chaotic light beam. The Western Emperor Tower subdued the universe as ethereal figures of immortals sang funeral songs. The Hunyu furnace incinerated everything, its flames morphing into a world-destroying fire dragon. The wind god fan swept through the 9 heavens, the fierce winds shredding all tangible substances. The human emperor seal pressed down on all spirits, the imperial path's dragon aura transforming into a golden celestial steel. Although the Tongtian sword of celestial extermination was merely a replica, its murderous intent was the strongest, the sword light as red as blood. 7 beams of supreme killing light, like 7 colossal axes that could split the heavens and earth, descended upon Dragon Emperor Valley, upon the 10,000 dragons refining heaven formation, upon the 3 quasi-emperor ancestors. With a thundering slash. No. The 3 quasi-emperor ancestors let out desperate howls, frantically burning their essence blood, activating ancestral artifacts, awakening Dragon Emperor warriors attempting to resist. The brilliance of the 10,000 dragons formation surged to its peak as the 99 dragon-shaped mountains erupted, pouring all their dragon aura into the formation. But it was of no use. Before the supreme killing might of the 7 imperial weapons, everything crumbled like paper. Crack. The 10,000 dragons refining heaven formation shattered in response. The 99 dragon-shaped mountains collapsed piece by piece. The ancestral artifacts wailed, exploding into fragments. The Dragon Emperor warriors had not fully awakened when they were reduced to scrap by the sword light. The 3 quasi-emperor ancestors, along with the core palaces of their ancestral land, behind them the accumulated wealth of millions of years, and countless dragons who could not escape in time, were all turned to nothingness in this strike. There were no explosions. No flames, only a vast dead silence, empty and seemingly completely erased from the world. A massive abyss. The Golden Dragon clan. With a heritage dating back to ancient times, having flourished for 1,000,000 years, this top-tier royal clan that aimed to reclaim the heavens was thus exterminated. Yi Nan sheathed his sword. The phantoms of the 7 imperial weapons trembled slightly, transforming into streams of light, each returning to its origin. He looked down at the unfathomable, still radiating destructive waves from the massive abyss below. Then he raised his head, gazing into the depths of the cosmos towards the forbidden zones that had been thoroughly shaken by this earth-shattering strike, casting horrified glances. Then he slowly turned around. Taking a step forward, his figure blended into the void. He vanished without only that phrase akin to a decree from the heavens echoed throughout the world, resonating in the depths of every living being's soul. Rules cannot be broken. Those who violate it shall face extermination. In the sea of reincarnation, the soul fire within the eye sockets of a skeleton flickered violently, almost bursting forth. 7 imperial weapons, activated simultaneously. What stage has his path reached? Such means of restraining breath. Such mastery over imperial weapons. This child must hold great secrets. It is imperative to uncover the truth. In the primordial ancient mind, the existence within the stone coffin remained silent for a long time. The Golden Dragon clan has been exterminated. With a single strike, it seems, we can no longer regard him as an ordinary would-be enlightened one. Plans need to be adjusted. In the immortal tomb, divine ruins, upper celestial island, and undying mountain, ancient gazes revealed true gravity and trepidation for the first time. Yi Nan. After today, this name will no longer simply represent a guardian of humanity. Instead, it will become a sword of execution that hangs over the heads of all forbidden zones poised to strike. The aftermath of the annihilation of the Golden Dragon clan swept across the entire Emperor's tomb, star like a cosmic storm rapidly spreading into the depths of the starry sky. The Myriad clans trembled in fear, and the heavens fell silent. With the blood of a clan, the law of a single word was established. Yin conveyed to all beings in the coldest and most direct manner. The rules he set were not up for discussion or suggestion, but rather ironclad laws. Those who dared to touch them would face the extinction of their clan. After a brief shock and joy, the human race fell into a deeper awe and a complex emotion that was hard to articulate. That senior who protected the human race and instilled fear across the realms seemed to have transcended the category of guardian, becoming something more transcendent and unfathomable. Meanwhile, the ancient clans fell utterly silent. Whether it was those recently awakened and ambitious royal ancestors, or the proud and unruly ancient royal descendants. Upon hearing the words Golden Dragon Clan, they instinctively felt a chill run down their spines, their pupils constricting. That was true extermination. Even the ancestral lands were erased from existence, turning into a deep abyss exuding the aura of destruction. The bloody lessons of the past lay starkly evident. In an instant, all crossing the boundary actions against the young talents of the human race ceased. Whether it was covert hunts or overt bullying of the weak, everything came to a halt. The rules had truly taken root. But Yin knew that beneath this calm, more dangerous undercurrents were stirring. He sat upright on a desolate mountain peak in the northern region, his gray robe subtly swaying in the night breeze, gazing up at the countless stars. Though he appeared to be meditating with closed eyes, in reality his divine sense and perception had become as precise as the finest spider's web. Centered on him, it quietly spread towards various parts of the Emperor's tomb, especially towards those forbidden areas of life. He sensed it. Waves of cold, ancient, indifferent gazes, yet tinged with an undeniable curiosity and greed. Like invisible tendrils extending from the deepest parts of those forbidden zones, attempting to wrap around him and spy on all his secrets. Reincarnation, sea, primordial, ancient mind, immortal tomb, divine ruins, upper heaven island, undying mountain, fallen god ridge. Of the 7 great forbidden areas of life, at least half were casting their attention upon him. These gazes were no longer as casual as before, nor were they observing with playful interest. Instead, they were more focused, more profound, even carrying a sense of analysis. They wanted to know. They wanted to know how he had recovered to his peak from being a 6th-tier quasi-emperor plagued by injuries from the Tao in just a few decades. They wanted to know how he could simultaneously wield 7 imperial weapons and resonate with their paths. Even more, they wanted to uncover the source of his secret technique that even the laws of the imperial path could not capture, and what secrets it concealed. Curious, are you? On the mountain peak, Yin slowly opened his eyes, the murky light in his gaze reflecting the cold starlight, and a barely noticeable smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Then, let me give you a good show. He stood up, brushed off non-existent dust from his body, and directed his gaze towards the east. I will personally pay a visit. Let you see it clearly. 3 days later, a sensational piece of news like a hurricane instantly tore apart the brief calm maintained on the. It was said to be related to the ultimate mysteries of life and death, reincarnation, harboring more than one ancient supreme being whose methods were unfathomable. Since you wish to see, Yin murmured to himself, stepping forward, his figure melding into the night. I will personally pay a visit. Let you see it clearly. 3 days later, a sensational piece of news like a hurricane instantly tore apart the brief calm maintained on the Emperor's tomb star. Senior Yin went alone towards the reincarnation sea. What? Is he insane? That's a forbidden area of life. A place that has always required caution from the great emperors since ancient times. It is rumored that ancient supreme beings slumber within the reincarnation sea. Their methods are unfathomable, entwined with reincarnation, and incredibly enigmatic. Though the senior is powerful, entering alone is far too risky. Does he intend to actively challenge the forbidden area? Shock. Unbelievable. The first reaction of the higher-ups of various human forces upon hearing the news was to doubt their own ears. Actively entering a forbidden area. Has there been any cultivator throughout history who dared to do so? Even ancient emperors had to gather forces and carefully strategize when challenging forbidden areas, sometimes even allying with several peers. To go alone and directly approach a forbidden area was an act of unprecedented madness. What is the senior's intention with this move? It's too risky. In the sacred land of shaking light, Gwya frowned, filled with confusion and concern. Perhaps it's to intimidate. Tianjizi calculated with his fingers, his expression shifting. The Golden Dragon clan has been exterminated, and while the ancient clans fear it, the supreme beings of the forbidden areas may not submit. Is the senior using himself as bait to test the responses of the forbidden areas? Or is there a deeper meaning? It's far too risky. The Queen Mother of the West's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. The reincarnation sea is not to be trifled with. What if? What if something happens to Senior Yin in the reincarnation sea? The towering pillar of support the human race has just erected would collapse with a resounding crash. At that time, the ancient clans would counterattack, the forbidden areas would be in chaos, and the human race would face a catastrophic disaster. Panic quietly spread among the human high-ups. In contrast to the human concerns, the ancient clans, after their initial shock, were filled with elation. Yin is seeking his own death. What kind of place is the reincarnation sea? Does he dare to venture in alone? Does he really think of himself as an emperor? Arrogant, ignorant. Let us watch him fall within the forbidden area, becoming yet another soul lost to the reincarnation sea. The voices of gloating among the remaining royal families of the ancient clans rose and fell. They dared not break Yinan's established rules any further, but their fear and resentment towards him had long since penetrated to the bone. At this moment, seeing Yinan walk into the trap was akin to drinking ice-cold spring water on a scorching summer day, utterly refreshing. In fact, some ancient clan ancestors secretly issued orders to closely monitor the movements of the reincarnation sea. Once Yinan faltered or fell, it would be their moment to launch a full-scale counterattack and wash away their shame. At this moment, Yinan, the one who triggered this storm, had already stood on the outskirts of the reincarnation sea. Before him lay an endless expanse of gray mist. The mist was thick and substantial, roiling and shifting, as if countless pain-twisted faces were floating within, wailing. When one gazed into it, it was like a cow sinking into the sea, instantly swallowed, with even divine sense struggling to penetrate too deeply. The air was thick with an unsettling chill, deathly silence, and a stench of decay that could make one's soul uncomfortable. There was no trace of life here. Even the vegetation was gray and twisted, like corpses struggling to rise after millennia of death. The ground was black and cracked, with pale bony hands occasionally reaching out from the crevices only to droop helplessly. This was a forbidden zone for the living, a paradise for the dead. The reincarnation sea. Yinan, hunchbacked, leaning on a wooden staff, silently observed this deathly land shrouded in gray mist. His face bore no tension, fear, or even a hint of seriousness. The sea of reincarnation. He whispered the name softly, then took a step forward. One step. He stepped into the gray mist. The fog surged as if alive, instantly wrapping around him. It attempted to erode his flesh, taint his primordial spirit, dragging him into eternal despair. But around Yinan, a faint, almost imperceptible halo of chaotic light naturally illuminated. Where the halo reached, the gray mist seemed to encounter its nemesis, emitting hissing sounds as it dissolved and retreated. It could not approach. He walked step by step, neither hurried nor slowed, deep into the mist. His strides were relaxed, as if strolling in his own backyard. Deep in the sea of reincarnation, the Isle of Bones. The soul fire within the eye sockets of the bones suddenly blazed fiercely the moment Yinan stepped into the gray mist. He truly has come. Alone. Stepping into my domain. The jaw of the bones opened and closed, emitting a dry, grinding mental fluctuation filled with disbelief and a hint of offended anger. A mere quasi-emperor. Even if you are destined to become a true Taoist, even if your physical form is bizarre, even if you can wield multiple imperial weapons. But here is the sea of reincarnation. It is the land of the supreme slumber. A forbidden zone even the great emperor must fear. You dare to walk in here so brazenly. Not even a basic probe. Not even a shred of the reverence due to the supreme. Arrogant. Ignorant. Seeking death. Around the bones, the black underworld sea began to boil, countless pale bony hands reaching out from the water, wildly waving and emitting a silent shriek. The entire gray mist surrounding the outer area of the sea of reincarnation began to violently roll and shrink, converging towards Yinan's advancing direction. It transformed into ghastly faces, entwined chains, and ominous bone prisons. The terrifying laws of reincarnation manifested the aura of death pervading. It aimed to completely devour and assimilate this ant daring to invade the forbidden zone, turning him into yet another mindless skeleton in the sea of reincarnation. This was the spontaneous counterattack of the forbidden zone. The accumulated will of death from the endless ages of the sea of reincarnation, instinctively repelling and devouring the living. Even a great sage entering here would have long been eroded by the gray mist turning into white bones. Yet Yinan continued to walk. The ghastly faces would silently dissipate when they came within 3 feet of him. The entwined chains had yet to touch the hem of his garment before they snapped on their own. The ominous bone prisons collapsed thunderously as he passed by. The gray mist retreated. Death circled around. He was like a searing blade slicing through congealed grease. Everywhere he passed was unobstructed. This? How is it possible? On the Isle of Bones, the soul fire within the bones flickered violently. It could feel that the gray mist and the laws of death did not wish to erode Yinan, but rather could not erode him. The faint halo of chaotic light surrounding Yin seemed to contain an essence that transcended the life and death laws of this world. It caused the death force of the sea of reincarnation to melt away like snow under sunlight. His Tao truly has a problem. The greed in the bones' eyes almost turned tangible. To ignore the death erosion of the sea of reincarnation was certainly not a normal Tao. It might even touch upon the realm of the immortals. Must capture him, unravel his secrets, seize his creation. The bones no longer hesitated. It slowly raised a bony hand pointing towards Yinan's direction and making a motion in the air. Reincarnation. Forbidden domain. Buzz, centered around Yinan and the gray mist within a 100-mile radius, suddenly solidified. Time-space laws. Everything was forcibly dragged into a strange state of stagnation. This was not a simple confinement. It was part of the core restrictions of the Sea of Reincarnation containing the supreme-level laws of reincarnation. It could drag intruders into an eternal reincarnation moment, continuously repeating the experience of death until their primordial spirit collapsed and true essence perished. Even a quasi-emperor falling within would shed layers of skin. Yet Yinan at the center of the reincarnation forbidden domain did not stop his steps. He even raised his head looking towards the Isle of Bones. His murky eyes seemed to pierce through the solidified gray mist through the endless underworld sea, directly locking gaze with the soul fire in the bony eye sockets. Then he spoke. His voice was calm, yet it clearly penetrated the forbidden domain echoing above the Isle of Bones. This level of welcome ceremony is rather too shabby. As his words fell, he gently paused with his hand holding the wooden staff. The tip of the staff tapped on the frozen gray mist ground. Crack, with a soft sound as if glass had shattered. The forbidden domain enveloping a 100-mile radius containing the supreme-level laws of reincarnation shattered at the sound. Like a fragile soap bubble, the gray mist began to flow again. Time resumed its passage. It was as if that terrifying restriction had never existed. Yinan retracted his staff and continued walking forward. His target was the Isle of Bones, directly aimed at the awakened being now engulfed in rage and shock, the supreme of the Sea of Reincarnation. Deep in the Sea of Reincarnation, the Isle of Bones. Crack. The sound was not the breaking of the reincarnation forbidden domain, but rather the shattering of some long-maintained dignity. The soul fire flickering within the eye sockets of the bones suddenly froze at this moment. Then visibly it transformed from a deep pale to a boiling scarlet. The jaw of the bones opened and closed, producing a dry grinding sound with each syllable seemingly carrying the chill and fury of the ages. Dare to shatter my forbidden domain. Although the reincarnation forbidden domain was not fully unleashed, it contained the profound understanding of the reincarnation laws by this ancient supreme, being one of the most powerful defenses and punitive measures of the Sea of Reincarnation's periphery. Even a quasi-emperor at the 9th level would have to expend great effort and pay a price to free themselves once caught within. Yet this gray-robed, hunched old man before him simply paused with his staff, and it shattered, like brushing away a speck of dust. This was not a gap in strength. This was a crushing understanding of the essence of the Tao. It was a naked contempt and humiliation directed at this ancient supreme, at the entire Sea of Reincarnation. Roar! The bones suddenly stood up. On the decayed skeleton, countless gray-white reincarnation runes ignited with dazzling light. The entire Isle of Bones trembled violently, the boundless black underworld sea beneath the island boiling, unleashing towering waves. Countless pale bony hands reached out from the underworld sea, frantically slapping and clawing, producing a soundless yet soul-shattering shriek. The core area of the Sea of Reincarnation was thoroughly disrupted from silence and order. The terrifying aura of the Supreme erupted forth like a slumbering ancient beast awakening, unleashed without reservation. Ant, how dare you insult me? The bones roared, the voice no longer dry but filled with a sharpness and ferocity that could tear the soul. It was utterly enraged. As an ancient supreme, it had once looked down upon the ages, wielding the path of reincarnation. Even if it had to sever a blade and lie dormant in the Forbidden Zone, it was still one of the top existences in this world. Even the current great emperors would not dare to intrude into its territory so recklessly, nor would they dare to so casually break its means. This was no longer a probe. This was a face-slapping. This was trampling. If today Yinan were to leave unscathed, where would the dignity of the Sea of Reincarnation lie? Where would the face of this supreme be? Today you, this arrogant heaven-defying insect, shall witness the true essence of supreme wrath. Knees, skeletal arms flared open with explosive force. Behind him, from the boundless nether sea, colossal tombs, each built from billions of bones, shattered through the surface with thunderous detonations. And from each tomb erupted a towering pillar of ashen white light, piercing heaven and earth. Within those pillars, ancient battle spirits roared in faint silhouette, fragmented imperial Tao script drifted like spectral embers. In the wheel of reincarnation burial land, none of the Nethersea's ultimate martial arts, the true embodiment of annihilation. Forged upon eons of accumulated battle spirits of the dead and the cyclical essence of death itself, it manifests a desolate realm of absolute oblivion, erasing all vitality, all existence. Nonce unleashed, even ancient sovereigns of equivalent cultivation dare not stand their ground. Very, Na skeletal finger pointed toward Yinan, hovering midair. NVVVV. In the ashen-white pillars converged in blinding unison, coalescing into a vast sky-obscuring phantom of burial earth, descending upon Yinan with cataclysmic finality. Where the burial earth passed, space dissolved in silence, laws wailed before shattering, even light was devoured whole. Nit sought, not mere destruction, but the utter erasure of that region from the very concept of existence. Beyond the Nethersea, across the star of Emperor's burial, countless cultivators had already been roused by the sovereign aura and death resonance surging skyward. Divine senses swept outward, celestial viewing mirrors unfurled, arcane artifacts of observation all fixed their gaze upon the Nethersea. And they've begun fighting. Truly begun, and that is the Nethersea's wheel of reincarnation burial land. In by the heavens, the sovereign has drawn true power. Can Elder Yinan withstand it? And among the human faction, hearts clenched tight in dread. And the ancient clans secretly exulted, fervently hoping for Yinan's demise. Yet what stunned all observers most was this: the terrifying fluctuations erupting within the Nethersea were not fully contained within its forbidden domain. The sovereign-level aura, the death-infused Tao principles capable of erasing all things, rippled outward like a boulder cast into still water, spreading relentlessly into the cosmic deep. In the purple microcosm starfield upon an ancient life-bearing star, several living fossils, slumbering within sacred spiritor, awoke in alarm, gazing in horror toward the star of Emperor's burial. A sovereign-level battle. Has the forbidden zone of the star of Emperor's burial erupted once more? And no, this aura belongs to the Nethersea. And another, unfamiliar yet at the peak of quasi-emperor cultivation. Who dares invade the Nethersea? In a variable, a world-shaking variable heralding the twilight of this great age. In the eternal starfield, a civilization where advanced technology and cultivation coexist, massive stellar observatory artifacts shrieked with urgent alarms. Ultra-high energy, Tao principle fluctuation detected. Source star of Emperor's burial. Classification sovereign-level conflict. In immediate activation of highest alert protocol. Recall all expeditionary fleets. Seal all starfield boundaries. In the star of Emperor's burial has birthed another monster. Nin the Amidst, ancient starfield, vast Buddhist lands stretched endlessly, filled with ceaseless sutra chanting. Atop Mount Sumeru, an aged monk slowly opened his eyes, gazing across the starry void, then sighed deeply. In calamity arises from reincarnation. Demons descend upon forbidden realms. This age's bloodshed and chaos arrive earlier and fiercer than foretold. Across the cosmos, enigmatic beings, hidden within star fissures and primordial secret realms, likewise turn their attention inward, some curious, some grave, some covetous, some wary. Yinan's solitary descent into the Nethersea had triggered far more than local tremors upon the star of Emperor's burial. It had ignited the scrutiny of all realms. Before the sky-obscuring, life-annihilating phantom of gray burial earth, Yinan finally halted his advance. And he lifted his head, gazing upward at the collapsing domain of death. His face remained utterly impassive, and yet deep within those clouded ancient eyes flickered, faintest of all, a trace of disappointment. "Is this all you possess?" And he murmured softly. And then, in under the enraged gaze of the skeletal sovereign beneath the watchful eyes of myriad realms across the cosmos, he slowly raised the wooden staff in his hand. In no radiance, in no divine phenomenon, and simply with quiet ordinariness, he drew a single gentle stroke, across the descending phantom of burial earth. Shoo! And like a blade slicing silk, in the gray burial earth, imbued with sovereignty or reincarnational death energy potent enough to entomb stars and slay quasi-emperors, and split cleanly down its center, into two halves. Its cleavage was mirror smooth, and then soundlessly, Nit disintegrated, and showering into countless ashen motes that drifted downward, vanishing into the churning Nethersea with only faint ripples, as if it had never existed. And upon the Isle of Bones, the skeletal sovereign's crimson soul flame froze rigid within its eye sockets, and the entire Nethersea fell instantly utterly silent. An eerie stillness settled over the Nethersea. Not only the soft solitary tap, as Yinan lowered his staff and its tip lightly touched the ground, broke the hush. And then his voice, calm, unshaken, yet resonating with greater authority than any sovereign's roar, echoed across all realms. If your skill ends here, then this nether sea, I shall level it today. Level the nether sea. And at those words the skeletal sovereign's crimson soul flame nearly burst from its sockets in fury. How many tens of thousands of years had passed since it severed its own Tao and retreated into seclusion within the nether sea? And how long since it had heard such brazen arrogance? Even ancient emperors who waged war upon forbidden zones approached with utmost caution, step by deliberate step, holding even these ancient sovereigns in fundamental reverence and dread. Yet this insect before it, mere quasi-emperor, an old human cultivator who hadn't even ascended to emperorhood, dared declare to its very face that he would flatten its sacred abode. You seek death. And each word emerged like glacial ice forged over 10,000 years, charged with unspeakable wrath and murderous intent. It held nothing back. Its bony hands slashed through the air, and the entire nether sea exploded out. A spear, entirely ashen white, assembled from countless vertebrae radiating overwhelming death energy, surged up from the abyssal depths and slammed into its grasp. The Wheel of Reincarnation War Spear, in the nether sea's guardian weapon, refined from the remains of fallen sovereigns and infused with cyclical death essence. And though not a supreme emperor-grade artifact under the amplification of reincarnational Tao principles, its might rivaled them. Insect, die, a blur of ashen light, the skeletal sovereign lunged, its spear aimed straight at Yinan's forehead. And before the spear arrived, waves of reincarnational death energy coalesced into millions of wailing phantom spirits surging forth like a tidal wave. This strike surpassed even the Wheel of Reincarnation Burial Land. More condensed, more ruthless, more lethal. Yet, Yinan did not retreat. He advanced. He released his wooden staff, letting it hover motionless in midair. In hands empty, he stepped forward. Nan met the spear capable of piercing stars with a single open palm strike. Clang! In the deafening clash of metal and flesh sent shockwaves rippling across the nether sea, its waters boiling, the Isle of Bones fracturing. At the point of impact, a concentric ripple, woven from ashen death and primordial chaos, exploded outward. Where it passed, space dissolved. Without sound, Tao principles shattered piece by piece. In the skeletal sovereign staggered backward 3 steps, its soul flame violently flickering, staring incredulous at the spear in its grip. A clear, perfect palm print marred the spearhead. And meanwhile Yinan stood unmoved, and he glanced down at his palm, where a faint white mark faded swiftly into nothingness. A sovereign-grade divine weapon is no more than this, he remarked coolly. And you? The skeletal sovereign trembled with shock and fury. In shock, for this insect's flesh was terrifying beyond comprehension. To block a sovereign-grade weapon barehanded, and emerge unscathed. In fury, for such casual disdain was an outright trampling of its dignity. What monstrous being are you? I have said it before. Yinan raised his eyes, the murky depths of his gaze reflecting the twisted soul fire of the Bone Sovereign. I am merely a seeker of truth. He paused. And you, a failure who slashed yourself in desperation to survive, are you worthy of being called a sovereign? Silence. The Bone Sovereign went completely mad. This was its most painful wound, mercilessly torn open by Yinan. It was an ancient sovereign. It once looked down upon eternity, ruling over the world. It had slashed itself to lay dormant in the forbidden zone, waiting for the path to immortality to open, yearning to live again, to grasp that elusive immortal. It is not a failure. Not. Roar. The Bone Sovereign let out a scream that was not human as the layer of decay surrounding it suddenly erupted. The gray-white reincarnation runes like living creatures crazily spread, covering its entire skeletal frame, erupting with an unbearable brilliance. It no longer held back. No longer reserved. It would use the blood of this ant to wash away its shame. Boom! 2 figures, one gray and one white, like meteors defying the odds, tore through the void above the reincarnation sea, breaking through the atmosphere of the Burial Emperor Star, heading towards the boundless depths of the universe. Burial Emperor Star. Countless watching powerhouses felt their hearts nearly stop. They broke out of Burial Emperor Star. They are fighting in the starry sky. Yinan Sr. is truly facing off against the Sovereign. My heavens! What am I seeing? That is a sovereign divine weapon. The senior caught it with his bare hands. What level is this physical body? Shock. Ecstasy. And the ancient clan was in utter silence. All the voices of gloating and hoping for Yinan's downfall had vanished. They watched the figure in gray robes hunched over, yet confronting the Sovereign, heat in their spines, chilling their souls, trembling. Even the Sovereign cannot subdue him. In the depths of the universe, a meteor belt 30 million miles from the burial emperor star, two figures separated by 1,000 miles faced each other from afar. Here, far from the protection of the burial emperor star, surrounded by cold, dead void beneath, lies the shattered remnants of stars that have been neglected for eons. On this battlefield, there were no more reservations. The bone sovereign hovered in the air, its decayed skeleton exuding an even purer, more terrifying aura of death in this lifeless void. The soul fire in its eye sockets had shifted from furious crimson to a cold, scrutinizing dark red. Yinan. It spoke, its voice no longer sharp and violent, but instead carried an eerie calm. Your physical body truly exceeds my expectations. Barehandedly withstanding the reincarnation war spear, this level of strength has surpassed most who would become enlightened. It paused. Even. It is not inferior to the true body of an initial emperor. How exactly did you achieve this? Yinan did not respond. He simply gazed quietly at the bone sovereign, observing the still decayed, yet fully revived sovereign aura enveloping it. He looked at the flickering, still calm soul fire in its eye sockets. Then he spoke, answering a question that was not asked. You are afraid. Those words struck like invisible daggers, piercing deep into the soul of the bone sovereign. Afraid? The bone sovereign sneered. Would this sovereign be afraid of a mere quasi-emperor? You are afraid. Yinan repeated, his tone flat, yet resolute, as if decreed by the heavens. You are not afraid of me. What you fear is ultimate transcendence. The soul fire of the bone sovereign suddenly shrank. Yinan paid no attention to its reaction and continued. You slashed yourself lying dormant in the reincarnation sea to survive until the path to immortality opened to live again. Once you reach ultimate transcendence, you will regain your imperial status and restore your peak combat power in a short time. But the cost is that your life's essence will be completely burnt in. It is irreversible. After the transcendence, regardless of victory or defeat, you will surely die. He looked at the bone sovereign, his murky gaze devoid of mockery or disdain, only holding a kind of calm that saw through everything. So you dare not. You can only fight me with the power of a quasi-emperor at its peak, at most a complete quasi-emperor. Because you fear death. Silence. In the depths of the universe, an eerie silence prevailed. The bone sovereign remained silent. The dark red soul fire in its eye sockets flickered slowly. Once, twice, thrice. Then, he. It emitted a low, rumbling laughter. In that laughter there was no fury, no shame. Only a sense of relief after being pierced, and an even colder wariness. Yinan. It slowly began. You are strong, and also very special. It looked at Yinan. Perhaps in this life, you truly have the qualifications to contend for that position. However, you should not be so arrogant. Today you will surely die. Yinan did not respond. He slowly raised his right hand. In his palm the mark of the Excalibur began to glow slowly. His voice was calm. Today I enter the reincarnation sea only to tell you, and those old geezers in the forbidden zones behind you, one thing. He paused. Each word pronounced clearly. In this life the rules are set by me. Anyone, any forbidden zone, any ancient sovereign. Follow the rules, and you may survive. If you do not follow the rules. He raised his gaze, locking eyes with the bone sovereign. The Golden Dragon clan serves as a warning. With those words he fell silent. He said no more. He took a step forward, taking the initiative to attack. His right hand formed a fist, simply striking towards the bone sovereign with a punch. This punch did not employ any imperial weapons, nor did it manifest any laws. It was pure, unreasonably physical strength. But at the moment this punch was thrown, the entire meteor belt within 100,000 miles, all the floating remnants of stars were like being struck by an invisible giant hammer, turning to dust simultaneously. The void beneath this punch, like fragile paper, was torn open, creating a long black crack spanning 10,000 miles. At the edges of the crack, chaotic energy surged faintly, revealing the universe's primordial state after space was completely shattered. Arrogant. The bone sovereign roared, gripping the reincarnation war spear, its entire body engulfed in burning reincarnation runes, transforming into a gray-white beam of light that pierced through the starry river, meeting it Hedon. The spearhead and fist collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! This time it was no longer a dull clash of metal. It was an explosion so terrifying it illuminated the entire star region. Gray-white and chaotic light intertwined, annihilated, then erupted again, forming ripples of energy that swept across billions of miles. Everywhere the ripples passed, stars shattered like sand, silently breaking apart. The meteor belt completely vanished. Even the darkness of the cosmic backdrop was scorched, leaving behind countless irreparable scars. Puff! The bone sovereign was sent flying, crashing through 7 obstructing dead stars before barely stabilizing its form. It looked down at the reincarnation war spear in its hand. The spear was covered in countless cracks, and the handprint at the spear tip remained now accompanied by another you. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the Bone Sovereign truly revealed a hint of fear for the first time. The power of this punch was even stronger than that previous palm, more domineering, more unreasonable. Is this truly the body that a peak quasi-emperor can possess? This is clearly an imperial-grade body. Yinan stood still, slowly retracting his fist. On the edge of his fist, several fine blood marks were healing at a visibly rapid pace. He glanced at it and shook his head slightly. Though the Tao injury has healed, the compatibility between the body and the primordial spirit still falls short by a thread. He lifted his head, looking at the disheveled Bone Sovereign in the distance. But to deal with you, this is enough. You. The Bone Sovereign was filled with shame and anger, yet could not articulate a retort, because it knew that what Yinan said was the truth. It truly did not dare to push for the utmost sublimation. Once sublimated, it would surely die. And Yinan, this monster, even now was still unaware of the depths. It could not continue fighting. If it continued, even if it did not die, it would lose all face. For the first time, the Bone Sovereign felt a sense of retreat. It was not afraid of death. It was afraid of dying without value. It had waited for millions of years just to see the path to immortality open for that illusory immortal. If today it were to clash head-on with a quasi-emperor pushed to the utmost sublimation and then perish, then what would its millions of years of waiting amount to? A joke. Yinan. The Bone Sovereign slowly put away the reincarnation battle spear, its voice hoarse, but carrying a suppressed calm. I have noted today's events. Your rules. It paused, almost squeezing out a few words from between its teeth. The reincarnation sea for now will not offend. With that, it no longer lingered. Transforming into a gray-white streak of light, it fled toward the direction of the burial Emperor's star, without looking back. Deep within the universe, those watching this battle collectively fell silent. The reincarnation sea sovereign retreated. Although it wasn't a defeat, that phrase "for now will not offend" was clearly giving in. An ancient sovereign in front of countless realms conceded to a quasi-emperor, even though it had not pushed for the utmost sublimation, even though it still had many means left untapped. But it retreated. This is an undeniable fact. The first person from ancient times to the present. Someone whispered in the starry sky. With the body of a quasi-emperor battling a sovereign, forcing the sovereign to retreat. Yinan. This name will be recorded in history. And at this moment, the one who triggered this storm was Yinan. He still stood quietly in that shattered void. He watched the direction in which the Bone Sovereign disappeared, gazing at the blue burial Emperor star. After a long while, he slowly withdrew his gaze. He murmured softly, "There are still 6. He turned around, taking a step forward, his figure merging into the cold, starry sky. Without a trace. Only that sentence like a brand lingered in the void for a long time. In this life, the rules will be set by me. In the depths of the universe, Yinan stood alone in the center of a shattered asteroid belt. Surrounding him were the star remnants, thoroughly destroyed by his battle with the reincarnation sea sovereign, the debris floating silently like a mute grave. He gazed at the direction the reincarnation sea sovereign vanished for a long time, without moving. His divine sense spread out like a net. He could feel that the probing gazes from all corners of the universe were slowly receding like a tide. The battle concluded, and the victor and vanquished had been determined. Although he could not slay the sovereign, the achievement of forcing it back was enough to shock the universe. Those observers needed time to digest what they had seen today, and those ancient existences needed to reassess his threat. This was precisely what he wanted. But it is still not enough. Yinan murmured to himself. A certain cold, almost ruthless glow flickered deep within his murky eyes. He raised his right hand, looking down at his palm. The mark of the Zhu's Xian sword flickered faintly. Within him, the vast divine power of a peak quasi-emperor was as serene as the abyss, and his emperor-level body was filled with enough power to tear apart stars. The Tao injury had indeed healed. His state was unprecedentedly good. But he knew that in the eyes of those supreme beings from the forbidden zones, a Sunto Taoist entering the reincarnation sea alone and clashing head-on with an ancient sovereign, ultimately forcing the latter to retreat, was inherently suspicious. They would doubt. They would speculate. They would try every means to investigate what secrets he hid that allowed him to achieve this. And once the seed of suspicion was sown, what followed was probing. The corner of Yinan's mouth slowly curved into a slight arc. It was not a smile. It was the cold and patient weight of a hunter setting a trap. "Since you all want to probe," he said softly, "I will give you the opportunity to probe." He closed his eyes. All around him, that aura which had been suppressed to the utmost, as if merging with the cosmic background, began to slowly leak. It was not an explosion. It was not a full-force release. Rather, it was like a severely injured person desperately suppressing their injuries, but ultimately unable to do so, occasionally revealing a hint of chaos while trying to maintain calm. The first to leak out was a faint aura of decay. That was a deliberately simulated aura of twilight unique to when the Tao injury had not healed. After 9,000 years coexisting with the Tao injury, he was too familiar with this aura. Imitating it came as naturally as breathing. Next came a faint sense of blood and vitality decline. He slowed the heartbeat by 3 beats and reduced the blood flow speed by half. Just a hint. So subtle that unless a being above peak quasi-emperor scrutinized it with divine sense, it would be impossible to detect. Then the most critical. He made the scar from the healed Tao injury at the depths of his primordial spirit reappear a hint. It was not a true rupture. It merely emitted an extremely faint and obscure fluctuation of Tao rules unique to the recurrence of an old injury. Having completed all this, Yinan opened his eyes. He did not deliberately suppress these leaked flaws, nor did he let them go. He merely maintained a delicate balance. If a supreme being were to carefully investigate, they could vaguely sense the anomaly. But if it were just a casual glance, they would overlook it. He would allow these flaws to gradually worsen over time, little by little, day by day. Like a Sunto Taoist whose old injury had not healed forcefully, using forbidden power after a brief explosion, ultimately could no longer hold on and began to descend. The bait is ready. Yinan looked down at his palm, thin and frail, aged, covered in the marks of time and scars. Next, he lifted his head, gazing toward the direction of the Burial Emperor star, looking towards those life-forbidden zones hidden in the depths of gray mist in the chaotic air and the cracks of the void. Is the time to fish? He stepped forward, his figure disappearing into the shattered asteroid belt. The primordial ancient mine. Chaos energy surged, reminiscent of the primordial scene at the dawn of creation. Here there was no day or night, no concept of time, only an eternal haze and profound silence. At the deepest part of the ancient mine, a stone coffin floated quietly, its surface covered in dense ancient runes, each one containing the imperial laws capable of collapsing the ages. At this moment within the stone coffin, an awareness that had slept for endless ages gradually awakened. That aura. The voice was ancient and deep, as if it had come from eons past, carrying an indescribable weariness and decay. Yinan has changes. Moments later, another equally ancient and decayed awareness awakened from a deep corner of the ancient mine. The old bones of the reincarnation were forced back. Though not fully transcended, retreat is defeat. A dignified supreme defeated by one about to attain the Tao. How amusing. With a cold sneer there was both ridicule and trepidation. This child is peculiar, the first awareness slowly remarked. Entering the forbidden zone alone, confronting a supreme directly, and returning unscathed. Throughout history, no one among those about to attain the Tao has achieved this step. He must possess secrets beyond this world. Silence. After a long while the second awareness spoke. What do you intend to do? Let us observe the changes first. The first awareness replied, the old bones of the reincarnation must be more unwilling and eager to restore their face at this very moment. Let us see how he acts. If Yinan truly is just a spent force, that injury has not fully healed. The voice paused, tinged with a hint of greed. His secrets and that seemingly imperial body could very well be our chance to live again. The two awarenesses gradually fell silent. The stone coffin returned to silence. The ancient mine remained chaotic. Yet a certain dangerous undercurrent had begun to stir. Xianling, a bizarre forbidden zone formed from endless ruins of immortal families. In the depths of the Xianling, a pitch-black, completely devoid of immortal energy, solitary grave stood. Ruined immortal palaces, shattered jade stairs, fallen immortal monuments. Everywhere was the desolation after the fall of past glories. Before the grave stood a blank stone tablet. At this moment, ancient blood-red characters slowly emerged on its surface. Yinan, the Tao injury remains unhealed, outwardly strong, but inwardly weak. Yet can wait for the opportunity to hunt him. Shinshu, the place of the ancient divine clans, fall littered with divine corpses and chaotic laws. Upon a gigantic divine seat, formed from divine corpses, an illusory figure shrouded in shattered divine light slowly opened its eyes. Those about to attain the Tao, the body becoming an emperor. Interesting. If I can seize his fortune, perhaps. This divine being need not wait for the path to immortality and can continue another life. Let us first observe how Xianling and the primordial ancient mine act, if they cannot restrain themselves. The corners of the illusory figure's mouth curled into a cruel arc. This divine being does not mind sharing a piece of the pie. The Undying Mountain, the Celestial Island, the Fallen God Ridge. In the depths of various forbidden zones, ancient awarenesses were stirred. The deliberately leaked faint aura of recurrent Tao injury from Yin like a pebble thrown into still water. The ripples were small yet enough to stir dormant greed from the ages. These ancient supremes once ruled the world in their respective eras. They severed their own lives hid in forbidden zones and endured endless solitude and decay, all for that illusory opportunity of becoming immortal. But when the road to immortality will open, no one knows. Perhaps in this life. Perhaps they must wait another million years. How much longer can they wait? Yet the appearance of Yin offered them another possibility. That secret technique of concealing one's presence beyond temporal understanding, that terrifying body close to imperial level, and that strange Tao resonance with multiple imperial weapons. If they could decipher and plunder it, perhaps there would be no need to wait for the path to immortality. Perhaps they could carve out a shortcut to eternal life. Greed was spreading. A murderous intent was brewing. The buried Emperor Star East Wilderness at the back mountain of the Radiant Light Sacred Land, a hidden entrance to his secret realm. Tianjizi leaned on a turtle shell, pacing back and forth, his aged face etched with anxiety and unease. Something is wrong. Something is amiss. He murmured to himself, calculating repeatedly with his fingers. But each time the outcome was shrouded in fog. The aura of the senior. Why did it suddenly? He dared not speak the words. That conjecture was too terrifying, so frightening that he would rather believe his calculations were wrong. Tianjizi, my friend, what have you discovered? Zhuangmu asked softly, her beautiful eyes also carrying hidden worry. Though these top saints could not capture the deliberate leak of flaws from Yin like the supreme of the Forbidden Zone, they could vaguely sense, due to their sensitivity to the laws of the Tao, that something seemed to have happened to the senior after fighting with the supreme of the Reincarnation Sea. Tianjizi hesitated. In the end, he sighed deeply. Perhaps this old man is overthinking. The senior's accomplishments and transformation will surely be safe. Surely safe. He gazed northward, toward that forbidden zone that had returned to calm, yet still made his heart palpitate inexplicably. Surely safe. Yin sat cross-legged on a piece of green stone. For 100 miles around it was desolate and devoid of life, even wild beasts were rare. He closed his eyes and the aura around him maintained a subtly unstable state. Occasionally a wisp of decaying twilight energy leaked out, quickly suppressed again. Occasionally there would be a suppressed cough expelling a trace of faint golden blood foam. That was a facade he had deliberately formed using his qi and blood. He resembled a once mighty warrior, desperately concealing his injuries, yet starting to feel powerless. In an unnoticed corner, he licked his wounds alone. But in his heart there was clarity. He was waiting for the fish to bite the hook. The one from the Reincarnation Sea will not move in a short time. It has just retreated, lost face, and is most cautious at this moment. Even if it senses my flaw, it will suspect it to be a trap. The primordial ancient mind sleeps, not just one supreme, always cunning. They will observe, will probe, but will not be the first to strike. The Xianling. That place is very strange, related to immortals. The supremes within may be even more anxious. Shinxiu. Fallen God Ridge. Undying Mountain. He sorted through the characteristics of each major forbidden zone, deducing the possible actions of those ancient supremes. Like an experienced old hunter simulating the movement routes of prey in his mind. The first to strike is most likely the one who is the hungriest. With their lifespans nearing their end, the path to immortality distant and uncertain, they can no longer afford to wait another million years. Such supremes, once they discover an opportunity, will seize it like a drowning man grasping at driftwood, even knowing it might be a trap. Yin opened his eyes. In the depths of his murky gaze, the northern skyline shrouded in gray mist was reflected. No murderous intent. No combat intent. Only a sense of patience, waiting for the prey to step into the trap. Come, he softly said, like a whisper to those ancient existences far away. Let me see. Who will be the first? He closed his eyes again. The aura around him became even more disordered. The fluctuations of the recurring Tao injury became more obvious. The bait had been cast. The net had been spread. Next it was fishing. Yin waited for 7 days. On the 7th day at midnight in the northern wasteland, under a dark moon and strong winds, he sat cross-legged on a blue stone, his aura having worsened even further compared to 7 days prior. The occasionally leaking, decaying aura had grown even thicker, and the fluctuation of the recurring Tao injury was more pronounced. Even the frequency of his coughing had increased. Cough, cough. He spat out a mouthful of faint golden blood foam, which landed on the blue stone, corroding it into shallow pits. Then he raised his head. He gazed towards the north. There, an ancient, cold and blood-soaked well filled with endless bloodshed and death was slowly awakening. Like an abyss that had been asleep for eons, it opened its eyes. A trace of barely perceptible amusement flickered in the depths of Yinan's murky gaze. The fish has taken the bait. In the immortal tomb, that entirely black solitary grave suddenly cracked open. Within the grave, a figure withered like rottenwood, skin wrapped around bones and eye sockets as deep as two black holes, slowly sat up. He was draped in a tattered black imperial robe embroidered with indistinct ancient totems stained with darkened blood, emanating a chilling aura that made souls tremble. He opened his eyes. In the eye sockets there were no eyeballs, only two pools of dark red light, like congealed blood. Yi Nan. He spoke, his voice hoarse and dry like a rusted knife and used for millennia, scraping against metal, each syllable carrying an indescribable decay and ferocity. To become a Taoist, an imperial body, and the secret that can help me live again. The dark red light flickered greedily as if it were a tangible substance. All are mine. He slowly stood up. The tattered imperial robe moved without wind. A terrifyingly supreme aura erupted from him. That aura contained endless killing intent, countless vengeful souls, and endless darkness. Above the immortal tomb, the originally gray sky instantly turned blood red. Blood clouds surged, among which countless distorted human faces wailed. Those were the countless beings that died at his hands, refined into vengeful souls never to be reborn. That is, on the burial emperor star, ancient saints sensed this aura, their faces turning as pale as paper. This aura, this bloodiness, this darkness. It is him. It is him. An ancient hidden sage who had lived for nearly 10,000 years screamed in a voice filled with uncontrollable fear. The blood slaughter sovereign. According to ancient records, he had initiated 3 dark upheavals. What a dark upheaval! 3 times. Countless people gasped in shock, their souls trembling. The dark upheaval, it was the darkest, bloodiest, and most despairing period in the history of the burial emperor star. Every several tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, when the lifespan of the Supreme in the Forbidden Zone was about to end and the path to immortality had not yet opened, they would emerge from the Forbidden Zone using living beings as blood food, devouring the life essence of millions to prolong their own lives. Each dark upheaval was a catastrophe. Beings suffered, corpses piled up, even saints were harvested, and this blood slaughter sovereign had actually initiated 3 dark upheavals. The beings that died at his hands were not merely millions. He should have long since sat down in meditation, right? Someone said tremulously. A supreme who self-slaughters with a single knife, if he can survive the dark upheaval by devouring blood food, can live even longer. Kinji Z's face turned ashen. This blood slaughter sovereign has survived for millions of years, relying on the blood food accumulated from 3 dark upheavals. Now that he has re-emerged, his target. Everyone looked towards the northern direction. They gazed at the hunched figure sitting alone on the blue stone of the desolate mountain. The target was self-evident. The blood slaughter sovereign moved. He stepped out of the immortal tomb. The tattered imperial robe fluttered in the blood wind, and wherever he passed the void shattered, and the laws wailed in retreat. Countless vengeful souls flew around him, howling, as if welcoming their king. In just a few breaths he crossed endless space and arrived above the northern desolate mountain. From a high vantage point, he looked down at the hunched figure in gray robes below. Yi Nan. The blood slaughter sovereign spoke, his voice like that from the depths of the Nine Nether, carrying endless chill and ferocity. You are quite impressive. Entering the sea of reincarnation alone, forcing back that old bone, making this seat very surprised. His dark red light flickered, fixating on Yi Nan. Your body, your Tao, the secrets hidden within you. I want them all. Hand them over, and I can grant you a quicker death, avoiding reincarnation and the torment of soul refining. A naked threat. A naked greed. Yi Nan slowly raised his head. His murky gaze met the 2 pools of dark red light. There was no fear on his face. Not even any tension. Only a calmness of, indeed it has come. Blood slaughter sovereign. Yi Nan spoke, his voice hoarse, carrying a hint of barely discernible weakness. The executioner of 3 dark upheavals with millions of vengeful souls beneath him among them. The majority are of my human race. He paused. If you didn't come to find me, I would eventually come to find you. The blood slaughter sovereign was taken aback. Then he let out a deep laugh. Ha ha. His laughter was filled with mockery and disdain. Come to find this seat. A Taoist on the verge of collapse, whose Tao injury has recurred. His dark red light surged, fixating on Yi Nan. Do you think this seat cannot see through you? You fought against that old bone from the sea of reincarnation, seeming strong, but in reality you were burning your Tao foundation, forcibly, using forbidden power. After that battle, your Tao injury recurred, your cultivation fell, and you are merely a candle in the wind. You feign calmness, sitting here attempting to intimidate the small fry, buying time for your meager survival. But this seat is not like those hesitant fools. He stepped forward, the supreme pressure erupting like the entire sky, collapsing, pressing down on Yi Nan. Today is your day of death. The secrets on your body, I shall take them. As the words fell, the blood-slaughter sovereign raised his hand. His right hand, dry as a ghost's claw, reached out towards Yinan, grasping in midair. Blood-slaughter. Soul-refining hand. Boom. The entire world instantly turned blood-red. A colossal blood-red hand that obscured the sky suddenly appeared, containing endless vengeful souls and death energy, fiercely grasping down at Yinan. This grasp was enough to refine all mountains and rivers within a radius of 10,000 miles, along with all living beings within, into blood mist, devouring them completely. This was the signature killing move of the blood-slaughter sovereign, with countless powerful beings having perished under this technique. Below, Yinan remained sitting cross-legged. He looked up at the blood-red giant hand crashing down. In his murky eyes there was no fear, no panic. Only a hint of faint mockery. Do you think? He spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet it pierced through the sea of blood clouds, clearly reaching the ears of the blood-slaughter sovereign. What do you think I have been waiting for here for 7 days? The blood-slaughter sovereign's pupils contracted suddenly. No. Before his words could fall, Yinan moved. He remained seated, not rising, but his right hand slowly lifted. The fingers, thin and dry like a chicken's claw, pointed at the colossal blood-red hand, and gently grasped. Crack! A crisp sound like the shattering of glass. The blood-red giant hand, capable of refining mountains and rivers, began to shatter from the palm. Piece by piece it shattered, transforming into countless blood-red light spots, gently drifting down, like a blood-colored snow. What? The dark red light in the eyes of the blood-slaughter sovereign flickered violently, disbelief etched on his face. This was his renowned killing move. Though he hadn't used his full strength, it was certainly not something a mere Dao injury recovering would dismiss so lightly. What? The dark red light in the eyes of the blood-slaughter sovereign flickered violently, disbelief etched on his face. This was the deliberately maintained chaotic aura around him for 7 days. Erupted violently. No longer decayed. No longer filled with despondency. No longer a Dao injury relapse. But rather, at the peak of quasi-emperor, with blood and energy like a dragon, his Dao reaching perfection, the might of an emperor subtly manifesting. If I say I am injured, would you believe me? Yinan looked at the blood-slaughter sovereign, his gaze terrifyingly calm. If I say I am at the end of my strength, would you hastily come to me? He took a step forward. Just one step. He stood right in front of the blood-slaughter sovereign, face to face, mere inches apart. The sovereign of the 3 dark upheavals. Yinan said softly, that should be worth quite a reward, right? The blood-slaughter sovereign's pupils constricted. He felt it. He felt the pressure. Countless times more terrifying than he had imagined. That was a suppression of life level. The pressure of an emperor-level body. Beneath this seemingly decayed shell lay a strength capable of tearing apart stars and shaking the universe. Invincible power. You were pretending all along. The blood-slaughter sovereign roared, fear creeping into his voice for the first time. Otherwise what? Yinan raised his right hand, the mark of the slaying immortal sword glowing in his palm. The grayish, killing sword energy began to condense. If not for this, how could someone like you, who has been hiding for millions of years, ever be willing to come out voluntarily? A genuine smile finally tugged at the corners of his mouth. That was the satisfaction of a hunter seeing his prey step into the trap. Blood-slaughter sovereign, welcome to my hunting ground. With these words he said no more. His right fist tightened, the intent of the slaying immortal sword condensing at his fist's edge, aimed at this ancient sovereign who had instigated 3 dark upheavals, whose hands were stained with the blood of countless humans. He threw a punch. This punch held nothing back. The emperor-level body erupted with full force. The quasi-emperor peak Dao was fully enhanced. The killing intent of the slaying immortal sword fused into the punch's light. With a punch, stars shattered, the void collapsed, and myriad wails echoed. Arrogant. The blood-slaughter sovereign roared, his tattered imperial robe billowing, his hands forming seals, unleashing his most forbidden secret technique. Blood-slaughter. Annihilation. Bloodlight surged. Behind him, an endless blood-colored purgatory emerged. Within the purgatory, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, countless vengeful souls, the epitome of the billions of lives he had devoured during the 3 dark upheavals. At this moment, these endless vengeful souls were forcibly refined by him, transforming into a blood wave strong enough to annihilate the world, colliding with Yinan's punch light. Boom! An indescribable explosion. Light. Destruction. Annihilation. Centered around the desolate mountains of the northern region, a radius of 1,000,000 miles was instantly engulfed by this terrifying explosion. Mountains and rivers shattered. Rivers evaporated. The void, like fragile glass, was torn apart with huge cracks that could not heal. Meanwhile, 2 figures had soared from the explosion's center, tearing through the atmosphere, heading into the depths of the universe, engaged in fierce battle. The depths of the universe. 50 million miles from the Burial Emperor star. A barren and desolate star domain. Two figures like two world-destroying shooting stars collided madly. A punch, a palm, a sword, a claw. With each collision, a star shattered in the aftermath. With each clash, vast empty spaces were torn into chaos. The blood-slaughter sovereign had completely erupted. He knew he had fallen into a trap, realizing that this human was 100 times more terrifying than he had anticipated. But he could not retreat. He was an ancient sovereign. Once he ruled over the world. He had instigated 3 dark upheavals, with countless souls under his command. If today he was forced back by a quasi-emperor, how could he face the world again? Yinan, the blood-slaughter sovereign roared, burning his essence, activating forbidden secret techniques. I have traversed the ages, how could I fear a mere junior? He clasped his hands together, bloodlight gathering to the utmost. The blood-colored purgatory behind him exploded, transforming into a world-shattering killing light that pierced the star river. Blood slaughter. Ultimate. Burial of heaven. Burial of earth. Burial of all beings. Wherever the killing light passed, the star river was severed. This was the strongest strike he could unleash. Though not fully elevated, it was already his limit under the current circumstances. If this strike could not slay Yinan, he could only transcend. Yinan looked at the sweeping blood-colored killing light, his gaze still calm. He did not evade. He didn't even use any emperor weapons. He simply raised his right hand slowly. In the palm, the mark of the slaying immortal sword lit up completely. The grayish killing sword energy condensed into an unadorned sword light. Slaying immortal. He said softly. A sword. The sword was drawn. No earth-shattering phenomena. No dazzling brilliance piercing the star river. Only a single, gray thread. The thread sliced through the void. Silent and unobtrusive, meeting that blood-colored killing light. And then, swish. A soft sound, like a blade slicing through thin paper. The blood-colored killing light was severed in response, split in two by that gray thread. What? The blood-slaughter sovereign's pupils constricted, the dark red light in his eyes nearly bursting forth. His strongest strike had actually been sliced open by a sword light, as easily as cutting tofu. What kind of sword is this? What kind of person is this? There was no time to think further, because that gray thread, after slicing through the killing light, did not dissipate. Instead, it continued to slay him. No. The blood-slaughter sovereign roared frantically, urging the little essence remaining in his body, wanting to evade, wanting to resist. But he could not escape. That thread seemed to have locked onto his soul. No matter how he dodged, how he teleported, how he tore through the void, it hung above his head. In the end, swish. The thread passed through his brow. The blood-slaughter sovereign's body froze. The dark red light in his eyes began to disperse. He lowered his head, looking at his withered chest. A fine bloodline stretched from his brow to his nose to his chest to his abdomen, penetrating through his entire body. You. He opened his mouth, trying to say something, but only 2 vague words escaped. Then, boom. His body, along with the tattered imperial robe, the endless blood-slaughtering vengeful souls, and the accumulated sins of the 3 dark upheavals, began to explode inch by inch from that fine line, transforming into countless blood-colored dust scattering in the cold depths of the universe. The butcher of the 3 dark upheavals, the ancient sovereign, blood-slaughter. Thus, both body and soul perished. Yinan sheathed his sword, standing amidst the shattered starry sky. He looked at the drifting blood-colored dust, his gaze still calm. Then he looked up, gazing in the direction of the Burial Emperor star, looking at those who were currently staring intently at this place. The gazes from the forbidden zone. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a cold arc. The first one, he said softly. Who else? The starry sky fell silent. No one responded. In the depths of the universe, the blood-colored dust from the explosion of the blood-slaughter supreme slowly drifted in the cold. Within those drifting glimmers, countless distorted faces could be faintly seen, flashing by. Those were the countless souls he had devoured, finally liberated after being imprisoned for millions of years following his fall. Yinan stood at the spot, surrounded by a faint aura of the extermination sword chi. The gray robe moved in the vacuum without wind. He remained still, quietly, feeling the complex gazes coming from the direction of the Emperor's grave star, from all corners of the universe, and from the depths of those ancient forbidden zones. Shock, horror, disbelief, and deep-seated apprehension. In the sea of reincarnation, on the island of bones, the soul fire within the eye sockets of the skeleton flickered violently, nearly losing control. It witnessed the entire process, from the blood-slaughter supreme's strike to Yinan's punch shattering the blood-slaughter's soul-refining hand, to the fierce battle between the two in the starry sky, to that strange gray sword light. A single sword, cutting through the strongest blow of the Blood Slaughter Supreme. A single sword, killing an ancient supreme, clean and decisive, without any hesitation. How is this possible? The skeleton's voice trembled for the first time. That old thing Blood Slaughter. Though not at his peak, he was still a genuine ancient supreme. After 3 dark upheavals with millions of souls under his command, how rich was his experience in killing? Just like this. Was he slain by a single sword, not even having the chance to reach the ultimate ascension? It could not accept it. Even harder to accept was, it had once battled Myriad. Though it retreated, it always believed that it was unwilling to reach the ultimate ascension rather than truly being unable to defeat him. But now, the fall of Blood Slaughter was like a loud slap, harshly striking its face. If Myriad had also struck at it back then, could it have withstood it? The answer sent chills through its very soul. This child, what kind of monster is he? The skeleton murmured, the soul fire in its eye sockets truly revealing fear. In the ancient mind, a deathly silence. The consciousness within the stone coffin remained silent for a long time. Long enough for the chaotic energy in the ancient mind to seem to have solidified. Then Blood Slaughter has fallen. The voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of unmistakable. Fortunately, we did not rush to act. If we had been the first to go. Another consciousness did not finish its words, but the meaning was clear to all. Though Blood Slaughter Supreme was not the strongest among them, he was definitely not weak. If even he could not withstand a single sword, how could they fare any better? This child's strength far exceeds our expectations. The third consciousness slowly spoke, its voice old and heavy. What was that gray sword light? Extermination sword, someone asked. Not just that, the first consciousness said. Though the extermination sword is a treasure of slaughter, it is severely incomplete and could not possibly slay a supreme solely based on sword might. Within that sword light lies his own Tao, a kind we have never seen, never understood. The sword of anti-Tao. Silence. A deeper silence. After a long while, someone asked, what now? No one answered. They did not know. Continue to act. Blood Slaughter was the next to fall. Retreat. What of the dignity of the Supreme? Had they waited millions of years for the opportunity to ascend and just give up like this? Caught in a dilemma. Difficult to proceed or retreat. First, observe the situation. Ultimately, the first consciousness hoarsely said, though Blood Slaughter has fallen, it is not without its benefits. At least it has allowed us to see this child's true strength. Before we have absolute certainty, we must not act rashly. Wait for the path to ascension to open. Or, wait for him to show true flaws. The stone coffin fell silent. The ancient mind returned to chaos. But the oppressive atmosphere was thicker than before. In the divine ruins, the figure amidst the shattered divine light slowly rose. It gazed at the gray-robed figure in the starry sky, remaining silent for a long time. Blood Slaughter is dead, it murmured softly, devoid of emotion. But if one were to sense carefully, one could detect a faint relief. Fortunately, this deity did not strike first. It paused. Yinan, this person has already become a force to be reckoned with. Slaying a supreme at the quasi-emperor level has not been unheard of in history. But those people which one did not rely on special secret methods, which one did not forcibly tread an alternative path to become an emperor, paying the price of burning their life for a brief moment of imperial power. But he did not. No alternative path to becoming an emperor. No burning of life. Not even using any special secret methods. Just straightforwardly with the peak cultivation of a quasi-emperor, an imperial body, and that strange sword path. He directly killed a supreme. This already defies logic. The figure fell silent. It recalled some records from the mythic. Those truly astonishing existences might be able to achieve similar feats. But what happened to those people later? They all became emperors. They were all heavenly emperors, reigning over an era and suppressing myriad races. Could it be that in this life another existence of that caliber is to emerge? The figure murmured. Then it made a decision. Before he becomes an emperor, I will never be his enemy again. Even if it requires some sacrifice, it is worth it. In the immortal tomb, the place where the lonely grave split open was empty. The fall of the Blood Slaughter Supreme cast an even heavier shadow over this already ominous forbidden zone. The other slumbering supremes remained collectively silent. No mourning, no anger, only a bone-chilling coldness. Blood Slaughter was the first to act, and he was also the first to fall. Who would be next? No one dared to think. In the fallen God Ridge, the ancestral land of the Blood Demon clan, the 3 ancestors Blood Ku, Blood Yin, and Blood Quang sat around a water mirror, their faces pale. In the mirror, Yinan stood in the starry sky, his figure like a nightmare deeply imprinted in their souls. Blood Slaughter Supreme is dead. Blood Quang murmured, fear evident in his single eye. He was an ancient supreme, a ruthless person who had instigated 3 dark upheavals. Just like this. Was he slain by a single sword? Is Yi Nan still human? No one answered him. Elder Blood Ku closed his eyes, letting out a long sigh. From this day forth, the Blood Demon clan will remain completely dormant, never stepping out of the fallen god ridge half a step, until he dies, or the path to ascension opens. This was resignation. It was also a means of survival. Across the universe, all life, ancient stars, old traditions, and hidden strong beings that were watching this battle are now rendered speechless. The quasi-emperor slays the supreme. This is a legend only from the era of myths. In this lifetime, a remarkable existence is truly about to emerge. Someone murmured. Some trembled. Some knelt down, bowing far away towards the direction of the burial emperor star. From this day forth, the name Yi Nan shall no longer be merely known as the protector of the human race, but rather a living legend. At this moment, Yi Nan, who triggered all of this, still stood amidst the shattered starry sky. He sensed those gazes, shocked, fearful, wary, and submissive. Yet he paid them no mind. For at this moment, a familiar, cold, and mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected that the host has slain an ancient supreme. Blood slaughter. Task completion, evaluation perfect. Reward generation in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained Emperor Dao Fruit 1. This Dao Fruit is a supreme treasure. Refining it will grant you the complete Emperor level Dao and cultivation. No need to fuse with the heavenly heart mark, no need to endure the Emperor tribulation, and no need to bear the backlash of the heavenly Dao. Just refine it, and you can become an emperor. Warning: the refining process must be absolutely safe and cannot be disturbed. It is advised that the host find a hidden place, set up sufficient protection, and then proceed with the refinement. Yi Nan's pupils constricted. Then a warm current, indescribably warm, appeared within his body out of nowhere. That warm current surged forth from the void, instantly flowing into his limbs and bones, into the depths of his primordial spirit, and into every cell and every fragment of law. Wherever the warm current passed, an elusive and profound understanding naturally emerged. It was an understanding about emperors. It was the ultimate secret of the great Tao. It represented a higher level of life. It was the opportunity to become an emperor that countless cultivators yearned for throughout their lives, yet could not attain. Emperor, Tao Fruit. Yi Nan murmured softly, his voice carrying a clear hint of excitement for the first time in 9,000 years. From that spirited young quasi-emperor to the dying old man burdened with injuries. From hiding in the deep mountains to lick his wounds to gradually walking to this day. He had experienced too much. He had given too much. He had waited too long. Countless times of despair. Countless times of unwillingness. Countless times he had thought of giving up. But he had gritted his teeth and persevered. And now, the door to the highest realm had finally swung wide open. No need to fuse with the heavenly heart. Yi Nan took a deep breath, suppressing the surging emotions within, carefully savoring every word in the system's explanation. No need to endure the emperor tribulation. No need to bear the backlash of the heavenly Tao. What did this represent? It meant that once he refined this Tao fruit, he would directly become a complete emperor. Moreover, he would be an emperor unbound by the constraints of the heavenly heart mark. The ancient emperors, though ruling the world, bore the shackles of the heavenly Tao. Their Tao had to merge with the heavenly heart mark and be subject to the rules of heaven and earth. But he would break all of this. He would carve out a path that truly belonged to himself. System. Yi Nan closed his eyes, feeling the warm current still flowing slowly within him. This gift is too heavy, so heavy that he did not know how to repay it. But he knew that now was not the time for sentiment. He suddenly opened his eyes. In his murky gaze, unprecedented brilliance erupted. His gaze swept across the deep space of the universe, across those still peering into the forbidden zones. He scanned over those shocked, fearful, and wary gazes. Then the corners of his mouth curled into a cold arc. Everyone, have you seen enough? He spoke, his voice not loud, yet clearly reaching the ears of every observer. Today ends here. If anyone wishes to follow in the footsteps of blood slaughter, ye certain am always waiting. As his words fell, he stepped forward. His figure like a bubble merged into the cold starry sky, disappearing without a trace. No spatial fluctuations. No ripples of laws. He simply vanished into thin air as if he had never existed. The probing divine senses frantically swept through that area. Once, twice, thrice. Nothing was gained. Yi Nan had once again evaporated from the mortal world. In the sea of reincarnation, the skeleton stared blankly at the empty starry sky in the water mirror. After a long time, this method of concealing presence. How is it even done? In the primordial, he has disappeared again. Completely untraceable. How many secrets does this child hide? Across the universe, there was an utter silence. Yinan's last words hung like a sword above their heads. If anyone wishes to follow in the footsteps of Bloodslaughter, I'm always waiting. Who dares? Bloodslaughter's corpse is still drifting in the universe. At this moment, Yinan, who triggered all of this, had already appeared in a completely unfamiliar star field. This place is far from the Burial Emperor star, far from any known ancient life stars, far from all paths that could be investigated. Surrounding it is eternal darkness and silence. Only a few dying stars emit their final faint light. Yinan scanned with his divine sense, confirming safety. Then he found a completely desolate dead star. He landed. At the core of the dead star, he opened up a simple stone chamber. With a wave of his hand, he set up 9 layers of formations, tighter and more cautious than ever before. This time there must be no mistakes. After completing everything, he sat cross-legged. He closed his eyes. Inside him, the warm current still flowed quietly. Emperor Dao Fruit. He murmured softly. 9,000 years. Finally, he took a deep, no longer hesitating, he fully activated the character's secret, drawing upon that warm current within him, and began refining. In the stone chamber, a faint golden light began to emanate from him. It grew brighter and more intense, ultimately illuminating the entire stone chamber, as if it were the core of the sun. Outside, the universe remained cold and silent. No one knew that in this forgotten corner, a living legend was quietly metamorphosing. Inside the stone chamber, Yinan sat cross-legged, surrounded by a faint golden glow. That light was not glaring, but rather gentle, like the warmth of early spring. Yet the oppressive force contained within was enough to make any cultivator below the Saint Realm tremble in their soul. Even through the 9 layers of formations, that aura still faintly seeped through like an ancient deity stirring in its slumber. The refinement had already begun. The Emperor Dao Fruit, awarded by the system, transformed into a warm current surging within him. At first it was just a warm, almost imperceptible flow. But soon that warm current surged like a river breaking through a dam. Yinan grunted, his brow furrowing. His emaciated body displayed lines of golden patterns on the surface. These patterns spread from his dantian along his meridians and through his blood vessels, expanding towards his limbs and bones, as if an invisible divine craftsman were inscribing some ancient and sacred runes within him. With each line that appeared, his body trembled violently. It was not pain, but rather an instinctive reaction brought about by transformation. Like a snake shedding its skin, like a cicada emerging from its shell. The old decayed mortal aspects were being forcibly stripped away. The new sacred emperor aspects were growing wildly. Crack, crack. A delicate sound emanated from within his body. It was the sound of bones shattering and then reconstituting in a golden radiance. Every bone was being crushed and reshaped. The new skeleton, translucent like the purest crystal, was etched with dense imperial runes, exuding an overwhelming pressure capable of suppressing the ages. Whoosh, whoosh. That was the sound of blood boiling and transforming. The originally pale golden sacred blood was now transitioning to a pure golden hue. Every drop of the newly born imperial blood contained a weight capable of collapsing mountains, rumbling through the veins like a starry river in reverse. Rumble, rumble. That was the sound of meridians widening and strengthening. The already ample meridians were now forcefully torn and expanded by the golden warm current, like a parched riverbed welcoming an ancient torrential flow. The walls of the meridians became incredibly resilient, imprinted with fragments of various laws. There were the life laws he originally cultivated, the slaying intent of the Juxian sword, and the healing principles of the Zhizi secret. Moreover, the insights into the imperial path contained within the great emperor's fruit. The most fundamental changes occurred deep within the nascent soul. His nascent soul, once a dazzling light and shadow resembling his own appearance, sat cross-legged at the center of his sea of consciousness. At this moment, that golden warm current surged into the sea of consciousness, completely enveloping his nascent soul. Like a silkworm cocoon. Within the cocoon, the nascent soul was undergoing a transformation beyond linguistic description. It was a leap in the level of existence. Between the mortal and the sacred and the emperor, the chasm that had been insurmountable since ancient times was being filled. Time had lost its meaning in the stone chamber. Uncertain how long had passed. Perhaps a moment. Perhaps a day. Perhaps a year. Yinan slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes, no longer murky, worn by the years like those of a weary old man. Instead, profound as the starry sky, vast as the universe, calm as water, yet containing enough power to overturn the ages. He looked down at his hands. The skin remained aged, the wrinkles still deep. But beneath that aged exterior, beneath those wrinkles, he could feel. Every cell was brimming with an unprecedented, ineffable vitality and strength. That was the power belonging to the great emperor. though he had not yet fully refined the Tao fruit, though it was still in the initial stages. This earth-shattering change had already allowed him to surpass the limits of a quasi-emperor. Is this the level of the great emperor? Yinan murmured softly. His voice was light, yet in this stone chamber it seemed to evoke a peculiar resonance. The surrounding stone walls trembled slightly. The 9-layer formation lit up all at once, then dimmed briefly, as if even they were submitting. Yinan raised his right hand and gently clenched his fist. At the tip of his fist, a silent black hole the size of a fist collapsed into the void and began to slowly heal the moment he relaxed his grip. Just a gentle fist clench. It was enough to crush the void. If he were to throw a full-powered punch, he dared not imagine. The great emperor's Tao fruit truly lives up to its reputation. A surge of uncontrollable emotion welled up within Yinan. 9,000 years. He had waited 9,000 years. From an ambitious genius to a crippled man burdened by the scars of the Tao. From rising again and again from despair to taking one step at a time to reach today. Finally touching this threshold. But this is just the beginning. He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Refining the Tao fruit was not a process that could be completed in one go. Now it was only the initial stage as earth-shaking changes were occurring within him. His nascent soul, physical body, and laws were all transforming toward the true emperor's realm. But there was still a long way to go before complete refinement. Time is needed. Yinan closed his eyes. The golden radiance around him flared up once more. Brighter than before. Denser than before. In the stone chamber, everything returned to silence. Only the seated figure and the increasingly radiant and sacred golden light upon him proved that, in this unknown corner, a true, great emperor was being born. The core of the dead star. In the stone chamber, time had utterly lost its meaning. Yinan sat cross-legged in the center of the golden radiance like an ancient statue unchanged by time. His body had undergone earth-shattering transformations. That layer of aged skin covered in wrinkles still remained. But beneath the skin, every inch of flesh, every bone, every drop of blood was entirely different. The bones were translucent, inscribed with dense imperial runes, each rune seeming to correspond to a law of the universe, gently trembling, capable of invoking the resonance of the great Tao. The blood was pure gold, like mercury rumbling through the veins with a heavy sound. With every circulation, it would draw out subtle fragments of the laws, nourishing every single cell in his body. The meridians were as wide as the galaxy, and flowing within them was no longer mere divine power, but a product of the fusion of divine power and laws. Something of a higher level belonging to the great emperor. The source of the emperor. At the core was the nascent soul. Within the sea of consciousness, that cocoon enveloped in golden light was now completely transparent. Within the cocoon, a small figure identical to Yinan sat cross-legged. The small figure still bore an aged appearance filled with wrinkles and sparse hair. But those eyes were profound enough to seem capable of containing the entire universe. Surrounding the small figure were 9 faint golden halos. Each halo represented the perfection of a certain great Tao. The life laws of the Zhizi secret. The slaying intent of the Zhuxian sword. The unique Tao rhyme of the heart of reversal. And the higher-level insights gleaned from the great emperor's Tao fruit. At this moment, that golden light was slowly retracting. Not dissipating, but retracting. Like a divine sword about to be sheathed, it sheathed its sharpness. Like a giant dragon about to awaken, it curled up its body. Yinan slowly opened his eyes. Those eyes. The murkiness had completely disappeared. In its place was a kind of tranquil return to simplicity. Like an ancient well, calm and undisturbed. But if a true great emperor were present, they would be horrified to discover the owner of those eyes had already reached the same level as them. Perhaps even higher. Yinan looked down at his hands. Thin, aged, covered in wrinkles. No different from, but he knew he was already completely different. Great Emperor. He softly uttered those 2 words. His voice was light, very calm. Yet in this stone chamber, which had been silent for an unknown duration, it sounded like thunder. Boom. An invisible pressure naturally radiated from him. There was no deliberate release. No active provocation. It simply existed. The 9-layer formation lit up simultaneously, emitting distressing creaks. The stone walls of the chamber cracked silently. The entire dead star began to tremble slightly from its core. Then, everything returned to calm. Yinan completely retracted that naturally exuded imperial might. Like a sword sheathing its sharpness. He raised his head, gazing at the top of the stone chamber, at the thick layers of rock, at the vast universe beyond the dead star. No one knows. He murmured softly, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In that smile there was emotion, there was relief, and a hint of mockery. Throughout the ages, how many extraordinary talents have endured countless trials and tribulations in pursuit of becoming an emperor. Ultimately, they invoked the heavenly tribulation shaking the myriad paths. Under the world's gaze they ascended to that supreme throne. Yet he, Yinan, quietly in this forgotten corner became an emperor without the heavenly tribulation. No lamentations from the myriad paths. No imperial might suppressing the world. Not even a single soul was aware. Quite good, Yinan stood up. In his gray robe, slightly hunched, it seemed as though nothing had changed. But he knew that everything had transformed. His divine sense stirred. In an instant, it enveloped the entire star domain. He saw the shattered asteroid belt surrounding that dead star. He witnessed the distant stars still ablaze. He observed further out on several ancient life stars the cultivators still vying for a mere scrap of resources. Then his divine sense continued to extend, toward the burial emperor star, toward the 7 great forbidden zones of life. He saw the sea of reincarnation. The skeletal supreme sat cross-legged on the bone island, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering as if pondering something. It remained oblivious. He saw the primordial ancient mind. The stone coffin still floated, the consciousness within still asleep. Unaware, he saw the immortal mausoleum, divine ruins, undying mountain, celestial island, and fallen god ridge. Those ancient supremes, those existences that had slept for eons, were either resting, contemplating, or peering into the outside world in their respective sanctuaries. Yet not a single one noticed his presence. Even more so, not one realized that a new great emperor, Yinan, retracted his divine sense. The smile at the corner of his mouth deepened. Interesting, he murmured softly. Then he took a step forward. His figure vanished within the stone chamber. That dead star at the moment he departed turned to dust, silent and unnoticed as if it had never existed. And Yinan had already appeared in another star domain millions of miles away. His gray robe fluttered, still hunched, but his eyes were as calm as a deity overlooking all beings. Next, he gazed toward the burial emperor star, toward those who were still watching him, yet unaware he had become an emperor, the supreme beings of the forbidden zones. It's time to have some fun with you. He stepped out and vanished into the starry sky. In the depths of the universe, in a desolate star domain, Yinan stood with his hands behind his back, his gray robe slightly fluttering in the vacuum. He gazed at the distant dark red star on the verge of extinction, its faint light reflected in his murky eyes. Almost there, he murmured to himself. Then he slowly closed his eyes. Around him, the intentionally suppressed aura belonging to the peak of the quasi-emperor realm began to be released without reservation. Not the true aura after becoming an emperor, but rather the kind of breakthrough signs expected during the quasi-emperor peak's assault on the emperor realm. Boom! A vast aura erupted from him, soaring into the heavens. That aura pierced through the star river, tearing apart the void instantly, alarming this star domain and spreading with astonishing speed throughout the universe. Immediately following, rumble. Above the 9 heavens, the originally silent cosmic void suddenly surged with endless dark clouds. Those were not ordinary clouds. They were the clouds of the imperial tribulation, formed by the laws of heaven, containing supreme power capable of annihilating everything. The dark clouds surged instantly, covering a radius of 1,000,000 miles, expanding outward at an astonishing speed. Within the clouds, thunder roared. Those flashes of lightning were not ordinary thunder. Each bolt was as thick as a mountain, with various colors, some crimson like blood, some pitch black like ink, some dazzling with golden light, and some chaotic and hazy. Each bolt of lightning contained the essence of a great path. This was the myriad paths of thunder tribulation. Historically, emperors faced tribulation, invoking at most 9 types of great path thunder tribulation. Yet Yinan at this moment invoked countless, far more than 100 types. Rumble. The first bolt of thunder tribulation crashed down. It was a crimson lightning bolt embodying the essence of the fire law, scorching the void and leaving permanent cracks in its wake. Yinan looked up at the descending thunder tribulation. He did not evade. He didn't even use any divine abilities. He simply spread his arms wide. He allowed that fire lightning tribulation, capable of heavily injuring a quasi-emperor, to strike down upon him. Boom! The thunder light exploded, engulfing him entirely. But moments later, as the thunder light dissipated, Yinan stood in place. His gray robe was unscathed. Not even a single hair was singed. He looked down at his chest. There was not even a single red mark left. Too weak, he murmured softly. His tone was flat. But if those quasi-emperors undergoing tribulation heard this, they would likely spit blood in rage. Too weak. This was the imperial tribulation. It was the ultimate trial bestowed by the heavens. A chasm that countless quasi-emperors could not cross in their entire lives. You call this too weak? As if it heard his mockery, the endless dark clouds above erupted in fury. Rumble. The second wave of thunder tribulation descended. No longer a single bolt, but rather Hundreds of bolts fell at once. Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, gold, black, white. Various colors of thunder light intertwined into a world-destroying sea of thunder crashing down toward Yinan. Wherever the sea of thunder passed, the void was utterly obliterated, revealing patches of chaos. The asteroids and dead stars within 1,000,000 miles were instantaneously vaporized. Even the distant stars trembled violently in the wake of this thunder tribulation, erupting with raging flames on their surfaces. This scene was truly shocking. Even more shocking were the gazes from all corners of the universe stirred by this terrifying wave. At the burial emperor star in the sea of reincarnation, the skeletal supreme abruptly lifted its head, the soul fire in its eye sockets nearly bursting forth. Is this the imperial tribulation? Is someone undergoing the imperial tribulation? Who is it? Its divine sense frantically swept through, trying to lock onto the location of the tribulation bearer. But in the imperial tribulation area, the heavenly mechanism was thoroughly chaotic, and it could not discern who exactly it was. It could only vaguely sense that the figure undergoing tribulation was located somewhere in the depths of the universe. Moreover, the intensity of the thunder tribulation. What level of imperial tribulation is this? The skeletal supreme exclaimed. It had experienced the imperial tribulation and witnessed other emperors undergoing tribulation, but it had never seen such a terrifying thunder tribulation. The spectacle of hundreds of bolts falling at once, the power of myriad paths intertwining, was simply meant to annihilate the tribulation bearer completely. Could it be a monstrous talent of the mythological era? In the ancient mine of Taichu, the stone coffin trembled violently, almost dislodging its lid. The imperial tribulation. Such a terrifying imperial tribulation. It is rarely seen throughout history. In this lifetime, how could someone invoke such a level of trial? Who is it? Several consciousnesses exchanged wildly, their shock evident. However, like the sea of reincarnation, they could not discern the true identity of the one undergoing the tribulation. In the imperial tribulation zone, the laws of heaven and earth ran rampant, severing all means of observation. They could only vaguely see a blurred figure in a gray robe standing amidst the sea of thunder. Celestial tomb, divine ruins, undying mountain, sky island, fallen god ridge. All forbidden zones, all ancient supremes were completely stirred. Ancient gazes pierced through endless void, fixated on that area of the imperial tribulation. The tribulation bearer. Who is it? That gray-robed figure. Could it be? Someone thought of a name, but dared not confirm. Because that person had only recently been fighting fiercely against the blood-slaughter supreme, how could they possibly undergo the imperial tribulation so soon? Moreover, that person's Tao injuries. But if it isn't him, then who could it be? In this lifetime, which peak quasi-emperor of the human race could invoke such a terrifying thunder tribulation? In the sacred land of Yaoguang, Ji Wuliang, Tianjizi, and Zhuangmu rushed out of the great hall, gazing into the depths of the starry sky. The imperial tribulation. Someone is undergoing the imperial tribulation. Tianjizi's old eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling. Could it be? A look of disbelief burst forth from Zhuangmu's beautiful eyes. Senior, is it Senior Yinan? No one could answer. Yet that blurred figure in the gray robe, that familiar outline, stirred an uncontrollable excitement and anticipation within their hearts. Across the universe, countless ancient stars of life, numerous ancient heritages, and countless hidden powerhouses were all stirred by this terrifying wave of the imperial tribulation. Consciousnesses and gazes all focused on that sea of thunder. The imperial tribulation. Finally, someone is undergoing the imperial tribulation in this lifetime. Such a terrifying thunder tribulation rarely seen in history. If the tribulation bearer succeeds, they will surely become a world-shaking emperor. If they can succeed, the pattern of this lifetime will be completely rewritten. All eyes were on him. All realms were concerned. And at this moment, the one causing all of this, Yi Nen, still stood at the center of the sea of thunder, with hundreds of thunderbolts striking down furiously. Each bolt was enough to severely injure or even kill a typical peak quasi-emperor. Yet he simply stood there, allowing the thunderbolts to strike him. Occasionally he raised his hand to disperse a few excessively fierce bolts. Sometimes he frowned, seemingly discontent with the strength of the thunder tribulation. Not enough, he murmured softly, looking up at the vast sky. He gazed into the depths of the endless black clouds. Give it a little more effort. He spoke, his voice penetrating the sea of thunder, soaring to the 9 heavens. This level is not enough to even tickle me. Provocation. A blatant provocation. Above the heavens, the endless black clouds went completely mad. Boom. The third wave of thunder tribulation has arrived. This time it was no longer 100 bolts striking together. Instead, 1,000 bolts transformed. 1,000 thunder tribulations became 1,000 thunder deities. Some wielded thunder hammers, some spat lightning, some stood upon thunder dragons, and some were encircled by chaos. Each thunder deity exuded a terrifying aura comparable to a great sage or even a quasi-emperor. 1,000 deities emerged surrounding and besieging Yinan. This scene left all spectators utterly speechless. Is this still the imperial tribulation? This is clearly divine punishment. It is the will of the heavens to erase this defiant being. Never seen before. Never seen before. Yinan looked at the 1,000 thunder deities surrounding him. A hint of satisfaction finally flashed in his murky eyes. Now this looks somewhat like it, he said softly. Then he raised his right hand facing the thunder deity charging at the forefront, and gently grasped. Boom! The thunder deity exploded, turning into a sea of lightning. The tribulation continued. The attention of the masses remained fixated. Yet no one knew that this quasi-emperor undergoing the tribulation had long concealed within him a complete emperor's Tao fruit. The sea of thunder surged, filled with countless wails. Yinan stood beneath the heavens, his gray robe billowing, surrounded by shattered lightning. The siege by the 1,000 thunder deities had persisted for a full 3 days. Within those 3 days he had torn apart 999 thunder deities with his bare hands. Each deity was comparable to a great sage or even a quasi-emperor. Each strike was enough to make the ancient supremes watching tremble. Yet at this moment, boom! The last and strongest, the primal chaos thunder deity formed from the chaotic thunder tribulation, struck down on Yinan's chest. Yinan's figure swayed, staggering back 3 steps. On his chest, the gray robe that had accompanied him for many years finally split open a gash. Beneath the gash lay a wound deep enough to see the bone. Golden imperial blood seeped from the wound, dripping into the void. Each drop that fell created a profound pit in the void, as the imperial blood was too heavy, collapsing the space. Cough, cough. Yinan coughed out a mouthful of blood. Within the blood were fragments of laws, tiny and shimmering with faint golden light. His aura began to fluctuate violently, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, like a candle flickering in the wind. Finally, unable to hold on, from afar someone murmured among the probing gazes. Above the heavens, the endless black clouds seemed to have sensed his weakness. Boom! The final wave of thunder tribulation descended. It was no longer 1,000 bolts falling in unison. Instead, a single beam that pierced through the galaxy, harboring the ultimate will of the heavens. The chaotic divine thunder. Wherever the divine thunder passed, all laws shattered, all time and space froze. This was the final strike of the imperial tribulation, and it was the most terrifying strike. Throughout history, how many prodigiously talented peak quasi-emperors had fallen beneath this strike? Yinan looked up at the chaotic divine thunder crashing down. A hint of complexity flashed in his murky eyes. Then he raised his right hand. His frail fist met that divine thunder, capable of annihilating everything. Boom! An indescribable explosion. Light, destruction, annihilation, centered around Yinan. Everything within a radius of millions of miles evaporated in an instant. The void was struck, creating a massive, unhealable black hole. At the edges of the black hole, chaotic energy surged, reminiscent of the primordial scene of the opening of the heavens. And that gray-robed figure was sent flying from the center of the explosion. Like a fallen meteor, it streaked across the starry sky, crashing towards a desolate dead star in the distance. Boom! The dead star exploded. Dust filled the air. Yinan's body became embedded deep within the shattered core of the planet, motionless. The gray robe on him was already tattered. The wound on his chest was even more gruesome, golden imperial blood gushing out, dyeing the surrounding debris. His aura was so weak it was almost imperceptible, like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Silence. The entire star domain was deathly silent. All probing gazes froze. Then, failed. He failed. Yinan has failed in his tribulation. Shock. Incredulity. But more than that was ecstasy. At the burial emperor's star, the sacred land of the shaking light, Ji Wuya stared blankly at the shattered area deep in the starry sky, his face pale. His voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing together. Tian Jizi trembled all over, his old eyes filled with disbelief and despair. How could it be? The senior's power reached the level of creation. His combat strength defied the heavens, able to slay even the supreme. How could he fail the tribulation? The West Queen Mother closed her eyes, and 2 lines of silent tears streamed down her face. The saintess of the Yaoqi Yuchan bit her lip tightly, blood seeping out without her awareness. The entire sacred land of the shaking light, the whole eastern wasteland, all of humanity, fell into a deathly silence. The hope that had just ignited the anticipation of finally waiting for the emperor's arrival in this moment shattered like fragile bubbles. Is the senior still alive? Someone asked with a trembling voice. No one could answer. That area, the residual waves of the Emperor's tribulation, had yet to dissipate. The heavenly secrets were in chaos, making it impossible to probe. But Yinan's final breath was weak to the point of nearly vanishing. The situation was dire. Meanwhile, the remnants of the Golden Dragon clan were ecstatic. "Ha! Old man, Yinan has his day too. Failing the tribulation. Dao injuries recurring. He is surely doomed. Heavens will. Heavens will." In the ancestral land of the Blood Demon clan, at the fallen god ridge, Blood Ku, Blood Phantom, and Blood Frenzy, the three ancestors gazed at the shattered star domain in the water mirror, their eyes filled with glee. Failing the tribulation. Even if he does not die, he will be severely injured. This is a heaven-sent opportunity. If we can take advantage of his illness and claim his life. Blood Frenzy's single eye sparkled with greedy light. But Blood Ku raised his hand, stopping him. No rush. Let's first observe the reaction from that forbidden area. Yinan has great secrets. Those supreme beings are more anxious than us. The ancient mind of Taichu. Silence. The consciousness within the stone coffin had been silent for a long time. Then, did the tribulation fail? The voice carried disbelief mixed with a hint of uncontrollable glee. That aura was indeed weak to the point of being nearly imperceptible. Even if he is not dead, he must be severely injured. Dao injuries recurring plus the backlash of the Emperor's tribulation. At this moment, he is probably not even as strong as a great saint. Another consciousness spoke slowly. This is an opportunity. A tremendous opportunity. The secrets on him. Imperial-level body, secret methods of breath concealment, and the creation that can aid others in extending their lives. If we can seize it, perhaps without waiting for the path to immortality, we can live another lifetime. Greed. Like a venomous snake, it flicked its tongue in the darkness. But a cautious consciousness said, could it be a trap again? Previously, Bloodshaw fell into this person's scheme thinking he was injured, but the result was not the same. The first consciousness interrupted. The previous one was a feigned injury. This time, it is a true injury. The Emperor's tribulation cannot be false. That last chaotic divine lightning contained the ultimate will of the heavenly path, its power so immense that even in our peak times we must respond with caution. He took that strike heeded. Even if he does not die, it is absolutely impossible for him to be unscathed. The aura at this moment cannot deceive anyone. Silence. After a moment. Who will go? The old bone from the reincarnation sea, having suffered a loss last time, probably dares not move this time. Over at the immortal tomb. Bloodshaw has just fallen, and they are still observing. Why not? We take action ourselves. The voice carried a hint of resolve. The secrets on this child concern whether we can live another lifetime. It is worth a gamble. Even if he still has strength left, with our supreme bodies joining forces should be enough to suppress him. If we miss this opportunity once he recovers or truly becomes an emperor, we will have no more chances. The stone coffin trembled. Several consciousnesses quickly reached a consensus. Then, let's act. In the reincarnation, see the bone supreme stared at the water mirror, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickering violently. It saw the entire process of Yinan failing the tribulation. Saw the terror of that chaotic divine lightning. Saw Yinan being blasted away, his aura waning. Is this true? It muttered to itself, a surge of indescribable contradiction rising within. On one hand, it hated Yinan to the bone, wishing to kill him with its own hands. On the other hand, the lesson from last time made it dare not easily trust any opportunity. What if it's a trap? What if Yinan is using the same trick again? What if it is true? If Yinan is truly gravely injured, then the secret's on him, that imperial-level body. If we can seize it, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickered even more urgently. Wait a little longer, it gritted its teeth. Let's see what happens over at the ancient mind of Taichu. If they act, I will act without delay. At the immortal tomb, where the lonely grave cracked open, a shadow enveloped in the aura of death slowly emerged. Yinan, failing the tribulation, gravely injured. This might be an even greater variable than Bloodshaw's fall. It gazed toward the direction of the ancient mind of Taichu, as if it could penetrate the void and see the movements within that stone coffin. Those old fellows from Taichu should not be able to hold back. If they take action, the shadow paused. Then I will follow closely behind. If they succeed, I will share in the spoils. If they fail, then I will continue to remain hidden. In the divine ruins at the undying mountain on the island of the highest heavens, in every forbidden area, ancient gazes flickered. Greed, caution, hesitation, observation. An invisible great net was quietly tightening. At the center of the net was that shattered dead star. It was that figure in a gray robe embedded in the core of the dead star, its aura weak like a candle flickering in the wind. Yinan was still embedded there, motionless. The wound on his chest continued to bleed. The golden imperial blood had already stained large areas of the surrounding rocks. The aura remained weak. But if someone were able to penetrate through the layers of rubble and approach him, they would see his tightly closed eyes beneath the eyelids. The pupils moved slightly. Then those eyes slowly opened a narrow slit. Within the narrow slit, the murkiness remained. But beneath that murkiness hid a hint of cold amusement. Are they coming? Yinan silently spoke to himself in his heart. His divine sense had already quietly spread, covering the entire star domain. He saw the tremor of that stone coffin in the ancient mind of Taichu. Saw those ancient consciousnesses quickly reaching a consensus. He saw them slowly setting out. 3. Yinan silently counted in his heart. 3 supreme beings from the ancient mind of Taichu. The one from the reincarnation sea is still hesitating. The immortal tomb and the divine ruins are also observing. Is it only 3? He felt a slight disappointment in his heart. But soon that disappointment turned into a deeper amusement. 3 is enough. Take it slow. None of them can escape. He closed his eyes again. The aura around him weakened further. The speed of blood flowing from the wound on his chest seemed to quicken slightly. This guise must be taken to the extreme. After all, this is the last time fishing. After this wave, it will be time to reel in the net. The core of the dead star returned to silence. Only that weak flickering aura which could extinguish at any moment pulsed slowly in the darkness. Like bait, waiting for the greedy fish to take the hook. The core of the dead star. Yinan was embedded in the shattered rocks, his breath faint as a wisp. The wound on his chest was still oozing blood, the golden imperial blood having coagulated into a thin film that covered him, emanating a faint glow in the darkness reminiscent of a flickering candle flame. He was waiting. His divine sense quietly enveloped the entire star domain, waiting for the fish to bite the hook. The primordial ancient mind. The stone coffin thunderously opened. 3 figures slowly rose from the deepest part of the ancient mind. The one in the middle was shrouded in chaotic energy, obscuring their appearance. Only a pair of eyes as cold as an ancient cold pool gazed through the chaos, staring into the depths of the starry sky. That was the supreme of primordial chaos, one of the oldest beings of the primordial ancient mind, said to have been born before chaos was opened. They had once contended with the heavenly emperor of the mythological era, and although defeated still held honor, retreating into seclusion after self-inflicting a wound for millions of years. The figure on the left was as burly as a demon god, with skin of bronze covered in countless cracks from which a molten red glow subtly flowed. Each breath caused the surrounding void to tremble violently. That was the supreme of sky rending, known for their physical strength, having once torn a quasi-emperor apart with bare hands and devoured countless beings during the dark turmoil. The figure on the right was thin and emaciated like a withered bone, surrounded by a strange gray mist. Within the mist were countless twisted faces wailing the souls of the beings he had devoured, forever unable to reincarnate. That was the supreme of soul-devouring, proficient in primordial spirit attacks, employing strange and ruthless methods, best at silently taking lives. 3 supremes. They emerged simultaneously. Boom! 3 supreme auras surged like 3 pillars of light, piercing through heaven and earth, rising into the sky from the depths of the primordial ancient mind. The chaotic energy exploded. The void shattered. The entire region where the primordial ancient mind lay was instantly enveloped by these 3 terrifying pressures. The sky turned chaotic in color. The earth trembled violently. Beings within 1,000,000 miles, regardless of their cultivation level, felt their souls grasped by an invisible giant hand, struggling to breathe. Many low-level cultivators collapsed to the ground, blood flowing from their 7 orifices. The primordial ancient mind. The supremes have emerged, someone screamed in terror. 3 auras. 3 supreme auras. 3 supremes emerged simultaneously. Where are they going? No need to guess. Everyone looked into the depths of the starry sky towards the shattered star domain, where Yinan had failed his tribulation. The target was self-evident. Immediately, the sea of reincarnation. That skeletal supreme could no longer restrain itself. With all 3 supremes acting. What am I waiting for? The soul fire in its eye sockets transformed into a greedy crimson. If I can share in a piece. If I can seize a strand of fortune. It suddenly stood up. On the decayed skeleton, the grayish-white reincarnation runes suddenly glowed. Boom! The 4th supreme aura erupted from the depths of the sea of reincarnation. The underworld sea surged. The white bone island trembled. 100 million skeletal hands reached out from the sea, wildly waving, as if welcoming their king. The skeletal supremes stepped out of the sea of reincarnation, transforming into a gray-white stream of light, shooting towards the depths of the starry sky. The immortal tomb. The shadow shrouded in the aura of death finally moved. Those three old fellows from the primordial ancient mine, that waste from the sea of reincarnation, couldn't hold back any longer. If I wait any longer, I won't even get a drop. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in the shadow's eyes. Boom! The fifth supreme aura erupted from the immortal tomb. The death aura spread like a tide, extinguishing all vitality in its path. The divine ruins. The shadow within the shattered divine light slowly rose. 5 now. Even if Yinan is strong, he absolutely cannot stand against 5. If I don't act now, when will I? Boom. The sixth supreme aura. The undying heavenly island. 2 more supreme auras erupted one after another. The eighth and ninth. A total of 9 supreme auras surged into the sky simultaneously from various forbidden zones of the burial emperor star. 9 pillars of light piercing through heaven and earth. 9 pressures enveloping the universe. At this moment, the entire burial emperor star trembled. The entire universe wailed. In the sacred land of shaking light, Tianjizi looked at the 9 supreme auras soaring into the starry sky, his face as pale as paper. 9 supremes. His voice trembled to the point of being almost inaudible. The 9 supremes emerged simultaneously. Their target is the senior. The Western Queen Mother closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. Heaven wants to destroy my human race. Ji Huio clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, blood flowing freely, yet he felt nothing. Senior. He wanted to say something, but his throat choked, unable to utter a word. 9 supremes. What a monumental concept. Each one had once been an ancient emperor or great monarch reigning over an era. Each had looked down upon the ages and suppressed their contemporaries. Even after self-inflicting a wound and retreating into a forbidden area, they remained the pinnacle of existence in this world. 9 joining forces. Even a true great emperor in the world would have to treat them with caution, let alone Senior Yinan, who had just failed his tribulation, gravely injured and in danger. It's over. Someone collapsed to the ground, murmuring to themselves. The human race is finished. Despair, like a cold tide, had drowned the entire human race. In the fallen god ridge, the ancestral land of the blood demon clan, the blood-withered ancestor looked at the 9 auras soaring into the sky and couldn't help but laugh maniacally. Ha! 9 supremes. 9. Yinan, you also have today. The blood nightmare old woman laughed so hard that her wrinkled face trembled. Having failed his tribulation, gravely injured and in danger, now he has to face the siege of 9 supremes. It's the will of heaven. This is the will of heaven. The blood-mad single eye was filled with bloodthirsty excitement. It would be best to crush him to dust, to slaughter his human race completely, to vent the hatred in my heart. The remnants of the Golden Dragon clan. The surviving members of the Dragon clan knelt on the ground, weeping and crying with joy. The ancestors in heaven are watching. Yinan is going to die. He is going to die. With 9 supremes acting, he is undoubtedly doomed. Across the universe, those ancient life stars, those ancient lineages, those hidden powerhouses, at this moment were all speechless. The 9 supreme auras, without any concealment, recklessly released, converging towards the same star domain. This is a siege. What did that human race Yinan do to provoke the 9 supremes to act simultaneously? It is said he has slain a supreme and carries great secrets. With the 9 supremes joining forces, he is undoubtedly doomed. Such a pity. I thought a great emperor would emerge in this life. In the depths of the starry sky, Yinan remained embedded in the shattered stones of the dead star core. His divine sense had long captured the 9 supreme auras rapidly approaching. 1, 2, 3. A total of 9. More than he had expected. 9. He silently counted in his heart. The smile that had been suppressed on his lips finally, slowly blossomed. Not a bitter smile. Not a smile of despair. But rather, the satisfied smile of a hunter seeing its prey step into the trap. 9 supremes. This great gift, he silently murmured to himself. I, Yinan, have accepted it. He remained motionless. His aura remained weak, like a flickering candle in the wind. Waiting for those 9 greedy fish to swim into his heavenly net. 9 supreme auras, like 9 towering pillars, pierced through the sky of the Zongdi star, pointing straight to the depths of the universe. The intensity of this aura was overwhelming. So powerful that even a saint would tremble and kneel before it. So powerful that the entire land of Zongdi star trembled slightly, as if unable to bear the simultaneous release of these 9 oppressive forces. So powerful that countless beings on ancient stars across the universe sensed the terrifying fluctuations from distant star domains, raising their heads to gaze at the starry sky, with an inexplicable fear rising in their hearts. This was the true, supreme gathering, rarely seen throughout history. One could even say that since the mythological era there had never been so many supremes simultaneously emerging with a common goal. 9 of them. A full 9. The target of their encirclement was just one person. A person who had just failed his tribulation and was gravely injured on the brink of death. But no one felt it was an overreaction, because that person was named Yinan. He had once entered the sea of reincarnation alone and forced back the Supremes. He had once severed blood fiends with a single sword, causing ancient Supremes to vanish entirely. He had accomplished too many impossible feats with a quasi-emperor's body. Therefore the gathering of the 9 Supremes was not an overreaction. It was a necessity. It was essential to seize this opportunity to completely eradicate this hidden danger. It was essential to take this opportunity to plunder all the secrets he possessed. Otherwise, once he truly grew stronger, once he became an emperor, the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones would have no chance left. At the fallen Divine Ridge, the ancestral land of the Blood Demon clan, the elder of the Blood clan stood atop a bone mountain looking up at the 9 beams of supreme light piercing through heaven and earth, his withered face filled with uncontrollable ecstasy. 9 Supremes. 9. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Even if Yinan has 3 heads and 6 arms, even if he possesses defiance against heaven's abilities today, he will undoubtedly die. The old hag of blood dreams stood beside him, her murky old eyes filled with delight. Having failed his tribulation with injuries flaring up, he is gravely wounded. At this moment he probably can't even stand upright. With 9 Supremes present, what can he use to defend himself? That broken body. She laughed sharply, her laughter piercing like a night owl. Blood furious single eye glimmered with a bloodthirsty light, his fist clenched tightly. Too bad I can't witness that old thing being torn apart by the Supremes. If I could witness it with my own eyes, I would be willing to sacrifice 1,000 years of my life. No rush. The elder of the Blood clan raised his hand, stopping blood furious excitement. He gazed into the depths of the starry sky, a glint of cold calculation flashing in his eyes. After Yinan dies, there are even more important matters. Blood Dream and Blood Fury looked at him simultaneously. Dark turmoil. The elder of the Blood clan slowly uttered 4 words. The pupils of the 2 shrank slightly. With 9 Supremes emerging at the same time, even if the target is Yinan, what happens after they finish him off? Will they simply return to the Forbidden Zone and continue their slumber? No, he asked, and answered himself, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since they have come out, since they have already used their power, then they will need to replenish. Replenish what? Life essence. Throughout history, dark turmoil has always been the Forbidden Zone's Supremes using the masses as blood food, devouring life essence to extend their own lifespans. This time, with 9 Supremes emerging together, the consumption will be immense. After killing Yinan, will they simply stop? Blood Dream and Blood Fury exchanged glances, both seeing the complex mix of fear and greed in each other's eyes. Then we? Blood Fury cautiously asked. Our Blood Demon clan, lying in wait at fallen Divine Ridge, is also considered part of the Forbidden Zone. The elder of the Blood clan said slowly. As long as we do not leave the Forbidden Zone, they will not actively provoke us if the Supremes initiate dark turmoil. But he paused, looking at the vast land of Zongdi Star beyond the mountains. The other human races, other ancient clans, other beings on this land. They can only seek their own fortune. The 3 of them looked through the clouds, landing on the land soon to be shrouded in blood rain and a bloody wind. There was no sympathy, only indifference, even a hint of anticipation. The remnants of the Golden Dragon clan. The surviving Dragon clan members gathered in a hidden valley, watching the scenes in the starry sky through a broken ancient mirror. 9 Supremes. 9. An old dragon trembled with excitement, tears streaming down his face. That evil thief Yinan destroyed my entire clan and killed my ancestors. Today he will finally face retribution. Retribution. This is retribution. The younger dragon's eyes were filled with hatred and delight. Once he dies, our Golden Dragon clan may not be unable to rebuild. With the Supremes around, the human race won't dare to touch us. Right? Once the Supremes finish with Yinan, they might even conveniently slaughter a few human sacred lands to avenge us. Schadenfreude. Anticipation. Hatred. A complex emotion filled the valley. But they did not consider, after the Supremes finish off Yinan, their targets might not just be the human race. The Qingling clan. The Black Beetle clan. The Feather Serpent clan. The Stone Spirit clan. The Winged Demon clan. The Golden Pung clan. Those ancient royal clans that had previously opposed Yinan and were suppressed by the human race were now immersed in a nearly pathological ecstasy. Yinan must die. The end of the human race has come. When the Supremes are free, it will be our time to counterattack. Reclaim our ancestral land. Bloodbath the human race. The shouts echoed in the gathering places of various ancient clans. But they forgot. 50 years ago, before Yinan's emergence, who had kept them from lifting their heads? Who made them curl up at the edge of the forbidden zone, struggling to survive? Was it Yinan? No, it was themselves. It was their own weakness. Yet at this moment, they placed their hopes on the forbidden zone's supremes, on those dark sources that could devour them along with the human race at any time. Ironically, yet no one noticed. Meanwhile, on the human side, the scene was entirely different. In the hall of discussions at the Shake-Light Sacred Land, the atmosphere was as oppressive as solid matter. Ji Wuyo Zhuangmu Tianjizi, Gu Hua, Huangzhu, Dugu Bai. The leaders of all top human factions gathered once again. But this time there was no earlier excitement or hope. Only endless gravity and fear. 9 Supremes. Ji Wuyo spoke, his voice hoarse to the point of being nearly inaudible. With the 9 Supremes gathered, what will happen to our senior? He could not continue. But everyone understood his meaning. Senior Yinan was in grave danger, having failed his tribulation and suffering injuries again at this moment. I fear he is even weaker than a great saint. Tianjizi closed his eyes and sighed deeply. With 9 Supremes joining forces, even at the peak of our senior's strength, he would need to be cautious. Let alone now. He did not finish his sentence. But the despair in his words was clear to all. Is there no hope at all? Jiang Hung clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. No one answered. Hope? Who could give them hope in the face of 9 Supremes? What we need to discuss now, Gu Hua Huangzhu said solemnly, is not whether our senior can survive, but what we should do after our senior's death. This sentence fell like a bucket of cold water on everyone. Indeed, if Senior Yinan dies, what follows will be them. Dark turmoil. Dugu Bai coldly uttered 4 words. Within the hall the temperature plummeted. 9 Supremes appearing at once consumes a staggering toll. Dugu Bai continued, and after they slaughter their predecessors, they will inevitably feed on the living to replenish what was spent and prolong their lives. This is the pattern of dark upheavals through the ages. It cannot be avoided. It cannot be resisted. All we can do is flee. Flee. Where to flee? Zongdi Star is the root of the human race, their ancestral soil, the home they have tended for countless ages. Where to run? The ancient tomes record. Shi Wangmu spoke softly, sorrow pooling in her beautiful eyes. When the dark upheaval descends, wherever a supreme passes, the stars dim and life is cut off. Sages become like ants, the mortal world like chaff. Those who survive are 1 in 10,000. How long ago was the last dark upheaval? Someone asked. 180,000 years, Tianjizi replied. All in their prime, cultivators and commoners alike, perished without exception, leaving only the old and the children as kindling for the next harvest. 180,000 years later. He did not finish, but everyone understood. Today, though humanity is stronger than then, the Supremes, they face number 9. 9. Several times more than the last dark upheaval. Must we simply wait to die? Feng Wuhan ground his teeth. No. G.Y. suddenly lifted his head, a flash of resolute light in his eyes. We still have the Imperial weapons. 7 Imperial weapons fully revived might yet. They cannot. Dugu Bai interrupted him, his voice cold as iron. No matter how mighty Imperial weapons require a hand to awaken. Among us the strongest Senior Tianjizi is only at the peak of the great sage. If a great sage triggers an Imperial weapon, can it wound a Supreme? It can't. But can it kill a? No. Can it hold them off? Only for a moment. After that moment the Imperial weapons will be taken and we will all die. A death-like silence followed. Cruel though Dugu Bai's words were, every one rang true. The gulf between a great sage and a supreme surpasses even that between a saint king and a great sage. It is a chasm in the very tears of life. No amount of courage or resolve can bridge it. In the depths of the starry void at the core of the dead star, Yinan remained lodged in the rubble, his breath as faint as a thread. Yet his spiritual sense had already spread to encompass the entire stellar region. He perceived the 9 supreme auras rapidly closing in. 1, 2, 3. They sharpened into clarity. Soon, he murmured inwardly. Closer, closer. He closed his eyes. His aura weakened another degree. The blood from the wound in his chest quickened ever so slightly. A perfect disguise. A flawless lure. He only needed the 9 greedy fish to take the bait. The 9 supreme auras drew closer to the shattered dead star. Tens of millions of miles, millions, 100,000. At last the void split, and 9 silhouettes descended. Hunyuan Supreme, Lietian Supreme, Shurhan Supreme. The 3 from Taichu, ancient mine, arrived first. Close behind came the Haigu Supreme of the Lunhui, see, whose soul fire flickered in its eye sockets, greed threatening to overflow. Xianling's death shade, Shinx's shattered divine light, Bizishan's black Demonchido, the withered elder of Shansong Island. The 9 supremes hovered above, looking down upon the dead fractured star. At the star's core, the gray-robed figure remained embedded in stone, motionless, breath feeble as a candle in wind. The chest wounds still wept, golden imperial blood stained the surrounding rock. "It's him," Hun Yuan Supreme said, his voice hoarse and ancient, threaded with undisguised greed. "Failed his tribulation transcendence, Dao wounds revived, gravely wounded. This state cannot be feigned." Lai Tian Supreme grinned, revealing forbidding fangs. "Haha, I feared a trap, seeing it with my own eyes this heart can finally rest." He licked his lips and stared at Yinan's body with hungry eyes. This physique. An imperial-grade treasure body. If it could be refined and absorbed. "Hold on." Shirhun Supreme spoke in a sinister whisper as gray mists swirled about him. "The body is yours, but his primordial spirit must be mine. This youth's primordial spirit surely hides great secrets. If I devour it, my path of soul devouring may advance further." "On what grounds?" Lai Tian Supreme glared. "Because I lay claim to it." Shirhun Supreme replied coldly. "Enough." Hun Yuan Supreme raised a hand to quell their quarrel. He regarded the gray-robed figure below, as if appraising an item on the market. "This youth bears many. An imperial-grade body, the Lianxi breath-concealing secret technique, reverse Dao, sword intent, and the fates that might prolong our lives. These must be carefully apportioned." Haigu Supreme of the Luanhui stepped forward, the soul fire in its sockets dancing. "I only want his Lianxi secret. How he slipped from beneath my eyes last time I still cannot fathom. If one could master that art." The thought trailed off, yet everyone understood to wield a concealment so complete that even Supremes cannot detect it would make future deeds 100 times easier. "Then I will take his reverse Dao sword intent," Xianling's death shade pronounced. "I will take his laws of life," Shanx's shattered divine light added. "I will take his body tempering method," Bizishan's black demon shadow intoned gravely. "I will." The 9 Supremes speaking in turn began to parcel the spoils before Yi Nan's supposed corpse. No one found this improper. No one imagined Yi Nan could resist. To them, he was already a corpse, a treasure up for sale, a spoil to be divided at will. Lai Tian Supreme threw back his head and laughed, the sound shaking the starry vault. 9 Supremes ganging to kill a gravely wounded would-be Dao attainer, perhaps a first in history. If word spreads, what honor will remain for us? Shirhun Supreme sneered. "Honor," Hun Yuan Supreme said lightly. "If it grants another life, what is honor?" "Indeed." Haigu Supreme's soul fire leapt. "If I can gain the secrets on this youth's body, I would even kowtow to this corpse." The 9 Supremes laughed together, their mirth full of triumph and greed, as if Yinan's secrets were all. It seemed this venture was nearly certain. Yet, just as their laughter rang loudest, below at the shattered dead star's core, the gray-robed figure who had lain apparently unconscious, those tightly closed eyes slowly opened, murky composed. A faint trace of mockery lingered. "Divided up already." Yinan spoke. His voice was low, yet like thunder it detonated in the ears of the 9 Supremes. Their laughter cut off instantly. 9 gazes descended at once. "You?" Hun Yuan Supreme's pupils contracted sharply. "You're awake." Yinan did not answer. He slowly raised his right hand and gently tapped the still bleeding wound on his chest. The golden imperial blood at the wound halted at once. Then with speed visible to the naked eye, the wound healed. "The wound was a little play-acted, or after bleeding so long you did not notice," Yinan said softly. His tone was flat, as if stating a trivial fact. But it was enough. He rose. His gray robe hung in tatters, yet did not flutter. The bent silhouette slowly straightened. In that instant, a nameless terror, a pressure capable of crushing the eternal heavens, burst forth from him with a thunderous force. He was no longer at the peak of a quasi-emperor, no longer a would-be Dao attainer. He was a great emperor, a true great emperor. Whole and flawless, needing no fusion of the heavenly heart, and unbound by the heavenly Tao, a flawless great emperor. The smiles on the 9 Supremes' faces froze utterly. In their place spread boundless terror. Core of the Dead Star. The figure in the gray robe slowly straightened its hunched back. Such a simple action, yet it sent a shiver originating from the depths of their souls through the 9 Supreme beings. That pressure was not that of a quasi-emperor. It was not from one on the verge of enlightenment. It was the true emperor. A complete, flawless, genuine emperor. Moreover, it was not that of a newly ascended emperor whose aura was still unstable. Instead, it was a peak emperor, unfathomably deep, as if they had been an emperor for many years. "Impossible!" The Hun Yuan Supreme exclaimed in shock, chaos, swirling violently, almost losing their form. You were just undergoing your tribulation. You were gravely injured just moments ago. How could you? How could you have already become an emperor?" Yinan raised his eyes, his murky gaze sweeping across the 9 shocked and twisted faces. A faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Tribulation?" he softly questioned. "Who told you that I was undergoing tribulation?" The 9 Supreme beings were momentarily taken aback. I simply, Yinan paused, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. I was merely bored and called down a bit of lightning to stretch my muscles. Called down a bit of lightning. To stretch his muscles? That was the Emperor's tribulation. How many peak quasi-emperors throughout history had exhausted their lives trying to cross that insurmountable chasm? You call that stretching your muscles? Are you even human? This is too ridiculous. A storm surged within the hearts of the 9 supreme beings. They cursed Yinan's ancestors in their hearts. But at this moment, there was no time to contemplate further, for Yinan's gaze had already locked onto them. That gaze was as calm as water, yet it made them feel as though they were ants targeted by a primordial beast. Run! The Hunyuan Supreme was the first to react, screaming. Without any hesitation, he turned and fled. Transforming into a stream of chaotic light, he tore through the void, madly fleeing into the depths of the universe. At the same time, Cracked Sky Supreme, Soul-Devouring Supreme, Bone-Withering Supreme, Death's Phantom, Shattered Divine Light, Black Demon Shadow, the Withered Elder, and the final Silent Supreme. 9 figures scattered and fled simultaneously. There was no communication, no negotiation, not even a moment's hesitation. Because everyone understood, facing a complete emperor and one who was unfathomably deep, capable of slaying supreme beings with a quasi-emperor's body, even if they pushed themselves to their limits to recover to their peak emperor state, victory was not guaranteed. Moreover, they dared not push themselves to their limits. To do so would mean burning their lives, which meant certain death. They had lived for millions of years lurking in forbidden zones, enduring endless solitude and decay for what? For the hope that one day the path to immortality would open and they could live again. If they pushed themselves to their limits today and fought Yi, and even if by chance they killed him, they would still die. Then what would these millions of years of waiting amount to? A joke. Thus they could only flee. The farther the better. The 9 supreme beings, 9 streams of light, madly fled in 8 directions of the universe. This scene was witnessed by countless eyes across the universe that were focused on this battle. The buried Emperor's star, the shining light, sacred land. Tianjizi was staring intently at the image in the viewing mirror. When the 9 supreme beings descended upon the dead star, with overwhelming momentum, his heart nearly ceased to beat. When Yinan slowly stood up, unleashing that terrifying pressure, his eyes went wide. When the 9 supreme beings, like startled birds, scattered and fled, thud. This ancient sage who had lived for nearly 10,000 years felt his legs go weak and fell to his knees. Sani Senior, his voice trembled to the point of losing its cadence. Has he become an emperor? Senior has become an emperor. An emperor, a true emperor. The Western Queen Mother covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Ji Wuyo let out a long howl to the sky, his voice filled with joy and release. An emperor. Our human race has an emperor now. The 9 supreme beings. They were scared away by our senior alone. The shining light, sacred land erupted into a complete frenzy. Countless disciples embraced and wept. Countless elders laughed heartily at the sky. The long-suppressed fear, despair, and oppression were all released in this moment. However, after the ecstasy, Tianjizi suddenly thought of something. His face changed dramatically. Not good. The Western Queen Mother was taken aback. What happened? The Supremes have fled. Tianjizi's voice trembled. The 9 Supremes have scattered and fled. But they did not return to the Forbidden Zone. They fled to all corners of the universe. The Western Queen Mother's face instantly turned pale. She understood. The Supremes not returning to the Forbidden Zone meant what? It meant they were fleeing to ancient life stars throughout the universe. It meant they would use the lives along the way to replenish their consumption and extend their lifespans. It meant dark turmoil. Quickly notify all human forces. Inform all ancient life stars. Tianjizi roared. On the path of the fleeing Supremes, there will be mass slaughter of living beings. In the Ziwei star domain, on a flourishing ancient life star, countless cultivators were watching the shocking confrontation through the viewing mirror. When the scene of the 9 supreme beings fleeing in disarray appeared, there was a brief silence. Then an eruption of cheers. The Supremes have fled. Yinan the Emperor has won. Long live the human race. Long live Yinan the Emperor. However, before the cheers could die down, an old sage with white hair suddenly looked up, gazing into the depths of the starry sky. His face turned as pale as paper. No way. He murmured, his voice trembling. That stream of light is coming for us. Before he could finish his words, in the starry sky, a terrifying aura of a supreme descended with a thunderous roar. In the eternal star domain, the starry sky observation device emitted a piercing alarm. Warning. A super high-energy life form is approaching. Speed cannot be calculated. Energy level determined. Supreme level. Target. Eternal main star. The fleet commander's face turned pale. Dark turmoil. It's dark turmoil. It's over. In the Amidst ancient star domain, the Buddha land was vast, and the chanting was endless. Atop Mount Sumeru, the old monk gazed at the rapidly approaching aura of death in the starry sky, and slowly closed his eyes. 2 lines of bloody tears silently fell. Calamity, calamity, across the universe. The fleeing supremes, like 9 ferocious beasts starved for millions of years, madly pounced toward the ancient life stars along the way. They sought to devour. They sought to plunder. They aimed to replenish their consumption as much as possible before being caught by Yinan. Panic. Like a plague, it instantly swept across the myriad realms. Countless ancient life stars erupted with desperate wails. Countless cultivators gazing at the ever-approaching supreme aura collapsed to the ground. Dark turmoil has descended. And at this moment, on that shattered dead star, Yinan looked at the 9 streams of light scattering in flight, listening to the distant wails of despair from the starry realms. In his murky eyes a trace of cold, killing intent flashed. Flee, he murmured to himself. Can you escape? Taking a step forward, his figure vanished from the spot. In the depths of the universe, the supreme of the cracking sky was fleeing desperately. He burned his essence and activated forbidden secret arts, propelling his speed to the utmost limit. The void around him continuously erupted. His speed was so fast that even space could not heal in time. Can't catch up. Can't catch up. He thought frantically, his bronze face filled with terror. Behind him, that terrifying Imperial might drew ever closer. Despite exerting all his strength, despite escaping faster and earlier than other supremes. Yet that Imperial might remained like a relentless curse, ever nearer and clearer. Damn it! Damn it! The supreme of the cracking sky roared, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. He was the supreme of the primordial ancient mind, who had once torn apart quasi-emperors with his bare hands, devoured countless lives, and instigated multiple dark upheavals. He had lived for millions of years, enduring countless tribulations, waiting for this lifetime. The path to immortality seemed about to open, and the hope of living again was right before him. How could he die here? How could this happen? Ultimate ascend. This thought flashed through his mind. As long as he achieved ultimate ascend, he could restore himself to peak imperial state in a short time. Even if he couldn't defeat Yinan, at least he would have the power to fight. At least he wouldn't be fleeing like a lost dog. But ultimate ascension meant burning his life. It meant certain death. Regardless of victory or defeat, he would surely die. No. The supreme of the cracking sky gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with struggle. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Maybe he is just getting close. Maybe he can't catch up to me. Maybe. Boom. Behind him, that Imperial might surged violently. The supreme of the cracking sky suddenly turned around. His pupils instantly shrank to the size of needle tips. Yinan. That figure in gray robes had appeared at an astonishing distance behind him. So close. Close enough for the supreme of the cracking sky to see every wrinkle on his face. Close enough to see the terrifying calmness and indifference in his eyes. Supreme of the cracking sky. Yinan spoke, his voice calm. You are running. The slowest. The supreme of the cracking sky felt a chill throughout his body. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Beg for mercy. Threaten. Negotiate. But he couldn't utter a single word, for Yinan had already raised his right hand. Thin. Old. Wrinkled. This seemingly dying hand waved gently at the supreme of the cracking sky. Buzz. The entire starry sky instantly froze. It was not an illusion. It was truly frozen. Time stopped. Space froze. The laws wailed. Everything under Yinan's wave was completely crystallized. Immediately after, an overwhelming imperial law, unfathomable and vast, surged forth from the void. This law bore no trace of heavenly energy. There were no signs of fusion with the path of heaven and earth. It was purely Yinan's own Tao. It was his 9,000 years of seeking, 9,000 years of struggle, 9,000 years of unwavering. Anti-Tao, the gathered law transformed into a colossal golden hand that obscured the sky. On that giant hand there were no patterns, no runes, no anomalies. Only a kind of pressure that surpassed myriad paths. The giant hand reached towards the supreme of the cracking sky, gently grasping. No. The supreme of the cracking sky let out a desperate roar. He frantically burned his essence, wanting to achieve ultimate ascension. It was too late. At the moment the golden hand closed, the supreme of the cracking sky's body began to vanish inch by inch from the outside in. That body capable of tearing apart stars, that Tao fruit cultivated over millions of years, that blood malice accumulated from 3 dark upheavals. Before this golden hand, crumbled like a fragile sand sculpture at a single touch. Boom. A muffled sound. The supreme of the cracking sky exploded entirely, turning into countless tiny points of light scattering in the cold depths of the universe. Both form and spirit were annihilated. Not even a trace was left behind. Yinan retracted his hand. The golden hand dissipated. The frozen space and time returned to normal. He looked down at his palm. There wasn't even a speck of dust on it. The second one, he said softly. His tone was as flat as if he had just swatted a fly. Then he raised his head. His gaze turned toward another direction, towards those Supremes who were still fleeing desperately. In the distance, other fleeing Supremes. The Supreme of the chaotic origins suddenly turned around and happened to witness the last moment of the Supreme of the cracking sky being crushed by a single palm. His pupils dilated suddenly, the chaotic energy surged violently, almost collapsing. A single palm. His voice was distorted by fear. The Supreme of the cracking sky was killed by a single palm. No time for ultimate ascension. Not even a chance to react. What kind of power is this? What the hell is this monster? The soul-devouring Supreme trembled all over, the gray mist around him nearly dissipating. He witnessed with his own eyes how the Supreme of the cracking sky was powerless before that palm. This was true suppression. A complete suppression of the level of life. His Tao bears no heavenly energy. He walks his own path. He surpasses the heavenly Tao. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the bone Supreme nearly extinguished. It recalled Yinan's words from beyond the reincarnation. See, the rules are determined by me. At that time it thought it was arrogance. Now it knew this was the truth. Other Supremes were equally horrified. Flee. Flee madly. Flee with no regard for anything. Burn essence. Burn life. Burn everything. Just to seek to be a little farther from that monster. In the Z-Way star domain, the cultivators on that ancient life star looked through the sky observation mirror and witnessed this scene. A brief moment of silence. Then boom. A single palm crushed a Supreme. Yinan the Emperor is invincible. Long live the Emperor. The ecstatic cheers shook the heavens. The old sage with white hair knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The Emperor. Our human race's Emperor. There is hope. The universe has hope. In the eternal star domain, the fleet commander stared at the scene of the golden hand crushing the Supreme of the cracking sky, dumbfounded. After a long time he murmured, "Is this the Emperor?" "No." An elderly technological cultivator beside him trembled and said, "This is not an ordinary Emperor. This is an Emperor who surpasses the great Tao." In the Amidst ancient star domain atop Mount Shumi, the old monk opened his eyes, gazing at the gray-robed figure pursuing the Supreme. His hands came together. Amidst, Yinan the benefactor, has become a true Emperor, and is an Emperor without the constraints of the heavenly Tao. A perfect Emperor. This is a blessing for the universe. The burial Emperor star, the holy land of shaking light. Tianjizi no longer knew what to say. He merely knelt there, staring at the image in the sky observation mirror, repeatedly murmuring, "Emperor, Emperor, Emperor." The Queen Mother of the West was in tears, yet smiled as if spring flowers were blossoming. Ji Wuyo howled to the heavens, his voice shaking the entire hall. The human race was utterly boiling. At the fallen god ridge, the blood-withered ancestor sat slumped on the ground, his face as pale as paper. The blood nightmare old woman trembled all over, her lips turning blue. The blood-mad one's single eye bulged out, filled with despair. A single palm. The Supreme of the cracking sky was killed by a single palm. Not even a chance for ultimate ascension. Is this still human? No one answered him, because blood-withered and blood nightmare had already been completely scared silly. In the primordial ancient mind, those Supremes who had not yet emerged watched this scene through the barriers. Silence. A deathly silence. After a long time, a hoarse voice slowly spoke, "From this day forth, the primordial ancient mind is sealed. No one is allowed to step out even half a step. Those who violate this will be expelled from the forbidden zone." No one opposed, because no one wanted to become the next cracking sky. The reincarnation, see the immortal tomb, the divine ruins, the undying mountain, the upper heaven island. All forbidden zones and all Supremes fell silent. They looked at that gray-robed figure and that thin palm that had just crushed a Supreme. In their hearts, only one thought remained in this lifetime. No one can stop him. At this moment, that gray-robed figure had once again disappeared into the starry sky, pursuing the second fleeing Supreme. In the depths of the universe, Yinan stood atop a shattered star, his gray robe gently swaying in the vacuum. He looked down, observing the last trace of the Supreme remnant soul dissipating from his palm. That was the fifth one. From the moment he shattered the sky-splitting Supreme to this moment, just a short half an hour. 5 Supremes, their forms and spirits utterly extinguished. None could escape his grasp. None could achieve ultimate transcendence in time. Not a single one could withstand his second strike. The fifth one, Yinan murmured softly to himself, his tone as calm as if he were counting. He lifted his gaze, looking towards the other four directions. The four escaping supreme auras were already growing distant. But they could not flee. This universe, though vast and boundless, held no place to hide in the perception of his imperial senses. For more to go, he stepped forward, his figure vanishing from the spot. In the Z-Way star region, countless cultivators witnessed the entire process before the sky-watching mirror. From the sky-splitting supreme being smashed apart by a single palm to the second supreme being cut down by a sword. From the third supreme being torn apart with bare hands to the fourth supreme being slain with a punch. Then came the fifth supreme, who was suppressed by Yinan's raised hand, turning into nothingness. Each scene was etched deeply into the souls of everyone present. Silence. A long silence. Then boom. Like a volcanic eruption, like a tidal wave. Five supremes. Yinan the Emperor has slain 5 supremes. Never before in history. Never before. Countless cultivators fell to their knees, howling to the sky, tears streaming down their faces. The elderly sage with white hair was so overcome with emotion that he could not speak, continuously bowing, his forehead bleeding, yet utterly oblivious. The Emperor. The Emperor. He murmured, his voice hoarse. Our human race. Finally. Before he could finish, he fainted. It was a case of excessive excitement. In the Eternal Star region, the fleet commander stood frozen at the command platform, his mouth agape, able to fit a fist inside. In his mind, the scene of Yi slaying the 5th Supreme replayed over and over. 5. He murmured, his voice dry. Half an hour. 5 Supremes. What does this even mean? Beside him, an elderly technological cultivator trembled as he flipped through an ancient text. The ancient text was damaged, chronicling the ancient history of the universe. In the mythic era, there was a heavenly emperor who fought against 2 supreme beings. In the archaic era, there was a ruthless individual who battled 3 supremes without losing ground. But he raised his head, disbelief filling his old eyes. But never has there been. Half an hour, slaying 5 supremes. Unheard of, unseen. This is the first person in history. In the Amidst ancient star region atop Mount Sumeru, an old monk sat cross-legged on a lotus platform, gazing at the scene in the sky, watching mirror, hands pressed together. Amidst. He quietly chanted the Buddha's name, yet his eyes were filled with shock and reverence. Behind him, 3,000 monks knelt in unison, their chants resonating through the heavens. But within that chant there was unmistakably an undercurrent of uncontrollable excitement and trembling. Yinan benefactor, the old monk murmured, has truly become a real emperor. No. He paused, a glimmer of enlightenment flashing in his eyes. Not just an emperor, but a heavenly emperor, soaring above all paths, transcending beyond the heart of heaven. A true heavenly emperor. In the buried emperor star within the sacred ground of shaking light, Tianjizi could no longer stand. He remained kneeling, tears streaming down his face, trembling all over. 5. He kept repeating those 2 words as if he could say nothing else. Zhuangmu stood beside him, equally in tears. But in her eyes, besides excitement, there was also a trace of reverence. That was the reverence that arises from the depths of the soul when facing a truly supreme existence. The senior. She softly began, her voice choking. No, Tianjizi shook his head hoarsely, saying, we cannot call him that anymore. We must call him. He paused, enunciating each word, Heavenly Emperor, Yin and the Heavenly Emperor. In the fallen God Ridge. In the ancestral land of the Blood Demon clan, the elderly ancestor Shui Ku sat slumped atop a bone mountain, trembling all over, his face ashen. The old woman Shui Yan curled up in a corner, mumbling to herself, her gaze vacant, having been frightened into madness. Shui Ku's one eye widened in despair and fear. 5 supremes. In half an hour. They all died. Not even a chance for ultimate transcendence. Is this still human? He murmured, his voice growing quieter. In the end, he seemed to have the very backbone of his being extracted, collapsing to the ground. What Blood Demon clan? What revenge? What ascension? All were jokes. Before that being, everything was a joke. In the remnants of the Golden Dragon clan, in the valley, there was a profound silence. Those who had previously reveled in misfortune, expecting Yinan's demise, now lay completely limp. Some muttered, it's over. It's over. Some cried, what have we done? How could we oppose such an existence? Some simply fainted. To be alive was more painful than death, for they had to face that endless fear and regret. In the primordial ancient mind, the hoarse voice once again echoed from within the stone coffin. This time it was even older, more weary, and even fearful. 5 sky-splitting, soul-devouring, and those 3. All dead. Silence. A deathly silence. For a long time. Another voice spoke up, trembling, obviously we had even considered taking action before. Fortunately, Fortunately, we didn't. Otherwise, he did not continue. But everyone understood. Otherwise, they would be among the dust floating in the universe at this moment. Seal it. The first voice spoke decisively. From today onward, the primordial ancient mind is to be completely sealed. No one is to go outside. No one is to provoke that being. Until the path to ascension opens, or that being leaves. No one opposed. In the sea of reincarnation, the Bone Supreme was one of the remaining four. It was still fleeing, desperately fleeing, burning its essence, escaping at any cost. But it knew it could not escape. Yinan's aura had locked onto it. It was getting closer, becoming clearer. No, no. It murmured, the soul fire in its eyes flickering wildly, filled with despair. I don't want to die. I've waited millions of years. I still haven't waited for the path to ascension. But it was of no use. That imperial might was already within reach. It turned around. It saw that figure in gray robes, standing a myriad of feet behind it, calmly looking at it. Like watching a prey about to be slaughtered. The Bone Supreme felt a chill all over. It opened its mouth, wanting to beg for mercy. But Yinan had already raised his hand. The sixth one, he said softly. The hand fell. The Supreme perished. In the cosmos at that moment, all living beings, regardless of their cultivation level or where they were, felt that tremor. That was the lament of a Supreme falling. That was the elegy of the Tao trembling. When the fifth Supreme fell, the universe shook. When the sixth Supreme fell, the universe wept. And that gray-robed figure who triggered all of this continued to stroll through the starry sky, just like taking a leisurely walk, just like harvesting crops. The remaining three Supremes were still fleeing, but in their eyes there was no longer any hope, only endless fear and regret. Regret for why they came. Regret for why they were greedy. Regret for why they opposed such an existence. But it was too late. Yinan's name from this day forth will forever be engraved at the pinnacle of the ancient history of the universe. Unprecedented. And it will be hard to find another. In the depths of the universe, three desperate streams of light finally converged together. The Supreme of Huan Yuan, the shadow of death, and the Black Demon Shadow. Among the 9 supreme beings, only these 3 remained. The other 6 had already turned to cosmic dust. The auras of the 3 were significantly weakened. It was the after effect of burning their essence to escape. But they could not afford to dwell on this. For the imperial might that made their souls tremble had already ceased. It was not a cessation of the chase, but rather a waiting presence before them. The 3 suddenly halted. Miles ahead, a figure in gray robes stood quietly in the void. Yinan. He stood with his hands behind his back, the gray robe slightly fluttering in the vacuum, his murky gaze calmly fixed upon them. Like a hunter waiting for his prey to walk into the trap. Have you escaped enough? Yinan spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of the 3. The Supreme of Hunyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the fear and anger within. He knew there was no escape. This person's speed far exceeded their imagination. The fate of the 6 Supremes was proof of this. Since escape was impossible, they could only negotiate. Yinan, the Supreme of Hunyuan, began, his voice hoarse and low. Between us there is no great enmity of life and death. We merely wish to share a piece of the pie, seeking a glimmer of survival. Now with the 6 Supremes dead, your reputation is sufficient to shake the cosmos. Could you just let it go? Yinan looked at him without speaking. The Supreme of Hunyuan continued. We are willing to swear a heavenly oath. Starting today, we will seal off the forbidden zones, never to step out a single step. The path to immortality shall not open, and we shall never emerge. We will no longer instigate dark turmoil, nor will we devour living beings. We only seek to spare our lives. This is our bottom line. It is also our final concession. Behind him, the shadow of death and the Black Demon Shadow nodded simultaneously, their eyes filled with anticipation and pleading. The 3 Supremes, laying aside their dignity and pride, pleaded for their lives like stricken dogs before a human. If this scene were to spread, it would shock the ages. Yet at this moment, no one cared about such matters. Everyone held their breath, focusing intently, waiting for Yinan's response. In the Ziwei star domain, countless cultivators stared at the celestial mirror, their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats. The 3 Supremes are begging for mercy. Are they pleading for mercy from Emperor Yinan? My heavens, is this really? In the eternal star domain, the fleet commander murmured, the Supremes are begging for mercy. The aged technological cultivator trembled as he said, this has never happened before. It has never happened. In the Amidst ancient star domain, the old monk clasped his hands together, murmuring scriptures. Yet his eyes were fixed intently on the figure in gray robes on the screen. He too was waiting for Yinan's response. On the burial emperor star in the sacred land of Yaoguan, Tai and Jizi trembled all over, uncertain whether from excitement or nerves. Will the senior agree? If he agrees, the cosmos could enjoy at least 20,000 years of peace. Ji Wuya gritted his teeth. But those three supremes are stained with the blood of our human race. No one knew the answer. Everyone was waiting. In the starry sky, Yinan finally spoke. He looked at the supreme of Huan Yuan, at the three faces filled with anticipation. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a slight arc. It was not a smile. It was derision. Seal off the forbidden zones. Never step out. No longer instigate dark turmoil. He softly repeated the words of the supreme of Huan Yuan. Then why should I agree? The supreme of Huan Yuan was momentarily taken aback. You? He opened his mouth. You have already made your move. Yinan interrupted him, his tone flat. All 9 supremes came forth to kill me, to seize my secrets. If I truly failed to transcend the tribulation and was gravely injured, I would have long been devoured by you all. Now 6 of you are dead, and the remaining 3, realizing you cannot defeat me and cannot escape, have begun to plead for mercy. He paused, his gaze growing colder. Why should I? The 3 words struck the hearts of the 3 supremes like heavy hammers. Yinan, the black demon shadow, could not help but shout angrily. Do not bully us too much. We have already made concessions. If you push us too far, we will elevate to the utmost and perish together with you. Perish together. Yinan looked at him, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes. Then let us elevate to the utmost. The black demon shadow was taken aback. Let me see. Yinan raised his right hand, gently beckoning him. Let me see where your limits truly lie. Let me see how strong the ancient supremes are after elevating to the utmost. Let me see. He paused, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Can you? Satisfying. Nakedly humiliating. The 3 supremes' faces instantly flushed red. They were the ancient supremes. They were once beings who dominated the world and looked down upon the ages. Never had they suffered such humiliation. Yinan. The black demon shadow roared, his entire body radiating black light. The shadow of death's deathly aura surged, nearly solidifying. The supreme of Huan Yuan's eyes glinted with ferocity, the chaotic energy churning violently. Anger. Endless anger. They feared death, but more feared having their dignity trampled. So, good. The supreme of Huan Yuan repeated 3 good words, laughing in anger. Since you seek death, then, as you wish. He threw his head back and howled. Boom. A terrifying imperial might erupted violently from him. No longer was it the decayed aura of self-slicing, but rather the true emperor, the complete peak world-dominating emperor, the supreme of Huan Yuan, elevating to the utmost. Meanwhile, the black demon shadow, the shadow of death, 2 equally terrifying imperial auras erupted simultaneously. 3 imperial presences soared through the starry river, shaking the realms. Thank you all for your comments. I hope for some 5-star reviews and a bit of free support. I will be consolidating for the next few days and will increase the update frequency afterwards. In the vast universe, all living beings held their breath at this moment. 3 emperors surrounded a single individual. What an astonishing scene. Yet, Yinan still stood with his hands behind his back. He gazed at the 3 beams of imperial killing light descending upon him, watching the 3 emperors who burned their lives reaching the peak of sublimation. In his eyes there was no fear, only a hint of satisfaction. Now this looks like something, he murmured softly, then raised his right hand. With a single palm strike. Boom! An indescribable clash. An indescribable explosion. An indescribable crushing force. Under that palm, 3 beams of imperial killing light shattered with a resounding echo. The 3 fully sublimated emperors were sent flying simultaneously, spewing imperial blood from their mouths. What a... The mixed origin supreme's pupils constricted suddenly, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? We have reached the peak of sublimation, restored to the pinnacle of the imperial realm. The 3 of us joined forces. How could we be repelled by a single palm? Yinan retracted his hand and looked at his palm. There a faint white mark had appeared. Not bad. He nodded, his tone carrying a hint of approval, much stronger than those before. At least, you left a mark on my hand. He lifted his head, gazing at the shocked and contorted faces of the 3 emperors. A genuine heartfelt smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Come again. Let me see how far you can push me. What your limits truly are. In the vast universe, after a brief silence, Yi Tiendi, Yi Tiendi, Yi Tiendi. A roar like a tsunami swept across the heavens and the myriad realms. Countless beings knelt in reverence, madly bowing to that figure in gray robes. One person alone fought against 3 fully sublimated emperors. A single palm strike repelled them. How astonishing is this? How invincible is this? From this day forth, Yinan is no longer a quasi-emperor nor a senior. Instead, he is Yi Tiendi, the true emperor, towering above all paths and overlooking the heavens. In the depths of the universe, the three fully sublimated emperors formed a triangular formation encircling Yi Nan in the center. The mixed origin supreme's body was enveloped in chaotic energy, and behind him manifested a scene of creation. This was the manifestation of his peak imperial path. Every wisp of chaotic energy could collapse stars. The deathly shadow solidified, transforming into a towering figure of death wielding the scythe of the Reaper, cutting off all vitality in its path. The black demonic shadow swelled to its utmost, surrounded by endless demonic energy, within which appeared mountains of corpses and seas of blood along with millions of vengeful souls. These were the beings he had consumed during countless dark upheavals, unable to find peace even in death, becoming the source of his power. Three strands of imperial might intertwined like three vast seas of stars pressing down upon Yi Nan. The void had long since shattered. Chaotic energy surged, isolating this star domain from the outside world, transforming it into an independent battlefield only imperial beings could stand upon. Yi Nan, the mixed origin supreme, roared, his voice filled with desperation and madness. Since you have forced us to this point, then, let us perish together. The three exchanged glances, determination flashing in their eyes. Burn. Burn everything. Life. Essence. Tao fruit. After reaching the peak of sublimation, they were already in a dying state. At this moment, they completely abandoned any hope of survival, only wishing to drag this arrogant human race down with them before their demise. Blood sacrifice, eternal. Death curse, reincarnation. Demon arrival, all heavens. The three ultimate killing moves of the imperial path were unleashed simultaneously. Behind the mixed origin supreme, the scene of creation exploded, transforming into a torrent of chaotic color, sweeping toward Yi Nan. Wherever the torrent passed, everything returned to the void, back to chaos. The deathly shadow swung the scythe of the Reaper, and with one slash a grayish-white blade of light tore through the starry sky, severing all life in its path, causing even the stars to age and shatter in an instant. The black demonic shadow let out a piercing wail from millions of vengeful souls, transforming into a pitch-black demonic light, containing endless curses, hatred, and despair. This was the karmic debt he had accumulated over millions of years, all unleashed at this moment. The three ultimate killing moves struck Yi Nan from three directions simultaneously. This was a guaranteed kill. The three fully sublimated emperors burned everything, launching a combined attack. Even the resurrected emperor from the mythic era would need to respond with caution. Yet, Yi Nan still stood with his hands behind his back. His gray robe billowed in the violent energy storm. His murky gaze calmly swept over the three ultimate killing moves, crashing down. And then he moved. It was simple. He raised his right hand, extending three fingers, pointing in three directions. He flicked each one. Ding! The first finger flicked against the torrent of chaos. The torrent exploded, sending the mixed origin supreme flying, a blood hole appearing in his chest. Ding! The second finger flicked against the blade of the Reaper. The blade shattered, and the deathly shadow screamed, its towering body splitting in half. Ding! The third finger flicked against the pitch-black demonic light. The demonic light dissipated, and the black demonic shadow cracked all over like fragile porcelain on the verge of shattering. Three fingers, flicking away the ultimate killing moves of the three emperors, severely injuring all three. Silence. The entire star domain fell into a deathly stillness. The mixed origin supreme looked down at the blood hole in his chest, disbelief filling his eyes. No, it's impossible, he murmured, his voice hoarse. We reached the peak of sublimation, restored to our pinnacle. The three of us joined forces. How could we be repelled by three fingers? Yi Nan retracted his hand. He lowered his head, glancing at his three fingers. Each fingertip bore a faint red mark. Not bad. He nodded, his tone carrying a hint of acknowledgement. Stronger than I imagined, just a bit. At least, I felt pain. He lifted his head, looking at the three emperors on the brink of collapse. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You may close your eyes now. As his voice fell, he raised his hand. He struck out with his palm. This palm strike held nothing back. The golden giant hand reappeared. But this time it was not one. It was three. Three giant golden hands that blotted out the sky simultaneously manifested, each targeting the mixed origin supreme, the deathly shadow, and the black demonic shadow, slamming down. No. Three desperate screams echoed simultaneously. But it was futile. The three golden hands struck the three emperors almost at the same time. Bang! 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 Three dull thuds sounded, like three brilliant fireworks exploding in the starry sky. The three fully sublimated emperors, along with their imperial paths, their Tao fruits, their millions of years of obsession, exploded simultaneously, transforming into countless points of golden and blood-red light scattering in the cold depths of the universe. The three emperors fell together, their forms and spirits obliterated. Silence. In the vast cosmos, in the eternal heavens, there was a profound stillness. All beings, all gazes, all consciousness. Everything was frozen. Three exalted emperors pushed to the pinnacle of sublimation. Three ancient supremes restored to their peak. Three united to besiege the most powerful. Yet they were pushed back by Yinan with 3 fingers. A single palm struck down, like slaughtering a chicken. No, it was even easier than that. In the Z-Way star domain, before the celestial mirror, countless cultivators knelt on the ground, trembling and prostrating themselves. It was not fear. It was reverence. It was fervor. It was a soul-deep worship before a true deity. Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor. Heavenly Emperor. The murmurs converged into a sea. In the eternal star domain, the fleet commander fell to his knees, tears streaming down his face. This is the Heavenly Emperor. This is the existence that surpasses all paths. In the Amidst ancient star domain, at the summit of Mount Sumeru, the old monk clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. Behind him, 3,000 monks chanted the Buddha's name in unison. The celestial hymns resonated through the heavens, honoring the 3 supremes passing and welcoming the arrival of the Heavenly Emperor. On the burial Emperor star, the heavenly machine master was utterly speechless. He simply knelt, continuously bowing his head. His forehead bled, staining the ground red. But he felt nothing, for at this moment his heart was filled only with that figure in gray robes who flicked his fingers to slay emperors. At the fallen god ridge, blood-dried ancestor lay collapsed on the ground, his face ashen. The blood nightmare matriarch had completely lost her mind, laughing foolishly. Blood-mad single, I was tightly shut, trembling all over like chaff. It's over. It's all over. The hope of the blood demon clan, the obsession for revenge in front of this figure. Even a joke cannot be made of it. At the primordial ancient mine, in the stone coffin, that hoarse voice had completely vanished. Only endless silence remained. And fear. In the cycle sea, that white bone island was utterly silent. In the immortal tomb, the cracked, lonely grave emitted no further aura. In the divine ruins, on the undying mountain, on the upper sky island, all forbidden zones, all supremes fell silent, like lambs awaiting slaughter. In the starry sky, Yinan stood quietly in that shattered void. The light points from the fallen 3 emperors still slowly drifted around him. He lowered his head and glanced at his hands. Then, he slowly raised his head. He gazed towards the direction of the burial emperor star. He looked towards the 7 life forbidden zones. He looked towards those ancient existences trembling in the depths of the forbidden zones. He did not speak. He did not release any pressure. He emitted no aura. He simply looked, with a single glance. A calm glance. But in the eyes of those supreme beings in the forbidden zones, this glance was more terrifying than any imperial might. For in that glance they saw indifference. It was not anger. It was not killing intent. It was not disdain. It was indifference. Like a deity overlooking ants. Like a human regarding the ants beneath their feet. That gaze seemed to say, you are not worthy of my anger. You are only worthy of my indifference. If you remain obedient, you may live. If you do not remain obedient, with a wave of my hand you can be extinguished. Silence. More silent than before. All the supreme beings of the forbidden zones under that gaze. All bowed their heads. Not a single one dared to meet his gaze. Not a single one dared to make any movements. Even their breathing was deliberately softened, fearing to attract even a hint of that figure's attention, fearing to become the next. Dust scattered in the universe. Yinan withdrew his gaze, turned around, stepped forward, disappearing into the depths of the starry sky, leaving behind that sentence. Know that gaze. In the depths of every forbidden zone, supreme's soul forever imprinted. From this day forth, in this 9 heavens and 10 earths, in this vast cosmos, there is only one voice. There is only one will. There is only one Heavenly Emperor. In the deep cosmos, a desolate star domain. This place is far from the burial emperor star, far from any known life ancient star, with even the stars being scarce. Only eternal darkness and silence remain alongside the occasional drifting meteorite remnants of unknown origin. Yinan's figure silently appeared beside a completely dead star's remains. The star had long since burned out, leaving only a dark red shrinking core emitting the last faint light. Around it were countless shattered planetary fragments quietly floating in the void like an eternal tomb. Yinan found the largest fragment and sat cross-legged. His gray robes fluttered slightly in the vacuum. He did not immediately close his eyes to meditate, but instead raised his head, looking towards the direction of the burial emperor star. In his murky eyes, the faint light of distant star domains was reflected, as well as some deep contemplation. The Nine Supremes. He murmured softly. To say kill, and so it was killed. His tone was flat, yet carried a hint of complexity that even he did not notice. But soon a glimmer of clarity flashed in his eyes. Not enough. He slowly withdrew his gaze, looking towards the deeper universe. Looking toward those unknown directions that even he felt a chill. This world is far too special. There were records in ancient texts of existences that transcend into immortality through the mortal realm. If such existences truly exist. He paused, his expression growing more serious. Killing me is as simple as me killing those Nine Supremes. This is not self-deprecating. This is clarity. 9,000 years of time taught him the most important lesson: never think of oneself as invincible. There are heavens beyond heaven and people beyond people. Deep in the forbidden zones, those truly ancient existences, those who may have already touched the realm of immortal, are his real threats. So there is still a long way to go. Yinan closed his eyes, just as he was about to meditate and stabilize his state after the recent battle. Ding! That familiar, cold, yet at this moment immensely reassuring mechanical voice sounded in his mind. Detected that the host has slain 9 ancient supremes, including 3 exalted sublimated. Task completion, evaluation perfect, surpassing limits. Reward generation in progress. Congratulations, host, you have received true immortal level body 1. Note, this reward is a supreme treasure. Upon claiming it, the host's physical strength will be directly elevated to the true immortal level. At that time, relying solely on his physical body, he could withstand celestial artifacts, traverse chaos, and be immune to all laws. Would you like to claim immediately? Yinan's eyes widened suddenly. In his murky eyes, unprecedented brilliance erupted. True immortal body. His voice trembled for the first time. It was not fear. It was excitement. It was disbelief. True immortal. That is the terrifying existence that surpasses emperors and reaches the state of transcending into immortality in the mortal realm, truly beyond this world. Ancient texts contained only fragments, myths had only vague records. But everyone knew, if such an existence truly existed, killing an emperor would be like killing an ant. And now, the system told him it could grant him a true immortal level body. Claim. Yinan did not. His voice was resolute. Claim successful. True immortal body is currently merging. In the moment the words fell, a power that could not be described, as if it had existed since the dawn of the universe, surged from the void, instantly flooding into Yinan's body. At this moment, beneath Yinan, the remnant of the stars silently turned to dust, not due to an explosion, but because it could not withstand the immense pressure of the merging instant, even the slightest residual force. All the meteors, debris, and floating matter within 1,000,000 miles simultaneously evaporated, transforming into the most primordial energy, which was then completely devoured by the gray-robed figure seated in the void. Yinan closed his eyes. Within him, a transformation was occurring that transcended any description beyond the previous leap from quasi-emperor to emperor. Instead, it was a complete leap in the hierarchy of life, from mortal to immortal, from emperor to true. In that instant, deep within the universe, certain ancient wills that had slumbered for countless ages seemed to sense something and trembled slightly. But soon everything returned to calm, for the newly transformed true immortal had completely retracted all aura, like a speck of dust merging into the vast universe. No one knew. No one noticed. Only the gray-robed figure seated in the void had a faint smile of true contentment at the corner of its mouth. Yinan vanished. After slaying the 9 sovereigns in that desolate star domain, he seemed to have evaporated from the world with no aura left behind. Across the universe, countless forces frantically searched. The supreme beings of the forbidden zones employed secret methods to deduce, and ancient lineages used their heritage to trace back. Even those hidden for countless millennia could not help but extend their divine sense, scanning the starry sky inch by inch. All in vain. He simply disappeared as if he had never existed. Yet the residual waves of that battle swept across the entire universe, relentless and enduring. In the eastern wilderness, at the rear mountain of the sacred land of Yaowang, Tianjizi sat cross-legged on a green stone, gazing up at the sky. Beside him stood Zhuangmu Ji Wuyo, the emperor of Guhua, and others. The heavenly heart remains unclaimed. Tianjizi spoke, his voice hoarse, yet filled with indescribable complexity. The crowd fell silent. They all sensed it. After that battle, the heavenly heart mark still hung high above the Tao, empty, with no one merging with it. What does this mean? It means Yinan has not integrated with the heavenly heart. It means he did not take the path of proving the Tao and becoming an emperor. It means he is taking an alternative path to enlightenment. Alternative enlightenment. Ji Wuyo murmured. Ancient texts record that those who take an alternative path, though possessing imperial-level combat power, are never recognized by the heavenly Tao, making them weaker than true emperors. He paused, gazing into the depths of the starry sky, filled with reverence. But Yin and the heavenly emperor. Weaker, no one answered, because everyone understood the answer. How could that be considered weaker? That was sheer domination. The 9 sovereigns, 6 in ordinary states, 3 fully transcended, were all dead, killed completely by Yin alone. If this is still considered weaker, then what is strong? The path he walked is completely different from ours. Tianjizi slowly said, "It is not about proving the Tao, nor about merging with the heavenly heart, but transcending all paths. That path has remained untrodden since ancient times. But he has trodden it." Silence. After a long time, Zhuangmu softly said, "With the disappearance of the heavenly emperor, what will happen to the universe next?" Tianjizi gazed into the distance toward the young auras that were slowly reviving. Next, a smile gradually formed at the corner of his mouth. It is time for the era of the young. In the ancient roads of the starry sky, at a certain node, Yi Fan sat cross-legged on a desolate ancient star, his vital energy circulating like a dragon. He opened his eyes, looking deep into the starry sky. In those eyes there was no longer the confusion and struggle of the past, only a strong sense of determination. Yi Heavenly Emperor. He softly uttered this name. At 9,000 years of age, with wounds of the Tao, yet able to rise against the heavens, facing 9 alone, slaying sovereigns. This is the true path of the strong, with the heavenly heart unmerged and taking an alternative path to enlightenment, yet stronger than an emperor. This is the path I wish to tread. Not about proving the Tao, nor about merging, but walking my own path. Perhaps the curse that prevents the holy body from becoming an emperor can find a breakthrough from him. Stepping out, he vanished into the starry sky. In the Chaos Mountain, at the ancestral ground of the Wang family, Wang Peng stood beside the chaotic spring, surrounded by chaotic energy, surging like a deity, opening the heavens. He looked beyond the mountain at the vast land of the star burial, murmuring, "Ye Heavenly Emperor." His eyes were filled with fervor. Alternative enlightenment, transcending all paths. This is the path that the chaotic body should take. It is not about inheriting the past, but forging my own way. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out of Chaos Mountain. Ancient roads of the starry sky. I am coming. In the northern border, in a certain desolate land, the remnants of the Long How had long since scattered. Yet the Golden Dragon clan still had survivors. A young dragon looked up at the starry sky, his eyes filled with complexity. "Yinan, Ye Heavenly Emperor." He murmured, his voice low. "Our clan opposing him was a mistake. But one mistake cannot lead to a lifetime of errors." Turning to face the remaining old and weak in the clan, he declared, "From today onward, the Golden Dragon clan shall seal the mountain for 10,000 years. We shall not concern ourselves with worldly affairs or engage in strife. We will wait. Wait for the true strong to lead us out of the darkness." In the fallen God Ridge, the ancestral land of the Blood Demon clan, the blood-withering ancestor had completely fallen silent. Blood madness was insane, blood frenzy was withdrawn. The entire Blood Demon clan, as if stripped of its backbone, huddled in a corner of the forbidden zone, trembling. Yet there were always young ones who refused to accept this. A young blood demon stood atop the mountain, gazing at the starry sky. "Ye Heavenly Emperor." He softly uttered this name, his eyes shining with complex light. One day, I too will become such a strong being. Not through devouring, not through plundering, but through my own path." Turning away, he vanished into the darkness. In the ancient roads of the starry sky, at various nodes, the young figures of Lin Chen, the holy son of Yaoguang, Yu Chan, the holy maiden of the Jade Pool, the Ji family's divine body, the Jiang family's divine son Yaoyue from the Demon Emperor Hall, and Sumi Shan's Xianku emerged. One by one, these young figures either emerged from seclusion or looked up from their training. They all gazed at the same starry sky, at the direction where the gray-robed figure had vanished. Ye Heavenly Emperor. Alternative enlightenment, transcending all paths. I too wish to tread that path. Ancient roads of the starry sky. Let us set forth. Young figures set off on their journey, and the ancient roads of the starry sky became lively once again. This time it was not to prove the Tao and become an emperor, but to forge their own paths. In the Taichu ancient mind, the hoarse voice echoed once more from within the stone coffin. Yinan has vanished, but the influence he left behind has only just begun. Another voice responded, "Those young prodigies are all learning from him, seeking to walk his path." Walking his path. A third voice sneered, "That path is not so easy to tread. But what if someone truly walks it?" Silence ensued. "So what? He walks his path, and we shall await our own immortal road. The well water does not offend the river water. As long as he does not provoke us, we shall not provoke him. But," another voice hesitated, "the secrets he possesses." "Shut up," the first voice barked. "If you wish to die, go ahead, but do not drag us with you." Silence. A long pause. "Keep watching. The first voice said slowly, "But do not act rashly. Wait for him to reveal a flaw. Or, wait until the immortal road opens. At that time everything will be made clear." In the reincarnation, see the fall of the Bone Sovereign rendered this forbidden zone utterly desolate. Yet beneath the deepest part of the underworld, see an even older, more sinister aura slowly opened its eyes. "Yinan." The aura murmured, its voice sounding as if it came from the depths of the nine hells. "Interesting. This kind of anomaly is rarely seen in 10,000 years. He must possess a great secret. If I could acquire it." The aura paused, then slowly fell silent once more. "No hurry. No hurry. The immortal road is nearing. At that time everything will surface. In the depths of the universe, in an unknown star domain." Yinan sat cross-legged in the void, his aura completely retracted, as if he did not exist. He opened his eyes and gazed towards the direction of the burial emperor star. He looked towards those forbidden zones at the eyes that were still peering and plotting in the shadows. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a faint arc. "Are you watching me?" he murmured to himself. "Then keep watching. On the day you can no longer restrain yourselves, I will send you off once more." He closed his eyes. His true immortal level physique slowly merged with the void, completely vanishing, eluding all pursuit. No one could know. Only a faint self-muttering whisper echoed in the void. "This life is still long." On the ancient road among the stars, the young prodigies continued their conquests. In the life-forbidden zone, ancient existences still awaited. Yet Yinan had already vanished into the vast cosmos. He transformed into an inconspicuous old man, appearing on the ancient road of the human race, wandering through the world. 100 years. For mortals, it has become a time of great change, several cycles of reincarnation. For cultivators, it was merely a slightly extended retreat, a not too long period of cultivation. But for the young prodigies on the ancient road of the human race, these 100 years were the most brilliant, intense, and exhilarating of times. The 10th year after Yinan's disappearance saw the ancient road of humanity boil over. Those who had once been inspired by his figure and achievements, like rivers flowing into the sea, flocked onto this path, filled with opportunities and dangers. And Yinan himself, transformed into an unremarkable old man in gray robes, mingling throughout the ancient road. Sometimes he was the tea stall owner of a remote town, sometimes a wandering cultivator at the periphery of ruins, and sometimes a taciturn veteran of an adventurous team. With his true immortal level methods of concealing his aura, he disguised himself as an ordinary old man whose lifespan was nearly spent and whose cultivation was mediocre. No one noticed. No one knew. He quietly watched these young people compete, grow, and transform on the ancient road. In the 33rd city of the ancient road, at a humble tea stall, Yinan hunched his back, sitting in the corner with a bowl of coarse tea before him. Outside the tea stall, the street bustled with people, most of whom were young faces, their cultivation ranging from saint to saint king, hurrying along full of vigor. "Have you heard? The ancient holy body, Yi Fan, single-handedly defeated a descendant of an ancient ferocious beast at the 70th pass. That being was at the peak of the Saint King." "What of that? The chaos body Wang Peng is even more ruthless, directly challenging the avatar of the ancient road's guardian, fighting for 3 days and nights, and in the end, he actually won. It is said that the guardian personally appeared and bestowed upon him a strand of chaos essence. Tsk tisk, these two are now the unparalleled pair on the ancient road. Aren't they? In just 100 years they have gone from entering the ancient road as novices to now standing at the great saint realm. This speed is simply astonishing. It is said they are only one step away from the Emperor's Road. The Emperor's Road. That is truly a competition for the Tao. In this life there are too many prodigies. Besides Yi Fan and Wang Peng, there are also the radiant holy son Lin Shen, the Yaoqi saintess Yu Chan, the Ji clan's godson Ji Haoyue, the Zhang clan's Zhang Yifei, the demon emperor Paul's Yao Weiyue, and Shumi Mountain's Xian Ku. Who among them isn't a remarkable figure? On the Emperor's Road, there is bound to be a fierce contest. Inside the tea stall, discussions arose one after another. Yinan listened quietly, and occasionally a faint smile flickered in his murky eyes. These young people reminded him of his former self. No, they were even luckier than he had been, because they lived in an era full of hope, and he was willing to be that silent watcher. In the 75th pass of the ancient road, at the ruins of an ancient battlefield, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. One was the ancient holy body Yi Fan. His aura surged like a dragon, golden light, dazzling. With every punch he threw, it carried the phantom of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and his intent was overwhelming, shattering the void. The other was an ancient prince, a surviving prince of the Golden Dragon clan Long Yuan. He was the younger brother of Long Hao, having also reached the great saint realm, wielding a dragon emperor war spear with mighty dragon might and fierce battle intent. The two fought for 500 rounds, battling from the ground to the sky, then from the sky to the depths of the void. Finally, the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Yi Fan shouted violently, the 6 phantoms converging into one, transforming into a fist light that pierced through heaven and earth, crashing into Long Yuan's chest. Long Yuan spewed blood as he was sent flying, the Dragon Emperor war spear slipping from his grasp and smashing into a distant mountain peak. He struggled to rise, wanting to continue the fight, but Yi Fan had already withdrawn his fist, standing with his hands behind his back. You have lost. Yi Fan spoke, his voice calm, yet filled with undeniable certainty. Long Yuan's face turned ashen as he gritted his teeth, saying, You won. Kill or maim, do as you please. Yi Fan looked at him and shook his head. I will not kill you. Long Yuan was taken aback. In the ancient clan and human clan, we compete as peers. Life and death are our own responsibilities. You fought with me for 500 rounds, which is deserving of respect. Now go. Long Yuan stared at him blankly for a long time. Yi Fan. He spoke, his voice hoarse. I will remember you. Next time I will definitely win. He turned and staggered away. Yi Fan watched his retreating figure, saying nothing more. On a distant crumbling city wall, an old man in gray robes squatted there, holding a bowl of hot soup of unknown origin, sipping it slowly. His murky gaze glanced over this way. The corners of his mouth lifted into a faint, satisfied arc. Not killing the defeated, not humiliating the opponent. This child's temperament could lead to the great Tao. He lowered his head and continued to drink his soup. In the 80 city of the ancient road, the chaos arena. Wang Peng sat cross-legged at the center of the arena, surrounded by swirling chaos energy, resembling a deity who opened the heavens and the earth. Opposite him stood a figure shrouded in blood light. The strongest of the Blood Demon clan of this generation, Xue Ming. The Blood Demon clan had been lying low ever since the battle with Yi Nen 100 years ago. Yet the younger generation did not cease their cultivation. Xue Ming was the unparalleled prodigy, nurtured by the Blood Demon clan using all their resources. His cultivation had also reached the Great Sage realm, and he possessed the long-lost forbidden techniques of the Blood Demon clan, far surpassing others of the same level in combat power. Wang Peng. Xue Ming spoke, his voice cold as a venomous snake. Today I shall use your chaos blood to avenge the 100-year shame of my Blood Demon clan. He formed hand seals, and a boundless sea of blood appeared behind him. Within the sea of blood, countless vengeful souls wailed, transforming into blood-red chains that twisted toward Wang Peng. This was the Blood Demon clan's supreme secret technique, blood prison locking immortal chains. It could seal the primordial spirit, trap the Tao, and taint the source. Wang Peng opened his eyes. Within those eyes, chaos energy swirled, as if a glimpse of the universe's primordial opening flashed by. Blood prison locking immortal chains. He spoke softly, a hint of disdain in his tone. Do you think you can lock me out? He raised his hand. With a gentle wave. Boom. The chaos energy around him erupted violently, transforming into a torrent of chaotic color, sweeping outward. Wherever the torrent flowed, those blood-red chains melted away like ice before the blazing sun. What a... Xue Ming's pupils constricted suddenly. Before he could react, the torrent of chaos had already crashed into him. Puff! Xue Ming spat blood flying backward, a gaping wound opened in his chest, blood splattering into the sky. He crashed heavily against the edge of the arena, his body cracked, his breath weak. Wang Peng retracted his hand and slowly got to his feet, looking down at Xue Ming. In his eyes there was no killing intent, no contempt. Only a sense of indifference. You are not my opponent. He turned and walked off the arena. Go back and tell your ancestors of the Blood Demon clan. If they want revenge, let them come themselves. But... He paused, not looking back. Before you come, you better think clearly about whether you can bear the wrath of Emperor Yi. Xue Ming lay on the ground, trembling all over. It was unclear whether it was due to his injuries or fear. In the distance, an old man in gray mingled within the crowd, witnessing the entire process. He nodded slightly, a glimmer of approval flashing in his murky eyes. The chaos body is indeed extraordinary. But what is even rarer is this clarity of mind. Understanding when to leverage strength, knowing how to intimidate. If this child does not go astray, his future is promising. He turned and vanished into the crowd. Soon news of these two battles spread throughout the entire ancient road. Yi Fan defeated the ancient prince of the Golden Dragon clan Long Yuan, yet did not kill him, allowing him to leave. Wang Peng crushed the Blood Demon clans, Xue Ming proclaiming that the ancestors of the Blood Demon clan should come personally. The two prodigies of the human race have shaken the ancient road. Countless cultivators debated, their gazes focused. On the side of the ancient clan, however, there was utter silence. The protectors who had secretly followed those powerful figures of the ancient clan hidden in various places trembled with rage upon hearing the news. Too arrogant. Too arrogant. An old Saint King of the Golden Dragon clan roared, his eyes filled with killing intent. Our ancient prince has been defeated and humiliated. How can we swallow this? I will take action. I will kill the human saint body. He was about to charge out, but beside him a withered hand tightly held him back. Are you crazy? Another older Saint King of the Dragon clan scolded. Have you forgotten Emperor Yes words? 100 years ago, how did the 9 sovereigns die? Have you forgotten? If you act now, it won't just be your own affair. The entire Golden Dragon clan will have to accompany you to the grave. The old Saint King stiffened all over, his eyes filled with struggle and fear. Ultimately, he slumped down, hugging his head and silently howling. He didn't dare. He truly didn't dare. Though he had disappeared for 100 years, his words, his gaze, his achievements hung like a sword over their heads. No one dared to act recklessly. The same was true for the Blood Demon clan. Several ancestors watched the scene of Xue Ming's tragic defeat in the water mirror, their faces ashen, killing intent boiling. But in the end, forget it. The blood-desiccated ancestor closed his eyes, letting out a long sigh. Competing among peers, life and death are self-responsible. This is our agreement with Emperor Yi. If we lose, we can only accept it. If we take action. He did not continue, but everyone understood. If they acted, the next to fall would be the entire Blood Demon clan. In the primordial, ancient mine, in the stone coffin, that hoarse voice resounded once more. It has been 100 years. Those human prodigies are getting stronger and stronger. That Yi Fan, that Wang Peng, have already reached the peak of the great sage, only a step away from the path if they really take that step. Silence. So what? The first voice said lightly. They walk their path, we wait for our immortal road. As long as they do not touch our bottom line. Let them be. But, the other voice hesitated. Has Yinan really disappeared? It has been 100 years and not a trace of breath. Could it be? Watching us from somewhere. Another, after a long while. Let them watch. The first voice said slowly, but do not act recklessly. The road to becoming immortal is coming soon. At that time everything will become clear. In the depths of the sea of reincarnation, that even older, more mysterious aura opened its eyes again. It has been 100 years. Has that Yinan truly disappeared? Or is he waiting for something? It fell silent for a moment, then slowly quieted down again. No rush. No rush. The road to becoming immortal is the true opportunity. In the 89th city of the ancient road, there was a dilapidated tavern. Yinan sat in a corner, a jug of inferior spirit wine before him. He sipped slowly, his murky gaze looking out the window. Outside, a bustling crowd flowed. Young cultivators were still preparing for the final sprint. Because ahead was the path of the Emperor. The ultimate path leading to the pinnacle of proof of Tao. It has been 100 years. Yinan murmured softly to himself. They have all grown up. He recalled the fresh faces from 100 years ago, those who had just entered the ancient road. Yi Fan, who was just a young man with minor achievements in the saint body at that time, his eyes filled with determination and resilience. Wang Peng, who had just stepped out of the Chaos Mountain, prideful, yet still naive. Lin Shin, Yuchan Ji, Hao Yue, Jiang Yifei. One by one, they were merely fledgling youths. Now they were all renowned great sages of the ancient road. Only a step away from the path of the Emperor. Time flies so fast. Yinan smiled, raising his cup and taking a sip. Then he gazed out the window, looking deeper into the ancient road. That area shrouded in chaotic mist, mysterious and dangerous. The path of the Emperor is about to open, isn't it? I wonder who will be the first to step onto it. He withdrew his gaze and continued to drink. Deep within his murky eyes, however, there lay a hint of anticipation. Anticipating the performance of the young ones he had watched grow up on the path of the Emperor. Also anticipating whether anyone in the depths of the forbidden area would be unable to resist. Taking action. Come on. He silently spoke to himself. Let me see how splendid this era's competition on the path of the Emperor will be. Also let me see how many daredevils there are who wish to follow in the footsteps of the 9 sovereigns. Every great emperor faces sneak attacks from sovereigns before they ascend, without exception. He was curious whether any sovereigns would take action when someone ascends in this era. He finished his last cup of wine, tossed down a few spirit stones, and got up. Hunched over, he slowly walked out of the tavern, vanishing into the crowd, like a drop of water merging into the sea. No one noticed. No one knew. D-Road, an ultimate path belonging to neither race nor faction. It spans the deepest reaches of the cosmos, cloaked in boundless chaotic mists. Legend says it was opened by many Tian Di in the mythic age, created solely to select the true seekers of the Tao. Each time sun and moon exchange, and the stars turn, D-Road opens once. This opening, however, was the grandest in ages. In this era, prodigies were so numerous that they stirred the ancient road, long dormant, through endless years, into furious life once more. The entrance to D-Road was a vast platform suspended within the chaos. It was paved with unknown divine stone, smooth as a mirror, its diameter spanning 1,000,000 li and large enough to hold countless beings. At this moment the platform teemed with life. No, not merely humans, but a multitude of races. Human, demon, ancient god, demonic, spirit, winged, and giant races. Almost every named people in the cosmos had sent forth their finest prodigies. Banners fluttered and martial fervor soared. "Look, that is the contingent of the god race," someone cried, pointing toward a region bathed in sacred light. The god race, said to be descendants of the deities of the mythic age, were born attuned to the Tao, their bodies, and primordial spirits, far surpassing their peers. Now dozens of their prodigies hovered in the air, suffused with divine radiance, as if true gods had descended. At their head stood one bearing a divine sword, his eyes showing double pupils, and his aura unfathomable. That is the leader of this generation of the god race, Shun Wushuang. It is said 10,000 godly phantoms worshipped him at birth. He comprehended the divine at 3 and became a saint by 100, and now he stands at the pinnacle of the great saint. The god race truly lives up to its name. Elsewhere a swath of inky demonic chi surged. The demon race had arrived, one of the cosmos' most savage and uncanny peoples. They cultivated through slaughter and grew by devouring, where they passed life withered. Leading them was a demoness, bewitching in posture and snow-white in skin, yet her blood-red eyes flashed with a chilling cruelty. May, the strongest of her generation among the demons, had once massacred 3 life-ancient stars, alone her ferocity reverberating through the heavens. The demon race has come, someone swallowed and stepped back instinctively. Among the ancient races the formation was even larger: the Golden Dragon Clan, Blood Demon Clan, Feathered Serpent Clan, Stone Spirit Clan, Winged Demon Clan. The great royal houses that once contended with the humans on Zongdi Star had all sent forth their finest science. Though a century ago Yinan had left them grievously weakened, their younger generation had not been extinguished. They intended to reclaim dignity and wash away their shame upon D-Road. The Yao, the Spirit, the Winged races. Each faction had its champions and its pedigree. The entire platform was like a boiling cauldron, clamorous as thunder and thick with murderous intent. Yet the most conspicuous were the humans, for on their side stood 2 figures whom every race could not help: Yi Fan, Wang Peng. The archaic sacred physique and the chaotic physique stood shoulder to shoulder. 100 years ago they had been fledgling blades, newly revealing their edge. A century later they had become great saints at the apex, famed across the ancient path. Their auras were restrained like 2 godly swords about to be drawn, latent edges that dared not be gazed upon. Is that the human sacred physique? The famed archaic sacred physique? And that chaotic physique? A constitution rare across the ages. These 2 are the hottest contenders on D-Road. Popularity means little. On D-Road, physique is but a doorknocker. What truly carries one to the end is temperament, will, and fortune. Yi Fan nodded. There are rivals. There are. The 2 exchanged a few short words and fell silent. That unknown region, shrouded in chaotic mists, brimmed with danger and opportunity. Many have come, Wang Peng said, his voice calm. Yi Fan nodded. There are rivals. There are. The 2 exchanged a few short words and fell silent. No more needed to be said, they understood one another. From Zongdi Star to the ancient road, from saint to great saint, they had been rivals and comrades. So it was on D-Road as well. At that moment a thunderous roar split the air as a blinding, domineering golden light tore the void and descended with a cataclysmic crash. When the light faded, a towering figure stood before them, over 9 feet tall, muscles coiled like knots, bronzed skin etched with mysterious runes. Most striking were his golden eyes, like twin miniature suns flashing with thunder whenever they opened and closed. He exuded an utterly imperious aura. Wherever he passed, nearby cultivators backed away as if cowed by an invisible force. That is, someone cried, face paling. Songtian, overlord physique. At the name the crowd, it was a supreme constitution to rival, even overshadow, the archaic sacred physique. Rumor held that one who perfected the overlord physique possessed a body whose strength matched imperial weapons. Every strike carrying world-shattering force, rendering them near invincible among equals. Moreover, crucially, the archaic sacred physique and the Songtian overlord physique were sworn antagonists. Since the mythic age, these 2 constitutions had been fated to oppose each other. The sacred favored defense, the overlord offense. The sacred prized chi and blood, the overlord prized raw flesh. A perfected sacred physique could stand against great emperors. A perfected overlord physique could catch imperial arms with bare hands. Wherever a sacred met an overlord through the ages, battle and life or death were inevitable. That is, the heir of the overlord line, Jean Lition. Someone recognized the figure. The overlord line has long remained in seclusion. Who would have thought they would appear this era? Sacred versus overlord. This will be a spectacle. Countless gazes turned to Yi Fan. He remained with his hands clasped behind his back, expression serene. Yet in the depths of his eyes a faint warlike intent flickered. After Jean Laition landed, his gaze swept the assembly like a king inspecting his realm, and at last it fixed on Yi Fan. Their eyes met in the air. No words, no gestures, only a stare. Yet everyone felt an invisible pressure, as if two primeval beasts confronted one another. Archaic sacred physique. Jean Laition spoke, his voice low and imperious like thunder. I've heard of you. Yi Fan, is it? Yi Fan looked at him without answering. Jean Laition's lips curved in a smile full of dominance and confidence. Indeed, stronger than I expected, slightly. But only that. He raised a hand, pointed with his index finger toward Yi Fan, and lightly beckoned. On D-Road, clean your neck and wait. He'll show you what a truly invincible constitution is. With that he turned and strode away. Behind him the followers of the overlord lineage trailed closely. Upon hearing the words of the tyrant body, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Yi Fan, awaiting his response. Yi Fan remained standing with his hands clasped behind his back. He gazed at Jean Laition's departing figure, his face betraying no emotion. After a moment, he spoke softly, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in everyone's ears. Tyrant body, truly a worthy opponent. But, he paused, a faint smile slowly curving his lips. In that smile there was no anger, no fear, only a sense of anticipation. On the path of the Emperor the truth shall be revealed. As his words fell, the crowd erupted. The holy body has accepted the challenge. The fated duel between the holy body and the tyrant body is about to unfold on the path of the Emperor. Goodness, how spectacular will this generation's path of the Emperor be? Are you confident? Wang Peng stood beside Yi Fan, glancing at him. Yi Fan turned to look at him. Yi Fan countered. Wang Peng was taken aback, then smiled. That smile was filled with confidence. The chaotic body is not inferior to others. If the tyrant body stands in our way, we shall cut him down as well. The two exchanged glances, then simultaneously turned their eyes towards the depths of the path of the Emperor. Their chaotic mists surged as if countless eyes were watching from the shadows. Waiting for the path of the Emperor to open. Waiting for the fated duel that would be etched in history. In the ancient mine of Taichu, that hoarse voice sounded once more. Tyrant body has also emerged. Interesting. Another voice chimed in, the fated duel between the holy body and the tyrant body. This generation's path of the Emperor will be even more thrilling than we anticipated. Thrilling? The third voice sneered, what does it matter? They are all mere ants. No, the first voice replied slowly, they are not ants. The holy body at full strength can challenge an emperor. The tyrant body at full strength can barehandedly receive an emperor's weapon. If these two truly reach the end. He paused. Perhaps they will become the second Yinan. Silence. For a long time. Watch closely, said the first voice. Especially that Yi Fan. He bears the shadow of Yinan. In the depths of the cycle sea, the ancient and eerie aura slowly opened its eyes. The holy body, the tyrant body, a fated duel. Interesting. If these two perish together, or both rise together, it will be worth watching. The path to immortality is nearing. At that time, everything will be revealed. At the entrance of the path of the Emperor, on the edge of the crowd, an inconspicuous old man in gray robes squatted in a corner, holding a bowl of hot soup he had somehow acquired, sipping it slowly. It was Yinan. His murky gaze passed over the crowd, landing on Yi Fan and Jean Laition. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into a faint arc. The holy body versus the tyrant body. Interesting. He finished the last sip of soup, set down the bowl, and stood up. Hunched over, he slowly began to retreat, disappearing into the crowd. No one noticed. Only that faint, almost imperceptible whisper flashed in the void. Fight well. Let me see how far this generation of young people can go. At the entrance of the path of the Emperor, chaotic mists surged. Boom. A beam of golden light piercing through heaven and earth burst forth from the depths of the mist, tearing apart the void and illuminating the entire platform. The path of the Emperor has opened. There were no proclamations of rules, no ceremonial preparations. Only that beam of golden light, and at its end the endless, unknown, chaotic world. Charge. It was unclear who shouted, but countless prodigies surged into the golden light like a tide. Yi Fan and Wang Peng exchanged a glance, then stepped forward simultaneously. Behind them the prodigies of the human race followed closely. Gods, demons, ancient clans, beast tribes. Prodigies from myriad races displayed their abilities, rushing into the path of the Emperor. The contest on the path of the Emperor officially began. In the path of the Emperor there was no day or night, no seasons, only eternal chaos and endless killing intent. Here lay countless ancient battlefields, ancient ruins, and terrifying creatures that have survived since the mythological era. Every step could be an opportunity. Every step could also mean a dead end. What the prodigies needed to do was to survive in such an environment, grow stronger, and then reach the end. In the first year, some were eliminated at the first checkpoint, heavily injured and forced to retreat. Some fell to the mouths of ancient ferocious beasts, their bones obliterated. Yet some gained fame in battle. Yi Fan at the first checkpoint of the path of the Emperor, the god burial abyss, tore apart an ancient ferocious beast at the peak of the three-headed sage king, with his bare hands staining the abyss, with sacred blood striking fear into the newcomers. Wang Peng in the Chaos Valley invoked the residual chaotic energy in the valley for body refinement, breaking through to the peak of the great sage, stepping into a half-step quasi-emperor. Jin Lai Tian, the tyrant body, revealed his prowess, shattering the protective restrictions of an ancient relic with a single punch, claiming the legendary divine weapon of the tyrant body lineage that had been sealed for 10,000 years. Shen Wushuang, Mo Mei Long Yuan Blood Mei. One by one names began to be remembered. In the third year, in the midsection of the path of the Emperor, killings began to rise. The prodigies of myriad races began to truly clash. Yi Fan in the battlefield of myriad races fought alone against three great sages of the ancient clans, winning all three battles, his reputation as the holy body spreading throughout the path of the Emperor. Wang Peng encountered Shen Wushuang, and after 3 days of confrontation, they parted ways without a fight, yet it revealed their mutual wariness. Jin Lai Tian declared, Yi Fan, I will be waiting for you at the end of the path of the Emperor. The fated duel between the tyrant body and the holy body became the focus of everyone's anticipation. In the 5th year, in the depths of the path of the Emperor, quasi-emperors began to emerge. The first to step into the quasi-emperor realm was Wang Peng. With the innate advantages of the chaotic body, he secluded himself in a chaotic spring for 3 months. Upon exiting, chaotic energy manifested as 9 true dragons surrounding him, the quasi-emperor's pressure sweeping across 1,000 miles. Following closely was Yi Fan. The curse of the holy body was completely shattered amidst the opportunities of the path of the Emperor. In a land where the ancient holy body had fallen, he inherited its legacy, breaking through and establishing himself as a quasi-emperor. Jin Lai Tian, Shen Wushuang, Mo Mei broke through one after another. Quasi-emperors were no longer mere legends. In the 8th year, in the final stage of the path of the Emperor, true life-and-death battles commenced. Those who could reach here were less than 1/10 of those who initially entered. Yet those remaining, each one was a quasi-emperor. Each had undergone countless battles, their killing intent resolute. Yi Fan and Jin Lai Tian still had not encountered each other, but everyone knew it was imminent. The end of the path of the Emperor was just ahead. Boom! At the deepest part of the path of the Emperor, a dazzling imperial light soared into the sky. Someone had stepped into the peak of the quasi-emperor. Following that, the second, the third. Yi Fan, Wang Peng, Jin Lai Tian, Shen Wushuang, Mo Mei. Each name transformed into beams of imperial light, illuminating this ultimate place of chaos that had endured endless ages. 10 years of battle. 10 years of killings. 10 years of transformation. The great sages who initially stepped into the path of the Emperor have now all broken through too. Quasi-emperors. At the end of the Empyrean path, before a dilapidated ancient temple, Yi Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the long-sealed bronze door. What lies beyond the door? He did not know, but he understood that no matter what awaited him beyond that door, he would step inside. Because this is the Empyrean path. Because this is his Tao. Behind him, footsteps approached. Wang Peng stood beside him. Are you here? Yi Fan asked. Wang Peng nodded. The two fell silent for a moment. Then simultaneously they turned to look in another direction. There, a domineering golden light was rapidly approaching. Jin Lai Tian had arrived. A faint smile crept up on Yi Fan's lips. That smile held battle, intent, anticipation, and a hint of relief. It has been 10 years, he murmured. Finally we meet again. Wang Peng glanced at him, but said nothing more. He simply turned and walked toward another direction of the ancient temple. There lay his opponent. And Yi Fan's opponent was Jin Lai Tian. This was the fate of the sacred body and the overbearing body. In the distance, at the edge of the crowd, an inconspicuous old man in gray robes squatted beside a broken stone tablet, cradling a bowl of hot soup. His murky gaze passed over the crowd, landing on Yi Fan and Jin Lai Tian. He then turned his gaze deeper into the ancient temple, towards those hidden in the shadows, carrying a more ancient and enigmatic aura. A slight curve formed at the corner of his mouth. It has been 10 years. He murmured to himself. They have all grown up. Next, he took a sip of soup and squinted his eyes. It's time to witness the real grand performance. At the end of the Empyrean path, before the dilapidated ancient temple, the golden light tore through the chaos and came crashing down. Jin Lai Tian walked step by step, each footfall causing the void beneath him to erupt with intricate cracks. His physical body was so powerful that merely walking made the space unbearable. Behind him, the followers of the overbearing body stood at a distance, not daring to approach. For at this moment Jean Lightion exuded an aura so fiercely dominant that it resembled a walking sun, making it impossible to gaze directly at him. Yi Fan, Jean Lightion spoke, his voice booming like thunder echoing across the square before the ancient temple. It has been 10 years. Finally we meet again. Yi Fan turned around, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, calmly gazing at him. The two were separated by 100 paces, their eyes meeting in the air. At that moment, everyone felt an invisible pressure, as if two primordial beasts were facing off. The ancient sacred body. Jean Lightion scrutinized Yi Fan, a hint of amusement flashing in his golden eyes. Weaker than I imagined. Yi Fan remained silent. Jean Lightion continued, do you know? In the ancient texts of my overbearing body, every generation of your sacred Buddhist successors is recorded. From the mythic era to the present, the encounters between the sacred body and the overbearing body have occurred a total of 137 times. The sacred body won 31 times. The overbearing body won 106 times. He paused, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his lips. 106 to 31. You sacred bodies are merely a backdrop, destined to be trampled beneath our overbearing body. As his words fell, the entire crowd erupted. 106 to 31. The duels between the sacred body and the overbearing body actually won so many times. Is this true? Countless gazes turned to Yi Fan, waiting for his reaction. Yi Fan still stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression calm. He stared at Jean Lightion for a long time. Then he softly spoke. What do the past 137 encounters have to do with me? I am Yi Fan, not anyone's shadow. Your so-called achievements to me. He paused, a smile slowly forming at the corner of his mouth. They are merely numbers. Jean Lightion's smile faltered slightly, then transformed into a deeper, cold grin. Stubborn words. On the Empyrean path, I will make you understand that numbers are indeed facts. He said, no more, turning and striding away. Halfway through he stopped, not looking back, saying, inside the ancient temple only one of us can survive. Clean your neck and wait. With a flash of golden light, he vanished. Yi Fan watched his departing figure, the smile on his face slowly fading. What replaced it was a sense of gravity, not fear, but rather, there is something off about that person. He murmured to himself, his brow furrowed. Something feels wrong. Wang Peng had appeared beside him at some point. Did you sense it too? Yi Fan nodded. That aura. Wang Peng pondered, it's very strange. Though well concealed, my cultivation of the chaos body makes me particularly sensitive to all kinds of auras. He carries a trace, reminiscent of the Supreme from the Forbidden Zone. The Supreme from the Forbidden Zone. Yi Fan looked at him. Wang Peng nodded. 100 years ago, Emperor Yi slayed the 9 Supremes. I felt the aura when those Supremes fell from afar. Although the aura from Jean Lightion is extremely weak in essence, it is very similar. The two exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. If Jean Lightion were merely an overbearing body, it would be nothing. Though strong, they were not afraid. But if Jean Lightion is related to the Supreme from the Forbidden Zone, then it would be entirely different. In the distance, at the edge of the crowd, an inconspicuous old man in gray robes squatted beside a broken stone tablet. Yi Nan. His murky gaze remained fixed on the direction where Jean Lightion had vanished. In his seemingly cloudy eyes, a sharp glimmer flashed at this moment. Interesting, he whispered. The aura on Jean Lightion may not be perceived by others, or if they did, they could not confirm it. But he was different. He was a true immortal. He had slain the 9 Supremes, and personally felt their fundamental auras. Though that aura was extremely weak and enveloped by the overbearing Buddhist aura, it could not escape his notice. The aura of the Supreme from the Forbidden Zone. Yi Nan silently mulled over these words. Why would it appear on an overbearing body? Is there a collusion between the overbearing body and the Forbidden Zone? Or does Jean Lightion himself have issues? He remained silent for a moment, a hint of cold sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. Regardless of the reason, since it has been revealed to me, it must be investigated thoroughly. For one to possess such an aura, it surely was not a coincidence. He stood up, hunched over, and slowly retreated, disappearing into the crowd. No one paid him any mind. At the front of the ancient temple, the crowd gradually dispersed. Yet within everyone's hearts there was a heightened sense of anticipation and tension. The fateful duel between the sacred body and the overbearing body was just ahead. Once the battle commenced, it would not merely be a clash between the sacred body and the overbearing body of the quasi-emperor level, but a grand spectacle. For both the proud talents of the same tier and the lower-level cultivators, it would be a feast for the eyes and understanding. Victory and defeat. Are they about to be decided? At the edge of the crowd, the gray-robed old man still squatted in the corner. His murky gaze pierced through layers of shattered void, landing. Inside the palace, it was not the dark and dilapidated space one might imagine. Instead it was a starry sky, an endless starry sky. Beneath was the void above where the stars surrounded by boundless darkness, occasionally pierced by shooting stars, trailing long tails disappearing into the distance. This place had been transformed by the Emperor's Tao patterns. The ancient patterns etched on the walls, floor, and dome of the palace all lit up at this moment, emitting a faint golden glow, transforming the dilapidated ancient palace into an independent cosmic battlefield. 100 feet in radius, yet it felt like an endless abyss. Just a step away, yet it felt as though separated by a river of stars. Yi Fan and Jin Li Tian stood at the center of this starry battlefield, separated by 1,000 feet. Yet they could see each other clearly. Outside the palace, countless talented individuals held their breath, focusing intently, using various means to watch this duel, destined to be recorded in history. Shen Wushuang stood with arms crossed, his eyes flickering with divine light. Mo Mei lazily leaned against a stone pillar, her blood-red eyes filled with amusement. Long Yuan clenched his fists tightly, a mixture of anticipation and complexity. Wang Peng stood at the forefront, chaos swirling around him, his expression calm. At the edge of the crowd, an inconspicuous old man in gray robes still squatted in the corner, his murky gaze penetrating through layers of space, landing on the two confronting figures. Yi Nan. He was also watching. In the starry sky, Jin Li Tian stood with arms crossed, his golden eyes looking down at Yi Fan, as if a king gazing at a prisoner about to be executed. Yi Fan. He spoke, his voice echoing in the starry sky like thunder. I grant you a chance. You may strike first, so that no one will say that the body of dominance bullies your sacred body. His tone was casual, yet full of a condescending arrogance. Yi Fan looked at him, a faint smile slowly curling at the corners of his mouth. In that smile there was no anger, no fear. Only a sense of mockery. You want me to strike first? Yi Fan asked softly. Are you afraid that if you strike first you will never have another chance to strike? Jin Li Tian's expression slightly changed. Yi Fan continued, the body of dominance does indeed have a great reputation. Ancient texts record that the physical body is invincible and it reigns supreme among those of the same rank. But, he paused, enunciating each word, that is merely among those of the same rank. When truly faced with a strong opponent, when has your body of dominance ever truly stood up? The golden light in Jin Li Tian's eyes suddenly flared up. What did you say? Yi Fan paid no heed to his anger, continuing to speak on his own. Our sacred body lineage throughout generations has indeed won few and lost many. But there is one thing that your body of dominance will never compare to. He raised his head, staring directly at Jin Li Tian. In times of dark turmoil, when the supreme being of the Forbidden Zone emerged, slaughtering all living beings, who stood up to fight to the death? It was the predecessors of our sacred body. When there is no great emperor among humans, the 9 great sacred bodies battle against the heavens. Have you ever heard this saying? Jin Li Tian's face turned ashen. Yi Fan's voice grew more and more high-pitched, sharper. At that time, where was your body of dominance? Hiding in the ancestral land, curled up behind the restrictions, watching the suffering of all living beings, watching my sacred body predecessors spill blood in the sky. Did you ever send out a single soldier? Did you ever shed a single drop of blood for this universe? No. You only know how to hide in the shadows, waiting for the turmoil to pass, waiting for the peace bought with the lives of the sacred body, and then jumping out to say the body of dominance is invincible, and the sacred body is merely an accompaniment. You dare to claim equality. The last 4 words thundered like a clap of thunder, resonating throughout the starry sky. Outside the palace there was a dead silence. Then, the sacred body is right. Someone could not help but exclaim. During the dark turmoil it was indeed only heard that the sacred body battled the supreme, but not the body of dominance. The 9 great sacred bodies fighting against the heavens, that was a reputation bought with lives. The body of dominance, it seems indeed, has not been heard of much. Whispers spread like a tide. Those gazes directed at Jin Li Tian were no longer filled with only awe, but also a hint of scrutiny, a trace of doubt. Jin Li Tian's face turned dark to the point of black. His entire body was tense, the golden light around him surging violently, almost beyond his control. Every word of Yi Fan felt like a knife stabbing deeply into his heart. Because that is the truth. The body of dominance indeed has never participated in the struggle against the dark turmoil. They truly hid in the ancestral land, watching the sacred body fight to the death, watching the supreme wreak havoc, watching the suffering of all living beings. They indeed did nothing. This was the deepest pain of the body of dominance, the most irrefutable soft spot. Yi Fan. Jean Li Tian roared, his voice shaking the entire starry sky. You are seeking death. He took a step forward, the golden light around him bursting to its peak. Within that radiance, a massive phantom faintly emerged, an ancient existence that was the progenitor of the body of dominance who once contended with the heavenly emperor of the mythic age. Today I shall use your blood to wash away the insult you have cast upon my body of dominance. He raised his hand and launched a punch. With the punch, the stars shattered. Wherever the punch light passed, everything was obliterated. This punch held nothing back. This was the full-force strike of the body of dominance. In Yi Fan's eyes, the battle intent soared. He did not retreat. Instead, he took a step forward and launched a punch of his own. 6 paths of reincarnation fist. 6 vague, ancient worlds revolved within his fist light, carrying the supreme intent to crush everything colliding with the golden fist radiance. With a thunderous crash, boom! The entire starry battlefield trembled violently. Countless stars turned to dust in the aftermath of this strike. The fateful confrontation between the sacred body and the body of dominance officially commenced. Outside the palace, a hint of approval flashed in Yi Nan's murky eyes. Well said, he murmured softly. The sacred body lineage indeed deserves this respect. Then his gaze fell upon Jean Li Tian. On the golden radiance surrounding him, the vaguely emerging phantom. His brows furrowed slightly. That phantom, it is not as simple as the progenitor of the body of dominance. That aura, it is becoming more and more distinct. He remained silent for a moment, continuing to observe. Yet in his heart, there was an added sense of vigilance. In the starry sky, the two figures had already clashed together. Fists, feet, elbows, knees. There were no flashy divine abilities, no complex principles. Only the purest, most primal, most ferocious. Physical combat. Sacred body versus body of dominance. Physical body against physical body. Power against power. With every collision, stars exploded. With every clash, the void shattered. This battle was destined to be earth-shattering. In the starry battlefield, two figures clashed violently. Fists, feet, elbows, knees, heads, shoulders, backs. Every part of their bodies transformed into the deadliest weapons. With each confrontation, a deafening roar erupted. The punch of Jean Li Tian struck out, its brilliance exploding like the sun, causing stars to shatter and the void to vanish in its wake. Yi Fan stood firm, matching with a punch of his own the intent of the 6 paths reincarnation fist flowing through him, 6 ancient worlds revolving at the edge of his fist, bracing against that earth-shattering blow. Boom! 2 fists collided, sending a visible shockwave rippling outwards. Wherever the shockwave passed, dozens of stars turned to dust in an instant. Both retreated simultaneously. Jean Li Tian stepped back 3 times, each step carving deep cracks in the void. Yi Fan fell back 5 steps, but after stabilizing his form, his blood surged, and his fighting spirit intensified. Good. A surge of golden light filled Jean Li Tian's eyes, excitement twisting his face into a fierce grin. It's been years since anyone could take a punch from me, Hedon. You qualify as my opponent. He charged again, his fists like 2 blazing suns striking furiously. Yi Fan pressed forward instead of retreating, the sacred Bodis blood essence erupting fully, the faint golden sacred blood coursing through his veins like thunder as he unleashed the 6 paths reincarnation fist to its utmost, colliding Hedon with Jean Li Tian. Boom, 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 boom. The sounds of their clashes rang out densely like explosions at the dawn of the universe, unceasing. Their figures intertwined, collided, separated, and collided again amidst the stars. The speed reached its peak. The power reached its apex. With every clash, stars shattered in the aftershocks. With every counter, vast voids were torn into chaos. This was pure physical combat. No divine abilities. No laws. Just the most primal, most savage, most heart-stirring collision of strength. Outside the hall, countless prodigies watched in stunned silence. Is this still human? A divine race, prodigy murmured, disbelief etched in his features. That kind of power. That kind of speed. That kind of physical strength. If it were me, I fear I wouldn't even be able to take one punch. Shen Wushuang stood with his hands behind his back, his expression calm, yet a trace of gravity flickered deep within his eyes. The sacred body, the tyrant body, truly lives up to its reputation. If I were to face these two, how much chance would my divine race's divine body have? He had no answer. Mo Mei lazily leaned against a stone pillar, her blood-red eyes sparkling with excitement. Interesting. Truly interesting. She licked her lips as if she had spotted the most enticing prey. If I could devour one of these two, perhaps my path could advance further. Long Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with complexity. He had once been defeated by Yi Fan and had vowed to surpass him. But at this moment, witnessing Yi Fan's battle with Jean Li Tian, For the first time, a hint of despair blossomed in his heart. Is this his true strength? In that battle, he didn't even use his full strength. Wang Peng stood at the forefront, chaos swirling around him, his expression calm. Yet deep within his eyes the fighting spirit burned fiercely. Yi Fan, he murmured softly, you truly have not disappointed me. Once you finish this battle, we shall settle our scores. In the Ziwei star domain, countless cultivators surrounded the sky, watching mirror, their eyes fixated on the battle within the image. With every clash, someone gasped. With every collision, hearts raced. Heavens, is this really a battle at the quasi-emperor level? This is clearly a clash between two great emperors. The sacred body, the tyrant body, too strong, too strong. The white-haired old sage trembled with excitement. I have lived for 8,000 years and have never witnessed such a shocking physical combat. This battle is destined to be recorded in history. In the eternal star domain, the fleet commander stood before a massive light screen, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a fist inside. Beside him, an elderly technological cultivator hurriedly recorded data, his fingers trembling. The physical strength exceeds the calculated limits. Collision frequency, 3,600 times per breath. The energy residuals, enough to destroy ordinary stars. This is definitely not a level that a quasi-emperor can reach. He looked up at the two figures engaged in a frenzied battle in the light screen, filled with awe. Monsters. Two monsters. In the Amidst ancient star domain atop Mount Sumeru, an old monk sat cross-legged on a lotus platform, his hands clasped together as he softly chanted sutras. But those murky old eyes remained fixed on the battle within the light screen. Behind him, 3,000 monks held their breath, focused intently. Amidst, the old monk murmured. The sacred body versus the tyrant body. A fated battle. This battle, regardless of the outcome, will change the landscape of this era. In the burial emperor star, in the sacred land of the shaking light, Tian Jizi, Zhuangmuji Wuyo, and others sat around a massive sky watching mirror. The fierce battle between Yi Fan and Jin Lietian was unfolding. The sacred body has truly grown up. Tian Jizi murmured, his old eyes filled with satisfaction. The young man who once stepped onto the ancient path is now able to engage the tyrant body Hedon. This battle, can he win? Complex emotions flickered in Zhuangmu's beautiful eyes. No one responded, because no one knew the answer. The tyrant body was too strong. That innate physical advantage, that inherited combat instinct. Even the sacred body found it difficult to suppress. But Yi Fan was never someone who could be suppressed. Across the universe, countless ancient stars of life, numerous hidden powerhouses, and myriad ancient legacies. At this moment, all were using their respective secret methods to watch this battle. The fated duel between the sacred body and the tyrant body. A rare physical battle in ages. No one wanted to miss it. In the starry sky, the battle had been ongoing for a full hour. The two had exchanged tens of thousands of punches. Each punch was enough to heavily injure an ordinary quasi-emperor. Yet both continued to fight. Jin Lietian grew more and more frenzied, with each battle more and more fierce, his golden light becoming increasingly brilliant, his punching power increasing. Yi Fan grew more and more stable, with each fight more and more composed, the six paths reincarnation fist becoming increasingly perfected, his blood essence surging abundantly. Refreshing, refreshing. Jin Lietian laughed wildly, delivering another punch. This punch was heavier than any before. As he struck, a golden beam piercing through heaven and earth appeared in the starry sky. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He charged forward instead of retreating. Six paths reincarnation fist, sixth move. 6 ancient worlds completely merged at the edge of his fist. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He charged forward instead of retreating. 6 paths reincarnation fist, sixth move. 6 ancient worlds complete. This time, the starry battlefield shattered completely. Outside the hall, everyone stood up, their eyes glued to the shattered void. Victory and defeat. Are they about to be decided? At the edge of the crowd, the gray-robed old man still squatted in the corner. His murky gaze pierced through layers of shattered void, landing on Jin Lietian. In the battlefield of the starry sky, the shattered void slowly healed. 2 figures stood 1,000 zhang apart, facing each other from afar. The physical combat had momentarily come to a pause. But the battle was far from over. Golden Lietian was surrounded by swirling golden light, within which ancient runes faintly emerged, flowing and dissipating. Each rune exuded an aura that was extremely ancient and overwhelmingly fierce, as if they were primordial incantations passed down from the mythical era. Yi Fan. Golden Lietian spoke, his voice deep, yet carrying an eerie echo, as if 2 people were speaking simultaneously. Your physical strength is indeed not inferior to mine. But a cruel smile curled at the corner of his mouth. What we are competing in is not just physical strength. He formed hand seals, his movements so swift that they left countless afterimages in the void. Dominant body lineage. Primordial true resolution. Boom. Behind him the massive phantom suddenly solidified. Within the phantom, scenes of the creation of the world, sun and moon, and the birth and death of myriad beings faintly appeared. These were the imperial Tao imprints of the ancestor of the dominant body, now summoned by Golden Li Tian, through secret methods transforming into his power. A golden beam shot up into the sky from his body. The beam pierced through the starry sky, shattering countless stars in its path. At the top of the beam, a gigantic sword formed, slowly condensed from pure runes. The sword was 10,000 zhang long, its blade engraved with dense ancient characters, each one seemingly corresponding to the pinnacle of a great Tao. Slash. Golden Li Tian pointed at Yi Fan with his fingers like a sword. The golden giant sword crashed down. Before the sword even arrived, the terrifying intent had already caused the void of the starry battlefield to shatter inch by inch. Yi Fan looked up at the descending giant sword, his eyes devoid of fear, filled only with intense battle intent. Secret method, he murmured to himself. I have one too. He clasped his hands together, and his vital energy surged explosively. The light golden holy blood at this moment transformed completely into gold. The gold was so brilliant that the entire starry sky was dyed golden. Holy body phenomenon. Immortal king descending to the 9 heavens. A blurry, chaotic, aura-wreathed silhouette of an immortal king erupted from behind Yi Fan. The immortal king stood 10,000 zhang tall, wearing a crown of emperors and draped in imperial robes, his face indistinct, but exuding an unmatched majesty that transcended all paths. The immortal king raised a hand and struck out. The strike caused the starry river to roll backward. The hand and the sword collided with a tremendous crash. Boom! An indescribable explosion. The entire starry battlefield shattered once more. Chaotic energy surged, the laws lamented, everything trembled in the aftermath of this strike. Yet the battle between the two was far from over. Golden Li Tian, undeterred by the failed strike, grew even more excited. Good, 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 he exclaimed 3 times, changing his hand seals again. Dominant body lineage, eternal star technique. Behind him the phantom swelled once more. Within the phantom countless stars emerged, forming a massive star formation that enveloped Yi Fan. Each star was as heavy as a mountain. Each beam of starlight was as sharp as a knife. Yi Fan's gaze flickered as he also changed his tactics. Holy body phenomenon. Chaos seed blue lotus. A gracefully swaying blue lotus shadow rose from the sea of suffering within him. As the lotus leaves swayed, chaotic energy permeated the air. Where the chaotic energy passed, all laws were repelled. The star formation crashed down, but before the chaotic energy, it crumbled inch by inch. Rumble. The sound of explosions continued endlessly. The figures of the two flickered, collided, and separated in the shattered starry sky. Secret methods against secret methods. Phenomena against phenomena. Yi Fan unleashed various secret methods. 6 paths, reincarnation fist, holy body phenomenon, and various opportunities gained from the ancient path. Golden Li Tian was equally unyielding. Primordial true resolution of the dominant body, eternal star technique, and many long-lost secret techniques of the dominant body. This battle was even more splendid and perilous than the previous physical combat, and even more bizarre. Outside the hall, countless prodigies watched in rapture. So powerful, so powerful. Some murmured, their voices trembling. This is truly a battle of prodigies. The holy body and the dominant body truly live up to their names. Shen Wushuang stood with his hands behind his back, his expression still calm, but the seriousness in his eyes deepened. If I were to face these two, he pondered silently in his heart. The outcome is uncertain. Mo Mei leaned lazily against a stone pillar, her blood-red eyes gleaming with excitement. Fight, fight. She licked her lips. The harder they fight, the more chances I have. Long Yuan clenched his fists, his eyes filled with complexity. Yi Fan, he murmured. So you really are this strong? Wang Peng stood at the forefront, chaotic energy swirling around him, his expression calm. Yet his gaze was fixed intently on Golden Li Tian, staring at the increasingly clear phantom behind him. Something's not right, he murmured to himself. That phantom, something's wrong. At the edge of the crowd, the old man in gray robes was still crouching in the corner. Yi Nan, his murky gaze penetrated layers of shattered void, landing on Golden Li Tian, landing on the increasingly clear phantom surrounded by golden light around him. His brows furrowed tightly. That aura, he silently sensed within. The aura emanating from Golden Li Tian increasingly evident. Ancient, cold, decayed, yet it contained a certain, extremely terrifying pressure. That was, he closed his eyes, carefully discerning. Memories of the battle from 100 years ago flashed in his mind. The primordial supreme, the Letion supreme, the soul-devouring supreme, the blood fiend supreme, the auras of those ancient supremes whom he had personally slain at their fall. That's right. He opened his eyes, a glint of cold sharpness flashed in his murky gaze. It is the aura of a forbidden zone supreme. Moreover, it is older and more complete than those before. He looked at the increasingly clear phantom behind golden Letion. The phantom had now become increasingly distinct. It was vaguely visible that within the phantom a figure seemed to be sitting cross-legged. An extremely ancient and bizarre figure, as if it had survived from the mythical era. Ancestor of the dominant body. Yinan murmured. No, it is not just as simple as the ancestor. There is something else hidden within. He fell silent for a moment, continuing to watch. But the depths of his murky eyes grew cautious. In the starry sky the battle continued. Golden Letion grew more frenzied and fierce with each passing moment, his aura increasingly dominant. Yet beneath that dominance the hidden eerie aura also became more evident. Yifan sensed it as well. Something's not right. This thought flashed through his heart. Although Golden Letion's power was overwhelming, it had a kind of impure feeling, as if another existence shared this power within him. But at that moment he had no time to think further, because Golden Letion was already charging at him again. Yifan, die! He formed hand seals, and the phantom behind him suddenly opened its eyes. Those were hollow eyes that seemed capable of devouring everything. Yifan's pupils constricted. This is... Before he could finish his sentence, an overwhelming sense of oppression erupted from the eyes of that phantom. The entire starry battlefield instantly froze. Yifan felt as if his primordial spirit was gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Not good. He gritted his teeth, unleashing his holy body's vital energy in a desperate attempt to break free. But that sense of oppression was too powerful. So powerful that it rendered him nearly immobile. Outside the hall, everyone witnessed this scene. Yifan was suppressed. What is that? The power of the dominant body, ancestor. Gasps of astonishment arose. Wang Peng stepped forward, chaotic energy swirling around him, nearly unable to restrain himself from intervening. But he held back. This was Yifan's battle. He could not interfere. At the edge of the crowd, Yinan slowly stood up. His hunched form straightened slightly. A glimmer of icy killing intent flashed in his murky eyes. Indeed, he murmured to himself. It can't be hidden anymore. He took a step forward, but then stopped. Because in the starry sky Yifan moved. In the starry battlefield, Yifan was firmly suppressed by the phantom eye, his body stiffened and unable to move. The sense of oppression was overwhelmingly powerful. It was so powerful that the holy blood surging within him felt as if it had solidified. So powerful that even his proud holy body seemed to be bound by invisible chains. Ha ha ha! Jean Letion laughed madly, his voice carrying a strange echo, as if two people were laughing simultaneously. Yifan, aren't you very arrogant? Wasn't it said that the holy body is the true protector? What about now? Now why aren't you moving? He walked step by step towards Yifan, each step shattering the void. Behind him the phantom grew increasingly clearer. Within the phantom the seated figure seemed to slowly open its eyes. It's over. Jean Letion raised his right hand, golden light gathering at his fist, transforming into a blazing sun. This punch will send you on your way. With a punch, the golden fist light roared towards Yifan's head. If this punch hit, Yifan would undoubtedly die. Outside the hall, countless prodigies held their breath, their hearts nearly leaping out of their throats. Yifan! Someone exclaimed. Wang Peng's chaotic energy surged, and with a step, he was about to rush into the starry battlefield. But at that moment, in the starry sky, Yifan moved. His body, which had been firmly suppressed and seemed to have solidified, suddenly ignited. It was not an ordinary combustion. It was the holy blood burning. It was the holy body burning. It was Yifan's will burning. Roar! A loud roar echoed like thunder across the starry sky. The pale golden holy blood on Yifan suddenly transformed into pure gold. The gold was so dazzling and intense that even the oppression of the phantom eye was forcefully pushed open, creating a gap. Holy body, unyielding. Yifan pronounced each word, his voice deep, yet it resonated like a decree from the heavens. Within him, the 5 great secret realms shone simultaneously. The waves of the sea of suffering roared dramatically. Inside the Tao Palace, 5 deities chanted scriptures. The 4 poles reached the heavens, opening up the 4 corners of the world. The 9 transformations of the dragon, his spine rose like a great dragon. The immortal platform shone brightly, his divine sense seated like a deity. The 5 great secret realms resonated. The holy Bodhis manifestation, the immortal king, descended from the heavens. That phantom of the immortal king appeared once again. But this time it was no longer vague. Instead it was solid. The face of the immortal king was vaguely visible. It was Yi Fan's own face. The immortal king raised his hand and struck. As the hand struck, the star river rolled back. The oppression of the phantom eye was shattered by this one palm. What a... Jean Laishan's pupils constricted. His punch still halfway through was scattered by the immortal king's palm. And Yi Fan had already broken free from the suppression, stepping forward to stand before him. You. Jean Laitian could only utter one word. Yi Fan's fist had already crashed into his chest. 6 paths reincarnation fist. 6 style. 6 ancient worlds fused at the edge of his fist, transforming into a chaotic-colored ultimate fist intent containing the power to create and destroy. Boom! Jean Laitian was sent flying. A blood hole that was bright from front to back exploded on his chest. Golden blood splattered across the starry sky. Outside the hall there was a brief silence. Then, Yi Fan, the holy body is invincible. He turned the tables. He turned the tables. A roar like a tsunami echoed through the ancient hall. Shen Wushuang's expression turned serious, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. Mo Mei licked her lips, her eyes filled with even greater excitement. Long Yuan clenched his fists tightly, both shocked and complex. Wang Peng stopped in his tracks, the chaotic energy around him slowly receding, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yi Fan, he whispered to himself. You indeed did not disappoint me. In the starry sky, Yi Fan withdrew his fists, standing with hands behind his back. He looked at Jean Lietian, who had been sent flying and smashed through several stars, and there was no gloating or disdain in his eyes, only a sense of calmness. You have lost. He spoke, his voice not loud, yet it clearly reached Jean Laishan's ears. Jean Laitian struggled to rise, the blood hole in his chest still gushing blood, his breath weak. Yet the madness in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Lost. He grinned, his smile sinister. Yi Fan, do you think this is over? He raised his hand and pressed it against the blood hole on his chest. Then he suddenly tore, shred. He actually ripped off a large piece of flesh from his own chest. Beneath the flesh and blood, what was revealed was not white bone, but rather a strange black rune. The rune was slowly glowing. It emitted an extremely ancient, cold, and terrifying aura. What is this? Yi Fan's pupils constricted. Jean Laitian raised his head to look at him. His eyes were no longer golden, but pitch black, like 2 bottomless black holes. Yi Fan. He spoke, his voice no longer his own, but rather an ancient, decayed voice, as if it had come from eons ago. To force me to this point. You are quite impressive. As his voice fell, the phantom behind him suddenly exploded. Within the phantom, the seated figure slowly. It was an extremely ancient existence wearing a tattered imperial robe with a decayed imperial crown on its head, its face blurred, but those eyes were like 2 black holes swallowing all light. A terrifying pressure to the extreme erupted from that figure. That pressure instantly enveloped the entire starry battlefield. Then, it spread towards the outside of the hall, towards the ancient path, towards the universe and beyond. Outside the hall, all the prodigies were frozen in place at that moment. The pressure was too terrifying. So terrifying that they could not move. So terrifying that their souls trembled. What? What is this? Someone stammered. The Supreme. It is the aura of the Supreme from the Forbidden Zone. No, not an ordinary Supreme. Stronger than an ordinary Supreme. Older. More peculiar. Shen Wushuang's face turned pale, his divine light dimmed. Mo Mei's previous laziness completely vanished, replaced by fear. Long Yuan's legs went weak, almost unable to stand. Wang Peng's chaotic energy surged wildly, attempting to resist that pressure, but with little effect. Yi Fan. He gritted his teeth, gazing at the starry battlefield. In the starry sky, Yi Fan was also being suppressed by that pressure. His body stiffened, the holy blood once again solidified, unable to move. The existence that walked out from the phantom was too powerful, powerful enough that he could not resist. At the edge of the crowd, Yinan slowly stood up. His hunched body straightened slightly. A cold glint flashed in his murky eyes. Finally, he whispered to himself. It has come out. He looked at the figure walking out from the phantom, feeling the pressure. His brows furrowed slightly. This aura, similar to that of the Supreme from the Forbidden Zone, yet different, more ancient, more complete, more. He paused, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. More like a true ancient being that has survived since the mythological era. On the Emperor's path, a single hand shattered the formation dominating the Forbidden Zone. Before the words fell, the ancient existence emerging from the shadow suddenly moved. He raised his hand, fingers spread wide, reaching for Yi Fan, grabbing in midair. The movement was slow, so slow that everyone present could clearly see the trajectory of that withered hand. Yet this languid grasp made the entire starry battlefield freeze in an instant. An even more terrifying pressure enveloped Yi Fan like a tangible cage, locking him firmly in place. Yi Fan's body stiffened, his sacred blood congealed, and even his divine soul seemed to be frozen. He wanted to struggle, to burn with fury, to resist, but he couldn't move. He was completely immobilized. That feeling was like an ant facing a giant hand descending from the heavens. Powerless, utterly powerless. Little thing. The ancient existence spoke, his voice old and chilling as if it came from the depths of hell. The source of the holy body. A rare supplement. Come with me. The fingers closed. Yi Fan's body uncontrollably flew towards that withered hand. Outside the hall, everyone witnessed this scene. Yi Fan, someone exclaimed, their voice cracking. Shen Wushuang's face turned pale, filled with fear. Mo Mei trembled all over, her blood-red eyes devoid of excitement, only terror remained. Long Yuan's legs went weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. Wang Peng roared in anger, chaotic energy swirling around him, wanting to rush in. But the pressure was too overwhelming, so powerful that he couldn't even take a step forward. No! Wang Peng screamed, his eyes nearly bursting with rage. He watched helplessly as comrades, rivals, and friends were about to be captured by that eerie existence. Yet he could do nothing. That feeling of powerlessness was worse than death. In the Ziwei Star domain, countless cultivators gasped in shock before the celestial mirror. The holy body is about to be taken away. What is that? What kind of monster is that? It's over. It's over. In the eternal star domain, the fleet commander slumped in his chair, face ashen. That pressure, stronger than the sovereign from 100 years ago. Is humanity facing another great calamity? The old monk suddenly stood up, the beads in his hand scattering, rolling all over the ground. Not good, he exclaimed, his eyes filled with horror. That is. He couldn't find the words, because that aura was too ancient, too terrifying. It was so frightening that even he who had lived for tens of thousands of years felt his soul tremble. On the burial emperor star in the sacred land of Yaoguang, Tianjizi suddenly stood up, his face as pale as paper. Yi Fan, he roared, his voice hoarse. The Western Queen Mother covered her mouth, her eyes filled with despair. Ji Wuyo smashed the jade table before him with a punch, yet could do nothing. Everyone could only watch helplessly, watching Yi Fan being captured by that withered hand. However, just as Yi Fan was about to fall into that hand, a light sound echoed. Buzz. It was so faint it was almost inaudible. Yet this light sound made the frozen time and space resume its flow. Yi Fan's body paused in midair. That withered hand froze in place, unable to advance even a fraction, because a hand grasped the wrist of that withered hand. A thin, wrinkled hand like an old man on the verge of death. Yet this hand rendered the ancient existence's grasp completely ineffective. Everyone was stunned. Then they saw that figure, dressed in gray robes, hunched over, hair sparse and graying. His face was deeply lined like ravines. He stood before Yi Fan, gripping the wrist of that ancient existence. His murky gaze calmly looked at the other. Yi Tiandi, someone exclaimed, their voice changing pitch. Yi Tiandi has arrived. He has always been here. He is here to save him. Yi Fan is saved. Outside the hall, the crowd erupted. Shen Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Mo Mei trembled all over, her blood-red eyes filled with awe. Long Yuan directly knelt on the ground, shaking. Wang Peng was stunned, then he smiled. Tears filled his eyes. Yi Fan, he murmured, you truly have a great destiny. In the starry sky, Yi Fan looked at the hunched silhouette before him, his eyes growing warm. Elder, he wanted to speak. Don't speak. Yin did not turn back, his voice calm. Just watch. Yi Fan closed his mouth and nodded heavily. The ancient existence stared at Yi Nan. In his eye sockets, those two black hole-like lights flickered violently. Yi Nan. He spoke each word, his voice filled with incredulity. How did you get in here? There are emperor-level formation patterns beyond this ancient hall. Complete emperor-level formation patterns. Enough to trap any sovereign. How is it possible? Yi Nan looked at him without speaking. He simply released his grip on his wrist. Then he turned around. Facing the direction outside the hall, he raised his hand and waved gently. Boom! The complete emperor-level formation pattern which enveloped the entire ancient hall and was said to be capable of trapping any sovereign, shattered like fragile glass at the sound, turning into countless glowing points scattering in the starry sky. Outside the hall there was dead silence, more silent than before. Everyone widened their eyes, mouths agape, their minds blank. The complete emperor-level formation pattern was shattered by Yi Tiandi with a casual wave. That was an emperor-level formation pattern. It was a formation set up by an ancient emperor, a formation capable of trapping sovereigns, even emperors. Just like that, it was shattered. In the Taichu ancient mind, the hoarse voice from the stone coffin suddenly turned sharp. How is this possible? The emperor-level formation pattern was casually shattered by him. His strength. Stronger than 100 years ago. Another voice trembled. 100 years ago, although he could slay sovereigns, he still needed time to break the emperor-level formation patterns. Now, what level has he reached? There was silence. More silent than before. All sovereigns fell silent, their eyes filled with incredulity and boundless fear. In the depths of the reincarnation sea, that even more ancient and eerie aura trembled violently for the first time. Really? A true immortal? That voice held disbelief, fear, and even a hint of despair. He has reached the realm of true immortals. No. Impossible. In this lifetime. The path to immortality has not opened. How could anyone achieve immortality amidst the mortal realm? How did he do it? How did he do it? The frenzied waves of divine thought echoed in the depths of the reincarnation sea. But no one answered. Because no one knew the answer. In the immortal tombs, the divine ruins, the undying mountain, and the upper celestial island, all forbidden zones, all sovereigns fell silent. They closely watched that gray-robed figure through their respective secret methods. Watching the one who casually shattered the emperor-level formation pattern, whose strength far surpassed that of 100 years ago. Fear wrapped around each sovereign's heart like a cold, venomous snake. Yinan released his grip on the wrist of the ancient being. He turned around and waved his hand casually. The complete imperial formation shattered in response. At that moment, inside and outside the ancient palace along the imperial path throughout the universe, the silence was akin to death. The dark hole in the ancient being's eye socket pulsed violently, its withered body trembling slightly. You. His voice trembled for the first time. What realm have you reached? This is impossible. 100 years ago, when you killed 9 supreme beings, you were merely at the peak of an alternative path to enlightenment, at best comparable to the battle prowess of a 4th or 5th generation emperor. Now only 100 years have passed. How could you possibly? Yinan looked at him, his murky gaze as calm as water. 4th or 5th generation emperor. He softly repeated, a faint smile curving his lips. Who told you I was merely a 4th or 5th generation emperor? The ancient being's pupils constricted suddenly. You? Could it be? A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. The thought was too absurd, so absurd that he himself didn't dare to believe it. But the reality before him forced him to accept it, casually shattering the complete imperial formation. This was absolutely not something a 4th or 5th generation emperor could accomplish. This was at least above the 7th or 8th generation. Even Hongshan Xian. He muttered, his voice hoarse to the point of being barely audible. You? Have you reached that step? Yinan did not answer. He simply looked quietly at the other party. In his murky eyes there was no killing intent, no disdain. Only a sense of scrutiny, as if observing an interesting specimen. There is something about you that piques my interest. That aura is different from an ordinary forbidden zone supreme. More ancient, more bizarre, more. It feels as though it comes from a certain special place. The ancient being's body stiffened. Yinan continued, I intended to capture you for a thorough investigation. But, he looked at the other party, the curve of his lips deepening. You seem to be merely a projection. The true body is not here. The ancient being fell silent for a moment. Then he laughed. The laughter was old and hoarse, carrying an eerie echo. Yinan, you truly are remarkable. Only less than 10 people throughout eternity have been able to see that my true self is merely a projection. He retracted his smile, the dark hole in his eye socket fixating intently on Yinan. You are correct, and my true body is not here. But I must tell you, his voice suddenly rose, echoing throughout the entire starry battlefield, reaching outside the palace along the imperial path and into the universe. There are things in this world that you cannot probe. Some existences, some places are beyond the reach of a mere junior who has just touched the threshold. This humiliation of today I will remember. When my true form descends, it will be the time of your complete annihilation, Yinan. As his voice fell, his body began to disintegrate from the edges, transforming into specks of light and slowly dissipating. It was the projection actively fading away. Yi Fan stood behind Yinan, watching the dissipating figure with a furrowed brow. Senior He. Yinan raised a hand, signaling him not to say more. He quietly watched as the projection completely vanished, turning into nothingness. It was not until the last glimmer of light faded that he withdrew his gaze. Interesting, he murmured to himself. The words of the projection before its disappearance echoed like thunder, reverberating throughout the universe. There are things in this world that you cannot probe. Some existences, some places are beyond the reach of a mere junior who has just touched the threshold. When my true form descends, it will be the time of your complete annihilation, Yinan. Every word clearly reached the ears of every being paying attention to this battle. In the Z-Way star domain, before the celestial viewing mirror, countless cultivators exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. What did that thing say? What things that cannot be probed? What does true form descends mean? Could there be existences more powerful than an emperor? The old sage with white hair looked extremely grave. There seemed to be vague records in ancient texts. He muttered, his voice hoarse. Some existences are even more ancient than the Forbidden Zone Supreme. Their power does not originate from this realm, but from a certain special place. What it specifically is, the ancient texts do not elaborate. Upon hearing this, everyone felt even more uneasy. In the Eternal Star Domain, the fleet commander's face turned pale. Stronger than the Supreme. More ancient than the Supreme. What on earth is that thing? Beside him, the elderly technological cultivator trembled as he pulled out a tattered ancient text. Here, there is a record. He pointed to a page within, his voice quivering. At the end of the mythological era, there was once a celestial emperor who fought against the enemy from beyond the domain. That battle shattered half the universe. Countless ancient stars of life were destroyed in an instant. In the end, the celestial emperor triumphed, but was gravely injured and in critical condition. And that enemy from beyond the domain is said to have come from an unknowable place. The fleet commanders stared wide-eyed. Enemy from beyond the domain. Could that thing be that kind of existence? In the Amidst star domain, the old monk clasped his hands together, softly chanting scriptures. Yet his eyes were filled with gravity and concern. Amidst, a calamity, a great calamity. If the true form mentioned by that projection truly descends, this era may be even more terrifying than the dark turmoil. In the ancient primordial mind, silence reigned within the stone coffin. After a long while, a hoarse voice slowly emerged. That thing spoke of. Could it be that place? Another voice trembled. Are you saying the place from which our self-inflicted wounds come, from which we draw life essence? That place. Silence. An even deeper silence than before. All the supreme beings fell silent, their eyes filled with complexity and fear. They had inflicted wounds upon themselves, hiding in the forbidden zone, relying on the essence of life from all beings to extend their lifespans. This method was not of their own creation. Instead, it was obtained from some mysterious place. It was an exceedingly distant past, so distant that they were almost about to forget it. Yet at this moment, the words of that projection reignited those long-sealed memories. That place, those existences, those true horrors. Could it be that those existences are about to emerge? Someone asked in a trembling voice. No one answered, because no one knew the answer. But everyone knew. If those existences truly descended, the pattern of this era would be completely rewritten. In the depths of the sea of reincarnation, that even more ancient and eerie aura was also fluctuating violently at this moment. That projection belongs to that race. They truly are still alive. They are waiting for the path to immortality to open. For that moment, the aura fell silent for a moment. Then it slowly returned to calm. But beneath that calmness lay an unmistakable deeper fear. In front of the ancient palace on the imperial path, the crowd exchanged glances, murmuring among themselves. What exactly does that projection mean? What is this thing that cannot be investigated? What about the true body descending? Could there be a presence more terrifying than the supreme of the forbidden zone? Shen Wushuang's expression grew serious, remaining silent. Mo Mai's eyes flickered with complex emotions, lost in thought. Long Yuan sat on the ground, completely devoid of the ability to think. Wang Peng walked up to Yi Fan and whispered, "Are you all right?" Yi Fan shook his head, but his gaze fell upon Yi Nan. The hunched figure in the gray robe still stood in place, staring in the direction where the projection had vanished. His face bore no expression. Yet deep within those murky eyes, a certain profound contemplation flickered. "Senior." Yi Fan spoke up. Yi Nan turned his head and glanced at him. "It's nothing," he said softly. "You need not pay too much attention to what that projection said. Even if those existences truly exist, they will not descend in the short term." He paused, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "Even if they do descend, I will be here." The three words were as calm as water, yet they inexplicably reassured Yi Fan and Wang Peng. Yi Nan turned around, gazing into the depths of the starry sky. He looked towards the forbidden zones, towards the more distant and mysterious ends of the universe. "Interesting," he murmured to himself. "It seems this realm is more complex than I imagined." The source of the method used by the supreme of the forbidden zones, who self-slashed the true body spoken of in that projection, and that legendary place. He narrowed his eyes. A hint of interest flickered in his murky eyes. Once this matter is settled, it might be worth exploring. He withdrew his gaze. At this moment in the starry battlefield, Jean Litian floated feebly, the blood hole in his chest still oozing blood. His gaze had already become vacant, consciousness hazy, with only a final spark of instinct sustaining his life. Yi Fan stood by, not delivering the final blow. He saw that Yinan had already approached Jean Lition. Yinan looked down at this heir of the body of dominance who had been nearly crippled by Yi Fan. In his murky gaze there was neither pity nor killing intent, only a kind of scrutiny. He raised his right hand, the bony fingers gently pressing on Jean Lition's forehead. "Soul search," he softly uttered. His palm glowed with a faint golden light. The light seeped into Jean Lition's brow, entering his sea of consciousness, rummaging through his memories, from birth to growth, from cultivation to battle, from the first awakening of the body of dominance bloodline to this fateful confrontation with Yi Fan. Everything passed before Yinan's eyes like a revolving lantern. Moments later Yinan withdrew his hand. Jean Lition let out a muffled groan and fell into a complete unconsciousness. His life was still intact, but his soul had been searched, requiring at least 100 years to recover. Yinan stood silently in place, his murky eyes flickering with complex emotions. Yi Fan stepped forward and quietly asked, "Senior, what did you find out?" Yinan turned to look at him. For the first time there was a discernible emotion in his murky eyes: anger. The body of dominance lineage. There exists a secret method. Using the blood of the sacred body as a guide, it refines itself, enhances cultivation, and extends lifespan. The higher the realm of the sacred body, the better the effect of the blood. Throughout history, as long as there was an opportunity, the heirs of the body of dominance would hunt sacred bodies to obtain their essence blood to cultivate this technique. Yi Fan was stunned. Hunting sacred bodies. Obtaining their essence blood. He muttered, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes. So the historical confrontations between sacred bodies and body of dominance have had more losses than wins. It's not because the body of dominance is truly stronger than the sacred body, but rather, they are cultivating with the blood of the sacred bodies. Yinan nodded. Not just that, he continued. This secret method is not exclusive to the body of dominance lineage. Other ancient clans also possess similar techniques. All use the blood of the sacred body as a guide to refine themselves and extend their lifespan. Yi Fan fell silent. He recalled the ancestors of the sacred body lineage. He remembered those 9 sacred bodies who battled against the heavens, shedding blood in the sky to protect the universe. Yet those they protected, those races secretly, used their blood to cultivate their own methods. During the dark turmoil, the sacred bodies fought the supreme to protect all beings. Yinan's voice slowly rose, carrying an unmistakable chill. While the body of dominance lineage hid in their ancestral land, shutting themselves off from the world. Not only did they refrain from action, they were also covertly studying this secret method that uses the blood of the sacred body as a guide. They waited for the sacred bodies to perish in battle, then to collect the corpses, to obtain the blood. The last few words were nearly squeezed out through clenched teeth. Yi Fan's fists tightened. Without a great emperor among the human race, the 9 sacred bodies battle against the heavens. Yinan reiterated this phrase, his anger intensifying in his eyes. This saying has been passed down for, but who knew that those protected by the sacred bodies, those races that survived by hiding behind them, were secretly doing such things? He turned to Yi Fan. Come with me to the ancestral star of the body of dominance. Yi Fan was taken aback. Now, right now. Yinan nodded, a glint of cold sharpness flashing in his murky eyes. I want to see what hidden dealings the body of dominance lineage still has. As his words fell, he raised his hand and lightly sliced through the void. Shoo! A massive rift was torn in space. On the other side of the rift, an ancient star domain was faintly visible, with a gigantic ancient life star in the center enveloped in golden light. The ancestral star of the body of dominance. Yinan stepped forward, disappearing into the rift. Yi Fan did not hesitate and followed closely behind. Outside the hall there was a brief silence. Then, Yi Tiandi has gone to the ancestral star of the body of dominance. Is he going to settle accounts with the body of dominance lineage? Is he going to exterminate them? Gasps erupted. Shen Wushuang's expression grew grave, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. The ancestral star of the body of dominance. That is the ancestral land they have managed for millions of years. Its defenses are as formidable as the forbidden zones. Yi Tiandi is charging straight in. Mo Mice blood-red eyes shimmered with excitement. Going to the ancestral star of the body of dominance. This kind of spectacle cannot be missed. She stepped out, transforming into a streak of blood light, following closely behind. Long Yuan struggled to get up, gritting his teeth, and followed as well. Immediately afterward, Shen Wushuang, Wang Peng, and all the talented individuals present who could move, all rushed towards the direction of that rift. To watch the spectacle, who would want to miss such a rare event throughout the ages? The imperial path, the ancestral star of dominance, boundless arrogance. The ancestral star of dominance. This is a massive ancient life star enveloped entirely in a golden glow. The radiance does not come from a star, but from the ancient star itself. emerging from the endless formations inscribed deep within the earth, imprinted upon the mountains and rivers, and suspended above the nine heavens. Dense and intricate, layer upon layer. Each formation exudes the oppressive force of that is. The proud elites who followed stood at the edge of the starry sky, gazing at the golden ancient star, all drawing in a sharp breath. Emperor-level formations? So many. How many are there? Shun Wushuang's expression turned grave, his eyes shimmering with divine light as he meticulously discerned. In the outer layer, 360 emperor formations arranged according to the cycles of the heavens, forming the first line of defense. In the middle layer, 720 harmonizing with yin and yang, forming the second line. In the inner layer, 1,440 corresponding to the four symbols and 8 trigrams forming the third line. And at the core, there is more. His voice trembled. The formations at the core. I cannot see through them, but that aura is even more terrifying than the combined outer layers. Magic Charm's blood-red eyes were filled with shock. This level of defense is comparable to a forbidden zone, right? Long Yuan murmured, the lineage of dominance. Its foundation is unexpectedly profound. Wang Peng said nothing, merely fixating on the ancient star, staring at those formations. And beneath the formations, that faintly discernible, extremely bizarre aura. That aura, he frowned, is somewhat similar to that previous projection. In the Ziwei star domain, before the heavenly observation mirror, countless cultivators stared wide-eyed in disbelief. This is the ancestral star of dominance. So many emperor formations. The lineage of dominance actually has such depth. That white-haired old sage trembled as he turned the pages of an ancient text. The ancient text's record, the lineage of dominance, has been passed down since the mythological era. Throughout the generations of dominance, great achievers, though they did not attain the path of the emperor, their combat power is on par with that of an emperor. Each one of them leaves their formations on the ancestral star, passed down through the generations, accumulating over time. After millions of years, he looked up at the golden ancient star, shrouded in endless formations, his voice hoarse. This defense is likely stronger than some forbidden zones. In the eternal star domain, the fleet commander turned pale. This kind of defense, if we were to attack, even if we poured the entire strength of the eternal star domain into it, we would not be able to breach it, right? The aged technological cultivator nodded silently. We cannot breach it. Those formations, each one contains the laws of the emperor level. 360 circulating in the cycles of the heavens, endlessly thriving. Even if an emperor were to arrive, they would have to expend considerable effort. If the 720 or 1,440 formations were to operate simultaneously, he paused, a hint of fear flashing in his eyes. I fear, even a supreme would be trapped to death. In the Amidst ancient star domain, the old monk pressed his palms together, softly reciting scriptures. Yet his murky old eyes were filled with solemnity. The lineage of dominance, truly, is not simple. With such depth, it is no wonder it has endured for millions of years without decline. With Yi Tiandi going there, he did not continue. But everyone understood his meaning. In the face of such defense, could Yi Tiandi succeed? In the Taichu ancient mine, a low, deep laughter echoed from within the stone coffin. The ancestral star of dominance truly lives up to its reputation. If we were to attack those formations, we would likely have to pay a heavy price. That fellow Yin, and though his strength has greatly increased in the face of such defense, he would surely suffer, right? Suffer. The third voice sneered. He would likely retreat in disgrace. And then, oi. The first voice said indifferently. Silence. Then we will see. If he truly retreats, it means his strength is not that remarkable. If he does not retreat, he paused. Then there will be a good show to watch. Deep in the sea of reincarnation, that ancient and bizarre aura fluctuated slightly. The ancestral star of dominance. Those formations carry a familiar scent. That place truly is related to that clan. The aura fell silent, continuing to observe. In the core of the ancestral star of dominance, a gigantic hall entirely forged from golden, divine metal floated above the nine heavens. Before the hall stood a towering figure, arms behind his back. He stood 3 meters tall with muscles bulging, and his bronze skin was covered in dense symbols. Each of those symbols exuded an extremely ancient and incredibly domineering aura. The current head of the dominance lineage, Jin Wudi. Behind him stood dozens of figures. Each one was a powerful member of the dominance lineage. There were great saints, quasi-emperors, and even 2 half-step supremes. These were the roots of the dominance lineage, ancient ancestors who had slept for endless ages, now awakened, personally stationed. Jin Wudi looked up, gazing at the gray-robed figure approaching in the starry sky. The corner of his mouth slowly curled into a trace of disdain. Yinan, He spoke, his voice like thunder echoing across the ancient star, even reaching the ears of those watching at the edge of the starry sky. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Yinan halted his steps. Standing outside the ancestral star of dominance, he was merely 10,000 feet away from those layered emperor formations. He stood with his hands behind his back, his gray robe gently fluttering in the vacuum. His murky gaze calmly regarded Jin Wudi. He said nothing. Jin Wudi raised an eyebrow slightly. What? He sneered. The great Yi Tiandi is unable to say a word. Or perhaps. He raised his hand, pointing at the layered emperor formations, his eyes filled with pride. Seeing the depth of my dominance lineage's foundation has left you speechless, eh? Behind him, the dozens of dominance strongmen laughed in unison. Their laughter shook the heavens, filled with arrogance and disdain. Yinan, a quasi-emperor of dominance, stepped forward and spoke sternly. You killed a descendant of my dominance lineage, and today you dare to come here. Do you truly think my dominance lineage is a soft persimmon? Have you seen these layered emperor formations? This is the accumulation of my dominance lineage over millions of years. 360 formations of the cycles, 720 formations of the two instruments, 1,440 formations of the four symbols. At the core, there is also the original emperor formation personally laid down by my dominance ancestor. His voice grew higher and more frenzied. This level of defense is comparable to a forbidden zone. Even if you slay 9 supremes, what of it? Those supremes are worthless, having self-destructed. Yet every formation of my dominance lineage is a complete emperor level. 360 operating together can trap and kill an emperor. 720 operating together can obliterate a supreme. 1,440 operating together. He paused, grinning wickedly. Even you Yinan would have to pay a price. Not to mention the most core original emperor formation. That is the legacy left by my dominance ancestor, containing all of his power from his peak period. Even if you truly become an emperor, you will have to kneel. As his voice fell, the members of the dominance lineage laughed in unison. In their laughter there was arrogance, pride, and disdain for Yinan. At the edge of the starry sky, all onlookers were stunned. This is too arrogant, isn't it? Someone murmured. Speaking like this in front of the emperor, do they really not fear death? Shen Wushuang's expression was grave. It's not that they are unafraid of death. It's that they truly have confidence. He gazed at the layers of the great emperor's array, his voice low. That kind of defense. If it were me, I wouldn't dare to even approach, let alone attack. In the blood-red gaze of Mo, a complex light flickered. 360 complete great emperor arrays. 720. 1,440. And the original emperor array. The foundation of the body lineage is indeed unfathomable. Long Yuan murmured, no wonder. No wonder they dare to be so arrogant. Wang Peng said nothing. He simply stared intently at Yinan's back. Staring at the hunched figure in the gray robe, he silently thought, Senior, how will you break this? In the Ziwei star domain, countless cultivators looked at each other in bewilderment before the celestial 360 complete great emperor arrays. 720. 1,440. And the original emperor array. How do we attack this? The old sage with white hair had an extremely grave expression. The body lineage actually has such depth. No wonder throughout history during dark upheavals they remained unscathed behind closed doors. This level of defense would give even a supreme a headache. As for Emperor, he did not continue. But everyone understood his meaning. In the face of such defense, could Emperor Yi still break through as easily? In the eternal star domain, the fleet commander's face turned pale. 360 complete great emperor arrays. Still under the cyclical operation of the Zhou Tian endlessly. This level of defense is no longer something human strength can break. Emperor Yi, is he going to fall this time? The old technological cultivator silently shook his head. I don't know. But, he paused, a complex glimmer passing through his eyes. For some reason I always feel that Emperor Yi won't be so simple. In the Amidst ancient star domain, the old monk joined his hands and murmured prayers. Yet in those murky old eyes a certain expectation flickered. Emperor Yi, can you still create? In the Taichu ancient mind, a hoarse voice from inside the stone coffin carried a hint of schadenfreude. 360 complete great emperor arrays. The body lineage truly is extravagant. This fellow Yinan this time is probably going to hit a wall. Another voice said, should we prepare a bit? Prepare for what? To stab him again after he suffers, eh? Silence. Then a low chuckle rang. Good idea. Then, let's wait and see. Outside the body ancestral star, Yinan still stood with his hands clasped behind his back. He listened to Jin Wudi's arrogant words and watched the arrogant faces of those body powerhouses. In his murky eyes there was no emotional fluctuation. Not until they finished laughing did he slowly speak. His voice was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. 360 complete Great Emperor arrays. 720. 1440. And the original Emperor array. He softly repeated. Then the corners of his mouth gradually lifted into a slight arc. In that arc there was neither anger nor disdain. Only a sense of faint disappointment. Is that all? 3 words. Light and airy. Yet they resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. Imperial path, great success in body, shaking the heavens. Is that all? 3 words, light and airy. Yet they resounded like thunder in everyone's ears. The smile on Gene Woody's face instantly froze. The boisterous laughter of the dozens of body powerhouses behind him came to an abrupt halt. They looked at Yinan, looking at that hunched figure in the gray robe, looking at his murky yet calm eyes like an ancient well. For some reason a chill rose from the depths of their hearts. What? What did you say? Gene Woody's voice was dry, the arrogance on his face beginning to be replaced by unease. What I said is, this is the foundation of my body lineage over millions of years. 360 complete Great Emperor arrays. 722 arrays. 1444 symbol arrays. And the core original Emperor array. This level of defense is comparable to a forbidden zone. You. How dare you say, is that all? His voice grew higher, as if raising it could suppress the unease in his heart. But Yinan did not answer him. He simply looked at him quietly. Those murky eyes were like looking at a clown. A layer of fine cold sweat broke out on Gene Woody's. He gritted his teeth, took a deep breath. Then a cruel smile crept onto his lips. Yinan, do you think the foundation of my body lineage is just this? He raised his right hand and reached for the golden giant palace behind him, grasping it in the air. Boom! The palace shook. The gates slowly opened. A surge of extremely ancient, extremely oppressive, and extremely terrifying aura rushed out from within the palace. Each strand of aura was 100 times stronger than Gene Woody. Each strand of aura was enough to make a quasi-emperor peak existence's soul tremble. That is, at the edge of the starry sky, Shen Wushuang's pupils shrank suddenly. The aura of the great success in body. Not just one. There are. He counted, his voice trembling. 1, 2, 3. 5. 5 auras of great success in body. As the words fell, the entire venue fell into silence. Before the celestial mirror, countless cultivators suddenly stood up. 5 auras of great success in body. How is that possible? How could the body lineage have 5 great success in body sleeping at the same time? The old sage with white hair turned pale as paper, trembling as he flipped through ancient texts. The ancient texts record, those who achieve great success in body can stand against the emperor. Their physical strength is not inferior to imperial level. Their combat power can meet imperial weapons with bare hands. If a great success in body truly emerges, it would be an existence that can rival the emperor. He looked up, gazing at the golden giant palace in the light curtain, his voice hoarse. 5 great success in body. If they awaken simultaneously and act together, what a terrifying sight would that be? 5 great success in body. Each one can stand against an emperor. This is even more terrifying than the 9 great supremes appearing together. The old technological cultivator trembled as he nodded. Though the supremes are strong, they must cut themselves, leaving their origins flawed. The great success in body, however, is complete. Their physical strength is on par with emperors. Their combat power is not inferior to imperial level. If these 5 great success in body emerge at the same time. He paused, despair filling his eyes. Then even the true emperors of this world must retreat 3 steps. Outside the ancestral star of the dominators, 5 mighty dominators stood suspended in the air, looking down at Yinan as if he were merely an ant. The central dominator spoke, his voice ancient, yet booming like thunder, shaking the void around him. I have heard your name, Yinan. Indeed, killing 9 supreme ones shows some skill. He paused, the corner of his mouth curling into a disdainful arc. In front of me you are insignificant. Kneel. Offer up your secrets. I can grant you a swift death. As his words fell, the 5 dominators stepped forward in unison. 5 pressures converged like 5 seas of stars pressing down at once. The strength of that pressure was enough to make an ordinary supreme kneel on the spot. Yi Fan standing behind, Yinan turned pale, his holy Buddhist blood and energy surging wildly just to barely hold on. But Yinan still stood with his hands behind his back. His gray robe fluttered slightly. His murky gaze remained calm as he looked at the 5 dominators, observing their lofty and condescending demeanor. Then he smiled. In that smile there was no fear, no tension, no anger. Only a faint sense of 5 mighty dominators. He murmured softly, stronger than the supreme ones at their peak. He paused then. He gently shook his head at the 5 mighty dominators. Not enough. Still not enough. Yinan's words, not enough, still not enough, floated down lightly. The 5 mighty dominators froze simultaneously. Not enough. They had combined their strengths, their pressure capable of collapsing eternity enough to make even the supreme of the forbidden zones tremble. He said it wasn't enough. The central dominator's eyes flared with golden light, filled with shock, anger, and a hint of arrogant. He bellowed, his voice shaking the entire starry sky. Yinan, do you know what you were saying? 5 mighty dominators. Each one can rival an emperor. With all 5 combined, even a true emperor must retreat. How dare you, Amir Jr., who has taken a different path, say not enough? Yinan looked at him, without speaking, simply standing calmly with his hands behind his back. In his murky eyes there was no anger, no disdain, no contempt. Only a sense of calm, waiting, as if he was waiting for something. Jean Wudi, standing behind, felt a surge of inexplicable unease. Ancestor. He began, wanting to say something, but the central dominator raised his hand to stop him. The dominator sneered. If he wishes to wait, let him wait. Just right, my 5 brothers have slumbered too long and need time to fully awaken. Once we are fully awake, I will let him experience what true invincibility is. As the words fell, the 5 mighty dominators closed their eyes simultaneously. The 5 golden beams of light, piercing the heavens, surged suddenly. Within the beams, the imperial runes began to burn furiously, transforming into endless golden flames. Within the flames, their auras were visibly rising, 1 fold, 2 folds, 3 folds, 10 folds. That pressure became stronger and more terrifying. So strong that the entire starry sky trembled. So strong that the space surrounding the ancestral star of the dominators began to shatter inch by inch. So strong that those watching, even from an endless distance, felt their souls being crushed. Too strong. Someone murmured, their voice trembling. Is this the true power of the mighty dominators? Shen Wushuang's face went pale, trembling all over, nearly unable to stand. In Mo Mice blood-red eyes, true despair finally appeared for the first time. Long Yuan had completely collapsed, his consciousness starting to blur. Wang Peng gritted his teeth, chaotic energy surging wildly around him, yet he was still suffocated by that pressure. He turned to look at Yinan's back. That gray-robed, stooped figure still stood with his hands behind his back. No matter how violent or terrifying the pressure was, it could not shake him in the slightest. That violent aura spread from the ancestral star of the dominators, crazily expanding towards the universe's 8 desolations. Where it passed, the stars dimmed. Where it passed, the void solidified. Where it passed, all living beings trembled. In front of the observation mirror, countless cultivators collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. That pressure, even separated by endless starry space, still made their souls tremble. Too terrifying. Is this the true strength of the mighty dominators? The white-haired old sage trembled as he knelt on the ground. 5 mighty dominators. If they truly awaken completely, who in this generation can withstand them? The forbidden stone coffin fell silent. After a long time, a hoarse voice slowly emerged. 5 mighty dominators. Once fully awakened, their aura is indeed terrifying. If they take action, Yinan will undoubtedly die. Once Yinan dies, we will take action. Seize his body, seize his secrets. Perhaps we can use this to live another life. But the first voice did not respond. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, do you feel a trace of familiarity in that familiarity? The other 2 voices were taken aback, carefully sensing. After a moment, this is the aura of that clan. The lineage of the dominators is indeed connected to that clan. Shock, fear, and a hint of realization. No wonder they have been able to pass down their legacy for millions of years without decline. No wonder the mighty dominators have been able to sleep until now. It turns out, they received help from that clan. Silence. Even more silence than before. All the supremes fell silent, their eyes filled with complexity and fear. That clan, if it truly colludes with the lineage of the dominators. The situation in this generation is more complicated than they imagined. Deep within the sea of reincarnation, that ancient and strange aura fluctuated violently. Indeed, that aura belongs to that clan. The lineage of the dominators is indeed their pawn. The fluctuations of the aura subsided slowly after a moment, but beneath that calmness lay a deeper fear. Yinan, can you feel it? Can you sense the peculiarity of that aura? If you can sense it, will you still be so calm? Outside the ancestral star of the dominators, the aura of the 5 mighty dominators grew increasingly stronger. It had reached a point where the void shattered completely, chaotic energy surged forth, enveloping the entire star region in a golden flame. That golden flame was not true fire. It was the manifestation of their principles burned to the extreme. It was the dominator's flame that could incinerate all. Yet Yinan still stood with his hands behind his back. His gray robe fluttered slightly. His murky gaze remained calm as he looked at the 5 increasingly powerful dominators. Feeling the ever-thickening and increasingly peculiar aura, a slight arc formed at the corners of his mouth. Indeed, he murmured to himself, that aura is richer and more peculiar than that previous projection. The lineage of the dominators. You are indeed extraordinary. He did not rush to act. He simply waited quietly for the 5 mighty dominators to fully awaken, waiting for them to reach their peak. Because he wanted to settle the score with them at their peak, to settle the accounts of their sins against the holy body, to settle the accounts of their indifference towards the beings of the universe, to settle it all. Outside the ancestor star of the overlord body, 5 perfected overlord bodies simultaneously opened their eyes. At that moment, 5 golden beams of light that pierced the heavens and the earth suddenly erupted, transforming into 5 boundless golden seas of stars. Within the sea of stars, the oppressive aura swept across the 8 desolations, and the imperial Tao runes densely covered the sky, like stars, each rune burning, roaring, and radiating a terrifying pressure capable of collapsing the ages. Yinan, the central perfected overlord body, roared its voice like the first thunder in the creation of the world. After making you wait for so long, it's time you've waited enough. Now die. As the words fell, the 5 perfected overlord bodies moved simultaneously. They did not waste words, did not test, nor make any unnecessary movements. With their first strike, they unleashed their full power. The central perfected overlord body raised its hand and struck with a punch. As the fist struck, the entire sea of stars trembled. Within that punch's radiance was contained the profound heritage of the overlord body lineage, spanning millions of years, embodying the strongest combat power at the peak of the perfected overlord Bodhis era. The perfected overlord body on the left extended its fingers like a blade, slashing down from the air. The blade light was like a thread tearing through the void. Where it passed, all laws shattered. The perfected overlord body on the right formed seals with both hands, transforming into a massive seal, crashing down. Behind them, one transformed into a golden giant bell, suppressing down. Another became a towering battle spear, thrusting forward. 5 attacks roared towards Yinan from 5 directions. Each strike was enough to severely injure or even kill an ordinary supreme being. With 5 strikes together, even a true emperor must respond cautiously. At that moment, around the ancestor star of the overlord body, those spectators who were still watching the excitement suddenly turned pale. Run! A voice screamed, and everyone retreated wildly. Shen Wushuang, Mo Mei Long Yuan. Those proud figures who had previously attempted to watch closely now fled in panic like startled birds. That oppressive aura was too terrifying. Terrifying enough to make them feel that if they were even a moment slower, they would be crushed to powder by the residual waves. Even thousands of miles away, that overwhelming aura still made their souls tremble. So strong. So strong. Someone shouted while fleeing, their voice changing pitch. The 5 perfected overlord bodies joining forces. This is simply beyond what human power can withstand. Can Yi Tiandi really withstand it? No one answered, because everyone was fleeing. The further away that terrifying aura swept across the universe's 8 desolations. Where it passed, stars dimmed. Where it passed, the void solidified. Where it passed, all beings trembled. That was an aura that transcended the great Tao. That was an aura that did not belong to this realm. Within that aura was contained an extremely ancient and strange power, as if it came from another world, another dimension. In the Ziwei star domain, the eternal star domain, the Amidst ancient star domain, countless ancient stars of life saw countless cultivators collapse to the ground, trembling. That pressure, even across the endless starry sky, still made their souls tremble. What kind of power is this? The 5 perfected overlord bodies joining forces are actually this terrifying. Can Yi Tiandi really withstand it? In all major life-restricted zones, there was suddenly a dead silence. All supremes held their breath. They stared intensely at the scene in the water mirror, focused on those 5 earth-shattering attacks, and on that gray-robed figure still standing with hands behind its back. The 5 perfected overlord bodies joining forces. A hoarse voice murmured, "That power has already surpassed that of an ordinary emperor. If it were us facing this strike." He did not continue, but everyone understood. If it were them, they would have already perished by now. Yinan, another voice. Can he really withstand it? No one answered, because no one knew the answer. But everyone was watching, staring intently. Outside the ancestor star of the overlord body, the 5 earth-shattering attacks had already approached Yinan less than 100 zhang away. That pressure was enough to make an ordinary supreme kneel on the spot. That aura was enough to turn a great sage into blood mist in an instant. That strange power was enough to make an emperor frown. Yet, Yinan still stood with hands behind his back. The gray robe fluttered slightly. His murky gaze remained calm. He did not look at the 5 attacks. Instead, he slightly raised his head, gazing into the depths of the void. In his murky eyes reflected those 5 attacks, as well as something much deeper. That aura, he silently thought, the source, is not in the ancestor star of the overlord body. He attempted to trace back following that strange aura, seeking its true origin. But as soon as he made contact, he encountered an invisible resistance. That resistance was extraordinarily powerful and strange, as if some extremely ancient existence was deliberately concealing something. Interesting. Yinan thought of these 3 words in his heart. Then he withdrew his gaze. He looked at the 5 attacks that were already within arm's reach. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a slight arc. In that arc, there was no tension, no solemnity. Only a sense of faint regret. What a pity, he whispered to himself. Still can't find it. As his words fell, the 5 earth-shattering attacks had already crashed in front of him. Fist radiance, blade light, massive seal, golden bell, battle spear. The 5 attacks fell simultaneously. Boom! An explosion beyond description. An indescribable brilliance. An indescribable destruction. Centered around Yin, and the surrounding meteors and dead stars evaporated in an instant. The void was utterly shattered. Chaos energy surged wildly. The shockwave from the explosion even impacted the fleeing spectators, knocking them off balance and causing them to spit blood. Yet, when the light dissipated, everyone was stunned. Because that gray-robed figure still stood in place, standing with hands behind his back. The gray robe was unharmed. Not a single hair was out of place. And around him, those 5 earth-shattering attacks. The fist radiance shattered. The blade light was severed. The massive seal cracked. The golden bell collapsed. The battle spear broke. The 5 attacks, as if crashing into an invisible barrier, shattered inch by inch, transforming into countless light points scattering into the void. And Yinan only raised his right hand. His thin fingers gently clenched into a fist. Then, he waved towards the 5 perfected overlord bodies. With a gentle motion, boom! An invisible wave of energy burst forth. Where that wave passed, the 5 perfected overlord bodies all flew backwards, crashing through countless stars behind them, piercing through the layers of formations surrounding the ancestor star of the overlord body, spitting out golden blood. Their breath instantly weakened. Silence. The entire star domain fell into a deathly silence. Those fleeing spectators were frozen in place. Shen Wushuang's eyes were wide, his mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Mo Mai's blood-red eyes were filled with disbelief. Long Yuan directly knelt, unsure if it was from fear or shock. Wang Peng stared blankly at that gray-robed figure, speechless for a long time. For a long time, from an unknown restricted zone, a hoarse voice slowly emerged. A punch. The 5 perfected overlord bodies were actually repelled by him with a single punch. His strength is stronger than 100 years ago. Another voice trembled, stronger by more than 1-fold. 100 years ago, he killed 9 supreme beings and needed to use the sword of extermination, had to exert his utmost effort. But now, it was just a gentle wave. Silence. All supremes fell silent. In their eyes, there was nothing but fear. Outside the ancestral star of the body of supremacy, 5 formidable body of supremacy warriors struggled to stabilize their forms. Blood trickled from the corners of their mouths, their breaths were weak, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. One punch. Just one punch. The 5 formidable body of supremacy warriors combined their full strength in a joint attack, yet were crushed by Yinan's single strike. The recoil sent them spitting blood, their vitality waning. The gap between them was too vast, so immense that it birthed true fear within their hearts for the first time. But soon that fear was replaced by another emotion. Madness. Yinan, the central body of supremacy warriors, spoke, his voice hoarse, yet carrying an eerie calm. Do you think this is the end? He raised his hand, wiping away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth. Then he formed seals with both hands. An extremely ancient and bizarre sealing technique. As the sealing technique manifested, an even denser and more peculiar black light erupted from within him. This light seemed to emanate from the depths of the 9 hells, containing a power that transcended the laws of this realm. Brothers, he bellowed. Sacrifice. Merge. As his words fell, the other 4 formidable body of supremacy warriors simultaneously formed seals with their hands. The same sealing technique. The same black light. 5 beams of black light shot into the sky. They intertwined, merged, and entangled in the void. In that moment, an indescribable aura of terror erupted from the point where the 5 black lights converged. That aura was 10 times more terrifying than the combined might of the 5 formidable body of supremacy warriors. 100 times. Even 1,000 times. Wherever it passed, all laws, all paths, all existence trembled. All wailed. All submitted. As if that aura contained a supreme power that transcended all paths and did not belong to this realm. In the distance, those who had just ceased their fleeing turned pale once more. What? What is this? That aura. It's stronger than before. Countless times stronger. Shin Wushuang trembled, his eyes filled with despair. This is not the power of the body of supremacy. Absolutely not. In Mo Mice blood-red eyes, true fear emerged for the first time. That power does not belong to this realm. Long Yuan collapsed to the ground, devoid of the strength to flee. Wang Peng gritted his teeth, chaotic energy surged around him, yet he was still overwhelmed by that aura, struggling to breathe. In the Ziwei star domain, the eternal star domain, the Amidst ancient star domain. Countless life ancient stars at this moment all knelt on the ground. That aura, even across endless starry skies, still made their souls tremble. What is that? What exactly is it? The body of supremacy. How could it possess such power? They truly merged. The strength of that clan, merged by 5 ant-like formidable body of supremacy warriors. And it was a complete fusion, after merging their power far exceeded our peak capabilities. How? How is this possible? How did they manage to do this? No one answered. Only endless fear spread within the forbidden zone. Outside the ancestral star of the body of supremacy, the 5 beams of black light finally fully merged. The radiance dissipated. A figure appeared at the location. No longer 5, but 1. A towering presence, 10,000 zhang high, enveloped in eerie black light, its features indistinct. Its eyes were pure black, like 2 bottomless black holes swallowing all light. It looked down, gazing at Yinan. A cruel smile slowly crept across its lips. Yinan. It spoke, its voice no longer that of the 5 formidable body of supremacy warriors, but an extremely ancient and bizarre echo seemingly from another world. To force us to this point, you should be proud. Yinan looked up at it. For the first time, a trace of solemnity flickered in his murky eyes. Not because of the opponent's strength. Although that power was formidable, it was still insufficient in his eyes. What truly made him solemn was the essence of that power itself. That power contained a source that was extremely ancient and bizarre. That source made even his true immortal-level body instinctively emanate a trace of primal fear. It was a suppression at the level of life. A pressure from a higher dimension. This power. Yinan sighed. Indeed, it is not simple. The merged existence seemed to notice Yinan's solemnity. It laughed even more wildly, even more cruelly. Yinan, do you know why the sacred body lineage has become a nemesis to my body of supremacy lineage? It spoke, its voice reverberating through the universe. Because from the very beginning, the sacred body was prepared for my body of supremacy lineage. They are livestock being raised. They are the nutrients for cultivation. Their blood, their essence, everything about them, is to make us of the body of supremacy stronger. Throughout the ages, the so-called sacred bodies fighting against the heavens, the so-called guardians of all beings, were merely us of the body of supremacy waiting for them to mature. Once matured, it paused, grinning malevolently. It will be harvest time. As the words fell, a dead silence enveloped the universe. Then, an uproar. What? The sacred body is being raised? Throughout the ages, the sacred bodies fell in battle, and the body of supremacy lineage was waiting for them to mature. How? How is this possible? Countless cultivators found it hard to believe. Countless ancient stars of life erupted in uproar. Within the forbidden zone, all supremes were stunned. Raising sacred bodies. The body of supremacy lineage dared to do this. No wonder. No wonder the sacred bodies have had fewer victories than defeats against the body of supremacy throughout the ages. It turns out, the sacred body was merely fodder. This method is identical to that clan. Just like our dark turmoil. The body of supremacy lineage is indeed their cultivated chess piece. The supreme of the forbidden zone who absorbed the essence of life was said to have derived this method from a terrifying existence during ancient times in a certain formidable region of the universe. According to the rumors, that terrifying region is home to a horrifying race. They appear no different from all races, but their aura is extremely bizarre and their methods are even more terrifying. Though these rumors were merely passed down orally, the supreme of the forbidden zone knew they were not baseless. At this moment, somewhere in the starry sky, Yifan stood there. Across the endless starry sky, he heard that sentence. The sacred body is raised. It is nourishment. Once matured, it will be harvest time. He was stunned. Then an indescribable fury erupted from the depths of his heart. Body of supremacy. Yifan roared, his voice hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. You must die. And the master of that aura must die too. His blood surged, burning wildly. The essence of the sacred body boiled furiously. That fury nearly reduced him to ashes. But in the distance Yinan still stood there. He listened to the arrogant words of the merged entity, feeling Yi Fan's anger. Then he smiled. In that smile there was no anger, no anxiety. Just a kind of cold killing intent. Raising sacred bodies. Harvesting nutrients. He softly repeated. Then facing that towering existence he slowly spoke. From this day forth, I will settle the accounts of the sacred body lineage for them. You and that power behind you. None shall escape. Outside the origin star of the tyrant body, that towering figure fused from the 5 perfected tyrant bodies and enveloped in a strange black light, grinned menacingly as it lunged towards Yinan. Yinan died. He raised his hand and struck down. As his palm descended, the starry sky shattered. Within his palm lay the entirety of the 5 perfected tyrant bodies' power, further amplified by that terrifying black light. The might of this palm was enough to severely injure an ordinary emperor. Yinan looked up at the massive hand crashing down. A glimmer of faint interest flickered in his murky eyes. The true immortal body. He murmured softly. Just right, let's test its quality. With his words falling, he neither dodged nor evaded. He raised his right hand. His withered fingers pointed towards the sky-blocking giant palm, and a punch was thrown. The punch was silent as it was unleashed. There were no earth-shattering phenomena, no dazzling brilliance piercing through the starry river, only an unadorned punch light. Yet at the moment this punch light met the giant palm, boom. An indescribable explosion, an indescribable radiance, an indescribable destruction, centered around the two within a radius of tens of thousands of miles. All existence evaporated in an instant. The layers of imperial formations surrounding the origin star of the tyrant body shattered like fragile glass piece by piece. 360 Zhoutian formations, 720 Tai Chi formations, 1,444 symbols formations. Before the shockwave of the explosion, not even a breath could withstand. All shattered, turning into countless points of light. And that towering figure was sent flying by this punch. It crashed through countless stars behind it. It pierced through the atmosphere of the origin star of the tyrant body. It smashed deep into the origin star. What? The figure struggled to rise, its eyes filled with disbelief. Your power. How can it be so strong? Yinan did not reply. He took a step forward and vanished from his original spot. When he reappeared, he was already in the sky above the origin star in front of that figure. Another punch was thrown. Still the plain punch light. The figure roared, hands forming seals, black light swirling around, transforming into a black pillar of light that pierced through the heavens, meeting Yinan's fist. The fist and pillar collided once more. Boom. This time the black pillar shattered upon impact. The figure was sent flying again. A massive blood hole exploded open in its chest. Golden blood mixed with eerie black light splattering across the starry sky. No, it's impossible. It screamed for the first time. Its voice carried fear. I possess the power of 5 perfected tyrant bodies. I have the blessings of that race. How could you? How could you be so strong? Yinan did not answer. He stepped out again. Another punch was thrown. The third punch. The fourth punch. The fifth punch. One punch after another. Each punch heavier than the last. Each punch exploded a blood hole on that figure. Each punch drained its aura a little more. From its physical body to its secret techniques. From power to Tao principles. That figure was being suppressed and beaten by Yinan, without any power to fight back. In the distance the onlookers were completely stunned. Shen Wushuang's eyes were wide open, mouth agape enough to fit a fist. Is this still a human? The blood-red eyes of Mo Mei were filled with disbelief. The fusion of 5 perfected tyrant bodies, along with that strange power's blessing, being suppressed and beaten by Yi Tiandi. Long Yuan collapsed directly to the ground, trembling all over, unable to speak. Wang Peng stared intently at that figure in gray robes, his eyes filled with fervor and awe. Yi Tiandi, he murmured, just how strong are you? In the Ziwei star domain, eternal star domain, Amidst ancient star domain. Countless life, ancient stars, countless cultivators knelt on the ground looking up to the sky and shouting, Yi Tiandi is invincible. Long live Yi Tiandi. That fervor swept across the heavens. In the forbidden zone a supreme being exclaimed. His strength has surpassed too much compared to 100 years ago. So much. Another voice murmured, 100 years ago he killed 9 supreme beings, needing to use the sword of extermination, needing to exert his full strength. But now, with the fusion of 5 perfected tyrant bodies, plus the blessing of that race's power, he exploded them with his fists. What realm is this? No one answered, because no one knew the answer. But a terrifying thought flashed through everyone's mind. Red Dust Immortal. He might have truly reached that realm. Above the origin star of the tyrant body, Yinan threw another punch. This punch directly pierced through the figure's chest. Golden blood mixed with eerie black light poured down like a waterfall. That figure finally fell into utter fear. It trembled, staring at Yinan. And those pitch-black eyes were filled with despair and regret. Yinan. It spoke voice. You won. But don't gloat. That race will not let you go. They are more terrifying than you think. Yinan looked at him, remaining silent. He slowly retracted his fist. The figure thought he was going to stop a glimmer of hope flashing in its eyes. But the next moment, Yinan raised his hand and gently grasped at him. With his withered fingers, he grasped the air. Bang! The figure's body exploded like a burst balloon, turning into countless intertwining golden and black points of light scattering in the starry sky. The 5 perfected tyrant bodies, along with the blessing of that strange power, ended in complete ruin, both form and spirit annihilated. However, at the moment the figure fell, an extremely weak and bizarre black light quietly escaped from its shattered body. It raced towards the depths of the universe. That was not the power of the tyrant body. That was the essence of that strange power. Yinan's gaze sharpened. Trying to escape, he stepped forward to pursue. But at that moment, the direction in which the black light fled caused him to pause slightly. That direction was not random, but rather, it seemed to have a trace to follow, as if something there was. That direction. Yinan frowned slightly. He fell silent for a moment. Then a cold arc slowly formed at the corner of his mouth. Interesting. So your lair is there. He did not rush to chase. He simply stood quietly in the starry sky, gazing at the direction where the black light vanished. Behind him, the onlookers finally came back to their senses. The tyrant body has been destroyed. The 5 perfected tyrant bodies, all dead. Yi Tiandi has won. Yi Tiandi has won. The cheers shook the heavens. But Yinan paid no heed. He merely gazed in that direction. Outside the ancestral star of the Bati, Yinan withdrew his gaze from the depths of the universe and turned around. With a single step, he arrived before Yifan. At this moment, Yifan's blood and energy were still surging, and the anger in his eyes had not fully subsided. The words of the fused existence earlier were like a knife stabbing deeply into his heart. The predecessors of the holy body lineage shed blood across the sky to protect all living beings. Yet he was told that they were merely livestock raised by the Bati lineage, waiting to be matured as nourishment. This humiliation, this anger, made Yifan wish he could tear the Bati lineage to shreds with his own hands. Senior. Yifan clasped his fists, his voice hoarse. Yinan looked at him, a complex glint flashing in his murky eyes. Anger. Yifan nodded. Then go vent it. Yinan raised his hand and pointed towards the ancestral star of the Bati. That massive golden ancient star had all its outer imperial arrays shattered, and the 5 terrifying auras deep within the ancestral star had completely dissipated. All that was left were the panicking people of the Bati lineage, along with endless wealth and resources. Go destroy the Bati lineage. Yinan's voice was calm, as if discussing a trivial matter. Empty their coffers. Consider it a small interest payment for the predecessors of the holy body lineage. Yifan was stunned. He looked up at Yinan. In those murky eyes there was no killing intent, no anger. Only a sense of approval. As if to say, go, I have your back. A fiery light suddenly burst forth in Yifan's eyes. Thank you, Senior. He bowed deeply. Then he turned around, gazing at the ancestral star of the Bati. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a smile. In that smile there was excitement, killing intent, and a hint of anticipation. Robbing the house. He was skilled at it, especially when it came to robbing his enemies. He had never been soft-hearted. With a single step, Yifan transformed into a streak of golden light, shooting towards the ancestral star of the Bati. In the distance, the onlookers were momentarily stunned upon witnessing this scene. Then they exclaimed, Yifan is heading to the ancestral star of the Bati. Is this to rob the house? The gaze of Shun Wushuang flickered. Without hesitation, he followed suit. Robbing the Bati lineage's house. Such a grand event, how could he miss it? A hint of excitement flashed in Mo Mai's blood-red eyes as she transformed into a streak of blood light, closely following. Long Yuan struggled to rise, gritting his teeth, and followed as well. Though the Golden Dragon clan had no ties with the Bati lineage, watching the commotion was always thrilling. Moreover, the actions of the Bati lineage today had already incited everyone's wrath. The holy body lineage had long protected all living beings, yet the Bati lineage treated the holy body like livestock. Such behavior was no different from the supreme beings of the Forbidden Zones. What was the difference from the butchers of dark turmoil? Now that the Bati lineage had fallen, not stepping in to kick them would be a disservice to oneself. Wang Peng said nothing, merely following silently behind Yifan. He was both a rival and a comrade to Yifan. At such times they naturally stood shoulder to shoulder. In an instant, dozens of streaks of light flew towards the ancestral star of the Bati. In the Z-Way star domain. Before the sky-watching mirror, countless cultivators were first stunned, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Rob the house. Rob the house of the Bati lineage. The holy Bati lineage has protected us for generations, yet the Bati lineage treats them like this. It's time to rob. Rob fiercely. If it weren't for the distance, I would want to go too. The white-haired old sage wept tears of joy. Finally, someone has sought justice for the holy Bati lineage. The Bati lineage deserves their fate. In the eternal star domain, the fleet commander suddenly stood up, waving his hand. Immediately, adjust the observation equipment. Live broadcast Yi Fan's robbery. Let everyone see the fate of the Bati lineage. The elderly technological cultivator excitedly operated the instruments. All right. In the Amidst ancient star domain, the old monk pressed his palms together, quietly chanting scriptures. Yet in his murky old eyes there was a flicker of satisfaction. Goodness. Goodness. The Bati lineage has brought this upon themselves. They cannot live. The grievances of the holy Bati lineage today will finally be vindicated. At the ancestral star of the Bati, Yi Fan descended at the core of the ancestral star before the colossal hall, made entirely of golden divine metal. The great doors of the hall had already swung wide open. Inside there were panicking members of the Bati lineage. The old, weak women and children kneeled on the ground. At the forefront was Jean Wudi, the previously arrogant head of the Bati family, who now looked ashen and trembled all over. He saw Yi Fan, his lips quivering, wanting to say something, begging for mercy, threats, negotiation. But Yi Fan did not give him the opportunity. Get out of the way. Yi Fan uttered 2 words. Then he strode into the great hall. Jean Wudi did not dare to stop him. He didn't even dare to look up, because he knew who was standing behind Yi Fan at this moment. That old man in gray robes was currently standing in the starry sky outside the ancestral star of the Bati, hands behind his back. He did not enter, but his presence was the greatest deterrent. Who dared to touch a single hair of Yi Fan? Whoever moved would die. Yi Fan made his way unimpeded. He walked through the great hall, through the forbidden grounds, and through the treasury. Wherever he passed, all restrictions and defenses fell flat before the blood and energy of the holy body. He saw the accumulation of the Bati lineage over millions of years, heaps of divine sources, mountains of holy medicines, rows of imperial weapon replicas, bundles of ancient scrolls, and a massive blood pool. In the blood pool lay a light golden liquid. That was holy blood. It was the essence blood extracted from the holy bodies hunted by the Bati lineage throughout the generations. Yi Fan stood by the blood pool silent. He reached out, gently touching the light golden liquid. Within the liquid it seemed the unwillingness and anger of the past holy bodies still lingered. Predecessors. Yi Fan murmured, his voice hoarse. Your blood has not flowed in vain. Today I will seek justice for you. He turned to look at the crowd that had followed. Shen Wushuang, Mo Mei Long Yuan. Take whatever you want for yourselves. But there's one rule. He pointed to the blood pool. This pool of holy blood is off limits to everyone. This is the relic of the holy Bati lineage, and I will take it back to the burial emperor star for burial. The crowd nodded with no objections. This was only right. Thus, robbing the house officially began. Shen Wushuang took a few ancient scrolls from the Bati lineage which were needed by his divine clan. Mo Mei took a few holy medicines which were resources she needed for cultivating her demonic arts. Long Yuan took a massive piece of dragon-shaped divine metal, excellent material for the Golden Dragon clan to forge divine weapons. Wang Peng took nothing, merely standing beside Yi Fan, keeping watch. Others each took some items, but did not dare to be too greedy. After all, this was Yi Fan's robbery, and they were merely following along for some scraps. Yi Fan himself collected all the divine sources, holy medicines, imperial weapon replicas, and that pool of holy blood. His storage artifact was nearly full, but it was still not enough. He felt that the Bati lineage had deeper secrets, until he reached the deepest part of the great hall. There he found a stone door. The stone door was inscribed with dense runes. Those runes were extremely ancient and exceedingly strange. They resembled the black light on the 5 perfected Bati forms before. Yi Fan's pupils constricted. This is... He raised his hand, wanting to push open the stone door. But at that moment, a withered hand pressed on his shoulder. Yi Fan turned around. Yinan, who he did not know when it stood behind him. Senior. Yinan gazed at him and shook his head. This gate cannot be opened, yet. Inside lies something you are not yet ready to confront. Yi Fan paused, then nodded. He did not ask why, for he trusted Yinan implicitly. Yinan turned his gaze, settling upon the stone gate. A flicker of solemnity crossed his clouded eyes. That aura, thicker, stranger, even more potent than when the 5 perfected tyrant-bodied cultivators had fused together. And More complete. So it is. He murmured softly to himself. Your lair extends far beyond this. He withdrew his gaze and looked toward Yifan. Let us go. Today's journey ends here. Yifan nodded, casting one final glance at the stone gate before turning away. Behind him the gate stood silent and still. What lay beyond that gate? No one knew. But Yinan knew. He would return soon. To open it. To see what truly lay hidden within. Beyond the tyrant body ancestral star. Observers watched Yifan and his companions depart laden with triumph, eyes shimmering with envy. Yet they understood this was Yifan's due. For 10,000 generations the sacred body lineage had shielded all sentient beings, and today at last received a measure of recompense. Though such recompense paled beside the sacrifices of past sacred body cultivators. It marked at least a beginning. Yifan stepped before Yinan and bowed deeply. Thank you, senior. Yinan regarded him, giving a slight nod. Go, cultivate well. This world holds countless matters awaiting your hand. Yifan nodded firmly. He turned, gazing into the fathomless depths of the starry void. Within his eyes burned a fierce, unquenchable flame of war. The tyrant body lineage had fallen. Yet that eerie force remained. The shadowed mastermind remained. And so too did whatever lay beyond that gate. Awaiting his exploration. Awaiting his conquest. This path stretched long ahead. In this life, he would shatter the sacred body's shackles and break the ancient curse forbidding its ascension to emperorhood. Beyond the tyrant body ancestral star, Yifan transformed into a streak of golden light soaring deep along the ancient stellar path. Behind him the onlookers gradually dispersed. Shen Wushuang Mo Mei Long Yuan Wang Peng. Each departed with private thoughts. This battle had revealed too much. The fall of 5 perfected tyrant-bodied cultivators. A mere sliver of that uncanny power. And, above all, the unfathomable strength of Yi Tiandi. Time was needed to digest it all. And at this very moment, the figure clad in gray robes had vanished utterly. No one noticed when he left. No one could trace even the faintest echo of his departure. The Ziwei stellar domain. Before the heaven-viewing mirror, countless cultivators frantically scanned the void. Where is Yi Tiandi? How has he disappeared? Quick, adjust the angle. Expand the search radius. Yet no matter how fiercely they strained, how precisely they calibrated, how widely they cast their net, they found nothing. Yinan had dissolved like a droplet of water into the cosmos, leaving not a single trace. The eternal stellar domain. The fleet commander stared grimly at the holographic display, brow furrowed. Gone again. Just as a century ago. How does Yi Tiandi conceal himself so perfectly? The aged technomancer sighed, shaking his head. Unfathomable. With our eternal stellar domain's technology, even sovereigns can be tracked, albeit barely. Yet Yi Tiandi is utterly beyond detection. The Tai Chu ancient mind. Silence reigned within the stone sarcophagus. Long moments passed. Then a hoarse voice broke the stillness. Gone again. Completely undetectable. Another voice trembled. Could he already be watching us? Silence fell once more. Every sovereign felt an icy dread rise from the base of their spines. If Yinan truly observed them in secret, if he struck without warning, could they withstand him? The answer was no. Fear coiled like a glacial serpent around each sovereign's heart. Deep within the wheel of reincarnation sea, that ancient eerie aura surged violently. Gone. Gone again. Where has he gone? What does he intend? No one answered. Only boundless anxiety spread through the depths of the wheel of reincarnation sea. The emperor-burying star. In the eastern wastelands outside an unnamed small city, the sun sank low, bathing the land in amber twilight. An old man in gray robes leaned upon a wooden staff, his back bent with age, slowly walking into the town. It was Yinan. He had suppressed every trace of his cultivation aura, indistinguishable from any ordinary frail elder nearing life's end. Crowds flowed past, not a single soul glanced twice. He traversed the streets, wove through the throng, and halted before a dilapidated earth god shrine at the city's edge. He paused, raised his gaze, looked afar. In that direction lies the wheel of reincarnation sea, one of the 7 life-forbidden zones, and the weakest among them. A flicker of contemplation lit Yinan's clouded eyes. He did not pursue that eerie aura directly. Reason warned him it was too soon. The entity behind that aura was profoundly unnatural, even with a true immortal-grade physical body. Even with cultivation refined to the peak of flawless emperorhood, he sensed danger in rushing forth unprepared. That was no ordinary power. It emanated from a higher dimension, from an existence older than time itself. It demanded greater preparation, greater capital. System, Yinan silently called out in his mind. No cold mechanical voice responded. Yet he knew it was always there. Since its binding, every time he slew an enemy above the quasi-emperor realm, the system granted rewards. Passive, predictable, like immutable cosmic law. But this time, Yinan wished to act deliberately. If killing quasi-emperors yields rewards, he pondered inwardly. What of sovereigns? What of forbidden zone lords? What of avatars of those ancient, uncanny entities? The answer surely would be immense. Yet the target must be chosen with care. Not too strong, lest he falter. Not too weak, lest the reward prove meager. After careful deliberation, the wheel of reincarnation C was ideal. Of the 7 life-forbidden zones, the wheel of reincarnation C was indeed the weakest. This was no assumption. It was the conclusion drawn after 9 millennia of observation. He had begun studying the world long before attaining Tao immortality. Through first-hand witnessing through ancient texts, all confirmed the wheel of reincarnation C was weakest. Fewest sovereigns resided within. Shallowest foundations. Most conventional methods. You shall be my first mark. Yinan gazed toward the wheel of reincarnation C, a glint of icy sharpness flashing in his clouded eyes. He recalled his first entry into the wheel of reincarnation C a century ago, the terror of that skeletal sovereign, its desperate, humiliated flight after reaching peak transcendence. He recalled the far older, deeper aura concealed within the sea's abyss. That presence should. A faint, subtle curve lifted the corners of Yinan's lips. No malice, no tension, only the calm, absolute stillness of a hunter who has locked onto his prey. First I shall test myself against the wheel of reincarnation C. See what reward the system grants for slaying a forbidden zone lord. Then, he looked deep into the cosmos, toward the direction where that eerie black light had vanished. I shall come for you next. The sun sank lower. Its golden light stretched Yinan's hunched silhouette across the earth, long and quiet. Leaning on his wooden staff, he stepped slowly from the shrine, disappearing into the gathering dusk, walking steadily toward the wheel of reincarnation C. Step by step, neither hurried nor hesitant. Like an ordinary elder strolling toward life's quiet end at twilight. The sun dipped below the horizon. The twilight like a veil enveloped the mountain path leading from the east wilderness to the northern border. Yinan leaned on his wooden staff, hunching his back, taking slow, deliberate steps. He did not draw upon any cultivation. He did not invoke any divine powers. He resembled an ordinary old man walking alone along the mountain path toward an unknown destination as dusk fell. After walking for about half an hour, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Also, the sound of a sword's chime, faint yet sharp. Yinan did not turn around, but the footsteps behind him came to a halt. Old man, a young voice called out, tinged with a bit of kindness and curiosity. It's almost dark. Are you heading north all alone? Yinan paused, slowly turning around. Behind him stood 7 or 8 young people. At the forefront was a young lad. He had sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a handsome face surrounded by a faint aura of sword energy. The sword energy was exceptionally pure and sharp, yet subtly restrained. Yinan's murky gaze fell upon the young man. He slightly narrowed his eyes. This is... A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. The sword energy within the young man was not something a typical swordsman possessed. That energy originated from his very essence, merging with his entirety. It was not cultivated through effort. Instead it was innate. Chaos sword body. Yinan silently uttered these 4 words in his heart. Such a physique was extremely rare. Rare to the point that in his over 9,000 years of life, he had only seen a few fleeting records of it in ancient texts. The chaos body is renowned for its affinity with all paths, considered the most unfathomable physique of the human race. The holy body and tyrant body are physically invincible, hailed as the strongest physiques. And the chaos sword body possesses the strengths of both. It has the inscrutable affinity with all paths and the overpowering offensive capabilities. In terms of slaughter, the chaos sword body is deemed the foremost. I never expected, in this lifetime, such a physique would emerge. Yinan mused internally, his expression remaining stoic. He merely nodded, slightly rasping. Yes, head north. The young man scrutinized him, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. This old man exhibited no fluctuations of cultivation at all. Even his vitality seemed exceedingly weak. He looked like an ordinary elderly mortal with little time left. But why was he heading north alone? The north was a wasteland rife with demonic beasts. A mortal entering would likely not survive 3 days. Old man, where are you headed? The young man asked again. Yinan looked at him, a flicker of contemplation flashing through his murky eyes. Then he slowly spoke, reincarnation C. Upon uttering these 3 words, the 7 or 8 young people behind the young man were taken aback. Then, reincarnation C. Someone exclaimed. Old man, do you know what kind of place the reincarnation sea is? It's a zone of death. No one who enters has ever returned alive. As a mortal, what business do you have going to the reincarnation sea? The young man was also stunned. He looked at Yin in disbelief evident in his eyes. Old man, you must be joking, right? Yin offered no explanation. He simply regarded him quietly. The young man felt a bit uneasy under his gaze, scratching his head. Old man, regardless of where you're headed, it's getting dark and the road isn't safe. Why don't you walk with us for a while? We're heading north as well, to the ancient city of the northern border. With us around, at least you can be safe. Yin looked at him, and a faint trace of a smile flickered in the depths of his murky eyes. This child had a decent disposition. All right. He nodded. The young man grinned widely, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Then let's go. By the way, old man, I'm called Jianni. What do you go by, eh? Jianni. Yin silently repeated the name in his heart. My surname is Yi, he rasped. Just call me Yi Lao. All right. Yi Lao. Jianni cheerfully called out, having a young man assist Yin as they set off together. The group continued north. Along the way, Yin chatted with Jianni. Through their conversation, he learned Jianni was 19 years old, orphaned since childhood, and a scattered cultivator. With no master to guide him and no resources, he relied solely on his own exploration for cultivation. Yet even so, he had already reached the pinnacle of the Transformation Dragon's secret realm, a mere step away from the immortal platform. A scattered cultivator. Yin was once again astonished. No master, no resources, yet achieving the peak of Transformation Dragon at 19. Such talent was simply astounding. What was even more astonishing was, Jianni seemed completely unaware of his unique physique. Yi Lao, don't be fooled by my current cultivation level. Ooh, I actually just fumble through it. Jianni scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. I don't know why, but I just have a special feeling for swords. I can learn any sword technique after just watching it once. Any sword in my hands comes alive. Some say I'm a swordsmanship genius, but I think. He pondered, perhaps it's just a passion. Yin watched him, a flicker of complexity flashing in his murky eyes. The chaos sword body. The rarest and most formidable physique for slaughter in the ages. Those who possess it are inherently in resonance with the path of the sword, advancing in sword techniques at an astonishing rate. They may not even need to cultivate. Simply being in the company of swords allows them to grow stronger. Such a physique, if discovered by those major powers, would have long been treated as a treasure. Yet this child before him remained blissfully unaware. He was still smug about his little talent. What cultivation technique do you practice? Yin asked. Cultivation technique. Jianni was taken aback. I don't have a cultivation technique. I just learn from watching others practice. Sometimes I pick up some broken ancient texts and practice the sword moves written in them. And that's how I've gotten to where I am now. Yin fell silent. No cultivation technique. No resources. No master. All relying on his own exploration. 19 years old, peak of Transformation Dragon. Such talent was simply terrifying. By the way, Yi Lao, Jianni suddenly remembered something. You just mentioned wanting to go to the Reincarnation Sea. Yin nodded. As a mortal, what do you want to go to the Reincarnation Sea for? Jianni questioned, confusion evident on his face. That place, or I've heard of it, it's particularly sinister. No one has ever come out alive after entering. If you go, isn't that? He hesitated to say suicide, but the implication was clear. Yin looked at him, a faint smile flickering in his murky eyes. To the Reincarnation Sea. He paused, to slay the Supreme. The words fell silent. Instantly the entire party stilled. Every pair of eyes turned toward Yin, strange, almost incredulous. Jianni froze. Then, he burst into laughter. Elder Yi, you truly amuse me. Kill a sovereign. You, a mortal, kill a sovereign. A few young cultivators behind him joined in chuckling. Elder, do you even know what a sovereign is? They are ancient emperors slumbering within forbidden realms. Mere glances from them can obliterate a saint. You intend to kill one. With what? With your gaze, eh? Laughter rippled through the group. Light, unmalicious, born purely of amusement at this frail elder's whimsy. Yin offered no explanation. He simply gazed quietly at Jianni. After a moment, Jianni noticed Yin wasn't smiling, and awkwardly stifled his own mirth. Elder Yi, you're serious? Yes. Yin nodded. Jianni scratched his head, speechless. A pause lingered. Then suddenly, Elder Yi, your surname Yi, correct? Yes. Then, a flicker of hope lit Jianni's eyes. Are you Yi Tiandi? Yi Tiandi. The name alone hushed the group once more. All eyes converged on Yin, curious, expectant, yet tinged with disbelief. Yi Tian, he who slew 9 sovereigns. He who single-handedly eradicated the overbearing body lineage. The most legendary figure of this era. Could this elderly man, frail as an autumn candle, possibly be him? Yin looked at Jianni. Into those pure, luminous eyes were shown admiration, yearning, and the reverent awe of youth toward true strength. Yi Tiandi. Yin repeated softly, then slowly shook his head. No, I am merely an old man nearing his grave. The light in Jian Yi's eyes dimmed, briefly, yet it soon rekindled warm and bright. Of course not you. How could you possibly be Yi Tiandi? Surely such a being still wages war among the starry deeps. Why would he walk beside us, mere fledgling cultivators, hey? He paused, eyes alight with longing. I only wish to one day stand before Yi Tiandi himself, to behold with my own eyes the legend who slew sovereigns and shattered the overbearing body lineage. Yinan said nothing. Only a faint fleeting smile shimmered deep within his clouded eyes. The party pressed northward. Jian Yi walked beside, Yinan glancing at him often, curiosity dancing in his gaze. Elder Yi, he ventured. When you spoke of killing a sovereign in the sea of reincarnation, was that truly your intent? Yinan leaned upon his wooden staff step by deliberate step. Jian Yi scratched his head. But there's not a trace of cultivation aura about you. Not even a sovereign. You couldn't defeat a mere beast, could you? A few youths gathered closer. Indeed, Elder. Your constitution likely couldn't withstand even the outer miasma of the sea of reincarnation. They say gray mist lingers there eternally. Even saints tread cautiously within. They left the rest unsaid. Yet their meaning was clear. Yinan offered no explanation, only let his clouded gaze sweep across the youths. No mockery lingered in their eyes. Only concern, and a quiet, sincere respect. Do you think I'm speaking nonsense? Yinan asked. Jian Yi shook his head. Never. Though mortal you dare speak of slaying a sovereign in the sea of reincarnation, that courage alone commands reverence. We cultivators honor above all those bold enough to challenge the impossible, even if strength falls short, even if the deed remains unfulfilled, the heart behind it is genuine. He paused, earnest. So we will never mock your words, only worry for you. Yinan met his gaze. In those pure eyes, no falsehood, no artifice. Well done. Yinan murmured, softly as if to himself, yet unmistakably affirmation. Jian Yi grinned, flashing white teeth. By the way, Elder Yi, have you heard of returning to simplicity? Some venerable cultivators say true masters, when cultivation reaches its zenith, appear utterly ordinary, indistinguishable from mortals. No aura, no resonance, just plain unremarkable. Yet beneath lies unfathomable depth. His eyes gleamed with wonder. Might such beings walk among us now? Perhaps someone like Yi Tiandi. Yinan gazed at him, silent. Jian Yi answered himself, scratching his head again. Though surely not. Such beings would have already rent the void, gone straight to the sea of reincarnation. The party continued onward. Night thickened. They made camp in a sheltered mountain hollow. A fire crackled, banishing the chill. Jian Yi sat cross-legged beside it, a simple longsword resting across his knees, recovered from a ruined temple, rusted and nicked along the blade. Yet he cherished it, polishing it daily. That sword's dreadful, one youth remarked. It's flawed, but it fits my... Jian Yi smiled and drew the blade, wiping it gently. Moonlight caught its pitted surface, revealing faintly a silvery gleam. Yinan sat opposite the fire, watching. A thoughtful glint stirred in his clouded eyes. Jian Yi looked up. Elder Yi, when you cultivate the sword, have you ever contemplated what is the sword, eh? Jian Yi hesitated. What is the sword? He lowered his gaze to the rusted blade. It is a sword. To slay enemies, to shield oneself, to sever all things. Yinan shook his head. No. Jian Yi blinked, bewildered. Then what is the sword? Yinan did not answer directly. Instead, he said gently, close your eyes and feel the sword in your hand. Jian Yi obeyed. Do not think of its material, its rank, its origin. Feel only it. Jian Yi fell silent. Embers popped softly. Long moments passed. He opened his eyes, clarity dawning within them. The sword is the sword. Yet it is also part of me. When I hold it, I am the sword, and the sword... A faint subtle smile curved Yinan's lips. Continue. Jian Yi closed his eyes once more, deeper this time. The rusted blade trembled faintly in his grasp, emitting a soft, resonant hum. This is... sword resonance. Brother Jian Yi's sword is singing? Yinan remained silent, watching serene. This child, his insight is truly extraordinary. In the days that followed, the team continued to head north. Yinan leaned on his wooden staff, walking slowly. Jian Yi walked beside him, occasionally asking questions. However, there was a difference. Every night when they set up camp, Yinan would say a few words about the sword. It was quite ordinary. It felt casual, like a well-traveled elder casually offering insights during a chat. Yet each sentence plunged Jian Yi into deep thought. Then, his swordsmanship would improve the next day. On the third day, his sword energy would become purer. On the fourth day, his sword intent would solidify. On the 10th day, the team halted, preparing to enter the ancient city of the north for a rest. Jian Yi stood on the edge of a cliff, facing the morning sun, and drew his sword. With one slash, the sword light streaked across the sky. In the distance, a towering rock shattered in response. The cut was as smooth as a mirror. Behind him, the young men stared in astonishment. Is this still the peak of transforming into a dragon? This strike could probably sever the celestial platform, right? Jianyi himself was also taken aback. He looked down at the rusty sword in his hand. The rust seemed to have faded a little. The blade appeared to shine a bit more. He turned and looked at Yinan. Yi Lao I. Yinan leaned on his staff, standing in the morning light, his murky eyes gazing at him calmly. Not bad, he said softly. You've made significant progress in these 10 days. Jianyi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but Yinan had already turned and continued walking north. Let's go. We're almost at the reincarnation sea. Jianyi looked at the stooped figure, a complex light flashing in his eyes. Over these 10 days, he had made progress every day. Every day, he could feel that mysterious understanding. And all those insights came from this seemingly frail. Who exactly is he? Why is his understanding of the sword so profound? Why do the words he casually utters open up new realms of understanding for him? Could it be? A thought flashed through Jianyi's mind. But then he shook his head. Impossible. Such an existence couldn't possibly be here. How could he have walked with them for 10 days? But what if? He looked at the stooped figure growing more distant and hurried to catch up. Outside, the ancient city of the north, dusk fell heavily and the cold wind cut like a knife. In the distance, a gray mist was vaguely visible on the horizon, swirling like a slumbering giant beast breathing. That was the direction of the reincarnation sea. The team came to a halt. The young men looked at the gray mist, fear evident in their eyes. We've finally arrived. One murmured, his voice trembling. Is that the reincarnation sea? Just looking at it makes me feel uneasy. Another person shrank back, saying, I've heard that the gray mist there can even devour the divine sense of saints. If we go any further, we're afraid. He did not finish. But everyone understood. Going further meant entering a forbidden area. That was a place that practitioners of their level should never tread. Jianyi stood at the front of the group, gazing at the gray mist with a frown. Then he turned and looked at Yinan. Yi Lao, do you really want to go? Yinan leaned on his staff, his stooped back, facing the gray mist. He nodded. Jianyi opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but swallowed it back. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath, as if making a great decision. Then I'll go with you. The team instantly fell silent. The young men were all stunned. Brother Jianyi, are you crazy? That's the reincarnation sea. Going in will lead to death. Yi Lao is just a mortal. He might not even reach the core of the forbidden area before collapsing. Why do you want to go with him? Jianyi ignored them. He only looked at Yinan. In his eyes there shone a determined light. Yi Lao, I will follow you. Yinan looked at him, a hint of surprise flashing in his murky eyes. Aren't you afraid of death? Jianyi shook his head. I am, but I fear more regretting it. He paused and said seriously, in these 10 days you have taught me a lot. Although you always say you are just an old man, I can feel that you are not an ordinary person. Your understanding of the sword is deeper than those so-called great powers. The words you casually utter can lead to my enlightenment. You dare to go to the reincarnation sea to kill the supreme. This courage and confidence are certainly not feigned. So, I want to follow you. One is, I worry about you. Although you are a master, if along the way you need someone to run errands or scout, I can help a bit. The second is, he scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. I want to see how a true strong person fights. I want to see how you kill the supreme. I want to know what the ultimate sword path is. Yinan looked at him. He gazed into those pure and fervent eyes. After a long time, a faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Then follow along. Jianyi's eyes lit up. Really? Yinan nodded. Jianyi turned and looked at his companions. What about you? The young men exchanged glances. One said softly, Brother Jianyi, we won't be going with you. Although Yi Lao may truly be a master after all, it is the reincarnation sea. With our level, going in is just seeking death. We will wait for you to come back. Jianyi did not press them. He nodded. All right. Take care of yourself. He turned and walked to Yinan's side. Yinan leaned on his staff, stooped, and took one step after another toward the gray mist. Jianyi closely followed behind. The young men behind them watched their figures growing more distant, speechless for a long time. After a while, one murmured, What do you think? Who is Yi Lao really? No one answered. Only the cold wind blew through, stirring up the dry leaves on the ground. In the dusk, two figures, one old and one young, walked farther and farther toward the reincarnation sea. Yinan continued to walk slowly, step by step, like a true old man stubbornly walking toward the end in the final moments of life. Jianyi walked beside him, glancing at him from time to time. His mind was swirling with thoughts. Who exactly is Yi Lao? Why do his words and actions, though seemingly ordinary, always feel so unfathomable? Why does he dare to venture into the reincarnation sea alone? Why does he speak of killing the supreme as casually as if he were saying having a meal. Could it be? He really is. Jian Yi's heart flashed with that name. Yi Tiandi. But he shook his head again. No way. Someone like Yi Tiandi should be battling in the depths of the starry sky. How could he appear here? But what if? What if it really is? He took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. Regardless of whether it is or not, it is right to follow along. In the distance, that gray mist was getting closer and closer. The reincarnation sea was right in front of them. The gray mist surged. Yinan leaned on his wooden staff, his back hunched, stepping cautiously into the sea of reincarnation. Jian Yi followed closely behind, his heart racing. He gripped the rusty sword tightly, every muscle tensed, ready to confront any impending danger. However, he had walked 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 10 miles. Nothing happened. The gray mist continued to swirl silently, enveloping him without any aggression. In fact, as the mist approached within 3 feet of Yi, then it would retreat on its own, as if encountering something terrifying. Jian Yi was stunned. What? What is happening? He muttered, disbelief filling his eyes. Isn't the gray mist of the sea of reincarnation supposed to devour the divine consciousness of saints? Why? Why does it have no effect on us at all? Yinan did not answer. He simply continued to walk forward. Jian Yi scratched his head, suppressing his confusion, and followed him. Deep within the sea of reincarnation, the Isle of Bones. The island, formed from countless skeletal remains, quietly floated atop the black abyss. At the center of the island, on a massive throne of bones, the skeletal sovereign lay in deep slumber. Suddenly, its eyes snapped open. Within its eye sockets, 2 clusters of pale soul fire flickered violently. Someone has intruded, it roared, its voice hoarse and violent. Damn it, who dares disturb my slumber? It sprang up abruptly, the decayed bones shining with grayish-white reincarnation runes. The terrifying pressure of the sovereign surged like a tangible tide towards the entrance of the sea of reincarnation. However, just as its divine sense swept across the hunched gray-robed figure, the soul fire suddenly froze. That is. Its tone instantly changed from violent to terrified. Yinan. What is he doing here? The skeletal sovereign trembled, its bones creaking as if about to fall apart. It recalled the battle from 100 years ago, the humiliation of having to flee in disgrace, and Yinan's ability to shatter the reincarnation forbidden domain with a mere wave of his hand. It remembered. The sky-splitting sovereign, the soul-eating sovereign, the blood-slaughter sovereign. Those companions who were slain by Yinan with a single sword strike. Fear like a cold snake coiled around its heart. What does he want? The skeletal sovereign trembled, its divine sense frantically scanning the sea of reincarnation. Everyone wake up. Wake up. Yinan has come. Across the sea of reincarnation. Deep in the abyss. At the end of the gray mist. In the rift of the void. One after another, the dormant sovereign presences were abruptly awakened. Some opened their eyes, the soul fire flickering within their eye sockets. Others sat up, their decayed bodies creaking. Some rose from their stone coffins, surrounded by a deathly aura. A total of more than 10. A dozen sovereigns awakened simultaneously. Their divine senses converged, instantly locking onto the gray-robed figure entering the sea of reincarnation. Then, they fell into collective silence. It's him. Yinan. What is he doing? Fear spread through the sovereign's divine sense. No one dared to act rashly. No one dared to release their pressure. Not even dared to speak loudly. They simply stared fixedly at that figure, watching him step by step, delving deeper into the sea of reincarnation. Within the sea of reincarnation, there were not only sovereigns. There were their descendants, servants, and subordinates. Those beings, ranging from saints to quasi-emperors, relied on the protection of sovereigns, acting arrogantly and imperiously. At this moment, they were all stunned, because they noticed that the presence of their sovereign had suddenly become extremely strange. It was not anger. It was not killing intent. But fear. What is happening? One servant at the saint level asked softly. The sovereigns. Why are they not reacting? Someone has invaded the forbidden zone. They should immediately take action to eliminate them. Another servant shook his head, his face pale. I don't know. But he gazed at the gray-robed figure, terror filling his eyes. That person gives me an indescribable fear, even if he seems just an ordinary person. But I feel that if I touch even a hair on him, I would die. Similar conversations played out across the sea of reincarnation. No one dared to move. No one dared to make a sound. Not even dared to breathe loudly. They simply watched in shock as the gray-robed figure, accompanied by a youth, stepped closer and closer into the depths of the sea of reincarnation. Unhindered, as if in a realm devoid of beings. Behind Yinan, Jian Yi grew increasingly confused. He had originally thought that upon entering the sea of reincarnation, he would encounter various terrifying existences. There would be a fierce battle. He might even die here. But the reality was, nothing had happened along the way. No sovereign had made a move. No servants intercepted him. Not even a single beast encountered. The entire sea of reincarnation was terrifyingly silent. So silent. It felt eerie. Yi Lao. Jenny couldn't help but ask softly. Why is the sea of reincarnation so quiet? Isn't it said that this is a forbidden zone for life? Why is there not even a ghostly shadow? Yinan did not turn back. He simply leaned on his staff, continuing to walk forward. Perhaps. He rasped. They are all busy. Jian-Yi was taken aback. Busy? What could the sovereigns be busy with? Busy sleeping. He scratched his head, unable to comprehend. But since Yi Lao said so, it must be true. He continued to follow along, yet a strange thought began to arise in his mind. This forbidden zone for life didn't seem as terrifying as the legends claimed. Wandering freely without any obstruction. Not a single person blocking their way. It was simply easier than strolling through one's own backyard. Deep within the sea of reincarnation, the sovereigns exchanged divine senses, frantically communicating. He is heading towards the core. What does he want? Could it be he intends to annihilate the sea of reincarnation? No, that can't be Kinet. He has no reason to do so. Reason? Does he need a reason to kill sovereigns? Has the body of domination provoked him? Haven't they been wiped out too? Fear spread in the hearts of the sovereigns. They stared intently at the gray-robed figure, watching him step closer and closer. Finally, one sovereign could no longer hold back. How about we join forces? Before he makes a move, we strike first. Are you crazy? Join forces. The 9 of them from the sky-splitting faction joined forces and died. The 5 perfected body of domination joined forces and also perished. Can we be stronger than them? Then what should we do? Wait for him to come and kill us. Shut up. Don't make a sound. Maybe. He is just passing by. Passing by. Is the sea of reincarnation a road? The argument reverberated wildly among their divine senses. But not a single sovereign dared to actually take action. Because they all understood. Yinan's strength had already surpassed the realm of this world. The power that could shatter the imperial formations with a mere wave. The ability to effortlessly slay 5 perfected body of domination. The cultivation level that remained unfathomable, making it impossible to see through. Even if they were to elevate themselves to their peak imperial stage. Even if they joined forces and fought Yinan to a standstill, or even gained the upper hand. As long as they couldn't kill him, they would be the ones to die. After reaching their peak, they would surely perish. While Yinan could still survive, this was the source of their greatest fear. Wait. An ancient sovereign rasped. Let him state his intentions. If he truly wants to annihilate the sea of reincarnation, then we will elevate ourselves to the extreme and fight to the death. If he is merely passing by, or has other objectives, then we will let him pass. Silence. All the sovereigns tacitly accepted this. Thus, they continued to restrain their presence, continued to remain silent, continued to watch the gray-robed figure draw nearer and nearer. The gray mist grew denser. The path beneath his feet transformed from solid ground to a peculiar softness akin to treading on decayed flesh. Jian-Yi's increasingly relaxed mindset suddenly tensed up, not because of danger, but because of the silence. It was too quiet. The stillness was abnormal. It stirred an inexplicable unease within him. Old Yi. He was about to speak. Suddenly, buzz. The gray mist ahead abruptly solidified. A figure slowly emerged from the solidified mist. No, not an old man. That was a supreme being, clad in a tattered black imperial robe embroidered with blurred reincarnation runes exuding a decayed and terrifying aura. His face was as dry as tree bark, his eye sockets deep set, and within them were no eyeballs, only 2 flickering pale soul fires. He just stood there, blocking the way. The pale soul fire fixed its gaze upon Yinan. Yinan. He spoke, his voice hoarse and dry like a rusted knife that hadn't been used in a millennium. What is your purpose in the reincarnation sea? We wish to coexist peacefully. As the words fell, Jian-Yi's entire body stiffened and his pupils contracted suddenly. A supreme being. This was a true supreme being. That decayed and terrifying aura, the pressure that made his soul tremble. There could be no mistake. However, what shocked him even more was not the appearance of the supreme being, but rather the title the supreme being used for Yinan. Yinan. Jian-Yi murmured, his voice trembling. Yinan. Old Yi was surnamed Yi, named Yinan. Yinan. Yi Tiandi. He abruptly turned his head to glance at the hunchbacked figure in gray robes beside him. Murky eyes, deep wrinkles, sparse white hair, withered hands propped up on a wooden cane. This was the one who had slain 9 supreme beings and single-handedly destroyed the Bati lineage. Yi Tiandi. Jian-Yi's mind went blank. He had thought old Yi might be a reclusive sage, at most a great sage. He didn't even dare to think of a quasi-emperor, let alone Yi Tiandi. But now, the Supreme Being had personally called out, Yi Nan. How could it be false? I. Jin Yi opened his mouth wanting to say something, but he couldn't utter a single word. His heart was tumultuous. Excitement, incredulity, ecstasy, and a hint of an unreal feeling as if dreaming. This old man who had been walking beside him, chatting with him and guiding him in swordsmanship for the past 10 days, was actually Yi Tiandi. He had been following Yi Tiandi for 10 days. He had actually shared meals, lived together, and traveled the same path with Yi Tiandi. It was worth it. He murmured, his eyes reddening. In this lifetime it was worth it. Following Yi Tiandi, seeing this scene, experiencing all of this. Even if he died here now, it was worth it. Yi Nan did not look at Jian. He simply gazed quietly at the Supreme Being before him. There was no emotional fluctuation in his murky eyes. What is your purpose? He softly repeated, his voice hoarse and calm. Then, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up into a slight arc. In that arc, there was no killing intent, no anger. Only a kind of nonchalant indifference. To slay the Supreme Beings. To eliminate the Forbidden Zone. 5 words. Light as a feather. Yet they roared like 5 thunderclaps exploding in the reincarnation sea. The Supreme Being's soul fire in his eye sockets abruptly solidified. Then, it began to frantically flicker. Yi Nan? He roared, his voice filled with endless anger and disbelief. What? Slay the Supreme Beings, eh? Eliminate the Forbidden Zone. What do you think the reincarnation sea is, eh? What do you think we are? Yi Nan looked at him, saying nothing. Only a hint of faint pity flashed in his murky eyes. That pity pierced the Supreme Being's heart even more than any mockery. You. The Supreme Being trembled all over, the decayed imperial robe rustling, and the gray-white reincarnation runes around him burned wildly. The terrifying pressure of the Supreme Being surged towards Yi Nan like a tangible tide. However, as soon as the pressure touched within 3 feet of Yi Nan, it silently melted away. Like a mud cow entering the sea. Not even a ripple was stirred. The Supreme Being froze. Only then did he realize. This person before him was not something he could contend with. 100 years ago, he single-handedly killed 9 Supreme Beings. Not long ago, he single-handedly destroyed 5 fully realized Bati. Which of those existences was not stronger than him? Yet they all died. Died cleanly. What could he use to fight? Yi Nan. Carrying a hint of pleading. We have no grievances or grudges. Why must you go to such lengths to exterminate us? Yi Nan looked at him. In his murky eyes there was still no emotional fluctuation. No grievances or grudges. He softly repeated. During the dark upheaval, did you ever consider that those beings you devoured had grievances with you? As the words fell, the Supreme Being fell completely silent. He knew. What Yi Nan said was the truth. During the dark upheaval, none of the Supreme Beings in the Forbidden Zones did not participate. They had indeed devoured countless beings. They had survived in this world only to seek immortality. In order to wait for the path to ascension to open, they disregarded everything. They were never innocent. They were vested interests, a group of once noble deities, ancient emperors, and great emperors who had fallen to become the Supreme Beings of the Forbidden Zones, reviled by all. Yi Nan. He spoke, his voice hoarse. Do you have to do this? Yi Nan did not answer. He merely stared at him quietly. That silence was in itself the answer. The Supreme Being took a deep breath. Then, he threw his head back and howled. Everyone. Come out. He wants to annihilate my reincarnation sea. As the words fell. Boom, 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 boom. Terrifying auras erupted from all corners of the reincarnation sea. From the depths of the underworld sea. To the end of the gray mist. From the cracks in the void. Beneath the Bone Island. Dozens of supreme auras surged into the sky simultaneously. Each one decayed and terrifying. Each one contained boundless killing intent and despair. Dozens of Supreme Beings awakened at the same time. They rushed out from all directions, converging together. In the blink of an eye, Yi Nan and Jian Yi were completely surrounded. Above the sky, below the ground, from all sides. All were Supreme Beings. Dozens of Supreme Beings. They stared fixedly at Yi Nan, the soul fires in their eye sockets flickering wildly. There was anger. There was fear. There was despair. And also, determination. Yi Nan, the oldest Supreme Being at the center, spoke, his voice hoarse and somber. Are you really going to exterminate us all? We, dozens of Supreme Beings united in our utmost power. You may not necessarily win. Yi Nan surveyed his surroundings. His murky gaze swept over the decayed faces, over the flickering soul fires, over the boundless killing intent and despair. Then, he smiled. In that smile there was no tension, only a sense of faint satisfaction. Dozens of Supreme Beings. He softly murmured. Not bad. A bit more than I expected. He paused. Then, To the dozens of supreme beings he slowly spoke. His voice was calm, as if discussing an insignificant matter. Let's all come at me together, so I don't have to hunt you down one by one. An extra chapter to show sincerity, hoping for more 5-star reviews, gifts, the more the better. Thank you to all the readers. Wishing everyone a prosperous year of the horse with wealth, good luck, and continuous romantic encounters. Of course, aside from these, the most important thing is good health. May you prosper. Let's go together. For words, light as a feather, yet like the sharpest knife of the ages, it pierced the hearts of every supreme being. An insult, a blatant insult. Who are they? They are the ancient supremes. They are the emperors who once ruled an era, overlooking all. Even if one were to self-harm and retreat to forbidden zones, they would still be the pinnacle of existence in this world. But now, a junior in front of them dares to say, let's go together. Arrogant, looking for death. Yinan. The roars of anger rose and fell. Dozens of supremes, the soul fire in their eyes, dancing madly, burning with endless fury. That fury even overshadowed their fear, because this insult was harder to bear than death. Behind Yinan, sword E trembled all over. It was not fear. It was excitement. It was shock. It was blood boiling. Let's go together, he murmured, repeating Yinan's words. In those starry eyes there was a blazing brilliance. So domineering. So domineering. He facing dozens of supremes, saying, let's go together. This is the true strong one. This is true invincibility. He stared intently at Yinan's hunched back, filled with admiration and longing. What if one day he could also be like Elder Yi, facing 1,000 troops and 10,000 horses, facing countless strong enemies, saying such a sentence? How wonderful would that be? There will be such a day, he silently vowed. Following Elder Yi, there will definitely be such a day. Yinan. One supreme could no longer hold back. He roared loudly, forming seals with his hands, unleashing the most forbidden secret technique. Reincarnation, heavenly burial seal. A massive gray ancient seal thundered out from his hands. Countless reincarnation runes on the seal burned wildly, transforming into a gray beam of light that pierced the heavens, crashing down towards Yinan. This strike could obliterate stars. This strike could severely injure an ordinary supreme. However, Yinan did not move. He simply raised his right hand. His bony fingers faced the crashing gray ancient seal with a gentle flick. Clang. As if flicking away a speck of dust, that gray ancient seal, capable of obliterating stars, shattered in response, transforming into countless gray light points drifting in the void. What? The supreme's pupils constricted, the soul fire in his eyes nearly exploding. His most forbidden secret technique, shattered by a mere flick. How is this possible? Yinan retracted his hand. Lowering his head, he glanced at his index finger. There wasn't even a red mark on it. Too weak, he softly said. 3 words. Like 3 heavy hammers, they heavily struck at the hearts of every supreme. Let's all strike together. The oldest supreme in the center finally realized something was amiss. He shouted, his voice shaking the reincarnation sea. This child's strength far exceeds our imagination. Acting alone will only lead to him defeating us one by one. Let's go together, to the utmost elevation. As the words fell, dozens of supremes moved simultaneously. They formed seals with their hands, the aura around them burning wildly. The decayed shells began to shatter. The self-inflicted chains began to break. What replaced them was a true imperial might. To the utmost elevation. Dozens of supremes, all to the utmost elevation. In that moment, the reincarnation sea completely erupted. Gray mist exploded. The dark sea boiled. The void shattered. Dozens of complete imperial auras surged into the sky. The strength of that aura, the terror, the shock. Enough to make the entire universe tremble. Outside, the universe of 8 desolations. On countless ancient stars of life, countless cultivators simultaneously looked up towards the direction of the reincarnation sea. That wave was too terrifying. So terrifying that even across endless starry skies, it made their souls tremble. That is the direction of the reincarnation sea. What has happened? Could it be a supreme battle? In the Z-Way star region, countless cultivators collapsed on the ground in front of the heavenly mirror. In the Eternal Star region, alarm bells blared, echoing throughout the entire star domain. In the Amidst ancient star region, an old monk suddenly stood up, his prayer beads scattering, his face filled with horror. In the Burial Emperor star, the shaking light, Holy Land, and others, figures like Tianji Zi and Zhuangmu turned pale, trembling all over. Dozens of imperial auras erupted simultaneously. What happened in the reincarnation sea? All the supremes in major forbidden zones stood up. They stared intently at the direction of the reincarnation sea, their eyes filled with disbelief. The supremes of the reincarnation sea, elevated to the utmost. Dozens of, all elevated to the utmost. Who? Who forced them to this point? No one answered, but everyone thought of a name in their hearts. Yinan. Only him. Only that monster. At this moment, in the core of the reincarnation sea, Yinan still stood with his hands behind his back. Around him dozens of complete imperial auras erupted like volcanoes. That pressure was enough to make any being kneel instantly, enough to make any existence's soul tremble. But Yinan remained calm, his gray robe lightly fluttering, his murky eyes still tranquil. He looked at those dozens of supremes, their auras elevated to the peak, looking at the burning madness and determination in their eyes. A slight arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. In that arc, there was no tension, no heaviness, only a sense of satisfaction. Now that's more like it, he said softly. Then, facing those dozens of supremes, he raised his right hand. A palm struck out. The palm moved silently. But at that moment, the entire reincarnation sea, the entire void, the entire universe, seemed to freeze. A simple palm print flew out from Yinan's palm. Initially very small, then it grew larger and larger, ultimately transforming into a golden giant palm that overshadowed the sun. On the giant palm, there were no runes, no phenomena, nothing extravagant. Only a kind of supreme pressure that overshadowed all paths, crushing everything. The giant palm crashed down towards those dozens of supremes who had elevated to the utmost. No. Dozens of supremes screamed in unison. They frantically launched their strongest forbidden techniques. Dozens of imperial killing lights simultaneously surged towards that golden giant palm. However, it was useless. Those imperial killing lights, the moment they touched the golden giant palm, shattered like fragile glass in pieces, transforming into countless light points. The golden giant palm did not slow down. It crashed down. Boom. An indescribable explosion. An indescribable radiance. An indescribable destruction. Centered around the reincarnation sea within a radius of millions of miles, all existence evaporated in an instant. The void completely shattered. Chaotic energy surged wildly. The aftershocks of the explosion, like a world-destroying tsunami, crazily spread towards the universe of 8 desolations. Wherever it passed, stars exploded like grains of sand. Wherever it passed, laws snapped like strings of a musical instrument. Wherever it passed, all beings trembled, and the heavens fell silent. Outside, all those watching this battle froze completely. In the Z-Way star region, there was a dead silence in front of the heavenly mirror. In the Eternal Star region, the alarm ceased abruptly. In the Amida Ancient Star region, the old monk collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face. All the Supremes in the major forbidden zones slumped to the ground, their faces ashen. In the Burial Emperor Star, the Shaking Light Holy Land, and others, figures like Tianji Zi and Zhuangmu knelt on the ground, banging their heads on the ground, trembling all over. They knew this palm would be recorded in history. This palm would shock the ages. This palm would make all the forbidden zones remember forever. Who is the true master of this generation? A palm descended. Dozens of transcendent imperial mights erupted simultaneously like dozens of suns exploding at once. Under the golden giant palm, 3 supreme beings were obliterated on the spot. Their bodies, along with the burning imperial laws, turned into nothingness, leaving not even a speck of dust. 7 severely injured beings were sent flying, crashing through the void deep within the river of reincarnation, spitting out imperial blood, their breaths fading to the extreme. The remaining dozen or so, though not heavily injured, were affected to varying degrees. Some had their imperial robes torn, some felt their foundations tremble, while others had their soul flames dim. The golden giant palm finally dissipated. The river of reincarnation lay in ruins. The gray mist was completely cleared away. The underworld was evaporated to a large extent. The island of bones shattered into pieces. Dozens of supreme beings were in a state of disarray. However, Yinan slightly lowered his head to look at his right hand. In the palm there was a faint red mark. The true immortal body is indeed invincible, he silently thought. But my cultivation and soul are ultimately just at the peak of the great emperor realm. This palm used 70% of my strength. If I wanted to annihilate them all with one palm. With my current realm it is impossible. He withdrew his hand. His murky eyes swept over the dozen disheveled supreme beings. Not bad, he said softly. Stronger than I anticipated. The tone sounded like an evaluation. But to the supreme beings it was an even greater insult. We dozens of transcendent beings were crushed by you, with 3 dead and 7 heavily injured, while the rest were all affected. You simply say not bad. Yinan. One severely injured supreme being screamed, his voice hoarse and despairing. You won't die well. Yinan ignored him. His murky gaze fell on those supreme beings struggling to rise. They exchanged in the shadows. They communicated. We can't let this go on. He is too strong. He killed 3 with 1 palm. If this continues, we will all die. What should we do? What should we do? There's only one way left. Are you saying? Silence. All the supreme beings looked at the oldest supreme being in the center. The oldest supreme being trembled all over, the soul fire in his eyes flickering violently. He glanced at Yinan, then looked at his heavily injured companions. Then, he gritted his teeth. All right, since he wants to leave no survivors, then let him witness the true depth of the river of reincarnation. As the words fell, he formed hand seals, an extremely ancient and bizarre sealing technique. Once the technique was unleashed, the entire river of reincarnation trembled suddenly. It was not an ordinary tremor. Rather, it was a tremor from the very source, from the deepest part, from the dimension that had slumbered since ancient times. Buzz. A gray-white pillar of light shot up from the deepest part of the river of reincarnation. That pillar of light pierced through the void, through the laws, and through the barrier between this world and another. Within the pillar of light, countless bizarre runes emerged. These runes were not the characters of this world. They were not any known Imperial Path runes, but rather ancient spells from another world, another dimension. They danced, they burned, they roared. They emanated a presence that transcended all paths, one that did not belong to this realm. The outside world, in the universe's 8 desolations, all beings watching this battle were frozen in place. In the Z-Way star region, countless cultivators collapsed to the ground, trembling all over. In the Eternal Star region, alarms exploded, plunging the entire star region into darkness. In the Amidst ancient star region, an old monk bled from all 7 orifices, kneeling and unable to rise. That aura was too terrifying. Terrifying enough to make their souls instinctively tremble. Terrifying enough to make them feel they were facing not just an existence, but the hostility of the entire world. The Taichu ancient mind, all supreme beings knelt down in unison. They trembled all over, their eyes filled with fear and fervor. That is the true power of the river of reincarnation, not belonging to this realm. The power of the ancient world. I never expected the river of reincarnation could really awaken it. Yinan is doomed. The immortal tomb, the divine ruins, the undying mountain, the celestial island. All forbidden zones, all supreme beings were fixated on that gray-white pillar of light. Fear, awe, and a hint of anticipation. They anticipated that the ancient power of the river of reincarnation could slay Yinan. They anticipated this monstrous being would fall. They anticipated everything would return to normal. At the core of the river of reincarnation, that gray-white pillar of light grew stronger, more and more terrifying. That aura suppressed the universe's 8 desolations. It pressed so hard that the transcendent beings struggled to breathe. It made the void completely solidify, the laws completely shatter. It made the entire river of reincarnation submit to that power. However, Yinan remained standing with his hands behind his back. The gray robe fluttered slightly. His murky gaze calmly regarded the soaring pillar of light. No fear, no tension, not even seriousness, only a sense of curiosity. Finally, he murmured softly, "It's getting serious." Behind him, Jian had already been pressed to the ground by that aura, trembling all over, nearly fainting. But he gritted his teeth, using that rusty sword to support his body, refusing to fully collapse. He wanted to see. He wanted to see with his own eyes how Yi Lao would respond to all of this. He wanted to witness this unprecedented miracle with his own eyes. The oldest supreme being stood before the pillar of light. He burned with fervor, his imperial robe rustling, the soul fire in his eyes dancing wildly. He looked at Yinan, a hint of mad laughter curling at the corners of his mouth. "Yinan," he shouted, his voice shaking the entire river of reincarnation. "Do you think my river of reincarnation is just an ordinary forbidden zone?" Yinan gazed at the gray-white torrent sweeping toward him. His murky eyes remained calm, yet his mind was deep in thought. The power of the ancient realm. It does not belong to this realm. No wonder these supreme beings chose to sleep in the forbidden zone after self-inflicting wounds. It turns out this place can isolate the heavenly Tao of this realm, allowing them to linger on. He nodded slightly. "I understand." Then, as the gray-white torrent was about to reach him, he moved. He took a step forward, not retreating, but advancing. He charged directly toward the torrent. "Yi Lao." Behind him, Jian, he roared, his eyes nearly bursting with fury. But in the next moment, he was stunned. Because the gray-white torrent, upon touching Yinan, came to a halt. It simply stopped before Yinan, unable to advance even a fraction. Yinan stood amidst the torrent, his gray robe fluttering. His murky gaze calmly regarded the astonished supreme being. He spoke, his voice still hoarse and calm. "You just said, my path is merely the Tao of this realm. The Supreme Being's body stiffened, his soul fire solidified. Yinan's lips slowly curled into a slight arc. Within that arc there was mockery and a hint of subtle pride. Who told you that the path I tread is the Tao of this realm? Upon finishing his words, he raised his hand and lightly waved. That gray-white torrent, capable of erasing everything, dissipated at his command, like fragile smoke blown away by the wind. The Supreme Being was utterly dumbfounded. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but not a single word escaped. Yinan looked at him, a glimmer of interest flashing across his murky eyes. You just said that the Sea of Reincarnation is a fragment of the ancient realm. That power comes from that place. He paused, then slowly said, take me to see it. 5 words nonchalant. The oldest Supreme Being trembled all over. He looked at Yinan, at the hunched figure in the gray robe, at the murky yet unfathomable eyes. Fear washed over him like a cold tide. Yet he did not refuse. For to refuse meant death. All right, he rasped. I shall take you there. He turned and walked toward the deepest part of the Sea of Reincarnation. Behind him, the gray-white light column slowly retracted, transforming into a passage to the unknown. Yinan stepped forward, following closely. After 2 steps, he suddenly stopped and turned back to look at Jian Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Can you stand up? Jian Yi gritted his teeth, using his rusty sword to support himself, struggling to rise. I can. His voice trembled, but his eyes burned with fierce light. Yinan nodded slightly. Then, he raised his left hand, gently grasping at the several Supreme Beings lurking in the shadows, preparing to ambush. Ah! A scream. A severely injured Supreme Being was pulled over from a distance. The Supreme struggled frantically, the essence of his energy burning wildly, yet he could not break free from the pull of that bony hand. What are you doing? He roared, his voice filled with terror. Yinan said nothing. He simply held the Supreme with his left hand, leaning on his wooden staff with his right, and continued to walk forward. That appearance was like a hunter carrying his prey, patrolling his territory. Jian Yi followed closely behind, his heart racing. So domineering, he shouted in his heart, walking while holding a Supreme. Is there anyone in this world who can accomplish this? The Supreme leading the way glanced back, once trembling even more violently. But he dared not stop, and could only continue forward. At the deepest part of the Sea of Reincarnation, this place was no longer the realm of the previous underworld and the Isle of Bones. Instead, it was a completely different space. The void was gray-white. Beneath his feet was a kind of intangible substance, seemingly not belonging to this realm. All around, countless enormous fragments floated. Some of those fragments resembled mountains, some like palaces, and some like corpses. Each fragment was inscribed with dense, ancient runes. Those runes were exactly the same as those in the previous gray-white light column, emanating the same eerie aura that did not belong to this realm. Here, Jian Yi gasped. This is the true core of the Sea of Reincarnation. The leading Supreme stopped, turned around, and looked at Yinan. The soul fire in his eye sockets danced violently. Yinan, he spoke, his voice hoarse. This is the core of the ancient realm of my Sea of Reincarnation. Those fragments come from a special world. Those runes contain the laws of that world. Here we can draw upon power that transcends our realm. And your path, he paused, will be suppressed. Yinan paid no heed to his threat, merely sweeping his murky gaze over those floating fragments. He scanned over those ancient ruins. He surveyed this eerie space. Then the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a slight arc. Not bad, he said softly. More interesting than I imagined. As his words fell, those floating fragments around him suddenly lit up. Gray-white rays erupted from each fragment. Those rays intertwined and converged in the air, transforming into a massive killing formation. Within the killing formation, countless ancient runes burned wildly, transforming into gray-white light blades capable of severing everything. Those light blades were dense, blotting out the sky. Each light blade contained the power of the ancient realm. Each light blade was capable of grievously wounding or even slaying the most transcendent Supreme Being. Yinan, the leading Supreme, shouted in terror, his figure retreating violently. Do you think I would truly obediently bring you here? This is the core of the killing formation of my Sea of Reincarnation. It is the burial ground we have prepared for you. He formed hand seals to activate the killing formation. Countless light blades simultaneously descended upon Yinan. Meanwhile, the surrounding void suddenly cracked open. The dozens of Supreme Beings that had previously been lurking all surged out. They were also burning with an essence of utmost transcendence, forming hand seals to unleash their strongest forbidden secret techniques. Dozens of imperial killing lights descended upon Yinan alongside those countless gray-white light blades. This was a guaranteed deadly trap. It was the sea of reincarnation pouring all its resources into preparing a millennia-old killing formation for Yinan. In the outside world, in the chaos of the universe, all beings who were observing this battle fell silent. The fluctuations were too terrifying. In the Z-Way star region, countless cultivators knelt on the ground trembling. In the Eternal Star region, alarms had long since exploded, and the entire star region fell into darkness and silence. In the Amidst ancient star region, an old monk bled from his 7 orifices, hands pressed together, murmuring prayers. It's over. It's over. Yi Tiandi cannot escape this calamity. The supreme beings in the life forbidden zone were incredibly excited. The killing formation of the Sea of Reincarnation. That is a killing formation condensed from the power of the ancient realm. Even an emperor entering it would meet with bitter regret. Yinan is doomed. Once he dies, we can instigate a dark upheaval, devour all living beings, extend our lifespans. This generation of beings is more numerous than any before, enough to allow us to live for tens of thousands of years. Excitement spread within the ancient mind, in the primordial ancient mind, in the immortal tombs, in the divine ruins, the unyielding mountain, the celestial island. All forbidden zones, all supreme beings were watching the spectacle. They awaited Yinan's fall, anticipating the complete disappearance of that defiant monster. At this moment, at the end of the Emperor's path, a golden stream of light tore through the void, racing towards the reincarnation sea. Yi Fan, his blood and energy, surged, his eyes filled with urgency and anger. Senior, he roared, his voice shaking the starry sky. Behind him, Wang Pengxin, Wushuang, Mo Mei Long Yuan. One by one, the proud talents who had ascended to the quasi-emperor realm followed closely. They all knew this battle was about the fate of the entire universe. If Yi Tiandi fell, chaos would sweep across everything. They couldn't survive either. Therefore, they had to go. Even if they couldn't be of help, they had to go. Even if they died there, they had to go. At the heart of the reincarnation sea, in the center of the killing array, countless blades of light and dozens of imperial killing lights fell simultaneously. That radiance illuminated the entire reincarnation sea. That power was enough to annihilate everything. Yinan raised his head, his murky gaze fixed on the overwhelming killing moves, watching the madness and anticipation in the eyes of those sovereigns. Then he smiled. In that smile there was no fear, no tension, only a faint sense of regret. What a pity, he murmured. You still don't understand. As his voice fell, the killing moves crashed down. Countless blades of light and dozens of imperial killing lights came crashing down. At that moment, Yinan closed his eyes. It was not surrender. It was to feel the ancient laws of the realm that permeated around him, to feel the strange auras that did not belong to this world, to feel the ancient spells inscribed on those fragments. So that's how it is, he silently thought. This is the power of that place. Although strange, although powerful. But he opened his eye. A glimmer of clarity flashed in his murky eyes. It's nothing more than this. As his words fell, the killing moves capable of annihilating everything had already landed on him. Boom! An indescribable explosion, an indescribable radiance, an indescribable destruction. The core of the entire reincarnation sea was instantly submerged in endless light. Those floating fragments of the ancient realm trembled violently. The sovereigns retreated frantically, fearing they would be caught in the aftermath. Did he die? Did he die? They stared intently at the center of the explosion, their eyes filled with anticipation. However, the light faded away. That figure in the gray robe still stood in place, hands behind his back. The gray robe was intact, not even a hair was out of place. And around him, those blades of light, those imperial killing lights, all disappeared, as if they had never existed. What? All the sovereign's pupils shrank suddenly. How? How is this possible? That was an ancient realm killing array. That was the full force strike of dozens of us who had ascended to the utmost limit. How? Yinan ignored their shock. He simply lowered his head to look at his own body. His true immortal body was still perfect and flawless. But within him, the fragments of the ancient realm's laws were slowly merging, not being absorbed, but rather being suppressed, being forcibly suppressed by his true immortal body, and then refined. As expected, it works. He mused to himself. The true immortal body transcends this realm. That ancient realm's power, though strong, cannot shake it. In fact, it can be used by me. He raised his head, looking at the terrified sovereigns. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a slight arc. What other means do you have? Feel free to use them. At that moment, from the entrance of the reincarnation sea came a violent wave. Dozens of auras burst in at the same time. There was golden blood and energy, it was Yi Fan. There was chaotic energy, it was Wang Peng. There was divine radiance, it was Shun Wushuang. There was blood-red demonic light, it was Mo Mei. There were also the Yaoguang Mirror, the West Emperor Tower, the Hanyu Furnace, the Human Emperor Seal. One by one, the ultimate imperial weapons were activated to their limits, radiating brilliant light. They had arrived, bringing the heritage of the human race, bringing the hope of all races, charging into the depths of the reincarnation sea. In the Ziwei star domain, countless cultivators were filled with fervor. They went to help Yi Tiandi. The prodigies of all races gathered at the reincarnation sea. This battle is not just Yi Tiandi fighting alone. In the eternal star domain, the fleet commander suddenly stood up. Mobilize all energy. Transmit the observation footage to every ancient life star. Let everyone see. Let everyone witness. This battle concerns the fate of the entire universe. In the Amidst ancient star domain, the old monk opened his eyes, hands clasped together. Amidst. Good. Good. With the unity of all races, why fear the breaking of the forbidden zone? Yinan sensed those auras. He slightly turned his head, his murky gaze piercing through endless void, landing on Yi Fan and the others. A glimmer of relief flashed in the depths of his murky eyes. They've come, he whispered to himself. They've all come. Yi Fan charged in the forefront, his golden blood and energy burning, his eyes filled with urgency. Senior, he roared. Wang Peng followed closely, chaotic energy surging, his expression grave. Shen Wushuang, Mo Mei Long Yuan. One by one, proud talents wielding their ultimate imperial weapons, charged with murderous intent. They rushed madly towards Yinan. However, just as they were about to rush into the core area, Yinan raised his right hand. Towards them, he gently pressed down. Buzz! An invisible barrier suddenly appeared out of thin air, blocking Yi Fan and the others outside. Senior, Yi Fan was taken aback, stopping in his tracks. Why? Wang Peng was also stunned. Yi Tiandi, we are here to assist you. Yinan did not turn around. He simply faced away from them, his voice calm and hoarse. Stop. Just watch from. Yi Fan grew anxious. Senior, we brought imperial weapons. We can help. Let us in. Yinan was silent for a moment. Then he slowly spoke. I appreciate your intentions. But here, he paused, is not a battlefield you can intervene in. Just watch here. Watch me. How to sweep through the forbidden zone. Yi Fan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But looking at Yinan's hunched yet towering back, he fell silent. Then he slowly retreated. All right, he said hoarsely. We will watch. Watch as the senior sweeps through the forbidden zone. Behind him, Wang Peng, Shen Wushuang, Mo Mei, and others also stopped in their tracks. They stood far away, gazing at that figure in gray robes, gazing at those terrified sovereigns, gazing at those floating fragments of the ancient realm. In their hearts surged boundless fervor and reverence. Yinan withdrew his hand, turned around, looked at those sovereigns, looked at those fearful, desperate, and crazed faces. Watch closely, he softly said. Next is the real slaughter. Yinan turned around. His murky gaze swept over the dozens of terrified, despairing, and frenzied supreme beings. Suddenly, an unusual emotion surged in his heart. It was not a killing intent. It was not anger. Instead, it was fervor. Dozens of supremes. He silently calculated in his mind. They are all in an extreme state of sublimation. Each one is comparable to a true emperor. If I were to slay them all. A faint arc slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Within that arc, there was anticipation, excitement, and a hint of greed. What rewards will the system give me? The true immortal body is already in hand. Next time, will it be a true immortal level soul? Or perhaps complete immortal laws? Even, he did not continue his thoughts, because those were all unknowns. But one thing he was certain of, these dozens of supremes were no longer enemies in his eyes. Instead, they were walking rewards. Jian-yi. Yinan spoke, his voice calm. Jian-yi trembled, snapping back to reality from the shock. Yi Lao. Yinan did not turn back. He simply raised his right hand, gently sweeping it towards Jian-yi. A gentle power lifted Jian-yi, slowly flying towards Yi Fan and the others. Go that way. Yinan's voice rang in Jian-yi's ear. Let that holy body kid keep an eye on you. Jian-yi struggled to stay, but that power was too gentle, yet too firm, making it impossible for him to resist. He was sent in front of Yi Fan, landing steadily. Yi Fan reached out to support him, looking at this unfamiliar boy with a slight frown. You are. Jian-yi opened his mouth, wanting to say something. But at this moment he was so excited that he could not find his voice. He simply stared intensely at the figure in the gray robe in the distance, his eyes filled with fervor and admiration. Yi Fan followed his gaze. Then he fell silent. He understood. This boy had come with the senior. He was someone who had witnessed everything with his own eyes. Watch closely, Yi Fan said softly. See how the senior sweeps through the forbidden zone. Jian-yi nodded heavily. Yinan retracted his hand. Then step by step he walked deeper into the sea of reincarnation. There lay the core of the ancient realm's killing formation. It was the last refuge of those supremes. It was a death domain woven from countless ancient spells. However, the moment Yinan stepped into it, those light blades capable of slaying emperors descended wildly. 1, 2, 10, 100. They were dense, obscuring the sky and sun. Each blade contained the power of the ancient realm. Each blade was enough to severely injure a supreme in an extreme state of sublimation. However, those light blades fell upon Yinan like a mud ox entering the sea. Not a single trace was left behind. Even the ancient realm laws within those light blades were devoured by the power within Yinan's body the moment they touched his flesh, transforming into his own power, merging into his flesh, strengthening his foundation. Not bad. Yinan nodded slightly. This power is quite nourishing. He continued to move forward. The light blade struck even more frantically. The entire killing formation was pushed to its limit. Those fragments of the ancient realm trembled crazily, desperately outputting. But it was futile. Yinan was like an unshakable ancient divine mountain. No matter how the wind blew or the rain fell, no matter how the knife cut or the axe chopped, he remained motionless. In fact, he grew stronger. In the distance, those supremes were completely dumbfounded. How is this possible? The ancient realm's killing formation has no effect on him. Not only is it ineffective, but he is also absorbing it. What kind of monster is he? Terrified screams echoed continuously. The oldest supreme's soul fire in his eyes was about to explode. He had lived for millions of years, seen countless strong beings. From the heavenly emperor of the mythological era to the emperor of the ancient times. From the supreme who had self-slain to the pinnacle of extreme sublimation. But he had never seen such an existence. The power of the ancient realm was their last refuge. It was the power from that place. It was the supreme power that transcended the laws of this realm. Yet now, was being treated by Yinan as a supplement. No, he murmured, his voice trembling. This is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. But the facts were right before his eyes. He had no choice but to believe. Flee. The Supreme finally made a decision. Scatter and flee. Everyone that can escape is one. As soon as the words fell, dozens of Supremes moved simultaneously. They transformed into dozens of streaks of light, frantically fleeing in all directions. Some rushed towards the entrance of the Sea of Reincarnation. Some tore through the void, escaping into the chaos. Some sank into the depths of the underworld sea, trying to hide. Some dashed towards those fragments of the ancient realm, attempting to use the power within to escape. Dozens of streaks of light scattered and fled. In the distance, Yi Fan and the others were all stunned by this scene. They fled. Dozens of Supremes in an extreme state of sublimation were scared away by Yi Tiandi alone. Shen Wushuang murmured, disbelief filling her eyes. In the blood-red eyes of Mo Mei there was awe and fear. Long Yuan collapsed directly to the ground, trembling all over. Wang Peng stared at the figure in the gray robe, his eyes burning with fervent light. This is true invincibility. Yinan looked at those fleeing streaks of light. A faint smile flashed in his murky eyes. Flee, he murmured softly to himself. Can you really escape? He raised his right hand. His thin fingers pointed in one direction, gently grasping. Oh, a scream. In that direction, a Supreme who was frantically fleeing suddenly froze in place. Then boom, he exploded, transforming into countless light points, his essence and spirit obliterated. Yinan retracted his right hand. Then he raised his left hand, pointing in another direction, gently grasping. Boom. Another Supreme exploded, then raised his hand, grasped again. Boom, boom, boom. In a succession of 10 raised hands, 10 fingers killed. 10 Supremes in an extreme state of sublimation at the same instant, all exploded, transforming into countless light points scattering across the Sea of Reincarnation. That brilliance illuminated the entire core of the ancient realm. That blood rain drenched the entire void. 10 Supremes, their essence and spirit obliterated. They died thoroughly, not even a chance to resist. Silence. The entire Sea of Reincarnation was deathly quiet. Those Supremes still fleeing all froze. They turned back to look at the sky drenched in supreme blood, their eyes filled with despair and fear. 10 Supremes in an extreme state of sublimation were all killed by Yinan with just a wave of his hand. What kind of power is this? What kind of monster is this? The oldest Supreme completely collapsed. He knelt in the void, trembling all over, his soul fire in his eyes almost extinguished. It's over, he murmured. The Sea of Reincarnation is over. We are finished. In the distance, Yi Fan and the others were equally dumbfounded. They knew Yinan was strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. With just a wave of his hand, he killed 10 Supremes in an extreme state of sublimation. This was no longer something that could be described as powerful. This was an immortal, a true immortal. Yinan retracted his hands. Lowering his head, he looked at his palms. His palms were still completely clean. Not a single drop of blood had stained them. Not bad, he murmured to himself. This haul is quite substantial. He raised his head, looking at the remaining Supremes. Looking at the terrified, despairing, and broken faces. The corners of his mouth slowly curved into an arc. Yinan took a single step and vanished from where he stood. When he reappeared, he was a million li away. There a Supreme was frantically fleeing, tearing the void and burning his primordial source, willing to do anything to escape that hell. No, don't come. The Supreme glanced back, and the moment he saw the gray-robed silhouette, his soul flame nearly burst from his chest. He howled, his voice drenched in despair. Yinan, spare me. I will submit. I will be your slave. I have lived for millions of years. I know many secrets. I can tell you. Before he could finish, Yinan raised his hand and gently grasped. With a single crushing motion, the Supreme exploded. Form and spirit were annihilated. Yinan did not spare him a second glance. He turned and pursued the next direction, then another. One Supreme had broken out of the Luanhui Sea and plunged into the deep cosmos. He glanced back toward the Luanhui Sea, and a faint hope swelled in his heart. I got out. I got out. He murmured, his voice trembling. That demon did not follow. A gaunt hand reached out from behind him and gently closed around his skull. You? He only had time to utter a single syllable. He shattered. Yinan withdrew his hand and moved on to the next target. 3rd, 4th, 10th, 20th. Yinan's figure flickered across the Luanhui Sea, along the fringes of the cosmos and within the fissures of chaos. Every flash claimed the life of a Supreme. The Supremes fled desperately, some burning their primordial source to achieve ungodly speed. Some tore open the void and dove into the depths of chaos. Some resorted to forbidden arts, concealing their presence as meteors, dust, or void fractures. All to no avail. No matter where they fled, no matter what means they used, Yinan found them. Yinan caught up to Yinan slew with a single strike. The gaunt hand rose and fell like a reaper's scythe, time and again. Each fall stole the life of a Supreme. Outside, across the Ba Huang of the cosmos, every living star, every cultivator, every sentient being witnessed this scene by whatever means they possessed. In the Ziwei star domain, before the Guan Tian mirror, countless cultivators knelt on the ground weeping. Supremes. The Supremes are fleeing. They are being hunted. They are being hunted, just as we were hunted in the past. In the Yonghing star domain, a fleet commander slumped in his chair, trembling all over. The dark turmoil. This is the dark turmoil. But those being hunted are Supremes. The Supremes who unleashed the dark turmoil. In the Amichuo star domain, an old monk pressed his palms together, tears streaking his face. Amichuo Fo. Blessed, good and righteous. Karma returns without fail. When they slaughtered countless lives in those days. Today at last someone seeks justice for the multitude. All Supremes within the forbidden zones wore ashen faces. They watched the gray-robed silhouette in the water mirror, watched the Supremes being hunted, watched each exploding form, and trembled all over. Souls quivered. It's over. The Luanhui Sea is finished. Dozens of Supremes who reached the pinnacle have been slaughtered like livestock. What kind of monster is he? What kind of monster? No one answered. Only boundless fear spread through the ancient minds. All forbidden zones and all Supremes fell silent, gazing at the gray-robed figure with eyes full of terror and despair. The Luanhui Sea was the weakest among them, but even the weakest numbered dozens of Supremes bore fragments of ancient realms and was reinforced by killing arrays. Yet now those Supremes were being slaughtered like chickens and dogs, utterly powerless to resist. If he chose his next target to be oneself, no one dared to think further, for to think further was to drown in despair. On the edge of the Luanhui Sea, Yi Fan and the others watched from afar. They watched the gray-robed figure flickering in the starry expanse, watched each Supreme explode in his hands, watched the blood rain of Supremes falling like dazzling fireworks. Too strong. Too strong. Shen Wushuang murmured, his eyes filled with reverence. In Mo Mice blood-red eyes there was no greed or ambition, left only fear and submission. Long Yuan knelt trembling all over, unsure whether from exhilaration or dread. Wang Peng clenched his fists tight, a fervent light burning in his gaze. This is true invincibility. Jian Yi's hands trembled with excitement. Yi Fan said nothing, he only stared at the gray-robed silhouette. He stared at the gaunt hand that rose again and again, at the Supremes who shattered, and a flood of hot blood and longing swelled within him. One day, he murmured, one day I will become an existence like this. Time passed amid the hunt. Only a few dozen breaths. In mere breaths, 10 more Supremes were annihilated, counting the previous 10 that made 20. 20 Supremes who had perfected their ascension died by Yinan's hand, and the tally kept rising. Yinan's movements grew ever swifter. He seemed possessed by slaughter. Those murky eyes now faintly gleamed with a hint of crimson, not from killing intent, but from exhilaration. Genuine excitement. Come, he whispered to himself, his voice hoarse and low. Keep running. Let me see how far you can go. Let me see where your limits lie. He raised his hand. He seized another Supreme. The Supreme had surrendered to utter despair. He offered no struggle, no plea. He merely looked at Yinan, the soul flame in his eyes flickering with a strange light. Yinan, he croaked, his voice hoarse. Do you think you have won? Do you think that by killing us all it will end? No, he gasped. This is only the beginning. That place has noticed you. They will come. They will avenge us. Yinan watched him. A ripple crossed Yinan's murky eyes. That place, he asked softly. The Supreme gave no answer, only a strange smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Then he exploded. Yinan withdrew his hand and stared at the drifting points of light in silence for a moment. Then he looked up toward the depths of the cosmos, toward the direction where that eerie black light had vanished. That place, he whispered. Wait, soon I will come for you. He turned and resumed the hunt. Not a single remaining Supreme would escape. The last fleeing Supreme was captured by Yinan. He was an extremely ancient Supreme who had once claimed the throne during the twilight of the mythological era, having endured 3 dark upheavals, his hands stained with the blood of countless beings. At this moment he curled up deep within the void fissure, trembling all over, the soul fire in his eye sockets nearly extinguished. No, don't kill me, he screamed, his voice hoarse and filled with despair. I am willing to offer everything, my insights on the path of the Emperor, my origin, my everything. I only ask you, spare my life. Yinan looked down at him. In his murky eyes there was no emotion. Spare you, he softly retorted. When you initiated the dark upheaval and devoured countless beings, did you ever spare them? The Supreme fell silent. Yinan said no more. He raised his hand. With a light grasp, boom, the last Supreme exploded, transformed into countless glimmering points of light scattering in the void. Thus, in the sea of reincarnation, 46 Supremes who had reached the pinnacle of their evolution were all slain. Not a single one was spared. Above the sea of reincarnation, the blood rain fell. This was the phenomenon created by the residual laws of the Emperor and the essence of life after the Supreme's demise. Golden, crimson, grayish-white, various colored points of light, like snowflakes, fluttered down, covering the entire star domain. Beautiful, yet tragic. Yinan stood amidst the blood rain, his gray robe fluttering slightly. He was completely clean, not a single drop of blood staining him. But deep within those murky eyes there was a faint hint of blood color. It was the lingering excitement after extreme slaughter. He looked around, observing the drifting points of light, the shattered void, and the ancient realm fragments slowly falling after losing their masters. The corners of his mouth slowly curled into a slight arc. In that arc there was satisfaction, relief, and a trace of unfulfilled desire. 46 Supremes, he murmured softly. That's enough. In the distance, Yi Fan and the others looked on from afar. They gazed at the figure clad in gray standing in the blood rain. They observed the drifting blood rain of the Supremes. They gazed at the utterly silent sea of reincarnation. Everyone fell silent. It was not that they did not want to speak, but rather, they did not know what to say. 46 Supremes. 46 Supremes who had reached the pinnacle of evolution. All slain by one person in less than half an hour. What does this concept imply? Throughout history it has never happened before. The heavenly emperor of the mythological era could at most contend with 3 to 5 Supremes simultaneously. The great emperor of the ancient era could slay 1 or 2 Supremes, which was already a feat. Yet Yinan killed 46 Supremes, and he remained unscathed, still feeling unfulfilled. Is he still human? From now on, the name Yi Heavenly Emperor will resonate through the ages, a name that will be remembered for eternity. In the universe's 8 desolations, all life on ancient stars, all cultivators, all beings witnessed this scene. They saw that figure clad in gray standing in the blood rain. They saw the drifting blood rain of the Supremes. They saw the utterly silent sea of reincarnation. After a brief silence, erupted into thunderous cheers. Ye Heavenly Emperor! Ye Heavenly Emperor! Ye Heavenly Emperor! That cheer swept through the heavens and realms, shaking the stars. Countless cultivators knelt on the ground, tears streaming down their faces. Countless beings howled to the heavens, venting the emotions they had suppressed for countless years, because they remembered the dark upheaval. In those years the Supremes emerged from the forbidden zones, devouring all living beings, slaughtering countless souls. They fled, they despaired, they lamented. And those Supremes looked down from above, observing their struggles, displaying cruel and satisfied smiles. That smile, like a nightmare, was imprinted deep within the souls of every race that experienced the dark upheaval. But now what did they see? They saw the Supremes fleeing. They saw the Supremes lamenting. They saw the Supremes in despair. They saw the Supremes just like those beings they had slaughtered in the past, in utter disarray, without a way to escape. And that gray-robed figure stood in the blood rain. The corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. That smile was so similar to those of the Supremes from back then, yet completely different. Because that smile held no cruelty, no brutality. Only a sense of relief in executing heavenly justice. Karma, the cycle is unbroken. An elderly sage murmured, tears streaming down his face. Back then they slaughtered all living beings. Today, finally, someone has avenged the beings. In every forbidden zone, all Supremes stood frozen like statues. They gazed at the gray-robed figure in the water mirror. They looked at the drifting blood rain of the Supremes. They observed the satisfied smile at the corner of Yinan's mouth. Then, they all shivered in unison. That smile was too familiar to them. So familiar to the bone, because every time after a dark upheaval, when they had devoured enough life essence, replenished their origin, and successfully extended their lifespan, they too would reveal such a smile. Satisfied, relieved, unfulfilled. He is smiling. A Supreme murmured, his voice. He killed 46 Supremes. He is smiling. That smile is exactly like ours back then. But he is smiling at us. Silence. An even deeper silence. All Supremes felt a bone-chilling coldness surge from the depths of their souls. They suddenly realized this person before them was not executing heavenly justice. He was hunting, just like they had hunted beings back then. And in his eyes, these Supremes were they were lambs to be slaughtered. They were walking rewards. It seems that a Supreme whispered, he has taken the Supremes as prey. He will not let us go. No one contradicted, because everyone knew he was speaking the truth. They looked at the smile at the corner of Yinan's mouth. They gazed at the drifting blood rain of the Supremes. They observed the utterly silent sea of reincarnation. In their hearts, endless fear and despair surged. The sea of reincarnation was the first, but it was certainly not the last. Who would be next? No one knew, but everyone understood that figure would not stop until all forbidden zones were bathed in blood, until all Supremes became a part of that smile at the corner of his mouth. Above the sea of reincarnation, Yinan still stood in the blood rain. In his mind, that familiar mechanical voice finally sounded. Ding. Detected that the host has slain 46 Supremes at the pinnacle of their evolution. Task completion, evaluation perfect, exceeding limits, generating rewards. Congratulations, host, you have gained peak true immortal cultivation and physical body 1. Note, this reward is an unparalleled treasure. Upon claiming it, the host's cultivation and physical body will be directly elevated to the peak true immortal level. At that time, the host will truly step into the realm of immortals, transcending all laws of this world. Would you like to claim it immediately? The curve of Yinan's mouth deepened. Claim it, he silently thought. In the moment Yinan spoke the words to receive, an indescribable warm current surged from the void, instantly flooding his limbs and flowing deep into his primordial spirit. Wherever that warm current passed, his cultivation began to soar wildly. Peak of the Emperor. Surpassing the Emperor. Early stage of true immortal. Mid-stage of true immortal. Late stage of true immortal. Peak of true immortal. Simultaneously, his physical body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The already invincible true immortal body was being refined to perfection. Every inch of flesh, every bone, every drop of blood contained a terrifying power capable of suppressing the ages. All radiated an air of celestial dignity that surpassed myriad paths. Transformation. A complete transformation. From human to immortal. From emperor to true immortal. All radiated an air of celestial dignity that surpassed myriad paths. Transformation. A complete transformation. From human to immortal. From emperor. Within that clarity, a faint golden light flickered, like two celestial suns overlooking this universe. He looked down at his hands. Still thin and withered. Still wrinkled. But beneath that thinness and those wrinkles was the power of the celestial path, capable of shattering this universe with a single punch. Peak of true immortal. He murmured softly. At last. It is complete. He raised his head, gazing in the direction of those forbidden zones. He looked toward the trembling Supreme ones. A hint of a smile once again curled at the corner of his mouth. In that smile there was satisfaction. There was relief. And a trace of unfulfilled desire. Next, he softly said, who should it be? He looked toward various places in the burial Emperor star. The primordial ancient mine. The celestial tomb. The undying mountain. The upper heaven island. In every direction, he looked for 3 breaths. Just enough. Exactly 3 breaths. And all the forbidden zones, all the supremes simultaneously felt a bone-chilling coldness. That gaze crossing endless voids fell upon them. Clearly there was no pressure. Clearly it was just a distant glance. Yet they felt as if their souls were gently gripped by an invisible hand. As long as the other party wished, they could be crushed at any moment. He is looking at us. A supreme murmured, his voice trembling. That gaze. He could not continue, because that gaze was too familiar to him. It was the gaze he displayed each time before a dark upheaval, looking at those creatures awaiting slaughter. Greedy, satisfied, unfulfilled, as if selecting the next prey. What does he want? Another supreme exclaimed in terror. Could it be? He wants to do the same to us. No one answered, but everyone knew he wanted to. But he simply did not wish to for the moment. A madman. This is a madman. An ancient supreme murmured, his voice hoarse. Which emperor takes pleasure in slaughtering supremes? Which emperor looks at forbidden zones as if they were mere livestock in their backyard? Is he even human? No one answered. Only endless fear spread throughout the ancient mind. At this moment they were all trembling. That gaze swept past them, like a farmer surveying his fields, like a hunter counting his prey, like when they once surveyed those awaiting slaughter. Desperate whispers echoed throughout the forbidden zones. Yet no supreme dared to make any move, because whoever moved might become the next target. They could only wait for that figure to decide. Above the sea of reincarnation, Yi Nin withdrew his gaze. He thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly. Let's hold off for now, he murmured softly. That strange power still needs exploration. With the peak of true immortal now, it should be enough for self-protection. Once that matter is resolved, he paused, the smile at the corner of his mouth deepening. Then I will come to deal with you. Yi Nin did not take action against the other forbidden zones, mainly because he had not yet grasped the true strength of those zones. Although he had reached the peak of true immortal, it remained unknown whether there were terrifying existences within those zones. To attack rashly might disrupt the progress of exploring that strange aura. It would be better to ascertain the situation first, and then return to devise the next plan. He turned around, stepping out, returning to the core of the sea of reincarnation. At this moment, Yi Fan and the others looked from afar at the figure in the gray robe, their eyes filled with awe and fervor. No one dared to approach. No one dared to speak. They simply waited silently, waiting for Yi Nin to speak. He walked before the crowd. His murky gaze swept over them. Yi Fan, Wang Peng, Shen Wushuang, Mo Mei, Long Yuan, Jian, and those talented individuals who had followed him. Every face was filled with awe and anticipation. From today on, Yi Nin spoke, his voice calm. The sea of reincarnation will be my dojo. The sea of reincarnation. The crowd was taken aback. That is the life forbidden zone. The zone he just bloodily washed. Now, has become his dojo. But then they reacted, yes. All the supremes of the sea of reincarnation were dead. This place was now masterless. And Yi Tianyi had killed them. Thus it naturally belonged to him. Senior is wise. Yi Fan was the first to clasp his fists, bowing deeply. Congratulations, Senior, on acquiring this precious land. The crowd bowed one after another. Congratulations, Senior. Congratulations, Yi Tianyi. Their voices rose and fell, echoing through the sea of reincarnation. Yi Nin nodded slightly. Then he raised his hand. Pointing towards the entrance of the sea of reincarnation, a golden light flew forth from his fingertip. It landed at the entrance, transforming into a massive stone tablet. The tablet stood about 100 feet tall, composed entirely of fragments from the ancient realm of the sea of reincarnation, with a gray-white surface that shimmered with a faint golden light. On the front of the stone tablet, two large characters slowly emerged. Celestial Court. As soon as those two words appeared, an invisible pressure emanated from the stone tablet. That pressure was not heavy, yet it made everyone feel a profound submission from their souls, as if those two words represented supreme authority, representing the celestial path that transcends myriad paths. Celestial Court. Yi Fan murmured, gazing at those two words, his eyes filled with shock and yearning. From now on, this place is the Celestial Court. It is the dojo of Yi Tianyi. It is the dwelling of the immortals. Wang Peng was equally shocked. Celestial Court. What a domineering name. Shen Wushuang remained silent, his eyes filled with complexity. Celestial Court. What did these two words signify? It meant that from this day forth, there was an additional supreme force in this universe. It meant that those forbidden zones were no longer the only taboo places. It meant a brand new era had begun. Jian knelt on the ground, gazing at those two words, tears streaming down his face. Celestial Court. Celestial Court. He murmured. Can I stay here? I want to stay in the Celestial Court. I want to follow Elder Yi. Yi Nin looked down and gave him a glance. A faint smile flickered in his murky eyes. Want to stay? Jian nodded vigorously. Then stay, Yinan said lightly. However, the celestial court does not accept useless individuals. If you wish to stay, you must cultivate. In the future, you will accompany me to that place. I will definitely work hard. I will not disappoint Elder Yi. Yinan nodded slightly. Then he turned around, gazing into the depths of the universe, gazing in the direction where that strange black light had vanished, gazing at that, possibly truly terrifying place. Wait for me, he murmured softly. Soon, I will come to find you all. Behind him, the celestial court stone tablet stood silently. The two large characters emitted a faint golden light in the void, wishing everyone wealth, 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 health, 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 happiness, happiness, happiness. The cycle C. The stone tablet of the immortal court stood silently, two golden characters faintly visible in the gray mist exuding a subtle pressure. Behind the tablet, layers of restrictions set by Yinan were in place. A full 108 layers. Each layer contained the principles of his peak true immortal state. Each layer was enough to impede the most transcendent of beings from advancing. Almost done, Yinan stood at the core of the restrictions, his murky gaze sweeping over the swirling runes, giving a slight nod. These restrictions were not meant to prevent anyone, but rather to ensure peace of mind. The place he was going to was too strange. He had to make complete preparations. Since this cycle C had become his dojo, it had to have the appearance of a dojo. After finishing the restrictions, he turned and walked deeper into the cycle C. There lay the core of the ancient realm. It was the area where fragments floated. It was the connection point between that place and this world. Yinan sat cross-legged on the largest fragment. He closed his eyes. He began to feel those shattered laws, those ancient incantations, those auras that did not belong to this world. In his perception, at the peak of true immortal, they flowed like gentle streams, slowly entering his heart. Indeed, he muttered to himself, this power resonates perfectly with my cultivation. It is not of this world, yet it can resonate with true immortal power. Indeed, he muttered to himself, this power resonates perfectly with my cultivation. It is not of this world, yet it can. 2 years, 3 years, 10 years later. At the core of the cycle C, Yinan opened his eyes. A glint of sharp light flashed across his murky gaze. 10 years. He whispered to himself. The gains are substantial. Although he had not completely penetrated those ancient realm laws, he could now apply them at a basic level. If faced with that strange power again, he would no longer merely absorb it passively. Instead, he could take control actively. Almost done, he stood up. He exited the core of the ancient realm. On the edge of the cycle C, in a secluded space isolated by restrictions, Jian Yi sat cross-legged with the rusted sword resting horizontally on his knee. 10 years had passed, and the boy had grown into a young man. His sword-like brows and starry eyes remained, but there was now a touch of steadiness and sharpness between his brows. The sword energy surrounding him was purer and more refined than 10 years ago, and even more dangerous. It was a kind of danger that was restrained and concealed, like a divine sword hidden in its sheath ready to sever all when drawn. Jian Yi exhaled a breath of turbid air. The turbid air cut through the void like a sword, leaving a faint trace that lingered for a long time. He opened his eyes and looked down at the rusted sword on his knee. The rust had faded significantly. The sword body revealed its original appearance, cold and gleaming like a pool of autumn water. Still not enough. He murmured, his brows slightly furrowed. There is still that last line separating me from becoming a sage. Where is that line? He pondered, not noticing the figure that had appeared behind him. That line is not on the sword. A hoarse yet calm voice suddenly rang out. Jian Yi turned around sharply. Then he was stunned. Yi Lao. He hurriedly stood up and bowed deeply. Yinan nodded slightly and walked to his side, his murky gaze settling on the sword. The sword is good, he said indifferently, but your heart is not calm enough. Jian Yi was taken aback. My heart is not calm enough. Yinan did not explain. He simply raised his hand and gently pressed it on Jian Yi's shoulder. A gentle power surged into Jian Yi's body. Jian Yi felt a jolt throughout his body, and the chaotic energies within him were instantly organized neatly. The bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time subtly loosened. Cultivation is like the sword. Yinan withdrew his hand and spoke slowly. The sword must be calm, and the heart must be even calmer. When the sword is calm, its edge is restrained. When the heart is calm, the Tao heart is steadfast. You are too hasty, eager to break through, eager to become stronger, eager to catch up with those people. Jian Yi fell silent. He knew who Yi Lao was referring to. Yi Fan, Wang Peng, Shen Wushuang. Those prodigies who were now at the late stage of quasi-emperor renowned on the ancient road. And he had only just brushed against the threshold of sagehood. It would be a lie to say he was not anxious. Yi Lao. He spoke, his voice hoarse. I want to become stronger. I want To be able to help you like Yi Fan and the others. Yinan looked at him, gazing into those pure and fervent eyes. After a long time, a faint smile slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. You want to become stronger? Jian Yi nodded earnestly. Then become my disciple. Jian Yi was taken aback. Become a disciple? Yi Lao Yu. Yinan stood with his hands behind his back, his murky gaze calmly fixed on him. It's been 10 years. You followed me for 10 days, and then waited here for 10 years. Your temperament is good, your comprehension is good, and your aptitude is good. You are qualified to be my disciple. Yinan had long intended to accept disciples. These 10 years were merely a test. Jian Yi opened his mouth wanting to say something, but the words turned into 2 streams of hot tears at the edge of his mouth. He suddenly knelt down on the ground, bowing deeply. Disciple Jian Yi pays respects to the master. Yinan did not help him up. He simply received his 3 bows. Then he raised his hand. A beam of golden light flew from his fingertip and entered Jian Yi's brow. It was a complete set of cultivation methods containing all his understanding of the sword path as well as the true immortal level cultivation techniques. From today on, you are my disciple Yinan. The immortal court will be your sect. Those prodigies on the ancient road are your peers and also your targets. Go, venture forth on the ancient road and carve out your own name. Jian Yi raised his head, tears streaming down his face, yet he smiled radiantly. Yes, master. He bowed deeply. Then he stood up, gripping tightly the long sword that had shed its rust. Disciple will not let master down. Yinan nodded slightly. Go ahead. Jian Yi took a deep look at him before turning around. With a step forward, he transformed into a beam of sword light, flying toward the exit of the Cycle C. Behind him, Yinan looked at his departing figure, a hint of relief flashing in his murky gaze. This child, he murmured. In the future, he may not be inferior to Yi Fan and Wang Peng and others. On the Emperor Road, in a certain secret realm, Yi Fan sat cross-legged, his body surrounded by golden qi and blood burning fiercely. The intensity of that qi and blood was more than 10 times stronger than 10 years ago. He opened his eyes. In those eyes, golden light flickered as if 2 suns were rising and falling within. At the late stage of quasi-emperor, he murmured. Sacred body nearly perfected. He stood up and clenched his fist. The edge of his fist caused the void to silently collapse. One more step to go. He looked toward the direction of the Cycle C. Senior, wait for me. Soon I will be able to assist you. In the distance, Wang Pengshen, Wu Shuang, Mo Mei, and others also awakened from their closed-door cultivation. 10 years. They too had made rapid progress. The late stage of quasi-emperor had become the norm. At the end of the ancient road, the door leading to the emperor was already faintly visible. The core of the reincarnation sea. Yinan sat cross-legged atop a fragment of the ancient realm, surrounded by a faint gray-white glow. That glow was utterly different from 50 years ago. It was no longer merely a matter of comprehension and absorption, but rather control. Those shattered ancient realm laws, those archaic incantations, those energies not belonging to this world, now slowly circled around him like a docile stream, changing forms with his intent. At times transforming into a true dragon, soaring and dancing. At times morphing into a celestial sword, its edge gleaming. At times becoming a Tao lotus, blooming and wilting. 50 years. Yinan opened his eyes, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his murky gaze. At last I have fully comprehended it. He raised his right hand. In his palm, a sphere of gray-white light slowly emerged. Within that light lay the complete ancient realm laws. That was the power belonging to another world. Now it was entirely under his control. With this power, he gazed deep into the universe, towards the direction where that strange black light had vanished. That should be enough. He stood up, his gray robe fluttering slightly. 50 years had passed, and his appearance had not changed at all. He was still the same hunchbacked old man leaning on a wooden cane. Yet within the depths of his murky eyes there was a hint of anticipation. Let's first see how those little fellows are doing. He subtly stirred his spiritual sense, scanning the imperial path. At the end of the imperial path, a region shrouded in chaos. Yi Fan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by golden vital energy roaring like a furnace. That vitality was several times stronger than it had been 50 years ago. Behind him, a massive phantom faintly appeared. It was the manifestation of the sacred body, the celestial king, descending upon the 9 heavens. But unlike before, the face of the celestial king was no longer blurred. Instead it was his own face. The sacred body is about to be perfected, Yi Fan murmured, looking down at his own hands. On his hands golden light flowed, each pattern seemingly containing some profound principle of the Tao. He clenched his fist. At the edge of his fist the void silently collapsed. No divine abilities were invoked, no laws were reinforced. It was simply power. This punch, he whispered. Let's call it the Heavenly Emperor Fist. As soon as the words fell, he struck forward with a punch into the void. The punch was silent. Yet that chaotic region was instantly torn open, creating a crack lasting thousands of miles. Within the crack, chaotic energy surged, unable to heal for a long time. In the distance, Wang Peng, who was in seclusion, suddenly opened his eyes. Yi Fan has become stronger again. He murmured, a complex look flashing in his eyes. The Heavenly Emperor Fist. Such a domineering name. But he stood up, chaotic energy swirling around him, also transforming into a massive phantom. That was the manifestation of the chaotic body, chaos opening the heavens. However, unlike Yi Fan's celestial king, his manifestation contained a more primal, more ancient power. As if it were the first ray of light at the dawn of creation. Since you call it the Heavenly Emperor Fist. A smile crept onto his lips. Then my move shall be called the Chaos Opening Heaven Seal. He raised his hand, forming a seal. An ancient seal of chaotic color slowly condensed in his palm. Upon the ancient seal, images of opening the heavens and creating the earth faintly emerged. God splitting the chaos, the sun and moon giving birth, and all living things evolving. Go, he whispered. The ancient seal flew out, crashing against the crack left by Yi Fan's punch. The two forces annihilated simultaneously, neither yielding. In the distance, Yi Fan turned back and glanced at him. Their gazes met. There was no hostility, no provocation. Only a sense of tacit understanding. Not bad, Yi Fan said. You too, Wang Peng replied. Then each turned away and continued their cultivation. At another part of the imperial path, Jian Yi sat cross-legged, a sword laid horizontally across his lap. That sword was no longer the rusty blade it once was. Instead, it was a completely transparent divine sword, as if forged from condensed chaotic energy. This was the birth of his life, sword embryo nurtured over 50 years with the essence of the chaotic sword body. The sword embryo contained all his understanding of the sword path, and his self-created sword techniques. Chaotic sword technique. Jian Yi murmured. First move, sword opens the heavens. He raised his hand and gently drew the sword. At the moment the sword was unsheathed, a beam of sword light shot up into the sky. That sword light, chaotic in color, yet brilliant to the extreme. Wherever it passed, the void silently tore apart. Wherever it passed, the laws silently shattered. Wherever it passed, all existence could be severed. The sword light soared towards the 9 heavens, as if to cleave open a door in the heavens. In the distance, Shen Wushuang, Ma Mei, and others who were cultivating all looked up simultaneously. That is, Shen Wushuang's pupils constricted. The chaotic sword body. Jian Yi, 50 years. He has broken through from the 3rd level of the celestial to the peak of the great saint. Only one step away from becoming a quasi-emperor. Ma Mei's blood-red eyes were filled with shock. The first physique of slaughter truly lives up to its reputation. If that sword were to strike me. She did not finish her sentence, because she had no confidence in being able to withstand it. Long Yuan stood at a distance, gazing at that sword light, remaining silent for a long time. He was once the ancient prince of the Golden Dragon clan, standing above his peers. Yet now, Yi Fan, Wang Peng, Jian Yi, these names had already left him far behind. I too should carve my own path. He murmured, turning away, disappearing into the darkness. Across the imperial path, Shen Wushuang was comprehending the ancient scriptures of the divine race, creating her own divine radiance, 9 transformations. Ma Mei integrated the secret techniques of the demon race, founding the Demon Shadow Classic. Long Yuan abandoned the ancient clan's legacy, stepping out to forge his own dragon battle in the wild. Countless prodigies explored and broke through in their own ways. Some created their own fist techniques. Some devised their own sword techniques. Some invented their own movement techniques. Some developed their own divine abilities. 100 flowers bloom. 100 schools of thought contend. The prodigies of this generation no longer walked the path of their predecessors. Instead, they carved out their own paths. All of this stemmed from one person. That hunchbacked figure in gray robes. The one who single-handedly slayed 46 supreme beings, bloodily washing through the reincarnation sea, Yi Tiandi. He demonstrated through his actions to all, the path can be forged by oneself. The emperor can be made by oneself. The Tao can be created by oneself. The reincarnation sea. Yi Nen withdrew his spiritual sense. A smile slowly crept onto his lips. In that smile lay contentment, satisfaction, and a hint of anticipation. 50 years. He murmured to himself. They have all grown up. He stood up, looking deep into the universe towards the direction where that strange black light had vanished. It is time to go. He took a step forward, vanishing into the reincarnation sea. Behind him, the stone monument of the celestial court stood silently. 2 golden characters shone brightly in the gray mist. In the realm beyond reincarnation, Yi Nen stepped forward, his figure merging into the void. When he reappeared, he was already billions of miles away. He did not look back. Behind him lay the forbidden zone. He had just bloodied the newly erected stone tablet of the celestial court, and the young people, vying for supremacy on the imperial path. All now a distant past. Ahead was the road he was destined to walk. That direction. Yinan stood in the void, his murky gaze directed toward the depths of the universe. There lay the direction from which the strange black light had vanished. It was also the source of that aura. He closed his eyes carefully, attuning himself to it. The aura was exceedingly faint. So faint that had he not reached the pinnacle of true immortal, he would have been unable to detect it. Yet it indeed existed just in that direction, extremely far away. Extremely deep. Let's go. He opened his eyes and stepped forward. A year. 2 years. 3 years. Yinan traversed the universe at the speed of a true immortal, crossing one star domain after another. Those star domains grew increasingly desolate. At first he could still see scattered ancient life stars, sensing weak signs of life. Gradually the ancient life stars became fewer. In their place were dead, desolate stars devoid of any vitality. 3 more years passed. Around him there were no stars left. Not even a withered dead star. Only endless void, eternal darkness, and a dead silence. Here, Yinan halted, surveying his surroundings. Here there was no light, no sound, no matter, not even any fluctuation of laws. It was like a corner of the world forgotten by time. A true, forbidden zone of life. No wonder there are no records in ancient texts. Yinan murmured to himself. In a place like this, even an emperor would struggle to delve deeper. Because here there is nothing. No spiritual energy, no laws, no direction. Only endless void. And that aura. He closed his eyes once more, carefully sensing. That strange aura was growing denser. Though still faint, it was now countless times clearer than when he first set out. Just ahead. Not far now. Yinan opened his eyes and continued onward. 3 months passed. Yinan suddenly halted. His brow furrowed slightly. Something's wrong, he muttered under his breath. Surrounding him, that strange aura began to thicken. No longer the earlier faintness, but rather substantial. The auras, like invisible mist, permeated the void. Silent and unnoticeable, yet omnipresent. They began to attach themselves to Yinan. At first it was just a faint, almost imperceptible touch. But gradually the sensation grew stronger. More and more. Uncomfortable. Yinan looked down at his arm. On his gray robe a faint gray light subtly emerged. It was the manifestation of those strange auras adhering to him. He raised his hand, attempting to brush it away. But the gray light clung to him like a parasite that couldn't be shaken off. Even seeping into his body. Interesting, Yinan said softly. He circulated his true immortal power, the golden light within him flickering slightly. Instantly those gray auras were shaken off. But in the next moment more gray auras attached themselves again. Even the body of a true immortal at its peak feels discomfort. Yinan felt a flicker of relief in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't recklessly come here back then. If I had entered in the peak state of an emperor then, I fear the outcome would have been dire. He continued forward, but his steps grew more cautious. Days passed again. Yinan suddenly stopped. A flicker of shock crossed his murky eyes. In the void ahead floated several corpses. Not ordinary corpses, but imperial corpses. 5 of them. No 6. 6 tattered imperial corpses floated silently in the void. Some were missing half their bodies. Some had lost their heads. Some had gaping holes blown through their chests. Some were left with only broken trunks. Their deaths were tragic. The cause unknown. Yet the residual aura, though decayed and faint, still emitted a slight imperial might. That was the dignity belonging to an emperor. Even after countless years of death, it remained unscathed. This is... Yinan approached slowly. His murky gaze scrutinized these imperial corpses. From their residual auras, he could sense. Some had vigorous chi and blood, likely ancient body cultivators from the primeval era. Some had profound laws, likely having attained enlightenment in the Middle Ages. Some had ancient auras, perhaps even from the mythic era. But without exception they all died here. Died in the depths of this void. Their deaths were tragic. The cause? Yinan carefully examined the wounds on those corpses. They did not appear to have been slain. For there were no traces of blades or swords, no remnants of divine abilities. Only a sense of being drained. As if something had been devouring their life essence, consuming their origins, consuming everything about them. Until they were completely dried up, completely dead. Devouring. A thought flashed through Yinan's mind. Is it similar to the dark turmoil? No, it's different. He shook his head. The dark turmoil is the supreme consuming beings to extend their lifespans. But here, he looked at those imperial corpses, his brow furrowing. It's the emperors being devoured. By something treated as nourishment. He remained silent for a long time. Then he slowly raised his hand. He collected the 6 imperial corpses into his spatial storage one by one. No matter who you are, he said softly, since you died here, it must be to uncover the truth of this strange place. For the safety of the universe. Not like those supreme beings of the forbidden zones who instigated dark turmoil to survive. You deserve respect. Once I uncover the truth here, I will bring you home. After securing the imperial corpses, Yi Nan took a deep breath and continued onward. Ahead, that strange aura grew denser, increasingly terrifying. Yet Yi Nan's steps did not falter. Instead, they quickened. Continuing deeper, he did not know how long it had been. In the eternal void and silence, Yi Nan suddenly halted. In the void ahead, a pitch-black rift hung silently. Surrounding the rift, a layer of faint gray light flowed incessantly, forming a barrier. Yi Nan stared at that barrier, and for the first time genuine gravity appeared in his murky gaze. I can't see through it, he murmured with a hoarse voice. With his pinnacle true immortal realm, he was unable to perceive even a trace of this barrier. What does this signify? It signifies that the entity who set up this barrier is far beyond him. The path to immortality has been severed, and hope for ascension in this universe. Yi Nan remained silent for a long time, yet it conceals such a level of existence. He took a deep breath and moved forward. Yi Nan was staring blankly at the forbidden barrier. Suddenly, boom, two gray-black rays of light burst forth from the fissure in the barrier. The speed was astonishing, so fast that even Yi Nan at the peak of true immortal perception could only catch a glimpse of a residual shadow. What is that? Yi Nan's pupils constricted slightly, and his figure flashed as he swiftly avoided. The two rays of light grazed past his gray robe and slammed into a void a million miles behind him. Boom! The void exploded instantly. Countless fragments of the void flew everywhere, and chaotic energy surged, unable to heal for a long time. Yi Nan turned his head and glanced back, his brow slightly furrowed. The power was enough to severely injure a true immortal. Interesting, he muttered softly. However, after missing their target, the two rays of light instantly changed direction. They charged at him once more, even faster. The momentum was even more ferocious. This time Yi Nan did not evade. He raised his hand. His withered right fist struck out towards the two rays of light. The punch was silent, yet the power of the peak true immortal erupted without reservation. A golden fist beam collided violently with the two gray-black rays of light. Boom! An indescribable explosion. The void within a billion miles of the collision point shattered. Chaotic energy surged wildly. The laws were completely shattered. Even the forbidden barrier in the distance trembled slightly. Yet, at the center of the explosion, the two gray-black rays of light surprisingly did not dissipate. They clung to Yi Nan's fist beam, frantically devouring and absorbing. Yi Nan could feel that the power of his punch was being absorbed by them. Absorbing power. Yi Nan raised an eyebrow. He had seen such things before. During the dark chaos, the supreme devoured beings absorbing their life essence. The body dominance lineage raised holy bodies, absorbing holy blood to cultivate. But those absorptions targeted the essence of life. Yet the two rays of light before him were absorbing pure power. It was the power of his punch at the peak true immortal. Interesting, Yi Nan said softly. He withdrew his fist. The two rays of light, having lost their target, still did not dissipate. They circled and hovered in the void as if searching for their next target. What exactly are these? Yi Nan's heart surged with a hint of seriousness. Just then, a voice came from behind the barrier. The voice was ancient, hoarse, and cold, as if it originated from an abyss of the ages. Interesting. This realm surprisingly has someone who can cultivate to the peak of the undying realm. Undying realm. Yi Nan was taken aback. He had never heard of this realm. But soon he understood. This was the other party's term for his cultivation level. In their world, the peak true immortal might just be called the peak of the undying realm. Who are you? Yi Nan asked calmly. Behind the barrier there was a moment of silence. Then a low, deep laugh. The laughter was cold and eerie. Who am I? You are not worthy to know. You only need to know. A peak of the undying realm like you I have. Devoured countless. Boom. As the words fell, the two gray-black rays of light suddenly surged. They transformed into two gigantic gray-black hands, fiercely reaching for Yi Nan. Those hands contained an extremely bizarre power. That power was over 100 times stronger than what was on the body dominance lineage. It was even more terrifying than the ancient power of the reincarnation sea. Even more complete. Yi Nan did not retreat. He raised his hand and slapped out with one palm. The golden giant hand collided with the two gray-black hands once more. Boom. This explosion was even more intense than before, but the result was still the same. The gray-black hands once again clung to the golden giant hand, frantically absorbing. Yi Nan could feel his power being gradually drained. Although it was not much, it was indeed being drained. Absorbing power. Yi Nan quickly contemplated. This is not ordinary absorption. It is a plunder at the level of laws. This power surpasses all in this realm, even surpasses that of true immortals. He withdrew his hand. The gray-black hands lunged at him again, but this time Yinan did not receive it heeded. His figure flickered and instantly appeared billions of miles away. The gray-black hands missed, but they did not pursue. Instead, they slowly retreated behind the barrier. The cold voice spoke again. You dodged quite quickly, but it doesn't matter. I have waited here for endless years, finally waiting for a living being. No hurry. Just take your time to play. Yinan stood at a distance, gazing at the forbidden barrier, his murky eyes flashing with complex light. Peak of the undying realm. He silently repeated the term in his heart. In their eyes, true immortals are just undying realm. What lies beyond the undying realm? Immortal king. Immortal emperor. He took a deep breath and then slowly spoke. You just said you have devoured countless peaks of the undying realm. Behind the barrier there was a moment of silence. What? Don't you believe it? The voice carried a hint of mockery. Did you not see those corpses? 6 bodies. Just the latest batch. Earlier ones were long digested. Yinan's pupils constrict. Those imperial corpses were devoured by him. Are you saying that those emperors died from your absorption? The voice let out a disdainful snicker. Those ants are worthy to be called emperors. They haven't even touched the threshold of the undying realm. They are merely the so-called emperors of this realm in my eyes. Not even food. Just nourishment. I absorb their essence merely to alleviate my boredom. Yinan fell silent. He recalled the gruesome state of those imperial corpses. He remembered those tattered bodies. He recalled the feeling of being absorbed. It turned out, they were not here to investigate the truth. They were being consumed, treated as nourishment by the being before him. What exactly are you? Yinan asked, his voice still calm. But deep within his murky eyes a trace of cold, killing intent had ignited. Behind the barrier the voice rang out again, this time with a hint of playfulness. What am I? You will soon find out. Because you will also become my nourishment. Just like those ants. However, you are slightly stronger than them. Peak of the undying realm will allow me to alleviate my boredom a bit longer. As the words fell, several gray-black rays of light surged out from the fissure in the barrier. This time it was not just 2, but dozens. Dozens of gray-black rays of light, like venomous snakes, charged frantically at Yinan. Wherever they passed, everything was devoured, absorbed, plundered. Yinan stood in the void, gazing at the overwhelming gray-black rays of light. In his murky eyes there was no fear, only a trace of cold amusement. Nourishment, he softly repeated. Then let's see. Who is whose nourishment? He raised his hand. This time it was no longer a golden fist beam, but the power of the ancient realm. A gray-white light surged from his palm. It was the power he had comprehended from the ancient fragments of the reincarnation sea over the past 50 years. A power belonging to another world, of the same origin but different from the gray-black race. The two powers collided violently. This time, there was no absorption, no devouring, only obliteration. Gray-white and gray-black disappeared simultaneously, turning into nothingness. Behind the barrier that voice for the first time carried a hint of shock. Ancient realm power. How could you? In the void, dozens of gray-black and gray-white beams of light intertwined and vanished, turning into nothingness. Behind the barrier that voice fell silent. After a long time,